My name is Carlos, and I was just trying to enter the city. A demon soldier, bigger and stronger than most, was standing in my way. He mocked me, calling me a low-level succubus, but I didn't care. I was used to this treatment. Life for demons like me, with weak bloodlines, was always like this. There was no point in getting angry. I had just woken up 3 days ago in a mass grave, barely alive. A voice in my head told me I was revived by a dead soul who found my spirit and brought me back to life. As part of the deal, I had to complete 3 tasks for this soul. In return, I'd get a healthy body in about a year or 2, but for now, my body was weak and I had to deal with random illnesses. Today, my first illness hit. I could barely see. I could hardly tell people from animals at a distance. Still, I made my way into the city, grateful for the protective barriers inside the walls. Outside, the deadly winds would turn anything into dust. I wandered into the city with my blurry vision, following the directions of the voice in my head. As I rested, a group of high-ranking demons rode into town. Even though I couldn't see them clearly, I could feel their presence and strength. One of them called out to me, asking me to be their guide. I wasn't familiar with the city, but I didn't refuse. Saying no wasn't really an option. After they left me to rest, I cleaned up a bit. Then I was approached by their officer, who finally asked for my name. I told him I was Carlos. But then, I heard a familiar voice, one that chilled me to my core. It was Avid, a general I had fought against in my past life, a powerful enemy I never thought I'd see again. And now, I was supposed to guide him. If I could see better, I would have run away as soon as I recognized Avid. He was famous in both the human and demon realms, becoming a general when he was just a teenager after defeating demons who had trained for hundreds of years. During the long war between the humans and demons, I faced him many times as a knight. We fought at least dozens of times, each trying to defeat the other. Even though we were enemies, we never tried to kill each other through tricks or assassination. For us, victory had to be earned in fair combat. Avid always sought me out for duels. Sometimes, it felt like he cared more about beating me personally than winning the war for the demons. I never really understood why he focused on me so much, but here I was, barely recognizing him when we met again. I had just been revived. My vision was blurry, and I didn't expect to see my old rival standing right in front of me. I gave him my name Carlos without much thought, and Avid stared at me for a while. It was almost as if he didn't believe it. He asked if I was just someone with the same name, and I said maybe. Avid wasn't supposed to be looking for a guide, but after seeing me, he decided I was the one to help him on his journey. My poor eyesight made things difficult, but I agreed to guide him, knowing I had just come from the place he wanted to go. He offered me a bag of coins and some clothes as payment, which sounded fair. That night, as we traveled through the freezing storm, Avid used his magic to create a barrier that protected us from the deadly wind. I sat by the fire, thinking how strange it was that I was sitting next to him after all our battles. I couldn't help but wonder what he'd do if he realized who I was. Would he throw me into the fire? I eventually fell asleep, but at some point during the night, my tail, which I wasn't used to yet, wrapped itself around Avid's arm. When I woke up, I was shocked to see him holding my tail, and it was clear he had been playing with it while I slept. A dragon attacked our camp, and everyone jumped up, ready to fight. I was still half asleep, trying to process the situation while my tail was painfully stretched. Avid, standing confidently and ready to face the dragon, still held onto my tail, making the whole scene feel a bit ridiculous. I couldn't help but think, even after all these years, that Avid was still the same, focused on victory, but now apparently interested in playing with my tail too. The heat from the dragon's breath collided with Avid's hellfire, scorching everything around us. Even the deadly wind stopped for a moment. I squinted, realizing Avid had grown even stronger over the past 10 years. Demons, unlike humans, have long lifespans and are obsessed with power. If you don't kill them, they'll just grow stronger. I couldn't help but think if I had lived this long, I would have weakened, unable to challenge Avid anymore. Human lives are too short. I chatted with the dead soul in my head, and I learned that after I died, the Holy Knights couldn't replace me as leader and disbanded. It stung a little, but I had no hard feelings. My victory back then was mostly luck. I wasn't a genius like people thought. As Avid fought the red dragon, I stayed back, talking with the soul. I had no weapons, and I was too weak to get involved in their fight. It was strange watching Avid so full of energy, with fire literally in his blood. The soul reminded me that, in a way, I had once held light in mine. The dragon eventually left, and Avid was about to give chase. I called out to him, warning him that what we saw might not be real in this cursed land. I advised him to stick to our original goal, and surprisingly, he listened. His anger subsided a little, and we got back on track. For the past few days, I had been guiding Avid's group. Though I had terrible vision and could barely see, I managed to lead them safely. The others noticed my quiet nature, how I endured the harsh conditions without complaint, and I even started remembering everyone's names. Suddenly, the winds picked up again, and a massive storm loomed. I warned the group, suggesting we take shelter in a nearby hidden realm. As we ran for safety, I vaguely heard Avid shout something about how I knew this place was called Nibelungen. I couldn't answer him before the storm overtook us. When I woke up, we were in a completely different place: lush grass, blue skies, normal weather. I recognized it as a human realm, but something was off. I was freezing, colder than I'd ever been, and my body felt like it was turning into ice from the inside out. Suddenly, the red dragon, Red, grabbed me. He seemed curious about me and even used magic to try and control me. Somehow, I managed to break free, using my old combat instincts to fight back. It surprised me how easily my body responded. The secret realm seemed to be giving me power I hadn't felt in a long time. Red was taken aback. We exchanged a few words, and I realized he was looking for something that once belonged to me, an artifact I borrowed from the dragons long ago but never returned. It explained why he had followed me all this way. I felt guilty. I hadn't meant to keep the artifact, but it seemed to have gotten lost over the years. Red was angry, but instead of attacking, he helped me. His warmth eased the cold that was eating away at me. I couldn't understand why he was being so kind, but he said something strange that his old friend, Carlos, would have wanted him to help. I thanked him, but as I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that Red saw something in me that reminded him of my old self. I slept deeply, and for once, I felt rested. In my dreams, I stood before a massive dragon's nest, barely the size of an ant compared to it. The air was thick with the scent of dragon fire, and the creatures on the island had mutated under the dragon's influence. I was covered in plant sap mixed with my own blood, my armor torn from fighting off these dangerous plants. Despite everything, I stood there, asking for the dragon's help. In reality, I woke up feeling cold, shivering from a strange illness that had taken hold of my body. The red dragon, Red, who had been keeping me warm with his presence, had left. He had wrapped his tail around me in my sleep to stop me from falling into the fire, something I found strange. He wasn't used to being close to anyone, having spent centuries alone after being betrayed by a human he once trusted. But for some reason, Red helped me, just like he had helped me long ago. When I woke up, I found a small piece of his scale left behind, still warm. I took it with me for warmth as I got up and tried to shake off the lingering cold. My body was still weak, and every bone in my body itched. I figured a wash in the river would help, so I wandered through the woods until I found a clear stream. As I cleaned up, I couldn't help but notice how unfamiliar my body felt, especially my tail, which seemed to have a mind of its own. Looking at my reflection in the water, I barely recognized myself. Pale skin, red-brown eyes, and horns. It was strange seeing myself as this new creature, a far cry from who I once was as a knight. After washing, I decided to catch a fish for food, just like I used to do during my time in the wilderness. As I prepared to clean the fish, I suddenly felt something strange. A warm liquid slid down my leg, and I was confused. I touched it, and when I saw the sticky substance on my fingers, I froze, unsure what it was. I asked the dead soul in my head, but it remained silent, leaving me even more confused. This body was so unfamiliar, and it seemed to have reactions I had never experienced before. Just as I was processing this, I heard footsteps. Avid had arrived, and I looked up, meeting his golden red eyes. His gaze shifted to my hand, and I realized, in horror, that I hadn't cleaned off the strange liquid. I stood there, unsure of what to do next. I lowered my hand, not really understanding what had just happened to my body. Honestly, I didn't think Avid, a high-ranking demon, would care about the oddities of a lower-level demon like me. Surely, he wouldn't know what was going on either. I stood there, knee-deep in the creek, clothes torn and holding onto Red's scale. I couldn't help but absorb some of the dragon's aura, and to make things worse, what I had just been doing was pretty obvious, washing myself, with the strange substance on my fingers out in the open. Anyone with eyes could see it. Avid stood there, silent but clearly irritated. His aura shifted as if he was about to explode. He barely contained his anger. I felt nervous and walked out of the water, drying my feet in the grass. I greeted him. Finally, Avid, we meet again. Finally? His tone was cold, and he gave me 3 minutes to explain myself. He was so mad that he was summoning fire in his hand, though even that seemed harder for him than usual. This strange place had weakened him, while I seemed to be growing stronger. My body felt more alive, and I could feel magic running through me like never before. Trying to calm him down, I mentioned that we were inside Nibelungen, a place tied to a special ring. I made up a story about learning this from a wandering soul. Lying wasn't something I was good at, but I was desperate. Fortunately, I looked sincere, and Avid seemed to be listening, though still skeptical. Avid didn't fully believe me, of course, but he let me continue. He seemed fixated on the fact that the ring once belonged to Carlos, which wasn't entirely untrue. I told him I had no interest in such powerful artifacts and just wanted to leave this cursed land with a bag of coins. For a moment, Avid stared at me, his thoughts far away, but then he waved me to follow him. We started walking through the forest, and though Avid moved quickly, I had to push myself to keep up. Every time I used my magic, my body felt strange, itchy, and overly sensitive, like my skin was reacting to something. Eventually, I figured it out. I was probably allergic to Avid and Red's powerful magic. Whenever I got too close to them, my body felt uncomfortable. I even told Avid my theory, though he seemed more confused than concerned. To demonstrate, I showed him my arm, where my skin had turned red and bumpy from being near him. I explained how my body reacted, including the uncomfortable liquid that sometimes appeared, which made everything worse. Avid's expression turned into a mix of confusion and disbelief. After a moment of awkward silence, he asked why I was still carrying Red's scale if I thought I was allergic. I realized then that the scale, while keeping me warm, was also making my condition worse. I hesitated, knowing that without it, I'd freeze. But I couldn't ignore Avid's growing annoyance. And then, he asked in a low, threatening voice, "So, are you saying my fire is weaker than his?" That hit a nerve. Avid had a strange sense of pride, especially when it came to strength. I knew this wouldn't end well if I didn't tread carefully, but I also didn't know how to fix this situation. I hesitated and said honestly, "But you wouldn't help me, would you, Avid?" Carlos was all too familiar with Avid's flames. They were flames of immense destruction, capable of reducing even demons to ashes, let alone humans. These flames would burrow into wounds, burning flesh and bone, bringing unbearable agony, as if they could incinerate the very soul. Whenever they touched the wild, catastrophic wildfires would follow. At first, disaster seemed to follow Avid wherever he appeared. But when he began to focus solely on dueling Carlos, who vehemently resisted the spread of the inferno, the knight would go to any length to extinguish it. Thus, Avid gradually learned to control the flames with greater precision, ensuring they only touched Carlos and left everything else untouched. Carlos found this demon to possess a surprising air of nobility and consideration. Of course, no one else shared this sentiment. They only saw Avid as cruel and terrifying. Today, Carlos was once again confronted with Avid's cruelty. His fingers wrapped around Carlos' wrist, gripping tightly, and the searing power of his flames penetrated through their contact, violently erasing the trace of the red dragon's aura as if to assert his dominance over the dragon. Carlos felt it keenly. The heat. He had been caught in a constant state of flux between freezing cold and scorching heat. Not long ago, he had been shivering in the bitter cold of winter, and now he felt like an ant roasting over fire. A fine sheen of sweat appeared at the tip of his nose, and the heat of the flames seared through his veins, spreading through his chest and limbs as though Avid's power was flooding his entire being. Naturally, his sensitivity to magic flared up. His body weakened, his lower back involuntarily giving way, his long lashes quivering as his eyes grew damp like those of a helpless puppy. He was in agony, though he made no sound, as was his habit. The Knight Commander had never been one to cry out in pain. Avid knew this. He despised the man who, despite being on the verge of collapse and clearly unwilling to fight him, still accepted his challenges for the sake of some hollow human virtue. Avid found such battles unsatisfying. He increased the force, ensuring his magic permeated the little incubus body entirely. Carlos, at last, was overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sensation. His breath quickened, and when he opened his eyes, his vision was blurred, his lashes damp and clumped together from sweat or perhaps something else. He felt unbearably hot, slumping against Avid, his armor digging painfully into him. Avid released his grip on Carlos' arm, instead grasping the slender horn on his head. Contrary to human belief, a demon's horns were incredibly sensitive, covered with nerves and magical circuits, considered one of the most important features of their body. Carlos' horns, upon closer inspection, had a diamond-shaped cross-section. When Avid's fingers traced their surface, he could feel the distinct ridges. Avid had no particular interest in incubi, though he did find Carlos' horns aesthetically pleasing by demonic standards. But he wasn't interested in playing with others' horns. He merely stroked them deliberately, knowing it would evoke a sense of control and humiliation in the demon. He did it on purpose. This incubus was strange. It always reminded him of Carlos, and yet to compare such a creature to the knight was an insult to Carlos. But not now. An incubus was simply an incubus. When its instincts took over, the resemblance to Carlos disappeared completely. Avid was too full of his own thoughts. Even a long-lived demon with an impeccable memory could eventually forget a human after 10 years. Especially someone as renowned as Carlos, who had become so well known that the many impressions of him began to obscure his true form. Even Avid had made that mistake. He didn't want to let this little incubus blur his true memory of Carlos. After all, there were too few things left in this world that belonged to Carlos. A faint rustling noise from his horns echoed through his skull, reverberating directly into his brain. It was a strange sensation, one that caused Carlos' spine to soften as a tingling electric current coursed downward, finally pooling in his lower back. His tail twitched, rising and falling. Carlos' entire face flushed red, completely bewildered by the situation. When Avid let go, Carlos collapsed weakly, sitting limply on the ground, gasping for breath and staring dazedly at the demon who had just toyed with his horns. This Avid seemed so unfamiliar, and Carlos himself so alien. Carlos reflected for a moment. His current state was definitely abnormal. His body was awash with magic. Avid's power had awakened the remnants of the Red Dragon's energy, and the two forces were now warring inside him. Avid's aura and the dragon's essence had almost completely filled him. Carlos pressed a hand to his abdomen, where the core of his incubus magic resided. It hurt, and it was hot. Carlos? Emicho. Carlos' rationality remained intact, though he still couldn't quite understand what was happening. It doesn't feel cold anymore, but I'm starving. I should have brought that fish with me. The ghost didn't have the heart to explain. That hunger was of a different kind. If Carlos had read more romance novels or more demon manuals, he would know that the best sustenance for an incubus was someone else's magic. The higher the quality, the better. Low-level incubi could lose control in the presence of powerful magic. Because of this, incubi remained at the bottom of the demonic food chain, only the strongest among them able to use mental magic to control other demons as their thralls. Carlos wasn't ignorant of the traits of incubi. He simply never imagined that one day, those traits would manifest in him. In any case, aside from the discomfort, Carlos had indeed rid himself of the cold poison. He said earnestly, "Thank you for your magic, Avid." The incubus still sat on the ground, a faint sheen of sweat on his nose, lips bitten red from the pain, and a blush trailing at the corners of his eyes. Avid could see the patterns on Carlos' abdomen glowing faintly, indicating he had fully entered a state of arousal. Yet, despite the appearance of being thoroughly ruined, the incubus still spoke. "Thank you for your magic." Avid took a step back, unable to process what he was feeling. His hand was damp with the incubus sweat, and for some reason, a faint, indescribable fragrance lingered in the air. It was subtle, like the scent of irises, faintly teasing him, as though a cat had playfully scratched at his heart. It was terrifying. Like a drug once inhaled, he wanted more. Carlos slowly gathered himself, still holding onto the red dragon's scale, though now wrapped in cloth instead of kept close to his skin. He deliberately kept his distance from Avid. "But I really am allergic, so I think it's best if I stay a little further away from you." This time, Avid said nothing and maintained the distance. The eye of the secret realm. If one were sensitive enough to magic, they could gradually trace the flow of magic in the surroundings. Though everything here appeared real, the fruits on the trees even provided a sense of fullness when eaten. Ultimately, it was all constructed from magic. At present, there were a few individuals with a heightened sense of magic, like Red, like Avid, like Carlos himself, and so they all gathered in one place. The red dragon crouched in a bush. Never in his life had he done something so embarrassing, hiding in a corner, spying on others. He was single-handedly destroying the dignity of dragonkind. But thankfully today, he wasn't the only one being humiliated. Avid was also lurking behind a tree, gloomily staring in the same direction. Their gazes collided, nearly sparking, until Carlos swiftly intervened to extinguish the tension. "Shoo," he whispered softly, "you wouldn't want to disturb the eye of the secret realm, would you?" Despite his warning, neither the demon nor the red dragon had their hearts in the mission. They were both skulking, shamelessly, just to watch. On the grassy clearing beyond the trees, a young boy was hanging clothes to dry. He wore a faded yellowed shirt, and his shorts barely reached his knees, revealing a pair of clean, bare legs. His golden blonde hair curled slightly, like sunlight given form. His eyes were a vivid blue, like a shard of sky after a rainstorm had fallen to earth. His face was still soft with youth, but one could already see the hints of future brilliance. Avid and Red held their breath. Even Carlos found the sight unfamiliar. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen himself like this younger version of himself. To Carlos, it was as though that part of him had died long ago. He couldn't recall a time when he was so simple, so carefree, before he had taken up a sword, shouldered the hopes of an entire nation, and faced insurmountable odds. Back then, there was no time for looking in mirrors. And when he finally had a moment, his body was already covered in scars, his youth long gone. He stared intently at his younger self, this illusion conjured by the secret realm, and he couldn't tear his eyes away. Until, suddenly, a realization struck him. He was staring because he missed the past. But what were Avid and Red doing? Surely they had no reason to be so mesmerized. His younger self wasn't anything special. There was no legendary child of light, no fateful encounter in a cave. He had been born in an ordinary village and lived as an ordinary person for the first 13 years of his life. Carlos snuck a glance at Avid and Red. He noticed that Avid's brow was furrowed tightly, as if he was seconds away from strangling the younger Carlos. Meanwhile, Red was measuring something in his palm, likely planning some grand attack. Now this made sense. Carlos mused calmly. He wasn't sure what Red intended, but it was clear that Avid wanted to strangle him in the cradle. The two of them were only maintaining their temporary peace in order to obliterate him. Wasn't he supposed to be some child of light? Red whispered, his voice tense with disbelief. Avid scoffed. Child of light? That? Hardly. He's just some human brat. Have you considered? Carlos cut in, lifting a few leaves to get a better view of his younger self, his tone nostalgic, that maybe Carlos was just born in a very ordinary place? What would you know? Just a guess. Stuck between a dragon and a demon, Carlos' allergies were about to flare up. He longed to break free after all, The eye of the secret realm was focused on his younger self. If he could retrieve it, the realm's spell would be broken. Why the rush? Even the spirit was entranced, lost in the sight of young Carlos. Carlos felt utterly exposed. He wanted to resolve the situation quickly, but the moment he stood up, a wooden stick brushed the leaves aside. Reddish-brown eyes met a pair of clear, azure ones. Who are you? Carlos was completely unprepared to face his past self. His heart leaped into his throat, and he found himself at a loss for words. Who was he? Carlos Tarek. In his previous life, he had been the commander of the Holy Knights, a pure-blooded human blessed by the gods. He had saved villages from monsters, slain dragons, vanquished countless enemies, trusted by kings, taught princes and princesses. He had been. Now, he was a pitiable little incubus. Faced with the question of identity, he had nowhere to hide. Carlos' voice was barely above a whisper. A lost traveler. You've got horns. A lost demon traveler. An incubus. What about those two behind you? Young Carlos asked, his tone fearless as he gazed at the two towering figures, showing no trace of intimidation. Who are they? Carlos was utterly helpless, and to make matters worse, Avid and Red offered no help, remaining eerily silent before the younger version of himself. The boy pondered for a moment, then brilliantly concluded, I get it. They're your boyfriends. Carlos. Carlos wanted to tell young Carlos that, first of all, an incubus doesn't necessarily need a boyfriend. In fact, a boyfriend is something that should come in singular form, not plural. But in the end, never mind. Young Carlos was so adorable. Whatever he said deserved to be forgiven. After all, even those two irritable individuals had forgiven him. What harm could a small, innocent incubus like him cause? Young Carlos had the fearless attitude of someone too young to understand danger. Carlos knew himself back then. In that small mountain village, he had no concept of the outside world until that fateful event. Demons? There were no pictures of them in books. Dragons? Even more distant. As for incubi, they didn't even need to be mentioned. It seemed that both human and demon adolescents often harbored inappropriate fantasies about this particular race, so fear of them was rare. Still, even if young Carlos wasn't afraid, no human boy should have invited these three strange and intimidating creatures into his home. The small cabin was barely enough to accommodate the three adult males, who now found themselves sitting awkwardly around a tiny table while young Carlos bustled about, making tea for them. It was tea he had picked himself, mixed with various local herbs. The taste wasn't great, but the gesture was earnest. Carlos watched him, memories stirring from long ago. He had been an orphan, raised for a while by someone who later passed away from old age, leaving him to live on his own. Carlos had learned various skills early on: chopping wood, catching fish, hunting, predicting the weather. Sometimes he'd chew on a blade of grass, savoring its faint sweetness. It was a simple life, one shared by every boy born in a village like his. Carlos hadn't learned to read, had never seen a book, and knew nothing of holy light or magic. It wasn't until the age of 13 that the people from the Temple of Light came, saying their divinations had revealed the need to select several boys and girls to be trained at the temple. Training was a euphemism for turning them into the temple's core forces. Once they entered, they might never return. Carlos, having no parents, was actually somewhat happy when he was chosen. After all, the Temple of Light was a place of legend, a place everyone dreamed of. He didn't understand why some of the other children were crying in their parents' arms, but that was long ago. The young Carlos in this secret realm had clearly deviated from that original fate. At 13, he should have left the village, but now he was still here, at least 16 or 17, tall and slender, filled with youthful energy. Carlos calmly sipped his tea, which led him to one conclusion. This young Carlos in the secret realm was probably illiterate. His embarrassing past was about to be revealed to all. You were quite interesting as a child, the spirit commented, not noticing Carlos' soul practically ascending with embarrassment. Did you not have any friends? No. Parents? Orphan. I'm sorry. Carlos wallowed briefly in sadness, but young Carlos seemed delighted. his footsteps even lighter as he laid out a small rug in the cabin. "It's raining outside. If I hadn't invited you in, you would have been soaked." Boom. A clap of thunder followed, and rain poured down outside. Young Carlos scrambled to find something to patch the leaks, placing bamboo containers where the water dripped. He stoked the fire, ensuring his strange guests wouldn't feel cold, while near the fire, meat smoked, and 2 freshly caught fish awaited cooking. "Thank you." Carlos couldn't remember the last time he had been in a cabin like this. He glanced at the 2 clearly unnatural creatures, a demon and a dragon, then gave up entirely and went to young Carlos' side. "Is there anything I can help with?" "Yes." Young Carlos beamed, his eyes narrowing with joy. "I caught 2 fish. Could you help me grill them? Do you know how to cook fish?" "Of course." Carlos left to handle the fish, leaving Avid and Red alone. Avid, being of noble birth, had rarely suffered even during war, so this small, shabby cabin felt entirely foreign to him. As for Red, being a dragon, his lair could fit 1,000 such cabins. "Is this secret realm real?" Avid asked softly. "In theory." Red was thinking as well. The secret realm adapts to its master. This Carlos might be a blend of memories from the real Carlos. So, in the past, he really lived in a place like this, so different from the legendary Holy Night they had heard of. Young Carlos was quick with his hands, unafraid of demons, or perhaps simply unaware of what the word enemy meant. The war hadn't started yet, and he had never seen a live demon. Even though tensions were rising in the outside world, his small village remained peaceful. For the first time, Avid and Red found themselves being uncharacteristically restrained in front of a human. If the secret realm had shown them the adult Carlos, perhaps they would have eagerly approached, saying things only grown men say, and settling matters in ways only grown men could through iron and blood, fueled by yearning. But now they saw a small Carlos, a boy who, by their standards, was practically a child. Suddenly, it felt like they had swung their fists into a pillow. There was no way they could be cruel to this version of Carlos. Even speaking felt awkward, as though every word they had rehearsed in their minds had vanished. In the end, the most natural one of them was Carlos himself. "Dinner's ready." Carlos helped serve the soup. It was a simple mushroom broth, with the grilled fish as the only meat. The meal was small, enough for young Carlos alone, but with 3 adults, it was a stretch. But Carlos wasn't worried. The food contained no magic, and he was sure these 2 exalted beings wouldn't care about such humble fare. So he calmly reached out, intending to ladle himself some mushroom soup. The dragon and the demon were already locked in a silent battle of glares. Carlos. In the end, it was young Carlos who stepped in, distributing the food evenly so that everyone had a little something to eat. Afterward, Carlos volunteered to do the dishes. His memories were resurfacing bit by bit, and it seemed he was becoming absorbed in this simple life. As long as Avid and Red didn't cause trouble, things would be fine. He paid no attention to their childish contest, where both kept sneakily adding more and more firewood to the hearth, competing over who could stoke the flames higher. "Have you always lived here?" Red broke the silence, addressing young Carlos. In his human form, the red dragon always liked to retain some of his draconic traits, his claws, his tail, which young Carlos found quite cool. Despite trying to avoid wrecking the cabin, Red still coiled his tail tightly to avoid knocking anything over, his sharp scales temporarily sheathed. His hair was a vivid red, like a flame, and his slit-pupil golden eyes made him look like one of the monsters from stories told to scare children. Avid, by contrast, was more human-looking, dark hair, red eyes, horns, and runes tracing his neck. But compared to the dragon, he at least resembled a person more closely. Not that either of them seemed remotely normal. "Yes, I've always lived here," young Carlos said with a small smile, a faint dimple appearing at the corner of his lips. "I like the peace and quiet." "You've never thought about going beyond the village?" Avid asked. "Have you ever held a sword?" Young Carlos shook his head. "No. Why are you here?" Young Carlos asked, curious. "This is such a remote place. Hardly anyone ever comes here." Avid and Red exchanged a glance, neither willing to speak first. In the end, having lost their little fire-building competition, Red was the first to answer. We're looking for someone. And you? Young Carlos turned to Avid. I'm looking for someone too, Avid replied, his jaw tightening. When Nibelung's ring had appeared, the power carrying Carlos' essence had surged. Whether the emotion stirred in their hearts had been fear of a dead man returning or joy that a dream had come true, neither could say. What about you? Carlos, still crouched by the sink, washing dishes, looked up. Me? I have no particular goal. Just passing through. Really? Young Carlos let out a small O of acknowledgement. I haven't asked your names yet. Names don't really matter, Carlos said, finishing the dishes and moving on to other tasks. He was clearly far more competent than his younger self, fixing leaks in the roof and adjusting the creaking door with practiced ease. It was as if he was repairing his own childhood. Avid remained silent. Then suddenly, Red stood up. I need to step outside. Young Carlos called out, but it's raining. No matter. The red dragon stepped out. The wind howled faintly, and the rumble of a dragon's roar blended with the wind. Slowly, the rain ceased, and the shadow of a massive pair of wings spread across the clearing, covering the small cabin. Wow, that's amazing, young Carlos exclaimed, having never seen such a magnificent sight. Red, feeling quite pleased with himself, landed gracefully from the sky. He enjoyed being praised, especially by Carlos. Impressive, right? One day, you'll be even greater. You'll even be able to kill a dragon. Young Carlos was taken aback. Why would I slay a dragon? Red shook his head. That had been something Carlos had promised to help them with dealing with traitors among the dragons. But that felt like something from a distant past. Or maybe you'll become friends with a dragon. Who knows? Young Carlos, confused, looked at the wet grass beneath his feet, the scent of damp earth filling his senses. When he turned back, the demon stood in front of the cabin, watching him with an unreadable expression. Young Carlos waved, smiling. The black-haired demon abruptly turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Did I do something wrong? Red's throat tightened, his voice catching in his chest. He couldn't bring himself to speak. This young Carlos was so pure, so perfect, that it was easy to forget that the real Carlos had been dead for over a decade. I don't know. The ancient dragon, who could speak spells into existence, found no words for this. Young Carlos stared at the strange creatures. It seemed the only one he could really communicate with was the incubus. You've done nothing wrong. Carlos gazed at him, kneeling down to wipe away the dirt on his clothes. But I hope you don't become like me. It's painful. Young Carlos blinked. Why? Carlos smiled softly. He knew, deep down, that no matter how many times life was replayed, he would always walk the same path, no matter the suffering. He had chosen it, willingly. He patted young Carlos on the head, ready to ask about the ring. But young Carlos suddenly clapped his hands together and hugged him, whispering in his ear, "Is it because having two boyfriends is hard?" Carlos muttered, "Why are your thoughts so skewed?" He could tell immediately young Carlos had never been to school. Those wide, innocent eyes were all too telling. "I should send you to the Light Temple's seminary," he grumbled. "After a few hundred years in there, you'll never want to think about romance again." The Light Temple? A flicker of hope lit up in young Carlos' eyes. "I've heard of it. The people there are so cool and strong. I once dreamed of becoming a knight of the Light Temple." Carlos smiled warmly. "Of course, you'll definitely succeed." It had taken Carlos a few years to progress from entering the Light Temple to becoming a knight, but overall, the process had gone smoothly. The seminary affiliated with the Light Temple didn't just train priests. They also offered various other vocational paths. The only requirement for admission was a pure and unwavering faith in the God of Light. On the continent, such seminaries were the best educational opportunities for the poor, providing free schooling. However, Carlos had been enrolled in the direct seminary under the Light Temple, which had a smaller intake and stricter standards. Many students were eliminated each year, and those who graduated after 6 years almost always became members of the Light Temple, a different experience from other, more common academies. After the rain, everything was damp. Carlos and young Carlos worked together to tidy up the firewood stacked outside, moving the dry logs indoors and covering the rest with oiled cloth. "Have you ever been to the Light Temple?" Young Carlos' curiosity was boundless, and though his question might have seemed impolite since Carlos was a demon, he couldn't help but ask. I know it might be odd to ask a demon this, but I really want to know. Of course I've been, Carlos replied, understanding his own curiosity well. So, what do you want to ask? Young Carlos' blue eyes widened. He probably thought it was more reliable to ask an incubus such a question than the other two stoic and seemingly ascetic beings. This question might be a bit rude, but are the nuns, priests, and knights in the Light Temple as alluring as people say? I heard the Knight Commander is ranked as the most desirable bachelor in the kingdom every year. Carlos blinked in surprise. He had completely forgotten how lively and inquisitive he had been as a child, let alone that he had once pondered such things. Huh, there's a ranking for that in the kingdom? You didn't know? Young Carlos' eyes were wide with disbelief. Carlos was utterly confused. To him, his youth had been synonymous with the 6 years of seminary training, where he had lost all interest in worldly desires and devoted himself entirely to serving the people. Perhaps the ranking had been created after he turned 13? Carlos pondered silently. Clearly, this young Carlos wasn't exactly the same as him. This version seemed to have lived out his years in the village. Still, it would be rude not to answer, so Carlos, fulfilling his duty as an adult, prepared to educate young Carlos on the fact that people in the Light Temple were hardworking and dedicated to their tasks. There was nothing remotely alluring about it. Actually, there is such a ranking, Red suddenly cut in, appearing out of nowhere. Carlos has been ranked first for years, and the Light Temple has even released merchandise related to him. Carlos was shocked. What? How could he not know about this? I agree with you, Red said, his expression unnervingly serious, to the point of being intimidating. He patted young Carlos on the shoulder. Men in knightly armor do look pretty good. Young Carlos' eyes sparkled. Really? Though I hate to admit it. Avid's cold voice chimed in. He's passable, I suppose. Carlos. As an incubus, he found this whole conversation absurd. Knights and romantic interests didn't belong in the same sentence. Knights were professionals, doing important and upright work. The single rate in the Knight Order was 90%, with the remaining 10% only married due to childhood betrothals. He couldn't understand why people thought this way. What Carlos didn't know was that there was a similar ranking in the demon world. His name had long occupied the top spot on the most desirable to corrupt list. Originally, it was a ranking for who demons most wanted to see fall into corruption. After the creator of the list was nearly beaten to death by an unknown demon who said they would obliterate their entire family, the list had become much more discreet. Carlos realized, once again, that the world was vast, and despite his years of studying, there were still so many things he didn't know. He decided that when this ordeal was over and he returned to the land for a peaceful retirement, he would look into these curious little rankings and odd merchandise. Heh, the spirit chuckled. Hope you don't regret it. Carlos couldn't imagine why he would regret it. Meanwhile, Red and Avid seemed hesitant, leaving Carlos to be the first to ask young Carlos about the ring. Have you ever seen something like this? A ring, made of metal, looks like copper but heavier than brass. Young Carlos nodded. Of course. He pulled a small ring from his pocket. It looked so ordinary that no one could have guessed it contained an entire space, capable of constructing such a vivid secret realm. Is this what you're looking for? Yes, Carlos replied. He crouched down, bringing himself to eye level with young Carlos. Could you give it to us? No. Young Carlos clenched the ring tightly. If I give it to you, this place will become unstable and bad things will happen. Carlos realized that young Carlos understood the significance of the ring. Handing it over meant giving control of the secret realm to someone else. With a single thought, the current environment could disappear, and this young Carlos' consciousness would likely vanish as well. Still, Carlos asked gently, what kind of bad things? The village will be invaded by monsters, young Carlos said, pointing to a distant clearing. I don't want anything bad to happen there. So that was it. Carlos understood. The secret realm had materialized certain elements. Its collapse would manifest as a monster invasion. If we defeat the monsters, would you be able to give us the ring? Carlos asked. He turned nervously, his voice lowering as he addressed Red and Avid. If we get the ring, Can you make sure this place stays intact? At least, don't destroy it. He suspected that Red and Avid would likely agree on the surface, but then tear the place apart once they had the ring, reshaping the environment to suit their own needs. But Carlos had no choice. For now, he had to comfort young Carlos. That's why he didn't like lying. Lies provided a false sense of security, only for the illusion to shatter later. Avid nodded. Red, on the other hand, responded with an enthusiastic, of course. Carlos looked carefully at young Carlos, who, like him, seemed to love this place. After leaving the Light Temple, he had never seen his childhood home again. When he finally returned after many years of service, he had found only a wasteland, destroyed by the war with monsters. If he could, he would stay in this secret realm with young Carlos forever. Can you trust us? Carlos had prepared many words, knowing how difficult it was to trust three strange creatures. His incubus tail flicked anxiously behind him. I know. I trust you, young Carlos said, embracing him and whispering in his ear. I trust you. In that moment, Carlos felt as though something had separated them from Avid and Red, who stood not far away. But Carlos knew they couldn't hear this exchange. This is. Young Carlos' eyes glimmered with a knowing light. He wasn't truly the young Carlos of the past, but rather a new entity created from the essence of Carlos left in the ring. A little secret. He moved his hand, and beside Carlos appeared a shadow, a being Carlos had never seen before. The spirit. Oh, I've been spotted. Carlos stared at the spirit, and for some reason, its outline seemed strangely familiar. The next second, even the spirit was thrown out of the conversation. Young Carlos took Carlos' hand in his own, his grip firm and mature beyond his years. His hands were calloused from daily work, whereas Carlos' body, freshly reincarnated as an incubus, bore no marks at all, only pale, flawless skin. I can see your soul, young Carlos said quietly. We're the same, aren't we? Young Carlos hesitated for a moment, glancing at Carlos' abdomen. Though not quite. I can see their magic inside you. Carlos nodded. Yes, their magic is still inside me. Young Carlos patted his shoulder with an air of wisdom, speaking with the bluntness of someone who had never been schooled. I know. Don't worry. I'll bless you. It'll help when you give birth. I hear it's very painful. Carlos? Wait, what? What did you just? The pure knight was completely at a loss, his brain short-circuiting as he stammered incoherently. But young Carlos continued as if nothing was amiss. I trust you. I can see that you love this place. You'll protect it, won't you? Yes. Carlos could only pretend the previous conversation had never happened. I like you, young Carlos said simply. This secret realm was dead before the dragons arrived. But after you came, it came alive. You kept the ring safe. I want to be like you. Carlos sighed. But I left you behind here. That's okay. Young Carlos smiled, his eyes crinkling in a way that mirrored Carlos perfectly. I stayed here willingly. What he didn't tell Carlos was that he had kept a small piece of his soul for over 10 years, waiting for the moment when he could use it as a beacon, allowing Carlos to return to this world. But he didn't say any of this. If he told Carlos, the man would never stop thinking about it, and he wouldn't be able to live a happy, peaceful life. The invisible barrier lifted, and Carlos found himself wrapped in young Carlos' embrace. I'll leave it in your hands. A small ring was pressed into Carlos' palm. The transfer of control. Thunder rumbled at the edge of the world. Half of the rain-soaked sky turned black as a thick, malevolent miasma began to devour the once pure secret realm. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook with the approach of colossal creatures, their steps filled with the ominous promise of destruction. The monsters had arrived. Monsters were not the same as demons. Demons were more akin to corrupted humans, or the opposite of angels, rational beings who pursued power and strength. They were a sapient race. Monsters, however, were beings who had completely succumbed to corruption, losing all reason. The prevailing understanding was that monsters were the result of those who sought power so desperately that it destroyed their minds, leading to bodily collapse and the growth of monstrous, magic-infused appendages. One of the most infamous cases was a human from the Light Temple who, After a year of sleepless nights trying to finish his thesis on refining magic, eventually turned into a tentacle monster due to his dabbling in dark magic. He had died muttering about his thesis. Young Carlos turned to them. "I'm serious. Please help defeat them. I'm counting on you." Carlos agreed without hesitation, sounding as though he had accepted countless quests before. "Got it." Red remained silent, but he looked ready for battle. Despite suppressing his power, the red dragon was still a pure-blooded dragon. When his wings unfurled and his claws gleamed, he was a being of cataclysm, able to bring about the end of the world without relying on magic. Only Avid hesitated, his expression unusually grave. Carlos had never asked Avid for anything before, and hearing pleas from his old rival, even from this younger version, was a strange experience. The words felt foreign coming from Carlos' lips. It was strange, so strange, in fact, that Avid felt a sudden surge of determination. Carlos had asked for his help. If he could do this, wouldn't it prove he was stronger than Carlos? Avid could feel his magic surging. And if Red was already stepping forward, there was no way Avid would let the red dragon show him up. Whoever proved stronger would get Nibelung's ring and ensure that young Carlos would stay here forever. Avid knew Red had the same thought. No one could refuse the idea of keeping young Carlos by their side forever. Though in reality, only a few seconds had passed since the monsters appeared, the magic storm raged around them. Avid didn't even consider the possibility of a third competitor. After all, the little incubus was too weak. Even with new power, he wouldn't have enough strength to truly fight. But then, the little incubus stepped forward. "Avid, can I borrow your sword?" Before Avid could react, Carlos had already reached out and grabbed the hilt of his sword. "I know you can't draw it right now. Let me give it a try." It was a vicious-looking greatsword, named Firthos. Legends said it had been forged in the magma of hell for 3,000 years, and by the time Avid was born, no demon had been able to wield it for centuries. Lower demons would turn to ash just from touching the hilt. Avid didn't stop him. In battle, any opponent who had tried to take his sword had paid the price. The blade had a will of its own, rejecting the weak. Even Avid, with his power suppressed in this realm, couldn't draw the sword. Shying, the black-red blade slid out easily as Carlos drew it from its sheath, testing its weight before switching it from his left hand to his right. He even touched his ear absent-mindedly, as though expecting it to burn. His tense expression softened. "Huh, it's not hot at all." Carlos gripped the sword, letting the magic in his body flow. He turned to face the approaching monsters, then glanced back at young Carlos with a confident smile. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." "Wait." Avid reached out, but couldn't catch him. In this secret realm, everyone's powers had been equalized, making technique more important than brute strength. Avid had severely underestimated this little incubus. Most importantly, Avid was completely rattled. Not hot at all? This incubus had drawn his sword, held it easily, and the blade had accepted him without bursting into flames. He had said the sword wasn't hot, which meant he had wielded it before. And Avid remembered there had only ever been one person who could pull Firthos from its sheath. Carlos. It had happened once, during a battle. Both Avid and Carlos had lost their respective swords. The nearest weapons were each other's blades. When Avid had tried to lift Carlos' holy sword, the light had burned half of his hand. Meanwhile, Carlos had picked up his demonic blade, only to yelp and toss it between his hands to avoid being burned. They had both been scorched, but Avid hadn't been able to lift Carlos' sword, while Carlos had somehow managed to keep hold of Firthos, despite his complaints about the heat. Avid had been thoroughly displeased, feeling as though he had lost in some way. During their second duel, he had thrown his sword at Carlos just to see if he could wield it. This time, he had thrown it, scabbard and all. Carlos, his hands still wrapped in bandages, had nonchalantly pulled the sword from its sheath. "It's really hot." "Avid, are you trying to burn my hands so I can't fight?" The Holy Knight had been utterly baffled. Despite the heat, Carlos had continued to switch the sword between his hands, even touching his ear again as if hoping it would cool down. Avid had declined to invite him to another duel after that, tossing Carlos a bag of healing powder for the burns before retreating to the demon realm to sulk for 3 months. No one in the demon realm knew about this embarrassing incident. Avid had quietly borne the shame himself. Thinking back, it made sense. Carlos could do anything. Carlos. Only Carlos could draw his sword. Only he would say something like that. The little incubus was named Carlos. Yes, his tone, his habits, they all resembled Carlos. But he was a lowly incubus, with horns, a tail, and the markings on his stomach. Even his estrous cycle was real. And yet, Furthos had accepted him. An incubus. Avid's pupils contracted in shock. The little incubus was Carlos. Carlos had become an incubus. What? Avid's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. An incubus and Carlos, two concepts that should never coexist. To put it plainly, if Carlos had even a speck of impurity in his mind, then there wouldn't be a single pure soul left on the continent. But this little incubus, he knew all too well just a few hours ago. This incubus had seriously claimed that his body was reacting strangely due to the combined magic of Avid and the Red Dragon. How could someone like that be Carlos? Avid stood frozen for a few seconds, but by then, Carlos was already far away. A sudden, unprecedented confusion welled up inside him, like he'd just downed 10 bottles of the strongest liquor from the demon realm, leaving his chest full of unnameable emotions. His black wings unfurled, the dark magic lines on his body writhing and expanding. His golden red eyes narrowed, pupils slitting like a beast's, and the scent of blood filled the air. In that moment, Avid looked like he was on the verge of losing all reason, about to descend into madness and become a mindless demon. "Are you okay?" young Carlos asked cautiously. The innocent voice snapped Avid back to reality. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. "Do you know who he is?" Young Carlos blinked, feigning innocence as he pointed at Carlos' retreating figure. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled without a trace of guilt, his lack of morality unlike the real Carlos. "Of course I know. Carlos Tarek. Same name as me. Didn't you know?" Young Carlos sighed softly. "How sad. I thought you were familiar with him." Avid's last shred of rationality shattered. Yes. He hadn't recognized him. He had spent 3 days with Carlos, had picked him up, had been with him, and yet he hadn't realized the truth. Every instinct had told him something was off, and yet, he had even grabbed Carlos, mocked him for being just an incubus, and deliberately provoked his incubus nature. Avid's magic abruptly retracted. Out of all the thoughts swirling in his head, only one remained. He had to get Carlos back, capture him, interrogate him, lock him away in a place where he could never escape, and make him reveal every last secret. With that, he plunged into the vortex of magic. In truth, the use of magic and holy power wasn't all that different. Carlos never considered himself a genius, but the fact that he could master the flow of demonic magic within a day seemed beyond mere talent. It was as if power itself suited him, as though if he willed it, the world should bow at his feet. He inhaled deeply, turned, and gripped the heavy sword with both hands, cleaving a twisted, deer-like monster in half. The foul stench of blood splattered around him, but the moment the monster died, its remains disintegrated into scattered particles of magic. Left unchecked, this corrupted magic would linger, slowly polluting the environment and potentially spawning new monsters. But right now, no one had the means to purify it. They could only kill them over and over again. Carlos was adept with a sword, but the holy sword he was used to was much lighter and longer than this demonic blade. So, he started to imitate Avid's movements, adapting his style to better suit the weight of the sword. Slash, charge, spin with the blade's momentum to deliver a final thrust. The demonic sword drank in the blood of the monsters, its own magic stirring to life, purple-red flames licking at the edges of the blade as Carlos carved intricate arcs in the air. This was one of Carlos' own habits, learned from the Light Temple, a style that balanced offense and defense, one that emphasized both aesthetics and power. If the swordmasters of the temple saw him mixing their sacred techniques with demonic arts, they'd probably cough up blood and tie him to a cross for 3 days and nights. Who cares? The spirit had once said it best, "The people in the light temple will never know." As the wind whipped around him, Carlos felt a long-lost sense of strength, a release of tension. His brows relaxed, his hair fluttering in the wind. Unable to see clearly, he shifted his focus to his other senses, relying on sound and touch to feel the flow of the air around him. He liked fighting. After all, it was the only time he didn't have to think, didn't have to worry about anything. That's why he had always accepted Avid's challenges, sneaking off to remote places where no one would be affected, just to enjoy a good fight without caring about victory or consequences. But those opportunities were rare. As the commander of the Holy Knights, Carlos couldn't indulge in such selfish desires. If he lost, or if he was seriously injured, it would lower the morale of the entire human army. No one had ever said it to him, but Carlos knew the entire Knight Order relied on him. The whole human kingdom relied on him. He had to meet their expectations. Blood splattered across Carlos' face, staining the once clean little incubus. His vision blurred, but his eyes remained clearer than ever. A knight is someone who stands before everyone else, protecting them. The monsters came, one after another, and Carlos didn't know how long he'd been fighting. Along the way, he heard the red dragons roar and Avid's voice. But soon enough, they all dove back into battle without exchanging words, as if they shared an unspoken understanding they'd talk when everything was over. Maybe it would be in a cozy little cabin. Maybe it would be on a battlefield with swords drawn. Finally, Carlos' magic ran out. The battle was nearly over. At his feet lay countless monsters. Furthos, the demonic sword, had lived up to its reputation. Now that it no longer burned him, it felt as natural to wield as his holy sword. But unlike the holy blade, Carlos could feel the demonic sword weaving invisible threads, leeching his magic with every swing. If he used it for too long, it might devour his mind. Carlos drove the sword into the ground, the broad blade cutting through the earth as easily as if it were soft butter. He released the hilt and slowly sank to his knees. Exhausted, he shouldn't have pushed himself so hard. Avid and Red could have handled this without him, but Carlos was used to it. He was used to stepping up when others couldn't, used to solving problems when no one else could. That's just the way he was. Cough, cough. Maybe it was because the ring had transferred its control to him, but the brief boost of power granted by the secret realm was fading fast. His body was freezing, the cold poison surging back with double the force, and for a moment, he thought he might actually die here. The monsters were nearly gone, but the magic storm born from the residual energy showed no signs of stopping, and it was closing in on him. The secret realm was about to collapse. The ring pulsed with a warning, conveying that this storm wasn't caused by external forces. It was a byproduct of the realm being forcibly withdrawn into subspace, causing a violent magnetic disruption. If he didn't escape in time, both his body and soul could be crushed by the collapsing space. At least the protected village wouldn't be affected. Most of the contents of the secret realm would remain intact. In his last moments of strength, Carlos fumbled around, finding something to tie to the demonic sword. He didn't care what happened to him, but a warrior's sword was a deeply personal item, and since this blade wasn't his, he needed to make sure it was returned properly. He tied the sword to the roots of an old tree and drove it deep into the ground. "Sorry. I know a sword as good as you deserves better treatment than this." With that, Carlos was completely drained. He let go of the sword and made no attempt to brace himself against the coming storm. He didn't struggle, didn't grip the blade to hold himself steady and avoid being swept away. The sky went dark, or maybe his vision was just failing. Soon, his hearing dulled, his sense of touch faded, and he could no longer feel the biting cold. He was probably on the verge of losing consciousness. Oddly enough, his mind was blank. "Are you really trying to die?" The spirit seemed to shout in frustration. "Carlos, where's your will to fight?" "I don't know." Carlos truly didn't know where his drive had gone. He had lived out his days, and now, he was ready for eternal rest. "Carlos, don't die, Carlos. Do you not know how to ask for help?" But then he heard other voices, not just one familiar voices. His quieted heart stirred once more. Carlos had always responded to others' expectations. If he could do something and chose not to, that would be wrong. Now, people were telling him not to die. So, how could he lie down and sleep here alone? Reach out and grab my hand. Carlos opened his eyes in a daze, but his vision was still gone. The wind howled, slicing across his face like knives. If he opened his mouth, it would fill with wind, and he wouldn't even be able to cough. Something sharp slashed across his face, and when he reached up, he felt something soft in his hand, maybe a feather blown his way. Was it Avid? Was Avid telling him to reach out? Well, that was fine. He still had a bag of coins to collect. After this, he'd ask for his payment and then leave. Carlos' thoughts were jumbled. Reach out. Right. He should reach out. Carlos, kneeling on the ground, blindly stretched both arms toward the sky. The storm was at its peak now, the space around him shattering into fragments. The secret realm was being completely compressed. In this violent upheaval of energy, everything would disappear: sound, touch. A person's very existence was too small to survive such chaos. When someone begs the heavens for mercy, they rarely receive an answer. But someone caught him. At least he hadn't let anyone down. That was his last thought before unconsciousness claimed him. The secret realm had vanished from reality. Now, there was only the Forsaken Land, an endless scarlet desert stretching beneath a crimson moon. High above, the red dragon's wings beat gently as he held the unconscious incubus in his arms. The incubus' legs were draped over one of his arms, thin and limp, while one small hand rested on his stomach, even in unconsciousness betraying his discomfort. Red thought the person in his grasp weighed almost nothing, as if they were light as a feather. In the storm, he had seen this person reach out, and something inside him had pulled, compelling him to catch them. Now, he had to decide what to do next. This seemed to be the demon who had been with Avid. Was Avid planning to capture him at the last moment? The red dragon's tail swayed lazily through the air. If Avid wanted him, then Red certainly couldn't return him. Besides, this little incubus seemed to know Carlos. Red made up his mind. He would take the incubus for himself. Carlos actually woke up for a brief moment. Dazed and groggy, he opened his eyes to find himself no longer on the ground. The red moon was so clear, and the layers of clouds seemed almost within reach. He had the fleeting desire to stretch out his hand, to try and grab the unattainable clouds, to feel the wind he couldn't see. But he was too tired, so those thoughts only lingered in his mind for a moment before fading away. His vision was failing, and soon the blinding light of the red moon vanished entirely. Carlos felt cold. His thigh rubbed against the rough scales of Red's arm, a discomfort bordering on pain. He couldn't move. Not that it would matter, falling from such a height would undoubtedly shatter him into pieces. More than that, his body was utterly drained. The most he could manage was a slight twitch of his leg, which only led to more painful friction with the dragon's scales, as if his skin were about to split open. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. Why was he being carried by Red? Had Avid not managed to catch him? Did Avid escape the magic storm? Had he recovered his demonic sword? Carlos thought about it for a moment. He felt a little sad. The reward he had hoped for was likely out of reach now. Before he could dwell on it much longer, sleep beckoned again. The red dragon didn't seem particularly aware of the wind whipping around them. Carlos had been poisoned by the cold, and the high altitude only made things worse. The freezing air was thin, making each breath a laborious effort, as if he were on the brink of death with every inhale. All he could do was shift closer to the dragon's body. At least there, he could find a little warmth. What was a dragon's lair really like? The continent was rife with tales of brave heroes battling evil dragons, in part due to the dragon species' notorious habit of hoarding. Dragons had an insatiable desire for anything shiny, and, lacking a moral compass, they were more than willing to destroy, kill, or plunder to obtain what they desired. Their lairs were typically enormous, with the largest spaces reserved for treasure hoards. Dragons favored good ventilation and light. After all, what was the point of treasure if it didn't gleam in the sunlight? If a female dragon were preparing to lay eggs, she would scour the world for the softest materials, creating an elaborate nest in her lair. Having lived for 1,000 years, Red's lair was the epitome of what one would expect from a dragon's den. countless treasures piled up inside, the hoard so vast that he had to divide it into 4 separate heaps. In the center, the largest and most conspicuous mound was carelessly littered with the least valuable items. Huge, uncut gemstones, coins from various eras, strings of pearls, magical scrolls, and countless other precious objects lay strewn across the floor. In the outside world, each of these items would be worth a fortune, some even priceless. But in Red's lair, they served only as the foundation for his nest, haphazardly layered beneath the more valuable treasures. Carlos was unceremoniously dropped into this pile. His limbs cold as ice, he didn't even wake up when he hit the ground. It wasn't until the dazzling light from the gold coins finally roused him, nearly blinding him, that he stirred awake, blinking at the glow of wealth surrounding him. The ground beneath him was hard, a mix of sharp edges and uncomfortable lumps, far worse than the dragon's rough but warm scales. Sleeping in such a place felt like pure torture. He struggled to sit up in the pile of coins and gems, attempting to crawl his way out, but failed. A thick dragon tail wrapped around his waist, pulling him back into place. Awake? Red lay lazily on his treasure pile, gazing down at Carlos with sleepy, half-lidded eyes. Red waved a hand, noticing that Carlos' eyes didn't follow his movement. That's when he realized something serious was amiss. "You've gone blind?" Carlos was too embarrassed to admit it was the treasure that had blinded him. Kneeling awkwardly among the gold, Carlos felt the hard surface beneath his knees, his limbs aching from exhaustion. Half asleep, his self-control had greatly diminished. A rare display of emotion flickered across his usually composed demeanor. He seemed a little upset, even faintly aggrieved. "I'm just too tired." His voice was thick with sleep, raspy and heavy with drowsiness, making it almost impossible not to find him endearing. Any creature, when sufficiently weakened, becomes somehow more vulnerable, even adorable in their anger. At that moment, Red found this incubus quite amusing. With magnanimous grace, he decided to allow Carlos to sleep in his lair. But the little incubus curled his lip, sitting upright in front of him. He raised one knee, clearly having bruised it on the hard jewels and coins. The skin there was already red and irritated. His thigh, pale and delicate, bore fresh welts from where it had been scraped against red scales. "Thank you for your generosity," Carlos said in a dreamlike tone, "but I'm not sure I can enjoy it." He was clearly on the verge of passing out from sheer exhaustion. Red slowly got up from his pile of treasure. There were, after all, silks buried somewhere in his hoard. With so much stuff lying around, they were difficult to find. Red's gaze lingered on Carlos' legs for a few seconds. The incubus was now wearing only an oversized shirt that barely covered his thighs. Everything else had been torn apart in the storm. Carlos probably didn't realize that, by sitting with his legs spread like that, he was striking an unintentionally suggestive pose. Or perhaps he was unaware that his visionless gaze couldn't capture how his pale thighs pressed together, creating soft, plush curves. A delicate, thin tail flicked into view, a small metal ring glinting at its base, the Nibelung ring. No one knew when the ring had been placed there, but the thin band fit snugly around the root of his tail, seemingly impossible to remove without cutting off the tail itself. It was anyone's guess if the ring was too tight or not. And somehow, in the chaos of the treasure pile, a string of pearls had become tangled around Carlos' legs, caught between his thighs. It was a rare black pearl necklace, each pearl smooth and perfectly round, about the size of a thumb circle. In terms of quality, these pearls could easily serve as the centerpiece of any high-end piece of jewelry, making it almost wasteful to string them together in this way. Yet they had been carelessly discarded in the lair, forgotten among the countless other treasures. If the pearls hadn't gotten caught on Carlos' leg, Red likely would have never remembered he even owned them. The pearls pressed cool and hard against Carlos' skin, an unmistakable sensation. Blinded, Carlos reached down to feel around. His hands were delicate, with soft, unmarked skin and slender fingers. Compared to Red's massive, powerful hands, Carlos seemed almost childlike. Red couldn't understand how such hands had been able to wield the heavy sword earlier. He could easily encase both of Carlos' hands within his own, holding them entirely in his palm. Carlos' pale fingers brushed against the smooth pearls, grabbing one. He wanted to pull whatever was bothering him out from between his legs, but he didn't realize the entire necklace was looped around him. So, as he tugged on it, the pearls only slid deeper between his thighs, pushing through the soft flesh and then sliding out again, one after another, seemingly without end. The pearls aggravated the welts on his legs, stinging with sharp pain. Carlos was confused, unable to figure out why it hurt so much. Red watched, amused by the scene, yet also feeling an odd sense of fragility from the incubus. There was something vulnerable about him, something that made Red want to push him just a little further. He stood, crouching down in front of Carlos, grasping the other end of the pearl necklace and yanking it sharply. The necklace whipped through Carlos' legs with sudden force, until the tension on the string snapped it entirely. The large, black pearls tumbled down the treasure pile, rolling away with soft clinks and clatters. Only a few pearls remained nearby. One of them landed directly on Carlos' flat, pale stomach, resting in the center of his incubus markings. With a flick of his magic, Red summoned a few pieces of luxurious silk and fine pelts from the depths of his treasure hoard, arranging them in a small, cushioned space. Then, he placed Carlos on top of them. For the first time, Red thought to himself that maybe an incubus could make a fine addition to his collection. Sigh. Carlos was too tired to care. He didn't even realize that his actions and Red's were in any way suggestive. To him, it simply seemed like Red was helping remove an uncomfortable necklace that was preventing him from resting. Sure, it had stung a little, but Red had provided him with a bed, hadn't he? Carlos nestled into the soft silks, breathing in the faint scent of the dragon's lair. It was warm and comfortable here, the only problem being his allergic reaction to Red's magic. Even in such a short time, his skin had started to itch. Carlos buried himself deeper into the silk, trying to fall asleep to escape the discomfort of his allergic reaction. It was only a magic allergy. He would get used to it. What Carlos didn't realize was that his incubus nature was beginning to surface like never before. In the secret realm, Avid had triggered a strong response in him, but at the time, Carlos had been filled with magic, able to suppress most of the symptoms. Now, though, his magic reserves were empty, leaving him weak and vulnerable. And he was surrounded by Red's overwhelming presence, his body practically soaked in the dragon's aura. The incubus markings on Carlos' body were glowing faintly, urging him to move closer to Red. Just a little closer. If you're cold, get closer. Hug him. Touch him as much as possible. Devour his magic. Incubi were, after all, creatures that fed on the magic of others. Carlos slept fitfully, his body warm beneath the silk, his skin slowly taking on a faint pink hue. The holy knight knew little about such things, and so even his dreams were empty, filled with nothing but soft clouds beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Red had also fallen asleep. His massive body coiled in the center of the treasure pile, his breathing slow and steady, filling the lair with the sound of wind rushing through a canyon, making Carlos seem even smaller in comparison. Sure. The young man with Carlos' face, a manifestation of the Nibelung ring's consciousness, gently embraced Carlos from behind. As the sentient spirit of the ring, he was far from a weak, ordinary entity. He had been born at the peak of power. If he didn't want to be seen, no one could see him. After all, he was hiding in the ring that Carlos wore. The very same ring that now clung tightly to the base of Carlos' tail, a ring he had placed there himself. It was now secured firmly, impossible to remove. Nibelung was quite pleased with where the ring was. He reached out, pressing lightly on the root of Carlos' tail, adjusting the ring to push it even tighter. Carlos frowned, his body instinctively curling forward to escape the pressure. Satisfied, Nibelung tightened his embrace around Carlos. So foolish, Carlos. None of them know how to take care of you. In his sleep, Carlos felt the warmth of the embrace. His body, unusually sensitive to touch in this state, reacted by curling up, troubled by the contact. It seemed more uncomfortable than even the tightness around his tail. A soft murmur escaped him. Nibelung brushed away the frown on Carlos' face, his breath warm against his neck. The boyish spirit smiled, a sly grin like that of a fox who had gotten away with mischief. Quiet now, Carlos. You wouldn't want the red dragon to notice, would you? Awake? Yeah. Carlos felt much better. The red dragon's lair was warm, and the fur was dry and comfortable. The succubus's body had a pretty good ability to heal itself. Although it was easily injured, the speed at which its wounds healed was far faster than that of humans. After a good sleep, the marks on his thigh had disappeared. There is still a subtle feeling of satisfaction on the body. It was like being hugged all night. This feeling lasted until he opened his eyes. Pitch black. Close your eyes. Pitch black. He is blind. It's temporary. The dead soul comforted Carlos. You will get through it. Okay. Carlos is best at endurance. He stretched out his hand, but could only touch cold metal. Carlos didn't know that he was lying in a pile of gold coins. The tens of thousands of precious treasures set him off, and he was not inferior at all, making him look like an elf born to be held in the clouds, and naturally a precious collection. It's a pity that he is now just a succubus of inferior bloodline. The dragon was sleeping soundly, and the sound of his breathing was much louder than the noise Carlos made. Carlos stroked the soft pad under his body and felt that he had no clothes on. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then a deep blush appeared on his face. Have I always been like this? It was rare for the Lord Knight to appear in such an unseemly and undignified state. Of course, the dead soul's voice sounded like it was twisting something into pieces, gnashing its teeth, and there was a strange sour smell coming out of it. You were sleeping soundly, lying in the red dragon's lair like this, and everything was seen. Carlos responded softly, exploding with shame. He sat in the soft fur, curled his toes, and pressed his feet hard, as if to throw away all the unspeakable shame, then blushed and grabbed something nearby, wrapping himself in the cloth as much as possible. It was at this time that Carlos discovered something. The tail is weird. The tail is not as free as before, and it feels very present. There seems to be something stuck at the root, restricting the movement there, and perhaps affecting the blood circulation. The whole tail is numb. Carlos reached out to grab his tail, first grabbed the tip of the tail, then pulled it back a little bit, and easily touched a protruding ring. Metal. It has been soaked in his body temperature and feels warm and smooth. There seem to be faint words carved on it, a very familiar feel and magic. The ring of the Nibelung. Carlos looked confused. He couldn't figure out how this thing got on his tail. At that time, he was thinking about destroying all the monsters, so he put the ring in his pocket and then put the ring and the magic sword together. Theoretically, it should have been picked up by Arvid, but he made a mark on the ring that only dragons would understand, so it was possible that Arvid took it. He had no recollection of putting the thing on his tail. However, since it was on him, he could take it off and return it to the red dragon. This would be considered a way of repaying the favor and paying off the debt from his previous life. Just do it when you think of it. Carlos grabbed the stuck ring and pulled it out hard. The tip of the tail was stretched straight. It didn't work. Even when the tailbone was tearing, the ring was still stuck on the tail, not moving an inch. Carlos thought it might be because his tail was too dry and needed a little lubrication. The tail of a succubus is very thin, almost just some thin bones. But this does not mean that there is no flesh on the tail. At least the base of the tail is as thick as a thumb, and it will dent when pinched, and it is soft and resilient. The surface is smooth to the touch, without scales, and has very light fine hairs, which increases friction. So the ring was stuck there, and the flesh around it was squeezed out. What can you do? Carlos asked the dead soul. The dead soul was sullen and unwilling to speak. He glanced at it and said that if Nibelungen did not agree, the ring might not be taken off. Find some lubrication. Carlos thought about it. The nest was dry, with no smell of water. The only liquids that were easily available were blood and saliva. Blood was naturally bad, and there was no need to cut open the flesh for the ring. Saliva seemed a bit unclean and would stain the treasure. The dead soul suddenly laughed, with a hint of sarcasm. What? Nothing. The dead souls are hard to tell because the Nibelungen would definitely not mind using saliva. They would just feel rewarded. You can try it, you can wash it if it gets dirty, but it's a big deal if you can't get it off. Yeah. Carlos hesitated for a moment, sat on the fur blanket, put his right hand close to his lips, stuck out his tongue, and licked it gently. His movements were very unfamiliar and timid. In the knight's cognition, licking something with the tongue like this was not decent. Even though he couldn't see it now, the dead souls could see it. No one will know, the dead soul said. I won't say anything. Carlos still found it strange. He licked his fingers awkwardly for a while, but because he was too slow, the area he licked was already dry after just one lick. If this continued, he might not be able to achieve the lubrication effect even if he licked for half an hour. After hesitating for a moment, Carlos put his palms together and stirred his tongue in his mouth, letting the saliva slide down. After completing this small action, he felt like he would never be able to face anyone again. I could only bend down, bury my face in the blanket, and lower my back as much as possible. My right hand trembled and touched the base of my tail, with my palm touching it. The palm of the hand touched the base of the tail, and liquid squeezed out through the fingers, making a slight gurgling sound. The small sound was particularly obvious in the empty environment, and when it fell into Carlos' ears, it directly made the inexperienced succubus tremble. He took a deep breath and just wanted to take the ring off. It turned out that maybe it was because the ring was stuck too tightly or too slippery. He tried twice but failed. He could feel a strong gaze on the base of his tail, which made him shiver. The tip of his tail swung uncomfortably and entangled his arm, as if complaining about Carlos's violent treatment of his tail. Don't look, he said to the dead soul. I'm just helping you see if there's a solution. The dead soul's voice sounded innocent, and it seemed a little deeper than before. If it weren't for the fact that he had no physical body, Carlos would have almost had the illusion that someone's breath was brushing against his tail. Well, I'll teach you. What? Don't support yourself with your left hand. Let your shoulders and face completely stick to the blanket. Spread your thighs a little. Keep your calves flat, relax, and lower your waist a little. This will make your force point more comfortable. Then put both hands together on the tail, grab the ring, and rub it hard. Carlos felt that what the dead soul said seemed to make sense. This posture does sound more suitable for exerting force, and two hands are always stronger than one hand. He did as he was told, and the dead soul helped him adjust his posture, pressing his waist down further. Finally, Carlos lay on the blanket, grasped the base of the tail with both hands, and pulled it out. He indeed used more force than before, but the ring did not move at all. Instead, his tail was in so much pain that a large area of skin at the base of the tail was torn and turned red, spreading all the way to the sunken waist. Carlos trembled. Getting hurt in delicate parts, especially when you hurt yourself, is always extremely difficult to bear and will make you more vulnerable than usual. Besides, he has really tried very hard. Take a break. The dead soul paused for a moment, and it seemed like he was swallowing. He spoke in a hurry, as if he was whispering into Carlos' ear. Or, just give up. Carlos shook his head blankly. And I don't know how to continue. He couldn't do anything with the ring. Maybe the lubricating effect of saliva was not good enough. Maybe he should find some soap nuts, make a soft and dense foam, and apply it all over the tail. Or he could find some oil and spread it evenly, which would also have the same effect. One last try. Carlos was particularly cruel to himself. When he was poisoned and unconscious, he could just cut his arm, then grit his teeth to bandage the wound tightly, using the pain to stay awake. So he used a lot of force this time and almost broke his tail. Why? The dead soul couldn't bear it anymore. But Carlos failed to use his full strength. The ring seemed dissatisfied with his tossing and turning. It loosened suddenly, and then tightened even harder. The small copper ring began to heat up and even emitted a concentrated magical power, which pierced Carlos' tail like an electric current. Carlos was caught off guard, unable to see a thing, and was shocked at his most vulnerable part. He couldn't help but scream. His expression was blank. He had no idea why this happened. The electric current spread from the base of his tail, tingling all the way to his lower back, and his entire spine and even the back of his head were numb before it even touched him. It was a pain that was pierced through. Nibelungen thinks you have soiled it. The dead soul said at the right time. You should find a chance to solve this problem next time. Don't do it yourself. Is that so? Carlos couldn't see, so he could only open his eyes as wide as possible in vain, saying sorry to the ring of the Nibelung and the tail. I'm sorry. Well, the dead soul sighed. Has anyone ever asked you to do this before? What request? Carlos gave up completely and lay down in the pile of gold coins. The dead soul also gave up and felt sorry for the slow night. Why didn't he realize that Carlos was so easy to deceive before? Could it be that the light power all over his body deceived people? But Carlos would not reject others and would always respond to others' expectations. He knew this a long time ago. So, I wasn't bold enough before. After chatting for a while, there was a rumbling sound in the nest. The huge red dragon woke up. It spread its wings, stretched out its claws, swung its tail, yawned loudly, and exhaled dragon breath from its nose. Carlos covered his ears. After a while, the red dragon changed back to its half-dragon form and landed in front of Carlos. Are you awake? Yes. Carlos stood up subconsciously, holding the cloth that could cover himself. Thank you very much for your help, Mr. Red. Without you, I might have died in the storm. Red waved his hand. What's wrong with your eyes? I've seen them. There's some extremely powerful curses. How did you get into trouble? It was time to lie again. Carlos said slowly, It's the price of black magic. Reed raised his eyebrows. He could see that the succubus had a good foundation. When he had magic power, he was quite skilled in using it. His swordsmanship was also good. However, his body was empty, like a broken glass cup. Even if there was magic power, it would leak out quickly. Moreover, the curse on him was extremely powerful, and even he had no way to solve it. Since it was black magic, it all made sense. Black magic is something that cannot be touched. The cost is heavy and far-reaching. It is very likely that this succubus has used some extremely exaggerated black magic. However, there is no need to think about it further. The red dragon does not care about the past of a little succubus. He actually hadn't decided where to put the succubus. His lair was big and could hold a lot of things, so he could certainly stuff a succubus in there. Maybe it would be the only treasure that could move around, and it could help with some things. In fact, without his instructions, Carlos had already taken the initiative to ask if there was anything he could do to help. The red dragon thought for a moment and said, Let's count the things here. Carlos. He froze. This was a mountain of wealth, and now he couldn't see it. If he groped his way through it one by one, he might not be able to count all the gold coins in his next life. Cleaning up. This seems to be barely helpful. Carlos took the initiative to work. He may be a bit restless. Although he planned to go on vacation after his rebirth, Carlos would feel guilty when he thought about the favors he owed to others, and he would not feel comfortable until he paid them off. He stood up and wrapped the cloth around his body, pinning it up. He wrapped the lower body like a bath towel, and the upper body was similar, just wrapped a few more times, around the shoulders, and then down through the armpits. After putting it on, it actually looked a bit like the simple and elegant robes of people in ancient times. It's a pity that the tail is stuck in there and can't get out. The tail moved restlessly, which alerted Carlos. He raised his hand and pressed it on the knot he had just tied. He found the position of the red dragon by hearing and turned his back to him. The cloth was untied bit by bit. It was a piece of silky, light and expensive satin. The patterns on it were embroidered with gold and silver threads, simple yet luxurious. They slid smoothly from Carlos' shoulders and hung down to his arms, exposing his smooth back. From top to bottom, there are beautiful shoulder blades, a slender waist and slightly sunken dimples, as well as the raised curve of the tail. It was covered by cloth underneath, but you can still vaguely see the pink color he made, and the base of his tail still feels a little numb and painful. The ring of the Nibelung. Carlos shook his tail. I wanted to give it to you, but I don't know why it got stuck on my tail and I can't get it off myself. Mr. Red. He couldn't see Red's exact location, so he could only guess by feeling and put the little peach heart on the tip of his tail into his hand. Carlos spoke very seriously, nervous and uneasy, and bothering others made him uneasy. Can you help me? The dead soul suddenly jumped up. In a place where no one could see, Black Mist's body was blazing, almost rushing to the ceiling. Carlos, I asked you to solve the problem of this ring later, not to ask Red Dragon for help. Besides, This is not the way to ask someone for help. Carlos was confused. What's wrong? The red dragon's gaze naturally moved downward. He had not had much contact with the succubus race, but he had to admit that succubus were a kind of creature that could cause some trouble to people. The tip of the tail in his hand was soft, and he threw it casually. Help you? Carlos lowered his head. His purple-gray hair scattered on the side of his neck, revealing a white and delicate landscape on the back of his neck, like a lamb with its head lowered. The gods seemed to like to compare believers to lambs. Although succubi were not born in the sect of the god of light, the red dragon felt that the little succubus was very docile at the moment. It is not the humble flattery that comes from blood, but the natural gentleness and obedience. Reminds him of someone. The red dragon shook his head. Carlos just wanted to return the ring. Such a valuable thing should not be kept by him. He could feel the red dragon approaching and suddenly remembered something. Mr. Red, the ring may be a little dirty from me. He hadn't even finished. The base of the tail is grasped. The sharp dragon claws hit the ring, and the metal ring that fit the tail flesh perfectly did not make a clear and ethereal sound, but a muffled sound. Each vibration was transmitted along the bones to the tail root. The dangerous and sharp claws moved up a little more and pressed Carlos' spine lightly. Slide down along the center line. Me? The red dragon smiled lightly. Do you want me to cut off your tail? Carlos was a little nervous at the moment, not expecting such a bad ending. Can't you take it off? The ring of the Nibelung chose you. Either it is destroyed, or you are destroyed. Which one is easier? The red dragon pinched the succubus's tail and easily lifted the slender tail. His fingertips rubbed the bottom of the tail. You know, the ring of the Nibelung belongs to our dragon clan. Carlos's hair stood on end, and a strange feeling swept over him. So, if you don't want your tail cut off, just stay here. The red dragon yawned. It doesn't matter if I take it off after you die. Carlos was silent. The dragon race has a long lifespan, so it is easy for the world to change completely after a night's sleep. Red didn't seem to want to help him, or was too lazy. He was determined not to stay in this place forever, although the nest was dry and warm, with sunshine and wind, which was his favorite living environment. But he was allergic to magic now, and didn't want to stay with the red dragon for a long time. It's going to get weird. He frowned, thinking about what to do next. There was a warm feeling on his face, and Carlos looked up. Is this sunlight? Yes. We have left the demon world. This was a surprise, as Carlos had originally wanted to return to the human world. Although he was a succubus, as long as he found a deep mountain forest and built a small wooden house there, who would find him? He could grow some vegetables, raise some cattle and sheep, and go find some wild goods when the weather was good. Succubi needed to consume magic, so he could save on food, sell the wild goods every half a month, and buy some pure magic crystals. He wants an ordinary, peaceful life. The sun shines on my face, bringing a strange warmth. Carlos was almost stunned. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the sunshine in such a healthy way. He had no time when he was alive, and he had no mood after he fell ill. After he died, he woke up in the devil's world. There is no sun in the demon world, only the red moon hanging high in the sky. It's already dawn. Red himself also likes to bask in the sun. The nest is bright and ventilated, and it is protected from rain by magic barriers. Carlos was still stunned. Severe myopia and complete blindness are two different things. It was already light outside, but his sky was still dark. It was still unknown when he would be able to see the light again. The red dragon was very dissatisfied with this dazed succubus. He pushed aside the cloth with his scaly claws and grasped his waist. Can you locate me by sound? Yes. The huge dragon wings spread out, and Carlos was caught off guard and held by the waist and flew up, then dived down fiercely, and the whole person fell into a state of weightlessness. His muscles tensed, and his tail couldn't help but wrap around the red dragon's arm, and his heartbeat accelerated. He fell on the ground covered with hay. Let me show you around here. You will be responsible for cleaning the nest from now on. The red dragon looked at the place where Carlos had been lying, in the high pile of gold coins. You can rest here. Carlos recovered and responded. When the time is right, he will make his request to the red dragon and leave here. This place doesn't seem to be on Dragon Island? Carlos asked. He could feel that the climate here was very comfortable, while Dragon Island was hot all year round, and there were volcanoes erupting at any time, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Have you been to Dragon Island? I went there once. It's boring over there, so I moved here. The red dragon didn't say how much effort it took to move the nest here, and how many powerful humans it resisted. The red dragon's lair is very large, which is just right for a dragon, but for Carlos, it is equivalent to the entire training ground in front of the Temple of Light. It's really big. He used to run around the temple, and it would take him an hour to complete one lap. He was physically strong then, but with his current body, it would probably take him half a day to walk. If a brave man came to fight the dragon, he would probably get lost as soon as he entered. Even if you go deep into the depths, you still have to face the temptation of a mountain of gold. I don't like the heroes nowadays, the red dragon said. They come in without saying hello to me, saying they want to challenge me, but every time they either give up when they see me, or they can't walk when they see the gold coins. There are a few who clearly come here just to take these treasures for themselves. The most interesting one is that in order to get these treasures, he even used black magic, and the dignified hero fell into a monster on the spot. Red snorted. When will there be someone like Carlos? After he expressed his regret, he was about to say, there will never be another person like that in this world. That may not be the case. Carlos followed behind him and gently retorted, there will always be better people in the world. Carlos is also an ordinary human being. The red dragon glanced at the succubus. Don't bother with someone who doesn't realize how good Carlos is. There are 3 more small spaces behind the largest room in the lair. The first room was filled with countless scrolls and secret treasures. These were the truly valuable things. Although there were few of them, each one was worth a fortune. There were also a large number of lost mysterious scrolls, all of which were carelessly thrown aside. Carlos felt very sad when he heard this. If these things appeared outside, he couldn't imagine how much help they would bring to human magic research. But these were the red dragon's personal collections, and he had no way of asking for selfless sharing. The things in the second room seemed ordinary. At least Carlos didn't feel anything special, just ordinary things. There seemed to be books and other strange things. It might be Red Dragon's own favorite collection. Be careful when you clean up the things here, Red Dragon reminded him. Wait until your curse recovers before going in. If you break something, you will be held responsible. These are all out-of-print items. Carlos agreed. There is another room that is empty except for some blue gems. At first glance, it looks like a blue sea of stars. The red dragon doesn't care about the variety of gems, only the quality and color. If Carlos could see, he would find that the colors of these stones are very similar to his eyes in his previous life. A blue that is extremely clear and can be seen all the way to the bottom. The red dragon did not let him enter this room. Carlos turned his head slightly, very quiet, as if waiting for the red dragon to speak. After all, he was completely blind now. But the red dragon said nothing. Red just stared deeply into the jeweled lake. It is beautiful, but it is a dead object. After all, the room is empty and lacks the most important thing. Carlos usually wouldn't let the atmosphere become dull. He gently raised a soft smile and looked in the direction of the red dragon. This room seems smaller than the others. Yes. I heard an echo. Is it an empty room? Yes. Even though the floor was covered with precious blue gems, the red dragon still didn't hesitate when he said, It's empty. I haven't moved anything in yet. What are you going to put here? Carlos could feel the red dragon's care for this place. Although the room was small, it was the center of the entire nest. The wind was soft, dry, and comfortable, with the fresh scent of dewgrass and a hint of dried lily and iris. It must be something very important, Carlos thought. He probably shouldn't ask, because asking such things often involves the other person's privacy, which can be a bit offensive. Red Dragon didn't think about that. He just let his thoughts wander for a while. Then he laughed out loud and cheerfully. I plan to put a crystal coffin. Huh. Carlos didn't understand. You know? Red Dragon was very happy. He had that kind of picture in his mind. Carlos is lying in a crystal coffin. It's a very beautiful object. I plan to grab it in a few days and put it here. He likes to bask in the sun. The sun and wind here are just right. He will like it here. The red dragon's tail swayed, and the air became hotter. so that Carlos had nowhere to stand. He couldn't speak, and his eyes and ears stopped working. But the red dragon continued to announce his great plan and spread his wings. In a week, it will be the anniversary of his death, and it will be very lively. It's been 10 years. Those people should have seen enough. How could Carlos lie in a place like that? Little Succubus. Carlos, whose soul was checking in heaven, was suddenly called, well, as a servant of the dragon clan. I will go to grab the coffin in 2 days, and you stay outside to watch the teleportation array and provide support. Carlos. Me? You. Me. Grab the coffin? Carlos' silence was deafening. It was outrageous that the coffin was being robbed by others, and it was a bit too much for him to rob it himself. Carlos followed the red dragon back to the largest room in a daze. When he was resting, he was thinking about why his coffin had not been buried for 10 years. Of course, if the red dragon wanted to dig out his body, he would have no way to do it. I just don't understand what's good about that handful of bones and yellow earth. Everyone does this. The dead soul said something that people couldn't understand. Your body was placed in the crystal coffin because everyone agreed. The best priest was invited to cast a spell to prevent your body from decaying over time. Carlos, I think I'm rotten enough before I die. How could that be? The dead soul disagreed with Carlos. So, have you seen me? When I was alive and after I died. You are very famous, the dead soul said without a single mistake. I have been wandering in the world for so many years. I will definitely go and take a look. Carlos thought it made sense, but he still felt something was wrong. The dead soul seemed to know more about him than just a glance. Carlos was not that slow. He calmed down and thought about the voice he heard in the storm. The dead soul seemed to know his past behavior. He shook his head secretly. No matter what, the dead soul helped him a lot and gave him a new life. He didn't need to think too much. He just needed to know that the other party had no bad intentions towards him. Rested for 2 days, Carlos' eyesight returned to a state of severe myopia. He stayed in the sun every day to bask in the sun, and the 2 small corners of his forehead began to feel hot. Instead of resting, he chose to fulfill his duty and began to help the red dragon clean up its nest. Red was not a pure homebody. He seemed to be preparing for the robbery. He went out early and came back late every day in the past 2 days. He did not intend to carry out a rough robbery, but tried to plan a grand plan to bring Carlos' crystal coffin to his home in a magnificent way. He even decided to prepare a small teleportation array, which was expensive and luxurious, just for this use. It seemed that it was not a crystal coffin containing a corpse, but a life-size figure placed in a high-end transparent box, limited to only one in the entire continent. Carlos's hair stood on end. He tried to persuade Red Dragon to give up this idea indirectly, but he failed every time. He could only watch the other party busying around, immersed in a wonderful happiness. Carlos remembered that the Red Dragon said he was a bad guy. He never speculated on other people's opinions, and just believed what they said. So he couldn't understand why the Red Dragon wanted to take back something he didn't like. Was it for the coffin that was said to keep things fresh forever? Carlos didn't understand, but he barely showed any respect without whipping the corpse. He held a magic lantern given to him by the Red Dragon, which contained some cleaning magic that could be used multiple times. The style was simple, and the slender curves formed the outer shell of the lantern. Inside was a ball of everlasting orange light, warm and cozy. It looked like it was a palace tool from at least 200 years ago. Now Carlos holds it in his hand, walking through every corner and cleaning the dust in those corners. There are actually not many bugs in the Red Dragon's lair. Most creatures are afraid of the dragon's might and avoid it spontaneously. It is possible that when the lair was built, dragon breath was used to mine the mountain wall. So there are traces of being melted by fire in the cave until now, and it is kept dry at all times. A lot of clean dewgrass is placed in the center. Inevitably, these things will become moldy and deteriorate. Generally speaking, the Red Dragon will burn all of them and replace them with a new batch. But now that Carlos is taking care of it, he will pick out the problematic areas very carefully, and after using magic, he will replace some new bedding. Although the Red Dragon did not allow him to leave the cave, Carlos' personal freedom was not actually restricted. He did not run away when the Red Dragon was out, simply because he felt that he should keep his promise. In addition, the Nibelung ring on his tail was not removed. Soon, Carlos cleaned up the middle area in the first small room. He came to the second room, the one he had not been able to see the details of the last time he came because of his eyesight problems. The lighting is not very good. It seems that in order to protect the collection in the second room, the Red Dragon has added some magic. Some props cannot be exposed to light. So Carlos put the magic lantern aside and walked in carefully. This is also the only room with shelves, just like a human library. Everything is well maintained. It can be seen that the Red Dragon attaches great importance to these things. After all, the room full of magic scrolls, all of them are thrown around. This place has been stored. But before Carlos could see clearly, he was tapped on the shoulder. Carlos. It was too sudden, and Carlos's fighting instinct was aroused. Before he turned around, his muscles had subconsciously exerted force, and he elbowed the opponent. Ugh! The boy was caught off guard and cried out in pain. He lowered his head, his blonde hair covering his eyes and revealing a pair of pitiful blue eyes. It hurts. It's me, Carlos. Carlos finally realized. It was little Carlos. How could the phantom he saw in the Nibelung suddenly appear here? You. As if knowing what Carlos was thinking, Nibelungen took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Nibelungen's spirit. You can just call me Nibelungen. Although we look very similar and I was born because of your power, you can think of me as another person. He curved his eyes slightly. Even so, when Carlos looked at him, he still felt that this was himself as a child. It was hard not to feel a little pity for him. Why? Are you here? I'm a spirit, so I must be relatively free. Nibelungen said softly, very pitifully, but I can't come out all the time. I don't want to be discovered by others. You see, Red Dragon is not at home today, so I came to find you. Carlos. I see. Although weapon spirits often represent the pinnacle of magic props, and can make already extremely powerful props even more powerful, there may be situations where the previous props are no longer convenient to use. If the relationship between the props and their masters is not good enough, some weapon spirits may even turn against them, and some masters may even erase the weapon spirits. Carlos thought that this was probably what Nibelungen was worried about. Nibelungen naturally knew what Carlos was thinking. It could be said that he was born from the other's power and had guarded a small piece of his soul for 10 years. He already knew this man very well, and his curiosity about him had grown to an inextinguishable level. He wanted to contact the real living Carlos. He walked over, took Carlos's hand and hugged him. I like Carlos. Carlos was startled. Huh? The knight had received many confessions of this kind in his previous life, and he always thought it was the effect of the Holy Knights. Before he joined the Holy Knights, it was actually a group that was more decorative than practical, and its main purpose was to recruit only handsome men in order to increase the appeal of the Temple of Light. Later, he did many things and received more such words. Carlos always responded to them with a smile. It was an honor to be admired and liked by others. However, Carlos believed that the liking was just a pure liking for good food, and Carlos himself also liked all good things. I really like Carlos. Nibelungen hugged Carlos tightly. The succubus's body was not as strong as Carlos's at the age of 18, and she was easily pushed back 2 steps, and her shoulder hit the shelf behind her. Carlos immediately looked back, worried that he had messed up Red Dragon's things. Don't worry about those things. Nibelungen put his face against Carlos. He's not at home anyway. Carlos felt that Nibelungen was just a child. I have been in the Dragon Clan's collection for who knows how many years. You know, that kind of dark time when no one cares about me. Nibelungen's expression was a little sad. Someone would find me occasionally, but they just wanted Nibelungen's power and wanted me to fulfill their wishes. Carlos stroked his back. It's okay. It is over. Nibelungen's words reminded him of death. Treasures covered in dust were probably like eternal death, which must be very painful. No. Nibelungen spoke a little faster. You borrowed me out, and I saw the sun again. Only you didn't ask me for anything, Carlos. His blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. At this moment, he was the least like little Carlos. A hint of inhumanity shone from his eyes. Every word he said was so soft and full of unspeakable temptation. I am a ring that can fulfill human wishes. Carlos, have you ever thought about making a wish to me? Carlos really thought about it. Yes. Nibelungen looked at him almost infatuatedly, as if Carlos had sold himself to him. I want to take the ring off my tail, but I can't do it myself. Can you loosen it for me? Carlos was a little embarrassed. I think you probably don't like being in a circle there either. But this is very Carlos. He only works hard to get what he wants, and he only makes wishes for others. He took a treasure like this just to solve the famine problem on the continent back then. So Nibelungen's expression gradually calmed down. He gave up the temptation and changed his strategy. If I don't stay on your tail, you will throw me into the storm. He understood Carlos too well and knew how to make this upright knight blame himself. Carlos, do you really want to get me down? Even smearing saliva on me. Looking at Nibelungen's sad and gloomy expression, Carlos panicked. I don't know how to make it up to you. That's true. What he did was a form of abandonment, and it was a harm to the Nibelungen, which had been silent for many years. Nibelungen hugged him even harder, pressing Carlos against the rack. Carlos, who had become a succubus, was shorter than him and very light, so he could be easily picked up. He squeezed between Carlos' legs, so Carlos could only stand on tiptoe and stick to the rack, and had to put part of his weight on him. Nibelungen said in a wrong tone, "You've made me dirty." Carlos, I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? Nibelungen approached Carlos. Compensate me. What do you want? I can do it for you. Carlos seemed ready to agree to any request of Nibelungen, and he looked like he was ready to die bravely. Nibelungen smiled. I won't go too far. He pressed his lips against Carlos' slightly red earlobe, his warm and moist breath entering his ear canal, causing the succubus in his arms to tremble. As punishment for soiling me, let me soil you too. Being so close, Carlos had never been hugged so hard before, and he didn't know he liked hugs so much when he was a child. He also knew himself and his little moves. Nibelungen said that he was another individual, but his various little moves were clearly the same as Carlos's when he was a child. So Carlos knew that Nibelungen liked to hold him or be held and feel a sense of security. This was something Carlos didn't understand before. He had never been hugged like this before. Taking into account the other party's mood, Carlos did not resist, but his earlobe was slapped by the warm and moist breath. He always felt itchy and wanted to hide, but there was no space for him to move. In the end, he could only stay in the Nibelungen. On the body, tilting her head, the result was that her pink earlobes were more exposed. The hard little corner was pressed against the wooden bookshelf behind her. Dirty. Dirty? Carlos said nervously. I'm sorry, you can spit in my face, I won't resist. Nibelung thought he had succeeded. He was in an unprecedented good mood, but his voice was still very low and sounded pitiful. Can I? Of course. In fact, to this day, Carlos still feels ashamed of what he used to lubricate with saliva that day, and he is indeed sorry for the Nibelungen. Of course Nibelungen knew about this, and he deliberately imitated Carlos's idea, but I can't do that. Carlos became even more ashamed after hearing this. Then, you can do anything, anything. Please feel free to. Dirty me. Nibelungen was so satisfied that if there had been a tail, it would have reached the sky. He could feel that Carlos' shame had stretched to the extreme, and if he poked it any longer, it might explode like a balloon. So Nibelungen did not continue talking, but pressed against Carlos's neck, sniffing. The smell on Carlos's body is very clean. Apart from stimulating the succubus physique when he's emotional, it's actually nothing special most of the time, and it's easy to pick up other scents. Now that I have been staying in the Red Dragon's lair for 2 days, the smell here has naturally become the smell of it, with a hint of the fragrance of dried lotus grass and the smell of iris. Nibelungen loved it. He breathed and reached behind Carlos. Carlos had already found normal clothes to change into, but the clothes in the human world were not suitable for species with tails. He could only cut a hole in his pants to let the tail able to reach out. So Nibelungen could easily touch the little tail that was circled by him. The ring was already tight enough that any further movement would cause pain to Carlos. So he didn't move anymore, just touched near the squeezed tail meat, watching the tip of the succubus tail tremble due to his touch. Carlos, who was almost completely leaning on his arms, stiffened. Itch. Do you want to take the ring off for me? Carlos asked. How can this be? Nibelungen expressed his grievances skillfully again. I want to stay with you. Are you going to abandon me? Carlos couldn't do anything to him. The wandering dead soul burst out and said the first curse words Carlos heard since he woke up. Carlos, this guy is a rascal and a liar. He has nothing to do with you when you were young. He just borrowed your appearance. He is a liar who stole your appearance. Carlos didn't know the truth, so he thought for a while. But I did make someone dirty. This may have nothing to do with whether he is a liar or not. The dead soul suffocated. He knew that the Nibelungs could see him. In a sense, the two of them were similar existences, both could be seen, and both could disappear from ordinary people's sight. But he cannot have a physical entity, and the price of freedom is weak strength. However, Nibelungen can rely on the secret realm to form a physical entity, and he can hold Carlos in his arms. While holding Carlos in his arms for a while, the Nibelungen which looked at Carlos with pitiful eyes, and glanced at Carlos a few times when Carlos was in a daze. That look in his eyes was definitely not that of a lonely and pitiful little person. It was extremely dark. The dead souls want to strangle the Nibelungs to death. Just sticking to Carlos. Is this the reincarnation of Nougat? Last time, when everyone was extremely tired and even he was resting, he secretly ran over and hugged Carlos for a whole night. Carlos still doesn't know that the ring was deliberately fastened and tightened by Nibelungen. He was ready for the Nibelungen to retaliate against him, to make him dirty, spit on him, or whatever. When the other party is satisfied, he will go to the river outside and wash his clothes and himself clean. As a result, he waited and waited, but Nibelung just stroked his tail and breathed the air in his hair. Carlos felt that he was a little allergic. The Nibelungs were obviously full of magic power. He was now extremely allergic to magic power. He would start to feel uncomfortable when he was close to powerful magic power. Moreover, he hadn't eaten anything in the past 2 days, and the hunger and cold he had finally suppressed came back. When Nibelung leaned down again and touched his earlobe with his lips, Carlos breathed out unbearably, and the sound of his unbearable breathing was particularly prominent in the silent lair. Only his toes touched the ground, and he couldn't help but put his right hand on the shelf behind his back, trying to escape, but in the end he just moved his waist forward. Nibelungen pinched his face and faced him face to face. You promised, you can't escape. Carlos nodded. His eyes were touched, and the itchy touch forced him to close them. His light eyelashes kept trembling, like a white butterfly trapped in a spider web, unable to escape no matter what. His vision fell into darkness, and his breathing and heartbeat became more obvious. The next second, he felt his eyelids being lightly touched by something wet. The Nibelung licked his eyes. Carlos grabbed Nibelungen's shoulders and squeezed them so hard that his knuckles turned white. He didn't understand why the Nibelungs wanted to touch something. It was strange, very hot. The small ring on his tail was getting hot. The Nibelung roots may have been mixed with part of the dragon blood. His embrace was warm and had the recklessness of a young man. The touch was short-lived, but Carlos already felt a large amount of unspeakable emotions. He was even a little confused. But when he opened his eyes, the facial features of the Nibelungs were clearly reflected in his eyes, the blue eyes, which he had seen in the mirror countless times. It's a bit strange to see it now. It contains emotions that he has never had before, so clear and pure, almost to the point of paranoia. Look at me clearly, Carlos. Nibelungen seemed to be commanding but also like a balloon. Look at me. The left eye was burning, and the Nibelung roots had left a hot and strong magic power there. They flowed and gradually formed a silver mark of a 6-pointed star in the corner of the eye. That was the blessing given by the Nibelungs, and also his mark. Carlos found that his eyes were healed. He saw everything clearly, saw his hand holding the other person's shoulder, saw the bookshelf behind him, and saw the emotion in Nibelung's eyes. Thank you, Carlos said seriously. I think I owe you more. Nibelung didn't speak. This mark seemed to remove the blood scab that had been solidified over the years. The boy was like a lazy fox, breathing on Carlos' neck every now and then, his fingers hooking his tail. He liked Carlos' eyes. Although those eyes are no longer the same as before, Carlos will not change. He can't replicate that look no matter how he imitates it. A long time ago, when he couldn't clearly express his wishes, he wanted to hug Carlos countless times. He didn't have to hold back any emotions. Sometimes he could cry and vent, even if it was the Lord Night. Those regrets have always been stored in a small ring, in a secret realm. He created the environment where Carlos lived in his childhood, thinking about him and trying to be him. But Nibelungen knew he could never be that person, because at this moment, holding Carlos in his arms, he still wanted to make these eyes cry. He wanted to watch he kissed the newly carved magic mark again and again, as if curious why Carlos would never cry. Carlos still held him indulgently. Although it was a bit strange, Nibelungen seemed to really like him and helped him a lot. He even took the initiative to relax his strength to prevent the strength in his hands from causing pain to Nibelungen. As if he felt that this hug was not enough, Nibelungen put his hands on his waist and hugged Carlos completely, with his back pressed against the wooden frame. He exerted some force, and something on the shelf was unstable, so it fell off and landed on the ground with a thud. The red dragon said that everything in this room was extremely important and needed to be preserved. He immediately patted Nibelungen on the shoulder and said, "Let me go. Don't hold me. What's the point of holding someone like me?" Nibelung looked at him deeply and put him down. Carlos squatted down and had a clear look, and found that the book cover was very old and had signs of torn, as if someone had written something on it and pasted something on it, and then carefully removed it. I can vaguely see the words banned book, but I don't see any number. The book is not old, so it is probably printed privately by some people avoiding the public. It's not nice to look at other people's collections, but Nibelungen didn't have this idea. He opened the book with a calm expression, but his mood was obviously bad, as if he had seen something dirty. Carlos saw the unfolded pages. Why did Carlos keep his experience of going to the Dragon Clan to ask for the ring? You may not know or remember something, but in order to arouse your sympathy, Carlos's experience has actually been beautified. His real identity is a ditch seller on Dragon Island. He gets a secret treasure every time he goes there. My ancestors fished on the edge of Dragon Island. Just think about it. How could a person who has no relatives or friends with the Dragon Clan receive their heirloom? He must have paid something. Carlos. Dirty. Nibelungen's voice turned cold. Carlos was a little confused. What is this? What is a ditch? He seems to have some sense. No. Is he talking about me? Nibelungen took the book, ignited fire at his fingertips, and burned the filth that had defiled Carlos. He forced a smile. Something the world made up. Carlos grabbed his arm and said, "You burned it." Although he couldn't understand it and didn't want to respect it, it was Red Dragon's thing after all. If he destroyed it like this, what would he do if Red Dragon checked it out later? He could see that the room was clean and tidy, so Red must come here often. But Nibelungen said, "Don't you see that this is everywhere? Carlos, the Red Dragon has collected a room full of things that slander you." Carlos looked around and saw only 2 or 3 shelves of books, some strange pamphlets and clothes. Some looked familiar, but some looked strange. This is clothes from the Temple of Light? Pajamas? Why are these here? Nibelungen covered his eyes and stopped Carlos from watching any further. He didn't like the Red Dragon. He only knew how to collect these things all day long. It would be bad if it polluted Carlos' eyes. Even if it was to pollute, it should be. Carlos, I can answer you. Do you know what it says? He pressed Carlos's lower back with his right hand, moving down along the spine until the coccyx. Guzzi, guess what it is? Carlos is someone who is easily distracted from the topic. Huh? Nibelungen grasped the ring. He gently turned it, letting the small copper ring rub against Carlos' tail, and gently pulled it out a little. The ring, which was extremely resistant in other people's hands, was extremely flexible in his hands. Carlos almost thought he was going to take the ring off, but Nibelungen just pushed it back hard, hitting his tailbone and making the base of his tail numb. And it wasn't just his tail. His lower abdomen felt inexplicably sour, and Carlos swallowed subconsciously. He could feel his body becoming unfamiliar. Nibelungen's fingertips continued to move downward. The groove is tada, tada, tada. Footsteps. Someone is coming. Nibelungen's well-behaved expression collapsed for a moment, and he became a little angry. It was obvious that Red Dragon had to go to a place 100 miles away to purchase medicinal herbs today and should not be back until late at night. Carlos also sobered up a little. Looking at the burnt ashes beside him, his mind was full of thoughts on how to apologize to the Red Dragon. Nibelungen didn't like this the most. He pulled Carlos and sat on the ground, and Carlos fell into his arms. Almost as soon as he fell, Carlos used his hands to support the ground, even if it was easy to twist his wrist to prevent himself from pressing on the other person. Nibelungen's fingers naturally placed on Carlos' lower back. Carlos was startled. The footsteps outside were becoming more and more obvious. Red is coming. Stop it. Carlos lowered his voice. Don't you want to be discovered by Red? It's very dangerous. You burned Red's things and are hiding now. I can help you take the blame. Nibelungen, Carlos. Do you think I'm just kidding? Carlos didn't answer immediately, but just gently stroked the other's head and ran his fingers through the golden hair. He tolerated these childish behaviors of the Nibelungen. Nibelungen suddenly became a little discouraged. He leaned over and bit Carlos' neck. Okay. Then Carlos, can I call you brother? You see, I was born from your consciousness, and you are my elder. Of course. The magic power dissipated in an instant, and Nibelungen returned to the ring with satisfaction. Carlos jumped up from the ground, nervous and ready. Do you like to take the blame for others? The dead soul hung on the ceiling, with a bad tone. How could it be possible? I don't have that hobby. Carlos replied softly. Nibelungen was just careless. He's just a child. The dead soul took a deep breath. Carlos' tone made it sound as if that guy was weak, pitiful, and helpless. But that was the ring of the Nibelung, a natural secret treasure that had existed since the birth of the continent. It might have retained some of the authority of the ancient gods. It had already experienced countless darkness and intrigues. Even if the current consciousness was indeed born because of Carlos, it can never cover up the tens of millions of negative emotions accumulated in it. The most important thing, because of the secret realm and the appearance of Nibelungen, Carlos was too partial to that guy. Dark emotions swished from the dead soul, and even Carlos, who was thinking about how to face the Red Dragon, had to look at him a few more times. Are you okay? Of course it's okay. The dead soul's tone became light and strange. Someone is coming. Carlos hummed and stood nervously behind the door, like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for the Red Dragon to come in and get angry. But he was wrong, and Nibelungen was also wrong. The guy who came in from the corner was actually a strange human. He and Carlos looked at each other. Neither of them could say anything. You are. The person on the other side jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. There are living demons. He randomly threw out a holy light magic, but Carlos dodged it by turning his head. Even though he lost his excellent physical fitness, his battle memory and fighting instincts were still there. With just this little bit of magic, he could predict the trajectory and landing point of the magic without using any other power. The opponent thought that he was nervous and made a mistake, so he immediately threw a few more spells at him. Carlos hid easily, but found that the room could be easily destroyed by using magic indiscriminately. This violated his duty to guard the room. So he thought about it. Carlos didn't make any special moves, but he had already approached the strange human and reached out to hold down his hand that was casting magic. Don't move. Human. He was like a weak chicken caught by a demon. He could not feel the magic power of this demon at all, which meant that there was a huge gap between them. The other party might annihilate him with just a little effort. The human trembled suddenly, and the more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He almost knelt down. Don't kill me. Carlos couldn't admit that he was actually a rookie. Although the human in front of him was a little rash, his reserves of holy light were substantial, and he was also very skilled in using magic, and his speed of launching magic was extremely fast, but he lacked actual combat experience. If the battle really dragged on for a long time, he would definitely be killed by the opponent's saturation attack. Who are you? Carlos asked. Amen Felicer. The human answered honestly. I am a brave man who came to strangle the evil dragon. Carlos. Well, it's hard for him to say. 10 years have passed, and the heroes in this world have changed generation after generation. After all, heroes die quickly. But Carlos didn't know that the heroes have almost advanced to the point where they can't fight in close combat at all and can only use magic. Killing evil dragons or something. Don't you know that dragons have extremely high resistance to magic? He didn't know how to deal with this matter. If he left the human behind, he would definitely be killed by the red dragon, which Carlos didn't want to see. Go away, he said. I won't kill you. When Carlos said this, he truly felt that he was already a demon. Normal humans would be afraid of him and would avoid him. There would be a day when he would stand in the opposite camp of humans. Don't you want to go out? The dead soul asked. Aren't you curious about the world outside? What is the world like outside? Carlos was of course somewhat curious, but his curiosity was shallow. He was no longer at the age when he was young and excited about everything. If the world became a better place, he would naturally be happy, but if it remained as chaotic as before, he would not be surprised at all. You promised me 3 things. Yes, within my ability and within my moral standards. Carlos agreed. You can order me to do anything. Then I want you to go out and attend your own memorial service. Attend your own memorial service. Carlos felt indescribably strange when he thought about this. Really? Do you want this? He felt it was very difficult. Why not change one? And Red Dragon will go too, so I can just follow him. No, you can't follow him. He's going to destroy it. The dead soul seemed to be annoyed with Carlos staying here and repeatedly urged him. What if you leave? You want to pursue a free life anyway. The ring of the Nibelung. Carlos just mentioned it, and the corners of his eyes suddenly felt hot. Nibelungen's will suddenly appeared in his mind. He said that he didn't want to stay here either. Carlos could feel that he was a little angry. He felt ashamed that he had recognized the wrong person. If he had known that he was an ordinary human, he would definitely not hide. I'll leave a letter for Red. Carlos compromised. Let him know. He grabbed Felichel, who was trying to escape. Please don't destroy the nest. No. Felichel's eyes were wide open, looking panic and surprise, and a little bit of surprise and envy of seeing a treasure. This room is full of Lord Carlos's peripherals. What is this? Is it a limited edition of the same water cup he used back then? What is this? Pajamas? Carlos's brain stopped working for a moment. Is this the kind of person that the dragon is? Felice muttered to himself. It's better for you to stay away from the red dragon. You don't want this human to go out and encounter a red dragon and be killed directly. Brother, please leave. Carlos was extremely confused and instinctively wanted to escape from the collections here, so he nodded and followed Felice out. The cool breeze and the grand sunshine embraced him. Carlos remained silent and subconsciously took a small step back to avoid the hot and direct sunlight. Are you running away? The dead soul asked. No. Carlos put away his hesitation. Let's go. Let's go and see the new world without him 10 years later. A few days later, in the capital. Why do you have to wear this? Carlos stood stiffly in front of the carriage, his hands in front of him, with a huge and ornate hat on his head, decorated with flowers and feathers. He was not used to walking, and the corset and the oversized skirt trapped him. Brother, you are a succubus. Your tail and horns should be hidden. The culprit Nibelungen was very satisfied with what he picked, and there was always a subtle sense of satisfaction when he decorated Carlos with his own things. You can't wear women's clothes. Carlos was holding the clothes, looking very confused. Do I really have to wear such exaggerated clothes? You have a large frame and need to be covered up. Carlos responded weakly. The carriage was narrow, and his skirt was too big for him. He could hardly move inside it, like a doll trapped in a soft cake. So shameful. Carlos found that since his rebirth, many things have challenged his values in his previous life. He had been gone from this world for 10 years, and he had no idea that his popularity now seemed to be even higher than it was 10 years ago. He also had no idea that the bright and solemn temple and its branches in his impression were actually selling things under his name. Carlos knew that the temple needed additional funds, but looking at those strange hot-selling peripheral products, Carlos was speechless. The economy is developing very fast, so it is understandable for the temple to do this. The dead soul thought it was quite reasonable. Everyone likes you very much, don't they? Carlos felt like an old man who was out of touch with the times. Moreover, These things had already appeared when you were alive. Huh. Carlos felt that this world was so strange. The capital was bustling with flowers on both sides of the road. Carlos was not short of money. Nibelungen had dug out a lot of gold coins from the secret realm. If Carlos hadn't stopped him, he would have spent a lot of money to buy him a mansion in the capital. Carlos refused harshly and wrote an IOU, hoping to pay it back to Nibelung in the future. But Nibelungen only looked at him softly. "Brother, we are a family, right?" Carlos has been an orphan since he can remember. He has no experience in taking care of brothers and sisters. He is also very soft-hearted and has no way to deal with the Nibelungs. He can only tell them dryly that money should not be spent indiscriminately and that making money is not easy. After leaving the dragon's lair, Nibelungen seemed to have completely let go and would come out every day to get close to him. Carlos didn't reject this, and Nibelungen would just hug him gently every time, saying that he was too lonely in the secret realm all these years. Carlos' heart softened. The dead soul's fist is as hard as a rock. The carriage slowly stopped, and Carlos walked down holding up her skirt. She took 2 copper coins with her fingers wrapped in lace gloves and gave them to the coachman as a tip. He walked very slowly and very dignified, standing straight, wearing gorgeous and expensive clothes. No one would suspect that he was not a real noble. The sun was a bit hot, so Carlos held an umbrella. In fact, Carlos was very nervous. The thought of anonymously attending the 10th anniversary memorial service for his own death was terrifying. Carlos was not good at accepting other people's direct emotions, and he preferred to see people laugh rather than see them show sadness. Therefore, he had been in an awkward mood for the past 2 days, afraid that he would see something he didn't want to see. The dead souls comforted him a lot. She said she felt much better now. She cried several times at the funeral. Now she is more about expressing her remembrance of him and socializing. In short, she just treated it as a normal social activity. However, both nobles and commoners will participate in this event. But if one wants to have the privilege of mourning alone in quiet time, one must join the activities of the nobles. That's why Carlos had to dress like this. He had no magic power, so he couldn't use things like transformation spells. Although he could buy some scrolls, it would cost a lot of money. If he was directly forked out because of the abnormal magic power on him, and then it turned out to be a low-quality demon, that would be terrible. He had actually attended such an event in his previous life, but Carlos rarely talked to others and was not good at socializing. The original responsibility of the leader of the knights was to protect everyone and complete the necessary monster removal work. So every time Carlos participated in such an event, he just came out for a formality and usually did not stay in the venue for more than 30 minutes. It's not that I don't like it. I'm just not used to such glamorous venues and social phrases full of flowery rhetoric. Carlos prefers to do things in silence. Now there are 2 voices loaded in the brain, one from the Nibelungs and one from the dead souls. Both of them like to talk very much, always arguing with each other, and sometimes they will maintain complete harmony, such as when Carlos needs to put on women's clothes. Carlos finally felt that he didn't have 2 companions, but 2 very naughty brothers to take care of. If it weren't for the fact that the existence of dead souls took many years to breed, he would think that the dead souls should be young and proficient in all the popular things on the continent. Anyway, just go to the lobby and stand normally. The dead soul was very satisfied with Carlos's outfit. No need to say anything. Brother, can you wear clothes like this after we go back?" Carlos pretended not to hear. If this continues, he will really start to be afraid of the new world in 10 years. But, just as the dead soul said, Carlos didn't need to do anything. He just stood there, and his temperament was particularly outstanding. From the perspective of experience, Carlos was also very rich, and the experience of death made him feel a kind of fatigue that could not be dissipated no matter what. He put on a little makeup to hide his facial features. The characteristics of the succubus were suppressed very much in him, but there was still some of it. So when Carlos stood there, he always exuded a subtle and seductive aura. He himself never realized it. Carlos's mind is still stuck in many years ago, when no one would disturb him when he participated in various social activities. "Now, miss, are you waiting for someone here?" Carlos's whole body tensed up, and he shook his head slowly. His eyes widened slightly, and his reddish-brown pupils were not uncommon on the mainland. A few soft hairs leaked out from under the brim of his hat, and he looked very well behaved. From his face, you would think he was a young lady from some family, but when you get closer, you would think he should be a mature lady maybe. Calling someone a lady is never wrong. Moreover, Carlos looked unfamiliar and shy, and did not look like a noble from the capital. Any adult male would not mind introducing the style of the capital to such a young lady. Unfortunately, Carlos didn't want to at all. The more people there were, the more scared he became. His tail kept swinging inside his skirt, and he couldn't stop it. It was wrapped around his thighs. Carlos felt like crawling into the ground when he thought that he might be discovered to be a demon, a male succubus in women's clothing. Perhaps because he was worried that the young lady might be shy, the noble chose a topic that would most likely spark the desire of all women to chat. Have you bought any of Carlos's merchandise? Do you need me to help you queue up? Carlos. He will lie back in the coffin now. There were many acquaintances from the previous life in the venue. When no one knew, Arvid came to the human world without telling anyone. He had a hunch that if Carlos was really resurrected, he might appear at his grave. Coincidentally, there is an event commemorating Carlos recently. If Arvid came to the human world with his own identity, it would definitely cause a stir. His identity was too sensitive, and it was possible that the demon world and the human world would go to war again. When he was young, Arvid never considered this. He came and went as he pleased. However, since Carlos left, he had also put away his edge. Perhaps this peaceful world is the last treasure that man left for this world. The proud demons never hide their horns, but in order to blend in here, Arvid had to endure everything and disguise himself as a human. Even his proud eyes were disguised. The meeting place of the nobles was always full of social attributes, and the activities originally used to commemorate the knights also became a salon for them to develop their own relationships. Arvid despised them. He was also annoyed by such noisy places and walked deeper into the place in silence. The aura of a superior emanating from his body had helped him to reject some people, but unfortunately there were always people who came up to him and wanted to know where he came from. Arvid didn't even bother to look at them. It was a waste of time. A group of people gathered in the hall. Arvid seemed to be a strange woman dressed in gorgeous clothes. She was surrounded by nobles in the center with her head lowered. Arvid has no interest in humans, let alone men with peacock feathers, until he felt the magic over there. Faintly, on that human woman, he could hear the fluctuations of his own magic. Avid's expression froze, and his brain began to work hard to figure out what was going on. Before he could react, his body had already surpassed his mind, squeezing through the crowd like a pathetic creature controlled by emotions, squeezing to the center, looking extremely pitiful, not much better than the humans gathered on the edge. Arvid stared at the other person in a daze, and the other person also noticed him. He met a pair of reddish-brown eyes. In front of those eyes, all the decorations were lost, and Arvid didn't even notice what kind of innocent and sweet clothes Carlos was wearing. Carlos? Arvid's voice was very soft and hoarse, and was drowned out by the greetings from others. His expression was also extremely embarrassed. Seeing Carlos like this, it was as if his entire worldview was shattered. As an old rival whom he had respected for many years, perhaps only Avid himself knew how many filters he had added to Carlos. No, how are those considered filters? Carlos was originally an extremely perfect human being, and even wearing such clothes looked very suitable for him. Carlos avoided his gaze. He had never considered such a situation, so he had to let his soul ascend to heaven and his body die temporarily. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, perhaps to make everyone laugh, or perhaps to share some news he knew. He said, "Do you know that Avid from the Demon Clan has been going crazy for some reason recently?" "Oh, is there such a thing? I heard that he is looking for a succubus all over the world." Someone teased. That kind of guy would also lose his mind because of a little succubus. Carlos's ascended soul returns. He was absolutely certain that the human with golden eyes in front of him was Arvid in disguise. He was too familiar with him to make a mistake. Now, Arvid was being slandered by the public. According to his personality, it would be normal for him to lose his temper and kill all the nobles present. Anyway, He never minded the war between the two worlds. So Carlos was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Arvid would lose his temper on the spot, and he was also afraid that his identity as a demon would be exposed. He could only take a light step forward, stretch out his gloved fingers, tightly grasp Avid's hand, and signal with his eyes. "Can we go somewhere else?" He deliberately lowered his voice, and it was a breathy sound. Carlos could not fake his voice, so he could only make it neutral. Arvid didn't respond. Carlos became even more nervous. "Sir? Gentlemen." Carlos held Arvid's hand, gently and softly, but with obvious pleading. Arvid had never seen Carlos like this before. Of course, he knew that Carlos would beg others, and even went to the Dragon Clan to beg for help. But Carlos would never show him such an expression. Arvid had never told anyone, but he really wanted to see that expression, to see Carlos begging in front of him. The demons believe that such thoughts are normal. He just wants to see his opponent lose to him. Therefore, Avid hated the Red Dragon. He had paid so much, but he never saw Carlos show that kind of expression. The Red Dragon just had a lot of wealth and controlled it, forcing Carlos to bow his head. This victory is despicable, evil, and unjust. After they separated in the secret realm, Avid thought a lot, exhausting all he could, and even used extremely dangerous black magic to extract that part of his memory, watching it over and over again to make sure that the memory was real and not an illusion. Yeah, hallucination. It's great that he's finally free from those vague hallucinations. Carlos' current body is definitely not his previous body, and it is not a transformation. But this is not a big problem. It is likely that he was reincarnated by some magic, and there are some serious curses left on his body. He reviewed his memories many times and confirmed that Carlos was now a completely new living individual. Why didn't he recognize it at the time? Arvid was standing there in a daze. He was a man who was naturally serious when he was silent, as if everyone owed him 1,000,000 magic golds. If anyone looked at him twice, he would kick them away. Carlos didn't understand what Arvid was thinking. He just felt that he seemed to be in a low-pressure state, so he became more nervous. He increased the strength of his hands and moved closer to him, wanting to pull Arvid away directly. It was all too clear that he wanted to escape from here. The other nobles also noticed Carlos's embarrassment to some extent, as well as the vague relationship between the two men. Some of those who were concerned about it curled their lips silently and lost interest. Others smiled calmly and criticized Arvid instead. "Look at you, people called you, but you didn't even respond. It's like waking up for the first time." Avid pulled Carlos and walked into a small room on the side, which was a place reserved for nobles to have private conversations. There were fine leather sofas and fresh snacks. The air was filled with expensive fragrances, and the high-end cashmere carpet felt like walking on clouds. Carlos stumbled. He was tall enough not to wear high heels under his skirt, but it was not easy. In order to make the disguise look more realistic, at least that's what the Nibelungs and the Dead Souls said. He wore some women's shoes, which were often very tight to make the shape look good, and his toes could only curl up in the pointed toes, which was very uncomfortable. Arvid was walking too fast. "Why are you here?" Carlos managed to find some honorifics. Arvid was a great demon, so theoretically, a small demon like him should respect him. Crossing the border. Is that what the demon world meant? Carlos had no idea that Arvid already knew his identity. In fact, he didn't think Arvid was looking for him. At most, he was chasing the Red Dragon and wanted the ring of the Nibelung. Oh, it was on him. At worst, I can just ask Avid to help remove the ring. It's not a good idea for Nibelungen to blame him every day. Arvid regained some of his sanity. After not seeing him for many years, Carlos still cared about the major events in the human and demon worlds. It was too familiar, just like 10 years ago, but there were many differences. He was no longer the demon who came and went freely, and Carlos. It's a succubus. Avid had never touched other succubi before, and he didn't know if all succubi were like this. Even though he used force when pulling him, his fingers were soft and his entire frame was not big. He could wrap Carlos' entire hand by just slightly reversing his grip. Then you will receive the surprised look from the little succubus. But his eyes were also soft. Carlos had no temper for this kind of thing. Maybe he never had, but no one dared to do it directly in his previous life. He just raised his head and glanced at Arvid, pulled his hand once, and stopped struggling after failing. Master Arvid. I was wrong. Arvid thought that his voice was really nice. It had been a long time since he heard Carlos speak, and the tone at the end of his voice remained the same. After 3 seconds, he reacted. What? Arvid didn't understand. What's wrong? Carlos thought he was questioning him, so he thought carefully. I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. I shouldn't have used your sword. I'm sorry. I promised you that I should complete the tour guide job. I'm going to give up this job halfway, so you don't have to pay me. Are Joe and the others okay? Thinking of those demon soldiers who were swept away to who knows where, Carlos paused for a moment. If they have any accidents, I can give them some compensation. Arvid. The last time he saw someone who worked for others and had to pay for his work was when it was Carlos himself. Carlos even showed some concern for those ordinary demons. Arvid didn't know what he was thinking, but he didn't want to mention those people. Although they were not in danger, they were all unconscious and placed in a corner of the secret realm. After the secret realm disappeared, they all lay neatly on the ground in the desert. Carlos, what's wrong? Were they injured when the secret realm collapsed? No. Arvid answered coldly, deciding to take control of the topic. Why are you here? Why are you dressed like this? Carlos' face suddenly turned red, and he stammered. Well, I want to attend Carlos' memorial service. I'm his fan. I can't use magic to disguise myself, so this is the only way. Arvid. Carlos didn't know yet that he knew. What a clumsy lie. But Carlos was too shy when he lied. His eyelashes trembled, which attracted everyone's attention. So in a sense, his lies were quite successful. At least most people would not pay attention to what he said. And if the person in front of him wasn't an acquaintance, his explanation would be completely reasonable. There are too many fans of Carlos in this world. Carlos. Arvid didn't know what to say. When he saw Carlos, many of his thoughts disappeared, leaving only a little instinct to think, I know. Since Carlos has been resurrected and turned into a succubus, he definitely doesn't want his identity to be exposed. After all, it's too embarrassing. But this also has its advantages. In the past, Carlos' body could not survive in the demon world for a long time and would be infected by magic power. But now it is different. Demons are naturally suitable for living under the red moon, living in the human world. One day you will be discovered, ostracized, and perhaps even publicly executed. Arvid felt that Carlos should return to the demon world with him. Carlos didn't know what Arvid was thinking. He was very nervous and afraid that Arvid would do something he shouldn't do at this time, such as making him bleed on the spot. He realized that his hand was still held in Arvid's palm, and he couldn't pull it back. He could only move his fingers and tickle Arvid's palm, trying to make him understand that it was not good for two male demons to shake hands like this. Arvid finally noticed this. He lowered his head and saw Carlos biting his lip with an embarrassment on his face, as if he was having a hard time. Can you please let go? It hurts. Since a long time ago, making things difficult for Carlos has been a pleasure for Arvid. He thought of what he had planned, to capture Carlos and put him in the demon world, in his palace, a place where no one could disturb him. The more he thought about it, the more he could not suppress his magic power. Arvid did not like to disguise himself, and now his eyes returned to their original color and ferocious horns grew on his head. Carlos, come with me. Carlos looked up at him. However, there was a knock on the closed door. Is anyone there? Miss Carly, I saw you come in. It was a strange male voice. Carly? Carlos immediately replied. It's a pseudonym. Someone arranged it for me to pick me up. In fact, it was the dead soul who came to find him and said that he could help him get a normal identity, which would make it more convenient for him to live anywhere in the future. But Arvid is here too. Carlos didn't want anyone to know that Arvid was here. Arvid, like himself, was a well-known figure. Almost everyone knew what he looked like. If he was seen by someone, it would definitely be on the headlines of the royal capital the next day. The soldiers of the royal capital and the people of the Temple of Light might appear at the speed of light and arrest them both on the spot. Arvid may not be imprisoned, but he is different. If he goes in, no one will help him. Moreover, Arvid's current condition was very strange and unfamiliar. Carlos suspected that he might have encountered something during his training and had developed some mental demons. Otherwise, my condition wouldn't be so bad. I've been distracted many times during the few minutes I was talking to him. Even more dangerous. If this kind of big demon goes berserk when humans are unprepared. And it seems that Arvid really came to the human world just to find him. Carlos lowered his voice, fearing that the bomb in front of him would explode. Arvid, can you put away the characteristics of the demon again? Arvid shook his head. Not for now. If the disguise is simple, the aura and magic power will not disappear. My blood is special, so it is difficult to suppress it again. Carlos was about to suffocate. His brain was working so fast and anxiously that his face turned a little red, a sign of magic allergy. Arvid, can you hide for a while? For a proud demon, hiding is probably a very shameful thing, but Carlos could only make such a request. Arvid was stunned. He did not refuse Carlos' request, but looked around. Where can I hide? It was only then that Carlos realized that there was nothing in the room. It was completely empty. Even the shelf for desserts was made of hollow metal discs. The sofa was solid and very low, so he could see everything as soon as he walked in. It was a bad idea. There was another knock on the door. Can I come in, Miss Carly? Carlos almost screamed. Please wait a moment. He had no choice but to lower his eyes, bend down and reach out to hold the bottom of the skirt, roll it up a little, and feel that there seems to be enough space under the skirt. So he lifted a corner of the skirt, revealing slender ankles, and then white calves, opaque white stockings extending all the way to the thighs, and a strap with a small metal buckle around the leg flesh. He tilted his head, really unable to continue. Is it okay here? Arvid, please. I know this is an insult to you. Carlos closed his eyes. You can kill or chop me up as you like, but the demons and humans cannot fight each other anymore. Arvid really didn't like Carlos paying attention to those things. You are just a small demon. You don't need to think about those things. Carlos looked at him sadly, very sad, just like a puppy running out of the rain. Everything would melt under such eyes. He clutched his skirt, and even with gloves, he could see that his knuckles were red from too much force. He didn't want to pay attention to these things in this life, but he had paid so much in his last life, and he couldn't just watch everything he had go up in flames. He is not good at communicating and can only say, please. Carlos took a deep breath and raised his hand to wipe away the sweat from his forehead. You seem to have been feeling a little uncomfortable. A little. Carlos took a shallow breath, feeling very hot. Sun disease. Carlos paused. Me? He knew about solar disease, a disease that was spread among the demons. There was no sun in the demon world, only a cold red moon. When humans came to the demon world, they would feel uncomfortable due to the invasion of magic power, and when demons came to the human world, they would also suffer from acclimatization, the most obvious of which was solar disease. It is unable to withstand direct sunlight and cannot adapt to the powerful energy in the light, resulting in lack of oxygen, fever, and erythema, and can only appear at night. This disease was once prevalent, but soon the demon clan's high-ranking officials developed a corresponding medicine to alleviate the disease. Now, it has almost disappeared from the demon clan. All new demons have received relevant training. Unfortunately, Carlos does not conform to the normal growth pattern of a demon. Carlos took another deep breath. I thought it was because the clothes were too tight. If you think about it carefully, his palms were indeed sweating, his breathing was not smooth, and he would subconsciously avoid the sun when exposed to it. These were indeed signs of solar disease. Actually, it's not that serious. At most, you just need to lie down for a few days to adapt. Carlos walked slowly to the door, lowered his voice, and opened it. Hello. Hello, Miss Carly. The visitor was not an acquaintance of his, but a human arranged by the dead soul. It was said that he could help him arrange a fake identity in the capital, and no one would find out. As a human with a high sense of morality and never broke the law in his previous life, Carlos wanted to refuse, but he couldn't get over the dead soul, who said that it would be easier to get an identity now, and he might not be able to meet these nobles with connections in the future. Carlos resisted the urge to report these guys who broke the rules one by one. In the past, he would definitely not agree. But now, existing as a demon in the human world is the biggest violation. After thinking a lot, Carlos actually had no experience in doing bad things. He placed his hands on his lower abdomen and crossed them, his back straight, which made his neck look even more slender. When he didn't speak, he looked a bit like those arrogant nobles who took it for granted that others did things for them. But Carlos couldn't hold back as soon as he opened his mouth and spoke softly without any sense of command. I want to ask about that matter. Your client has already discussed those contents with me. The young man slightly curved his eyes. This time I just need you to confirm some things on the spot. He spoke very modestly, but you wouldn't think he was humble at all. He was wearing a suit, which looked low-key, but there were complicated dark patterns on the cuffs. Carlos could feel his good upbringing, which was a habit that could only be cultivated through years of aristocratic education. And he is most likely a noble from the royal capital. Calculating their ages, perhaps the young man in front of him had even met him 10 years ago. Carlos knew how he looked in the eyes of all of them, and he also knew that he was now a succubus of inferior descent. He moved stiffly towards the sofa, one step at a time, as if he was learning to walk for the first time. Even when he was sitting on the sofa, Carlos was still nervous. He didn't dare to move at all. The process of communicating with the strange young man was like sitting on a fire, and a thin layer of sweat broke out all over his body. The other party comforted him. It's okay. We'll just ask some more detailed questions, and we won't do anything to you. So please sign these forms and verify them, and you will be a legal citizen of the kingdom from now on. Carlos reached out and lifted the hair beside his ear. Sunshine sickness made his face look lightly red, which was more red than the blush from makeup. There were also a few beads of sweat on the tip of his nose. He was stiff and restrained, with his eyelashes slightly closed. He looked so pale and rosy, just like a sick rose that had bloomed to the point of decadence. Breaking the law made him feel uncomfortable, but he had no other choice but to ask the dead soul again. Avid, are you okay? The dead soul didn't answer him. By the way, the young man asked, I just noticed that your walking posture was a little stiff. Did something happen? Carlos was shocked. I sprained my foot. This was the truth. He stumbled when he entered the room just now. As a fragile succubus, Carlos could feel that he could not replenish his magic power in the human world and was getting weaker and weaker. The movement that used to be painless suddenly twisted his ankle, and he limped back to the sofa. Oh? The young man smiled gently. It just so happens that I have learned some healing magic. Do you need my help? Carlos opened his mouth and wanted to refuse. No, no need. Why? The young man was surprised. Don't worry about my magical attainments. I have passed the priest assessment of the temple. There is absolutely no problem with holy light magic. Carlos was not worried about this. He hesitated and sat on the sofa, pressing his skirt. Don't worry, you can treat me as a doctor. Trust him. The dead soul suddenly said, you can trust him. Carlos paused for a moment. He did believe in dead souls. The young man half knelt down. Carlos could easily see the top of his head, with black curly hair elegantly draped over his forehead. His brow bones were high, with clear and sharp contours, but not at all sharp, and his pupils were light blue, like a melting ice lake. Carlos was stunned for a moment. Searching his brain for such blue eyes, he felt that they were familiar. Carlos was stunned for a while and didn't have time to refuse. The ankle was pinched. The skirt was only lifted up a little, and the young man politely touched it. Does it hurt here? He was wearing a pair of black gloves, as if to make the diagnosis more convenient. At this time, he pressed the palm of his right hand with his left hand and peeled off the glove little by little. Carlos held his breath. His ankles were very slender, or rather, he didn't have much flesh on his body, and he wore a pair of opaque stockings, which made the curve of his calves smooth and soft. Perhaps because he was nervous, or because his skirt was too thick, sweat had turned the stockings translucent, revealing a little pink on the edge of his bones, and his instep was stretched in his white flat shoes. Carlos rolled up his complicated skirt, and even though he was reluctant, he would actively cooperate with the other party. You don't have to do so much. The young man's palms were warm, but his body was cold for some reason, from the time he was resurrected until now. Perhaps it was because of his demonic constitution. He was also very pale, and always looked unwell. His ankles were also cold to the touch. The temperature difference was huge. As soon as Carlos touched the skirt, His hand trembled slightly, and the soft skirt swayed in big waves, which made him seem too sensitive. Relax. The young man comforted him. His words seemed to have some kind of magic, and they were naturally gentle, making people unable to help but believe him. A soft holy light emerged from his palm and stuck to Carlos' ankle. It was magic full of healing power. Carlos couldn't help but look him in the eye. Holy light magic merged into his body. It hurts so much. He was not used to his body and forgot that for a succubus, this kind of healing holy light magic was a kind of damage. Magic power and holy light were naturally counteracted. If Carlos had no magic power in his body, his whole leg would probably have been burned. Even so, Carlos' ankle immediately turned red, and the power of the holy light spread to his calf, causing his entire calf to become stiff, as if he was a puppet that had lost its power and could only feel its existence but could not control it. It really hurts. He resisted subconsciously. Carlos reached out and pressed the young man's shoulder and reflexively raised his other leg, trying to push him away. But it looked like he had trapped the man and forced him against him. Huh? Sorry. He immediately realized his overreaction. The young man still had a decent smile on his face, but with a hint of doubt. What's wrong? He was originally half squatting, but suddenly stood up, his hands still holding Carlos' ankles and calves, so he passively lifted Carlos's entire leg up, and the fluffy and soft skirt hem spread out in the air like a fan. There was nothing underneath the skirt. Nothing could be hidden. Carlos retracted his calves reflexively and hugged the hem of his skirt nervously, his tail, which was still wrapped around his thigh. If his tail was exposed, he would be doomed. Nibelungen was wrapped around it, and he had to work hard to convince Nibelungen and Arvid to let the two of them coexist for a while. Sorry, I'm rude. It's okay. Carlos, relax. The voice of the dead soul. At some point, he floated out and pressed Carlos' shoulder. He lowered his body very low. Only Carlos could see the dead soul, so sometimes his movements would be particularly bold, almost sticking to him. You don't want your fear of holy light magic to be exposed to the public? Carlos nodded vaguely. His brain was dizzy, and he didn't know whether it was due to sunlight sickness or the holy light that had just flowed into his body. His lower abdomen was burning from time to time, and his temples were getting more and more painful, as if his soul was being pulled out of his body. Miss Carly, you look a little unwell? The young man's voice was vague. Carlos was in a trance for a moment. His vision fell into darkness for a moment, and then returned to light. He clearly felt something was wrong and wanted to stand up, but he had no strength. His brain quickly reviewed the current situation. The sun disease, the holy light, the drinks and food in the stadium, the contact with everyone. The most suspicious person is the person in front of him. Carlos feels that there is something wrong with him, especially his eyes. He has reason to suspect that he has used some advanced mental magic. Otherwise, he has no reason to feel familiar. But this person was clearly arranged by the dead soul. Carlos. The two voices almost overlapped, and warm fingers were placed on Carlos' eyes, forcibly blocking his vision. I think you need to rest for a while and get some sleep. He never told the other person his name. Carlos suddenly grabbed the other's wrist. Wait, you are a dead soul. You control a living human? Why? You can't do this. Shh, calm down. I'm just helping you. If I don't do this, your soul can't be fixed here. There was unimaginable persistence in the ice-blue eyes. He stared at Carlos, and his eyes quickly softened. I can't let you leave. This is my second request, okay? Sleep for a while. Just sleep for a while. Everything will be fine. Carlos was on the verge of drowning. He stammered twice. Will this human be okay? Dead souls, or other soul-like creatures, possessing living people will have a great impact on them, and even cause irreversible damage. It's already so late. Why are you still concerned? Before he finished speaking, Carlos had already fallen asleep, without any strength, leaning on a corner of the sofa, slowly sliding down. So the young man also restrained his voice, gently moved his position, and let Carlos sleep on his legs. Outside the venue, the statue was already covered with flowers. People placed their blessings in an orderly manner and touched their foreheads with the holy water from the priest. Now, 10 years have passed since their most beloved knight left them. Rather than a sad event, it is more of a rare celebration. They pray for the blessing of the holy light, pray that they can become better people, and hope that Carlos can find peace in a world of eternal sleep. However, on the quiet street, everyone's eyes suddenly shifted upwards. A warm and holy light broke through the clouds and fell into the world. It's the six-winged archangel. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, "The angel has descended." It was a pure white angel with 6 white wings slowly opening and closing behind him. His hair was light golden, like the midday sun. His facial features and body looked like marble sculptures, so perfect that there was no fault to be found. He only appeared for a dozen seconds, and after falling into the church, he could no longer be observed. The kingdom of God rarely descends, but there have been many such descents from ancient times to the present day, and each one has been talked about with great relish and passed down as a classic. The most famous one was the day when Carlos led mankind to victory in the war, when the 6-winged angels, 11 angels, and 6 saints crowned Carlos with a victory crown. On the day when Carlos died of illness, many people also saw the holy light descending on the palace. Now seeing the miracle again, almost everyone present believed in the God of Light. They subconsciously placed their hands on their chests and sang hymns. I have to admit it, the God of Light has a preference for Carlos. After the ceremony, some people began to discuss in low voices with respect and yearning. Angels haven't come down to earth for a long time. I recognize this angel. He is the Archangel, Lord Antine of Justice. It is said that he was the holy messenger who put the crown of victory on Carlos. What do you think? Could it be? Carlos was once the most promising mortal to become a member of the kingdom of God. Everyone believed that he would become a member of the kingdom of God. If Carlos couldn't do it, who else in the world would meet the criteria? But until now, his name has not appeared on the list of the temple. Some people said that it was because mortals would change their names after becoming angels, while others said that Lord Carlos was too tired and needed to rest. Anyway, one day in heaven is 1 year on earth, and you can't ask Lord Knight to work overtime just after he fell asleep. Now that the angel has come again, could it be that he is here to welcome Carlos to heaven? Many people were excited. It was said that the kingdom of God was a place without death and pain, with sweet milk and honey flowing everywhere and joyful hymns in the wind. As long as one was faithful enough in faith and was a good and excellent person, one could go to the kingdom of God and enjoy 49 years after death, until the 5 decays of the heavenly beings and fell into reincarnation again. Only extremely outstanding people can be chosen to become angels, serve the gods closely, and become immortals. Could it be that we can see Master Carlos again? The capital was noisy, but the church was solemn. The nearly perfect angel folded his wings, but still did not look like an earthly being. He stood in front of the statue and conveyed the will of God to the bishop. After briefly explaining a few things, the angel paused about Carlos. When he mentioned Carlos, his brows suddenly lifted slightly and relaxed. It was as if the name Carlos reminded him of something pleasant, but angels were emotionless beings, so that smile seemed like an illusion, fleeting. Has Carlos' soul still not been found? The bishop lowered his head. We have tried many methods. Perhaps the soul of Master Carlos has voluntarily dissipated. The angel said, "We have consulted God, and Carlos still exists in this corner of the world." The bishop raised his head slightly, then quickly lowered it. He had practiced for many years, but still couldn't face such pure holy light. The pure white feathers gradually fell, and the wings were folded one by one. The angel fell to the ground completely. His facial features began to change, softening a little bit, with a human breath, but still detached, gathered into a solid body, becoming the clothes that covered his body. Breathe. I'll find him. Carlos slept deeply, and all he remembered was that he felt very uncomfortable and had a fever. The heavy clothes seemed particularly annoying at this moment. Carlos reached out to tear the clothes off, but the straps and buttons were too complicated, and he only pulled them tighter in vain. His body was in a state of weakness and overexertion, his fingers grasping the bow tie on his chest almost spasmodically, until someone grabbed his hand and rubbed his fingers open little by little. Carlos, relax, it's okay. Fingers ran through his hair. The hat seemed to be taken off, and the fingertips rubbed gently against the succubus's small horn, making a subtle sound. The other person's voice was unfamiliar, and Carlos could vaguely smell a scent of metasequoia, pine, cypress, and iris, very much like a garden where he had lived for a few years. There was a reassuring warmth from the sun, which was not as painful as touching it directly, and it suited his preference for the sun. Carlos struggled with his mind, but his body obediently pressed against it. Half asleep and half awake, Carlos vaguely heard the hymns and bells in the church. He felt the holy light, so close that if he touched it lightly, an angel would come and take him away. But he felt a force pulling him backwards, as if there were thin threads wrapped around his body that he couldn't even see clearly, which seemed to be pulling him to an unknown place. Carlos did not retreat, nor did he choose to move forward. He just stood there quietly until the force on both sides began to disappear. It was a really uncomfortable dream. He woke up in a trance. The church bell had already rung for the 7th time. The dim sunlight shone through the beautiful stained glass windows, reflecting beautiful light and shadows on the ground. A pair of hands gently placed the hat on his head, covering his inhuman features. Dear, the strange yet familiar young man stood in front of him, and just looking at him gave people a sense of trust. Are you awake? Carlos nodded. Look at you. You're so sleepy. Do you remember who you are? Carlos paused for a moment, as if he was really not sober, and wrinkled his nose slightly before he came out of his hesitation. Carly, this is the nickname you gave me. He stretched out his hand and naturally placed 1/3 of his palm on the young man's palm. It's yours. The base of his tail was getting hot, and something was circling it, tightening it. Carlos felt a little uncomfortable, but the skirt was too thick, so he couldn't touch his tail for a while. The pain came just right, as if it was stopping him from saying the next sentence. Carlos vaguely heard someone's voice, but it was not obvious. Maybe he was really confused and was hallucinating. It's your fiancé. Carlos finally said the answer in his mind. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? For a moment, he noticed the abnormal emotional fluctuations on the other side, as if he was suppressed to the extreme, and as if he was extremely happy. Carlos tilted his head and cast a puzzled look. It's okay. The young man restrained his expression, only grasped Carlos's fingers, and easily put his arm around Carlos' waist, moved his palm down, and used a small sealing magic without being noticed. Let's go. Carlos did not resist these actions, and as the hug progressed, the restraint at the base of his tail became much less, and he actually felt more relaxed. He still felt something was wrong, as if something was missing, yet something was extra. He was thinking, and there were still red marks on his face from when he fell asleep. The magic mark at the end of his eye was very light, flashing a faint silver color. With his expression, he looked dazed and had a particularly ignorant feeling. His body was probably that of a stunted succubus, with not only a small and slender frame, but also a very small face, sometimes even giving people the feeling of a small face. I always feel that. My fiancé's reaction today was strange, and the way he slept was also strange. But Carlos couldn't think any further. A gentle kiss fell on the corner of her eye, and the hexagram mark completely dimmed. In return, the young man chuckled beside her ear. So, it's time to go home with me? Carlos nodded. His ankle was a little uncomfortable, so he had to be supported by someone and walked out little by little. There was a carriage arranged outside. Carlos felt that he must have been sleepy. He was supposed to attend a social banquet today to mourn the Paladin, but he didn't remember anything. Why did he come to mourn the Paladin? Oh, it seems he likes it. The young man seemed very worried about his mental state and kept asking him questions in a low voice all the way. Carlos felt that he was a little too concerned and wanted to speak out to stop him, but he found that he seemed to have a problem. He couldn't even remember his companion's name very clearly. After a while, he looked into the other person's eyes and remembered his name. MANHUA, don't ask. He probably doesn't like being too sticky with the other person outside. Because they don't need a sticky relationship? Carlos sorted out his thoughts bit by bit. Okay, but Carlos discovered that Lantos still liked to secretly watch him. He was very surprised, as if they had known each other for more than the first day or two. Lanto had always liked to look at him like this, but Carlos didn't think he was good looking. He still cares about Lanto very much. Ever since he suffered a serious injury and lost his memory a few days ago, it was Lanto who had been taking care of him. Although he was called her fiancé, there was actually no official status between them. Lanto just used this excuse to refuse the social dance and marriage arrangements arranged by his family. Carlos has never been able to refuse other people's requests, and Lanto has helped him a lot. So it is only right for him to help him a little, agree to wear women's clothes, and accompany him out. Lanto said that in the entire capital, he might be the only one who could help him cover up his identity as a succubus, so Carlos had better stay by his side all the time to be safe. Carlos, I think it makes sense. Although he was planning to ask the other party to leave, he couldn't cause any more trouble for the other party. These are Carlos' only memories. He thought about it again and felt that there was no logical problem. On the way, they met a few priests and bishops. In the capital, these noble clergymen were no longer rare, and they could even meet cardinals. Lanto would greet them properly, but Carlos lowered his head, and his palm holding Lanto's was slightly sweaty. He didn't want to interact with them. Until the sun staggered in front of the gate, Carlos closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them again. He saw a handsome and perfect blonde young man sideways in, staggered with them. Carlos was stunned. I instinctively felt a little uncomfortable, as if my body was giving me a warning. The strength in his hand suddenly increased a bit, and his fingers were clenched. The person walking with him hummed softly as if complaining. What's wrong? Do you think he looks better? The sour taste was visibly coming out. I just think he seems to be in a hurry. Carlos turned around. Let's go. He reached back and held the young man's hand, a little shyly but firmly. This caused the other party to pause for a moment. What's wrong? Carlos heard a little chuckle. Nothing. While Lanto was laughing, Carlos felt uncomfortable in his tail again. Something was burning him, making him stumble when he walked. Fortunately, the carriage was right at the door. He almost jumped into the carriage, hastily avoiding the sunlight that was approaching dusk. I shouldn't have taken you out. Lanto gently pulled the curtain of the carriage to block out the last rays of light. You are not suitable for exposure to the sun now. Carlos nodded. He now felt more uncomfortable around his tail. He couldn't even sit steadily. The tip of his tail was protesting wildly, almost slapping his thigh, making him feel as if he was being bullied by his own tail. Since Lanto was an acquaintance, Carlos did not avoid him, but rolled up his skirt in the carriage, revealing the tip of his noisy tail. Don't move. He grabbed his tail and chatted with it very seriously. The leg meat has been slapped red. Lanto glanced at it casually. He took another look. Yes, it's a little too noisy today. Carlos leaned forward slightly, holding the fabric of his skirt with one hand, covering half of his face. At present, the space inside most carriages is not large, and there is even less room for people to move around. Especially those high-end carriages. Because of the excessive decorations, they are particularly heavy. Even if the exterior is gorgeous, the interior can only accommodate 3 or 4 people sitting upright, and maybe a few bottles of red wine. So when he did this, his forehead was almost touching Lanto. Perhaps because he felt it was inconvenient to hold the skirt, Carlos used the straps on his body to wrap around the hem of the skirt, then lifted it up, bit the straps himself, and reached his hands to his lower back to touch the base of his tail. He raised his face, bit the bandage with his teeth, and said vaguely, "The back of my tail hurts so much." Lanto's Adam's apple moved slightly. Really? He looked back. Let me see. He thought that Carlos must not know that such a vague tone at this time was like acting like a spoiled child, nor that biting his clothes was a strange behavior. He modified the other party's memory, but he was not sure how much he had modified, so he could only say less, otherwise it would be easy to be exposed. Lanto knew that such an immoral act as hypnosis would be discovered by Carlos one day. But if he didn't do this, he couldn't hide it from the real angel. Carlos' soul was there, and he wasn't good at lying. He had waited 10 years for someone, so he couldn't just be taken to the kingdom of God. What's the difference between that and the second death? And the temptation is too strong. Even if it was only for a period of time, he couldn't even think about Carlos being controlled at will, being manipulated by anyone. He put his palm on Carlos' back, and with a little force, Carlos, who was already hunched over, immediately leaned down uncontrollably and could only put his face on his thighs. It was almost like he was kneeling in the carriage. But even so, Carlos did not resist. He just bit the straps and looked at Lanto with great trust, his reddish-brown eyes clear. It might hurt a little, Lanto warned in advance. Yeah, Carlos bowed his head. The tail area was actually very sensitive, and he himself didn't dare to touch it, but if it was Lanto, he believed that the other party would be able to control it. This trust came very strangely, without any reason, and as soon as it appeared, Carlos's thinking paused. Then his thoughts were interrupted again. The base of the tail was tightly bound with a brass ring, which felt warm to the touch, soaked with Carlos' body temperature. It was difficult not to touch the tail when stroking it, and every time Carlos touched it, he would tremble, very slightly, but so noticeably. The clothes under his skirt were specially cut to cover his body while showing his tail, but such clothes still made Carlos feel embarrassed. If you put aside the tail and look at it alone, it would seem that there was a hole cut in each of his pants, and sometimes the hole was accidentally opened a little too big, and it would be too revealing to wear at all. He looked at Lanto again without saying anything, but deep down he was hoping that he could do something. After all, Carlos had tried it himself, and he couldn't get the copper ring off his tail by himself. Sure enough, Lanto used a little bit of his own method, holy light magic. This is probably the simplest and most difficult magic to learn in the world. Anyone who has a talent for magic and has enough faith in the god of light can use holy light magic. The entry threshold is low, but mastering it is extremely difficult. It can be said that the strength of holy light magic depends entirely on the person using it. Carlos dodged subconsciously. He knew that with his current physical condition, it would be very painful if he came into contact with holy light magic. Don't move. As a result, he was warned immediately. The base of his tail was pinched, and Lanto's elbow was against his shoulder, forcing Carlos to remain in a kneeling position, bending his waist and raising his tail higher. To be honest, Carlos is not afraid of pain. But not being afraid of pain is different from knowing that pain is coming. He knew that this holy light magic might make his tail a little uncomfortable, but he didn't know when the discomfort would end, nor how it would end. All he could do was wait and hand over all control to Lanto. Don't be too nervous. As a result, Lanto's other hand fell to the top of his head first, passed through his hair, and rubbed it gently. Carlos was not happy with Lanto's delay, and even groaned while biting the straps. Then Lanto's fingers, wrapped in the power of holy light, touched the ring. Carlos froze for a moment. When he was in real pain, he didn't make a sound, but began to endure it silently. He even raised his head and gave Lanto a soothing smile, indicating that he could continue. Not sure if it was the power of the holy light or the power of the ring itself, Carlos only felt a pulling force on his tail, as if there was a flame burning on it. He even felt that his clothes were about to be burned. The echo of the church bells still lingered in the square. The pendulum moved slowly and solemnly, and even the sound of horses' hooves on the road was so slow. White doves flew towards the church in the gorgeous sunset. Everyone's expression was satisfied, and they were still talking about seeing angels in the daytime and being blessed by the holy light. It seemed that only Carlos was huddled in the small carriage, enduring the pain of being torn by his tail. Just like a precise and quiet surgery, Lanto did it very seriously and did not do anything unnecessary to Carlos. Nibelungen's magic was very advanced, and it would be difficult for someone other than him to unlock the magic. He had only studied holy light magic for about 10 years, and if he wanted to resist the power of Nibelungen, he had to rely on the right time, right place, and right people. The angel coming down to earth today was a good thing for him. The Nibelungen itself is not a demon. It has some dragon characteristics, but it is definitely not a dragon. It can only be considered an elf at most. However, since its birth, the Nibelungen has always been exposed to more magic power than holy light power, and the consciousness born is more inclined to darkness. In today's venue where the holy light is particularly strong, the power was suppressed a lot. Maybe he also fought with Arvid, who was sent to the secret realm. Lanto smiled slightly, and the ring began to loosen under his action. If it moved a little bit, the tail would become thinner and thinner, and it could be easily pulled off. Carlos also felt it and couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. He had some auditory hallucinations again, as if someone was cursing in a low voice and seemed to be calling his name, but this time it only happened for a moment. The ring was pulled off. Carlos looked at the ring, and his tail swayed very gently in his hand, and his whole tail was filled with joy of finally relaxing. Lanto's eyebrows also relaxed, with a hint of obvious joy. The ring lay in his palm, and it seemed as if its light had dimmed a little. Carlos, tell me, when was this ring tied to my tail? He had no memory of it. Who knows? It looks very valuable. Maybe. Lanto lazily supported his chin, picked up Carlos, and put him aside. Carlos' body was too fragile now. Even if he just knelt on the floor of the carriage for a while, his knees wrapped in stockings had already revealed a light pink mark. If he pressed it for a little longer, he would feel bad. He held the ring and looked at it in the light for a while. The ring of the Nibelung is indeed a rare secret treasure in the world. If the spirit of the device can be erased, it is probably something that everyone wants to get. What will you do with it? Carlos asked. As it happened, the carriage passed by the most famous square in the capital. In the center was a beautiful fountain. An exquisite girl statue was holding a pottery jar and pouring out clear water representing wisdom and purity. There were some of the cheapest coins in the pool, but no one picked them up. He smiled politely. Since I picked it, how about giving it to me? Carlos hesitated for a moment, thinking about the original function of the ring, but he still nodded. Okay. Lanto's fingers moved slightly. When you have time, throw it into the pool. Perhaps due to solar disease, Carlos gets tired very easily. However, there is also a little bit of spiritual magic in this. All hypnosis will inevitably have some impact on the soul. If used for a long time, it may really cause permanent damage. Lanto thought about this for a while. There was always a tempting voice in his head, telling him that perhaps letting Carlos think that the current situation is reality is the best result. But Carlos like this is no longer Carlos, but just a homeless little succubus he created himself. He would rather Carlos remembered him if he didn't run away. The sky was completely dark. Actually, this place was not far from where we boarded the carriage, but the capital was crowded today, so all the carriages dared not drive too fast and could only pass through the streets slowly like a stroll. This made it convenient for Carlos, as he could finally stop being so careful in his disguise and take off his overly large hat, revealing the succubus's little horns. Probably because of the frequent changes of the hat, the edges of his hair became a little frizzy, and when he took it off, the soft purple-gray hair was even attracted by the classics and floated up a bit. So Carlos's eyes also floated up, and he reached out to press his hair back to his head. Lanto did it for him. He rubbed Carlos' head, as if he had done something extraordinary, and immediately retracted his hand after the touch. His whole body exuded a secret happiness mixed with a little uneasiness. Carlos was actually also scared, but when he thought about it carefully, he and Lanto seemed to be very familiar with each other, and there was nothing wrong with being touched. He should have been used to it. He had been touched on the head just now in the car. So when Lanto tried to touch his head for the second time, Carlos even lowered his head and lowered his two sharp horns to make it easier for Lanto to touch him. Do you like being touched like this? Lanto asked. No. Carlos rarely lied unless it was necessary. I don't like being touched on the top of my head. Then why? Because you seem to like it. Carlos said honestly. Lanto paused. He was taller than Carlos, and when he lowered his head he saw Carlos' eyes. They were clearly the red color of the demons, but without any of the cunning of the demons. Instead, they were extremely sincere, like two small mirrors that would reflect anyone's despicable desires. His despicable desires could no longer be hidden. Lanto saw his own eyes, those ice blue eyes. People would only think they were clean, but they didn't know how many dirty things he had done behind his back. Carlos immediately noticed the slight change in the atmosphere. They stood at the gate of the manor. Carlos even stood on tiptoe a little and touched Lanto's palm. Why are you in a daze? No. Lanto immediately restrained all his little emotions, curved his eyes and smiled, and pushed open the gate of the manor. The servant came up to greet him skillfully. They didn't say anything extra and ignored Carlos's presence, only concentrating on serving their master. Even if Carlos talked to them, He wouldn't get any other information. Carlos just remembered that although Lanto was a noble, he had never told him the specific title, which seemed to be a blank, and he had never asked. However, looking at these well-trained servants and the luxury of the manor, he instinctively felt that Lanto must be a great nobleman. In the kingdom, nobles often represent not only themselves, but also an entire family. They are proud of their family, and their family crest is reflected in everything they eat, wear, and use. However, Carlos did not see any family-related elements in this manner. No one mentioned this, and he did not see Lanto's relatives. He didn't even know Lanto's last name. There is only one possibility. This place is Lanto's own private estate, and he owns such a huge fortune alone, not relying on his family. This is really a lot. Just to employ a butler, a group of maids and servants to take care of things would cost a huge amount of money, not to mention that nothing in the manor seemed to be cheap. The only problem was that Carlos felt that the decoration here was a little familiar, like somewhere he had seen before. Wrong. Carlos was in a trance for a moment. It was normal for him to feel familiar with this place. After all, he was rescued by Lanto and had been recuperating here for a while. He was used to seeing it. He must have been too tired recently and had hallucinations. He doesn't eat normal human food now, and rarely eats demon food. Because Carlos feels that he is allergic to magic, he dare not take in magic until now, and there is no way to take in magic. He almost just sat at the table with Lanto, watching him politely cut the beef into even pieces and put them into his mouth to chew. When dinner was over, the servants left and they were the only two left in the room. Carlos made a request naturally. Maybe I will leave here after a while. Lanto showed no surprise. Find a remote place to live in seclusion? You've already told me about this. Oh, Carlos didn't have any impression. You seem to know me very well. I think you've given too much for me. It's not good to trouble you like this. Lanto laughed softly. Do you remember how many wishes you promised me? Of course, I will fulfill them. It's okay, no rush. Lanto wiped his palms with a hot towel, leaving only hot tea and milk on the table. Come and have a glass of milk. You need to rest. I don't want to. Okay, I can drink it. Carlos took the cup of warm milk. The heated milk exuded a unique aroma, light, and people who don't like to drink might feel a little fishy, but this is definitely the best milk that Wangdu can find, so it is added to tea as a combination of black tea and coffee. Maybe some sugar cubes were added in it, so it smells a little sweet. Carlos was puzzled for a moment. He actually had an appetite for a glass of milk. It was really strange. He clearly remembered that he had no interest in human food anymore, and Lanto didn't even hide anything. He spoke the truth and knew how to gain Carlos's trust. There are some things added in it that are good for you. You can't go without food for a long time. It's not good for your body. Okay, perhaps this attitude was too sincere. Carlos didn't even ask what was added. He raised the milk cup and drank it all. Comfortable environment, easy to feel sleepy. He yawned. The clothes on his body had not been taken off, which was a problem. Carlos himself could not figure out the structure of those things on his body, let alone in the carriage. He removed several straps and tied them back, which made things even more confusing. As he was taking off his clothes, Lanto came to help him. They were the same hands, but the other hand was obviously more familiar with these fancy designs, and easily unraveled the structures that Carlos couldn't understand. Carlos tilted his head and easily touched Lanto's fingers. He stood behind him. What's the matter? Have we met before? Maybe. Carlos tilted his head back, so far that the corner of his forehead was against the back of the chair, and then he could see Lanto's blue eyes. He did think that these eyes were familiar. This was a common color, but not so common. Other people's blue eyes seemed to be darker than this color, and not so pure and hazy. He must have seen those eyes somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. Lanto smiled lightly, twisted Carlos's horns, straightened his head, and skillfully took off his skirt with his fingers, leaving only a thin shirt after all. This outfit was put on under his guidance. Why do you think I can remember my past? Maybe those memories are not good things. Lanto said softly, have you ever thought that maybe without them, you will be a happier person? Carlos thought for a moment. I don't know, but would I be who I am without them? Who knows? It was in a corner where no one noticed that Lanto put down his noble disguise and stood behind Carlos, putting his weight on Carlos, like a lazy koala, or a soft snake stretching its body in a warm environment, with his arms hanging in front of Carlos and gently holding them up. "I really like you, Carlos." Carlos responded seriously. "I like you, too." Lanto smiled. He didn't say that he didn't like her the same way, but there was no need to make it clear to Carlos. At least he could hug Carlos in front of the warm fireplace and enjoy a good rest. In addition to nutrients that replenish magical power, the milk also contains some sedatives and something that prolongs the effects of hypnotic magic. With all these ingredients mixed together, the glass of milk is no less than the tonic soup prepared by the court pharmacist. However, even without hypnosis, Carlos is a guy who is extremely easy to be deceived. Sometimes Lanto would wonder if it was because Carlos was so strong in the past that he was able to survive those dangerous missions. Even if he was tricked into doing something strange, he would use some miraculous means to resolve it. In fact, Carlos is a person who is extremely sensitive to crises. He is just more easily deceived in a safe environment. After all, deception is always for some more evil purposes, and he still can't understand it now. Some people try to deceive him just to make him look at him more. How ridiculous! What an unnecessary deception. Carlos probably didn't know that there were such humble thoughts in the world, so he didn't realize the deception in those words. As long as you talk to him kindly for a while, even if you tell him that this part of your body is so hard that it hurts, "Can you help rub it?" I'm afraid Carlos will nod and agree, and then cautiously start to help others. Lanto knew that no one had ever tricked Carlos into doing these things before. But it doesn't matter. He has enough time to try. "Lantua, what do you think I should do in the future?" Carlos' voice was a little sleepy and lazy, curled up on the soft sofa, barefoot. "I want to do what I like, but I can't think of it for a while." Lanto was in a trance for a moment. He remembered words like this. He seemed to have told Carlos this a long time ago. At that time, he was still quite immature and did not know that in this world, some people's destiny did not belong to themselves, and they had no right to make any choices, even if he did have enough other rights, even to the point of controlling other people's lives. But he couldn't decide for himself. At that time, he seemed to be lying on the edge of the pond in the garden, asking the equally young knight, "What do you think I should do in the future? I want to do something I like, but I don't have anything I like." What did Carlos answer at that time? Over the years, he always thought of Carlos from time to time, and Carlos was also in his few dreams. But when it came to the details, he couldn't remember them clearly. After all, it's been 10 years, and it's just the old me who doesn't care about these small details. Human memory is always pathetic. It will self-tamper and blur. Even if it is extracted by magic and stored forever on a bookshelf, there is no way to guarantee that it will be exactly the same as the original. He could only look at it again and again, picking up the Carlos in his memory again and again. Sometimes he would be afraid. What if the Carlos he missed was no longer the Carlos in reality? Carlos had drunk milk, and his drug resistance was obviously insufficient. He could not resist the tranquilizer in it, and he did not notice Lanto's long days. It has to be said that he really liked the environment of the Lanto Manor. Whether it was the smell, the color, or every piece of furniture, they were all what Carlos liked. He did not make any more guesses in this regard, but just felt that Lanto had good taste and could pick out things that everyone liked. When Lanto didn't make any sound, he closed his eyes, and soon his breathing gradually became normal. Fell asleep. Lanto put a coat on Carlos, stood up, and took a book from the bookshelf. He is also thinking, how should he confess to Carlos after all this is over? Perhaps he could use the third wish to make Carlos agree to any of his requests. But Lanto knew that the result would not be willing, but only reluctant. He couldn't keep forcing Carlos all his life. As he was daydreaming, he suddenly tilted his head. A flame landed on the spot where his forehead had been. It was a very overbearing flame. Although it did not touch him, it instantly melted the bookshelf behind him. It burned silently, and only when the ashes fell to the ground could people feel the terrifying heat and the indescribable rage in it. "Come out?" Lanto gently put down the book in his hand and looked at the two people who appeared in his room out of thin air. Compared with the two people, his expression and posture can be described as leisurely, and he was so close to Carlos, and there was a sense of showing off everywhere. Look, talking here may disturb Carlos. Why don't we go out? Despicable guy. After all, they are all elves, and Nibelungen can recognize the breath of dead souls. Even such a despicable method as hypnosis was used. You put a lot of ingredients in the drink that Carlos drank, right? If you can do it, you will use it, right? Lanto sneered, what method did you use yourself? Do you think I don't know? Arvid didn't bother to talk nonsense, and turned around and walked out the door. He just wanted to kill the other two, whether it was Nibelungen or this inexplicable Lanto. He saw through it. If he didn't deal with them, bringing Carlos back to the demon world would be a long way off. The garden is empty, so there is no need to worry about disturbing someone who is sleeping. Given that none of the three were willing to cooperate with anyone even for a short period of time, and that they were in the royal capital, at the feet of the god of light, there was no way to make things too big, otherwise no one would be able to handle it. Therefore, this confrontation was extremely quiet, with only the occasional leaves that were suddenly destroyed and flowers that were crushed into powder proving what kind of magical game they had gone through. Lanto knew how interesting what he had done was, so even the Nibelungens and Arvid maintained a brief peace and turned their spearheads against him together. But what's the use? His hypnosis has been completed. There is no way to contact him for a short time. Moreover, it can be said that Carlos did it voluntarily just to fulfill the second wish of the dead soul. He did not forget to remind the other two. Don't forget, the angel is in the capital. Before he finds Carlos or is called by the god of light, he will stay in the human world. Do you want to be discovered by him and welcome an archangel in the home of the god of light? Arvid. Why not? Nibelungen was more sensitive to these things. He narrowed his eyes and asked, You don't respect the god of light very much? Lanto had clearly used a lot of holy light magic, and his entire body looked stupid and soaked in holy light. With such a physique, no matter what era he was in, he should be worshipped as the Son of God by the Temple of Light even if he did lack respect for the God of Light. But the Encyclopedia Nibelungen, who knew the past, had no idea about Lanto. He has been silent in the demon world for 10 years. He can't be a genius who suddenly appeared in these 10 years. Lanto is at least in his 20s, and as a dead soul, it is unknown how many years he has lived. It was outrageous enough that a dead soul possessed such a being. According to the normal rules, the two forces would only counteract each other, either destroying the human body or destroying the extra consciousness. Respect. What if I don't respect you? Lanto's fingertips burned with the power of holy light. He was like a walking container of holy light. No one knew how much was inside. Look, my poor little garden has been destroyed like this. Nibelungen is really annoyed by the existence of dead souls. He has the air of a superior. Doesn't it mean that he hasn't lived long enough? They were determined to continue fighting, even if they attracted the attention of the god of light. If an angel came to see them, they would break the angel's wings and dig out his eyes to avoid all the troubles that followed. What a pity, the little garden probably can't be saved. Lanto finally sighed. But, just as they were about to take action, a voice appeared at the other end of the path. Carlos, who was only wearing a shirt, half opened his eyes, drowsy. Lanto. And it's noisy. Carlos felt vaguely annoyed. There were many voices in his head, and occasionally he could feel a subtle pulling sensation, as if someone was always on the other side of the river, trying to pull him over. It was a familiar voice and a familiar light, but everything was separated by a hazy veil. It's not that he didn't want to respond, but he was too tired and didn't want to move at all. Even if he responded to the other party's call, he would probably just walk over quietly, ask about the other party's recent situation, and then leave without looking back. Sometimes you need to have a life of your own. Carlos suddenly paused, vaguely remembering that someone seemed to have said this to him, but he couldn't remember it. The dream was painful, and the reality was particularly noisy. He slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them with his right hand, only to find that he had fallen asleep curled up in front of the fireplace after drinking the milk. He was covered with Lanto's coat, full of the other scent, a little pine and cypress, and a little fragrance of flowers that bloomed for a long time in the garden. Carlos was barefoot, but he didn't feel cold at all. His coat covered him very well, and the fireplace was very warm. When Carlos moved, his clothes slipped off. He hugged them. It didn't seem too late, and if it was time to go to bed, Lanto would carry him to bed to rest. So, where is Lanto now? Carlos was a little curious. He didn't have too many thoughts in his mind and thought very simply. He just felt that it was not very polite for him to sleep like this while the host was still awake. So he stood up holding his clothes, stepped barefoot on the blanket, and wanted to look for Lanto. Maybe in the study, maybe in the garden covered with night dew. He might have to return the clothes to him. The nights in the capital are always cool, not suitable for one person to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, Carlos completely forgot that Lanto had a lot of clothes and didn't need this coat at all. He walked around the house and didn't hear any movement, or even see any servants, so he was sure that Lanto was indeed outside the house. Still without thinking about anything else, Carlos held his clothes, put on a pair of comfortable home slippers, and pushed open the door. The night color dyed the garden. The dew stained the green leaves, and in the quiet wind, a faint sound could be heard. Carlos yawned. He was actually very sleepy. Before he walked that far, he felt like he was sleepwalking and couldn't think of anything. Maybe in a little while, he would just walk with his eyes closed. Fortunately, Lanto's voice was not far away, accompanied by the voices of other people. Guest? It was strange that Lanto would entertain guests in the middle of the night. Carlos didn't look carefully, nor did he listen carefully. He called out softly, "Lantua." The noisy voices stopped, and several eyes focused on Carlos. Carlos also tried to open his eyes and looked at everyone. One was a demon youth, and the other looked human. He seemed familiar, but he didn't know them. He shook his head, ran over in small steps, holding his coat that he had warmed up. "Are you chatting?" "Oh." Lanto was stunned for a moment. Of course. We are exchanging some necessary things in a friendly manner." Carlos looked at everyone. He felt a little cold. The guests didn't seem to be wearing much. Lanto was only wearing a thin shirt. There was even a little sweat on the tip of his nose, which might have been the dew. He noticed that everyone's clothes were a little messy, and he didn't know that such a conversation had taken place in the garden. Achoo! As he was thinking about it, Carlos couldn't help but sneeze. His voice softened, and he looked at everyone. "Why don't you come in and talk?" He invited sincerely, but because of his slightly nasal tone, he looked pitiful. "It's so cold outside." With the tail wrapped around his arm, Carlos didn't notice that he was so sleepy that the buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned. He had been wearing women's clothes during the day, and after taking off those complicated skirts, the remaining shirt was not very comfortable. The cuffs had ruffled edges, and the chest and waist were a bit too tight for him, so he took the initiative to loosen 2 buttons. When he fell asleep, he subconsciously struggled to loosen a few more buttons, revealing his sunken collarbone and half of his slender waistline. He wasn't even wearing any clothes on his lower body, barely covered by the hem of his shirt and the coat he was holding. His tail swung freely behind him, occasionally lifting a piece of fabric. His toes were curled up in his slippers, and his thin ankles looked like they could be wrapped around a hand. Above his head were the leaves of a mountain ash tree, which had accumulated a lot of dew at night. Drops of water slid down from the tips of the leaves and happened to fall on Carlos' collarbone, leaving a little shiny mark. His whole body trembled slightly, and he hugged his coat tightly. His eyelashes fluttered in the wind, covering his hazy eyes in the moonlight, like begging for a hug. Really, it's cold. Carlos is nowhere to be found. Even with the help of the power of the god of light, there is no way to find Carlos' soul. The pure moonlight fell on the roof of the church. Antine sat under the huge pendulum, looking indifferently at the sleeping city. He tried many methods. Whether it was the silver water mirror that could reflect human souls, or the Chintai bottle that could hold souls, there was no way to find any trace of Carlos. Theoretically, Carlos was a paladin of the Temple of Light and was closely related to the god of light. It should be easy to find his soul with these means. But it was true that in 10 years, none of them had found Carlos' soul. Some people once doubted whether Carlos's faith was pure, but such voices soon disappeared, and no one questioned Carlos's faith at all. Antine has met Carlos. Anyone who raised questions about Carlos's faith was a question to him. In the 300 years since he became the archangel, only Carlos, a human, left a deep impression on him. Antine had even been looking forward to the day when Carlos would work with him. Unfortunately, he never waited. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. This forced Antine to start thinking whether something had happened to Carlos in the human world. He had checked the list of names in the divine world and was certain that Carlos would definitely come to the divine world. Even if he did not stay to become a divine messenger, he could still enjoy treatment in the divine world that was far superior to that of ordinary people. As the youngest six-winged angel under the command of the God of Light, Antine firmly believes that good people will be rewarded. If Carlos couldn't get a good result, then how could those who were loyal to the God of Light prove the greatness of the God of Light to others on the road? He raised his hand, caught the moonlight, and let the invisible light slowly accumulate in his hand. Looking at the holy and cold angel, he did not tell anyone that his purpose of coming to the world this time was to find Carlos. He needs to give himself an answer. Carlos' soul could not be found, but his body was indeed sleeping in the royal capital, permanently sealed by magic. When Antine saw him, she even felt that Carlos was still alive in this world, just sleeping. He was silent. The angel's heart was filled with so much love for the world and the God of Light, but he didn't think of anything at that time. In order to live in the human world for a while, Antine made himself a brand new human body. However, at that time, his new heart was like an old thing, beating dully twice, emitting annoying emotions for no reason. Something indescribable filled his chest, invisible and intangible. To become an angel means to have abandoned one's life as a human being, to have no emotions, no partiality, and to be a fair scale forever. Therefore, Antine did not know that the strange emotions at this moment were called sadness. He moved his fingers slightly, and angel wings appeared behind him without reason. 3 pairs of broad white wings opened in an orderly manner, forming an open semicircle. He sat on the spire of the church. In the night, he looked like a second moon, so white that it was unbelievable. He is familiar with all the bright magics under the sun. Antine wants to extract a little bit of Carlos's spirituality to make a special navigator. Doing such a thing to someone who has already fallen asleep is a blasphemy. Antine lowered her eyes, and a hint of apology flashed in her glass-like eyes. He sang a prayer and chanted several times before gently taking a strand of hair. Even if there is only one hair, it is a sin. Antine reached out, plucked 3 bloody feathers, crushed them into powder in her hands, wrapped them with magic, made them into a protective ball that could withstand any disaster, and gently placed it next to Carlos. This was the price he was willing to pay, even if no one asked for it. As for this bit of spirituality, Antine silently chanted the spell, and the power of holy light flowed rapidly, and several extremely complex magic circuits intertwined, weaving a vague shape in the air. The golden threads intertwined in the air, and if you looked closely, you could see that they were all tiny, fast-moving runes. He recited it very quickly and without any mistakes, but it still took him a full 3 minutes to finish the spell. It is a very ancient spell that has long been lost. Only the scriptures treasured in the Temple of Light remain, which no one can learn. After finally finishing the spell was still not over. Antine continued to supply power into the circuit, like pouring water into a very deep well. It took a long time before a little echo could be heard. The archangel's wings dropped a little and trembled. He took off a few more feathers and threw them in. He consumed too much energy at once, and even his wings became dim. A drop of his own blood stained the pure white feathers, staining them bright red, adding a bit of decadence to the angel. Finally, the spell was completed, and a small object fell into his hand, a lifelike, tiny humanoid doll. It sat blankly in the angel's palm, with its eyes open and without moving. Only when the angel moved his palm would it slightly turn its neck, so that its face would always face the angel's direction. It's like a real living little man, and under the moonlight, its eyes are like a blue ocean. Antine's eyes lit up slightly. The spell was successful, which meant that Carlos' soul still existed in this world, and his spirituality had not completely dissipated. Hello. He suppressed his emotions and asked the little man his question. Do you know where your soul is? The villain didn't react at all. It doesn't seem to be that successful. Antine frowned slightly. If the spell was successful, then the little man should have borrowed something from the elusive sea of spirits, like the real Carlos, able to speak, move, and possess part of the original body's memory, a reflection of the soul. However, the little guy in his hand could only sit there stupidly and could not do anything except moving his head and opening his eyes. "Hello?" he asked again. No response was received. Silence or silence. This is the best way Antine can think of. Directly ask the Sea of Souls for help to find an elusive soul. If there is no way to find it, maybe Carlos' soul has indeed dissipated automatically. It's hard to tell whether he's feeling depressed or what. The little man in his hand only had basic survival instincts, and his spirituality was still there, but the soul as the core was gone. The wind blew across the earth, dark clouds covered the moon, and the angel's wings fell down. At this time, the one on the top of the church was not an angel, but a lonely guy, no different from the countless humans in this city. With his character and the blessings he received, his soul cannot dissipate naturally. The angel murmured to himself, unless he voluntarily dissipates. But if he chooses to destroy, then what is the point of me coming here to find him? Antine lowered her head, her voice trembling with a hint of imperceptible hesitation. The angel had never encountered such a difficult problem. I felt a touch on my hand. Antine looked up suddenly. Little Carlos sat on his hand, maybe only as tall as his forearm when he stood up, but his palm was uneven and soft, so it was difficult for him to move. Antine didn't understand and put him on the ground. As a result, the little man slipped on the glazed tiles on the roof, becoming even more embarrassed. His golden hair was messy in the wind, and his face was expressionless, only blank. Antine could only pick him up again. "What do you want?" This time it was raised high enough, and Antine raised its wings to shield the little man from the wind that was too strong for him. The little man was finally satisfied. He stopped making a fuss and just stretched out his hand and buried it in Antine's wings. Those snow-white feathers could be sharp or soft, and they actually felt much warmer than he had imagined. Antine looked at it. The little man carefully wiped the blood off the feathers. Then she combed the feathers neatly, returned to Antine's hand, held his fingers and touched them, as if to comfort him and tell him not to be too sad. Antine paused for a long time, so long that it made people feel that he was a statue born in the church, with only the feathers moving in the wind to prove that he was still alive. "Your soul is still there," he said in a dreamy voice. He soon realized that he had lost his composure and regained his usual calm. In this situation, the soul is trapped? Or is it hidden? Maybe someone is trying to stop us from finding you. The villain remained in a daze, not responding and unable to give directions. But Antine has found the direction. "I will definitely find you." Carlos yawned, pulled a coat over himself, and watched intently as the water in the glass teapot boiled. The lid was a little hot. He picked it up and put it down, pinching his earlobe with his fingers. Hot water needs to add a proper amount of sugar and milk to the scented tea. He doesn't like to drink this kind of thing. Sometimes the nobles pursue appearance more than taste, and a good tea should be paired with a variety of bright flowers and plants. "I know how to make tea. If you have lived in the capital, you will know how to do it. Please have some tea." Carlos placed the cups in front of the three people. He sat back with his tail hanging down obediently. It's so nice to chat inside. It's really cold outside. He didn't know that if he hadn't been sitting at the table would have been overturned countless times. Carlos just felt that Lanto was very tolerant, unlike most humans who were very xenophobic towards other races. Saving him, the succubus, was one thing, and chatting with other demons in the middle of the night was another. In short, Lanto was a very tolerant person. He actually didn't want to stay here any longer. The host wanted to chat with the guest, and as someone who didn't know the guest at all, he should have taken the initiative to avoid it. And Carlos was really very sleepy, and he almost fell asleep while making tea. Look, when he was around, these three people were silent. He felt that he was in their way. Carlos shook his head secretly and decided to go to the bedroom to sleep. As a result, before he stood up, Lanto's palm was on him, with a little warmth and very strong, almost pressing him there. Carlos could only sit back down and wait for a while. He didn't see Lanto make any other moves or say anything else, so he said honestly, Why do you keep pressing on my thigh? Such a sentence was particularly loud in the awkward room. Immediately, two knife-like gazes flew over and almost pierced through the table. Carlos was not wearing pants. Lanto slowly raised his palm and placed it on the edge of his chin. He was closest to Carlos, and he could clearly see that Carlos was not on guard against him at all. Lanto had always spoken in a somewhat aristocratic way, slowly and leisurely, and now he was even more lazy. You've been outside for a long time. It's cold. Carlos, you're warm. Carlos showed a look of disapproval. You wanted to run away on your own. He thought for a moment. I'm not warm either. I just went out for a while, and the heat has dissipated. It's more comfortable to sit in front of the fireplace and chat, isn't it? But if you're really cold. Carlos loosened his coat a little, held Lanto's palm with both hands, and put them close to his lower abdomen. The place that always heats up by itself. Here, it's hot. Lanto. He even took a moment to react to Carlos's train of thought, and then he was worried about people like Carlos. He really looked like someone who would really put a poisonous snake in his arms in the winter. Beyond that, there is the undisguised desire. Everything he did was above board, and Arvid and Nibelungen could not destroy Carlos' current state. They reluctantly reached a consensus that Carlos could not be discovered by the angels and could not go to the kingdom of God. Thank you. It was delivered to his lips, and he was not going to refuse. However, it was the Nibelungen who reacted faster than him. The boy stood up quickly, suppressed all his anger, and put on a righteous and pitiful face, like a golden-haired puppy drenched by the rain. Brother Carlos, I'm cold too. Carlos hesitated for a while, looked at Nibelungen, and asked, Do you know me? Have we known each other before? I am your admirer. Nibelungen did look young, and Carlos felt that he looked very familiar and sincere. He felt sorry for not remembering him. Lantua, do you know? He asked in a low voice. Lanto's smile was a little stiff. He had made up a lie, saying that he had picked up a little succubus with amnesia. Theoretically, he should have shaken his head and said he didn't know, but that would have allowed Carlos to succeed. If he said that Nibelungen was lying, he would have to produce evidence, and his own lies would have been shattered. I can only grit my teeth and say, maybe it's normal for our Carly to be popular. Carlos thought about it, beckoned Nibelungen to sit on his other side, stretched out his hand and pinched his fingers, which were indeed very cold, as if he had been frozen by magic. Looking at the boy's appearance, he softened his heart and rubbed his fingers with both hands. Is the tea still hot? Do you want me to make a new cup? Nibelungen smiled sweetly. That's good enough. So Carlos was squeezed in between Lanto and Nibelungen, who clung to him and hugged him from time to time, and both of them said they were very cold. Carlos was confused, but at least he knew that the other guest, Mr. Arvid, didn't look cold at all, and even looked like he was about to burn. He thought the two men should go to Arvid for some help, as they were so hot. Lanto and Nibelungen looked at each other. Arvid was the kind of guy who cared too much about his reputation, so the competition still had to fall on them. It seemed that whoever won without being discovered by Carlos would take the person away. Carlos found it strange. The power of the three people was dissipating unconsciously. He could feel those tiny things, and his instinct told him that he should hunt and eat. But Carlos didn't know how to deal with these confused desires. He could only interpret his strange symptoms as allergies over and over again. His lower abdomen was hot, and it was even hotter when Lanto touched him. You guys. Carlos thought it was not good to leave a guest alone. Arvid looked depressed, but before he could say anything, Nibelungen rubbed the tip of his tail. The boy looked at him with innocent eyes. Lanto placed his palm generously on his leg, and with his other hand, he fastened the loose buttons for him with one hand. He said he wanted to cover it up for him, but every time, his fingertips would intentionally or unintentionally rub against his skin under the fabric. Carlos's mind was almost in a mess. Mr. Arvid. He wanted to say that he should take care of Arvid, otherwise it would be too strange. How could a guest be ignored? In the end, he was unable to say anything else because of these two people. He leaned on the sofa blankly, without any strength. He was already sleepy, and the gentle movements made him even closer to sleep. In his trance, he began to have dream-like hallucinations. Carlos saw the pure white angel and his own little self, as well as the cool night sky and the city overlooking it. The moon was dim, the stars were bright, and he even smelled the unique scent of spices near the church. The angel looked very sad, and he tried his best to comfort her. In the end, she couldn't help but bury herself in his feathers, which were soft and warm. My hands seemed to be buried in the feathers. Carlos was caught off guard and was frightened, looking at Avid, who suddenly stood up and walked towards him. He did not feel any surprise in his heart. A voice was saying, "See, this guy is unhappy because you ignored the arrogant demons." He didn't know what to say, and he had no strength left in his body. He finally managed to break free and said, "Are you cold too?" Arvid was certainly not cold. "Do you remember me?" Carlos was asked about his difficulty, but he didn't remember it at all. He felt guilty when he thought about it, especially when Arvid made a face that was very familiar and accused him of not remembering, as if he really did something wrong. "Don't you feel it?" Arvid said nothing, but it seemed that he said everything. "My magic is still left in your body, Succubus." Carlos was stunned. Arvid's breath was very familiar, and his lower abdomen felt hot, as if there really was some residual magic power resonating there. Lanto and Nibelungen failed to hold him back. Carlos suddenly stood up, his entire tail stretched straight, and his soul seemed to be flying to heaven. In just a few seconds, his worldview was shattered and reorganized. The drug in the milk was taking effect, and his guard was down, making him more likely to trust others, as if he were a blank sheet of paper that anyone could tamper with. "Yes, he is a succubus. I have no amnesia. Maybe I would eat a little before." He had the scent of Arvid on him, but he didn't remember him. He must have forgotten him. "I'm sorry." Carlos looked like he was about to break down. He had accepted that he was a succubus, but he couldn't accept the current situation. He asked very carefully, "Have we ever been bedmates before?" Arvid raised his chin slightly. "What do you think?" "Lanto. Nibelung. Someone is so shameless, spreading rumors. But it does work." Nibelungen followed up and said very skillfully, "Brother, my magic power is also in your body." In this way, the fake identity that Lanto fabricated for himself had two beautiful and bright green hats. Lanto pursed his lips. "Carlos, stop talking." Even under hypnosis, Carlos's sense of morality was very high. His pupils were trembling, and he couldn't accept the reality. His brain was about to crash. In the chaos, he wanted to find a place to calm down, but as soon as he stood up, he had to stop. A corner of the shirt I was wearing while sitting and chatting became wet. Carlos didn't know if others had noticed it, but he felt it most clearly. He is indeed a succubus. There is no way to comfort myself with allergies anymore. His collapse was too obvious. The three of them were all familiar with Carlos and knew that his current mood was very wrong. They even put aside their fight for a short time. Carlos ducked. He hugged his arms, his eyes reddened, and he didn't dare sit on the chair again, fearing that he would dirty the expensive furniture in Lanto's house. He could only stand, feeling the wet fabric sticking to his hips, slightly cool in the air. "I'm sorry," he said, taking a shallow breath and making a sobbing sound. "Can you stay away from me?" "Why?" The succubus lowered her head, not daring to look at everyone. She felt that she was too despicable. Chatting with friends had turned out like this. She could only say sorry over and over again. "I want to take a shower. It's dirty." Others were increasingly confused. "Dirty? Forget about the nonsense just now. No one would think Carlos is dirty. Everyone knows that Carlos's conscience and sense of morality are much higher than the average human being. He is a person who sincerely protects the weak but does not abuse sympathy." There was another silence, and Carlos' face turned red. He couldn't lie. "Yeah." His voice was very soft. "Because I leaked. I'm sorry. You're not dirty at all." This is the consensus reached by the three. Carlos just felt that they were comforting him. He hung his hands and didn't listen to anything they said. He just waited for the hot water in the bathroom with red eyes. He buried himself in hot water and fell into a selective daze. Succubus, he is a low-level succubus. It seems that anyone can be a succubus, as long as the magic power is purer than his. How can such an existence be considered dignified? It's not possible that others treat him as a friend, but he wants to eat them or eat part of them. It's so embarrassing. Carlos's mental state was extremely bad, which contributed to the temporary reconciliation of the three people outside. Seeing his tired eyes, even Lanto temporarily put aside his plan. Carlos, you need to rest for a while. You need hot water and sleep. If that's not enough, I can provide you with some alcohol. Carlos nodded. Thank you. However, Carlos left, but the night was not over yet. Avid, Lanto looked at him. Everyone knew this demon. I know what you were thinking. You just want to bring Carlos back to the demon world. Arvid, low-level demons will only become weaker and weaker in the human world. Heh, Nibelungen said with a long breath. Even I know that a character like your brother will only become more uncomfortable in the demon clan. After all, even our great demons cannot face the desires of their bodies calmly. Lanto shook his head. I don't want to argue with you anymore, or have a meaningless duel. It's useless for you to take Carlos away now. The gaze of the kingdom of God has already arrived, even if it's just a glance at a tiny speck of dust in tens of millions of years of history. If you feel that you have the ability to resist the gaze of the gods from the distant heaven, you can try to take Carlos away, and it doesn't matter if you kill the angel. He almost said the words of apostasy, but you will never be able to solve the gaze from the kingdom of God. Admit it, your research on the soul is not that profound. Lanto opened his arms. Only when he talked about magic or Carlos would there be a little madness and a little terrible loss of control in his eyes. If you want to perfectly avoid the gaze of the kingdom of God on Carlos, once and for all, do you have any other way except the risk I am taking? Avid had never thought about this. Nibelung itself had a certain relationship with the ancient gods of ancient times, and naturally did not want to oppose the kingdom of God. In other words, any creature with a little bit of brains knows not to go against God. God is not a belief, not a lie, but the ultimate existence in heaven. Don't try to stop me at this time, Lanto said, unless you want to kill Carlos as well. You talk as if you were so noble. Nibelungen mocked him. Carlos's current succubus body is not healthy enough. Isn't it because of your low magical attainments? Lanto, I resurrected Carlos. Did you do the same? The other two were silent. Go do what you should do. Lanto sometimes had the same melancholy temperament and pessimistic attitude as all the nobles. At least we now have a common enemy and a common goal. As for the end, Carlos wants to go to the demon world, or go to the paradise, or stay here. Let him choose. Who objects? Fair competition. Everything is possible. Deal. Perhaps because of poor sleep quality, Carlos did not sleep well. He felt like he had several nightmares, and he didn't know when. He felt that the surrounding environment became very bright. He subconsciously felt that it was daybreak. Knights have the habit of getting up early. In the years of working in the temple, Carlos always gets up very early and starts exercising before dawn. For him, it is extremely rare to wake up naturally when the sun comes out. It can even be said that the moment he feels the sun on his face in his sleep, he will suddenly feel anxious about being late. Then he jumped up instantly. Just like him now, Carlos struggled and stood up fiercely, bang, his head hit something hard, which instantly woke up his half-asleep brain, and then he fell into a state of pain and confusion. Carlos covered his forehead, feeling that his head was about to explode. He didn't know that he would bump into something when he stood up. He remembered that there was no such hard object in the room. Did he sleep on the floor? Carlos felt a little dizzy, and after a while he could see his surroundings clearly. A completely unfamiliar environment. He just tried to stand up and bumped into a piece of glass. Glass is not a rare product in the kingdom. There is already a fairly mature technology to produce various glass products, which can make them almost completely transparent and can also create wonderful and brilliant colors. Some people even carve magic circuits into glass products. But here comes the problem. In his room, there is a glass wall that is so big and taller than his. Carlos took a closer look. This was not a glass wall at all. It was clearly a glass dome surrounding him. The bed beneath him was not a bed, but a soft blanket that felt a bit rough, not something Lanto would use. The light he felt was not the sun, but a candlestick on the table, emitting unstable candlelight. So strange. The most important thing was that Carlos saw the clock, the teacups and kettle beside it, and the clothes. They were all so huge. The kettle was almost as big as his arm span, and the clock was taller than him. Even a piece of dessert on the edge of the table looked like a mountain rock. Even the small, wavering flame was a fireball as big as his head to him. Carlos almost felt like he had come to some land of giants. He looked at his palm, which was so slender that it was almost as thick as the wall of the ceramic cup next to him. He was silent and opened his mouth to say something, but could only make a very thin sound, not much louder than the sound of insects, which produced a small echo inside the transparent cover. Maybe it was a dream. He thought, I must be dreaming. I dreamed that I became smaller, and everything was so strange. There was a scent of incense in the air, simple and sacred, somewhat familiar, like the smell often found in churches or the Temple of Light. Carlos felt even more like he was dreaming, because it was impossible for him to appear here, especially in the form of a villain. He was a succubus. Carlos always felt that dreams would not appear out of thin air. So, he was in this room now, covered by a glass bottle. Maybe because he was once a succubus and was caught in a church? He tried to use this environment to recall his past, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any relevant fragments of his past. He did not even have the fear, terror, and disgust he had expected for places like churches. For a succubus, he seemed to be in a pretty peaceful mood. Judging from the environment, he should be sitting on a small round table, with nothing beside him except tea, snacks, and candlesticks. There was only him, a towel under his body and a transparent glass cover covering him. He couldn't stand up inside the hood without hitting his head. He tried to push it just now, but the glass itself was heavy enough and the friction of the towel underneath was too great. So he couldn't push it at all, and he couldn't reach into the gap to lift it up. He seems to be trapped here. This reminded Carlos of some stories about witches, or something else who liked to seal beautiful and ephemeral flowers in glass and add some magic to keep them fresh. Nobles also liked such fashionable and interesting decorations, and there were always a few boxes of everlasting flowers on the table, just like they hoped that their family would never fall. He is now like a sealed, plucked flower. Of course, Carlos felt that he was too dull, far inferior to those carefully cared for roses or lilies. He stroked the glass cover, thinking about how to escape from it. If he was given a long stick, maybe he could pry it open. Since this seemed like his dream, Carlos thought hard and tried to conjure something out of thin air or make the glass cover disappear. Of course it failed. This dream is not controlled by his surface consciousness, probably. Carlos simply sat down on the towel. The towel was wide enough for him to sit down with his knees hugged and look around. The doors and windows were closed, with familiar patterns painted on them, which seemed to be the style of a church, the guest rooms of the church. How could he dream of such a place? On one side was a bookshelf that took up an entire wall. The books on it were not just for display. Judging from their spines, they were frequently flipped through. Some of the books even looked quite old, with very old packaging. On the other side of the bookshelf was a walnut display case with a number of bottles neatly arranged inside. Carlos recognized these things. They were always found in a potion master's room. He speculated about the owner of the room. Maybe he was knowledgeable, or he had a deep understanding of potions, and he had a bad interest, so he put him in a bottle. In Carlos' short and sparse memory, there was no one who met the requirements. So he gradually became convinced that this dream must come from his past memories. Why did he suddenly have such a dream? Tada, tada, tada. Carlos suddenly heard footsteps. Someone is coming. He was slightly expectant, curious about what the owner of the room looked like. He almost lay on the glass, trying to get closer so that the flickering candlelight and the reflection of the glass would not affect his observation. The door handle turned gently, and Carlos held his breath. So the dream ended. He was not satisfied with this outcome. Before he lost consciousness, he tried to see the shadow at the door clearly. However, he only noticed that the man had a bracelet on his hand, which was faintly sacred. He could not remember anything else. Carlos? Lanto sat down beside his bed without knowing when. You had a nightmare? Carlos didn't know what to say. Did you react strongly? Did I disturb you? He glanced at the curtains. If it was daytime, then sunlight should be visible from under the curtains, but now it was still dark, with only the quaint candlestick in Lanto's hand emitting light. The soft, warm yellow firelight was very familiar. It was something like this in dreams, but unlike dreams, the light at this moment truly enveloped the two of them, like a beautiful circle drawn from the darkness, wrapping them up in it, warm and precious. Lanto's eyes were dyed a gentler color by the light. He asked with some concern, "I can feel that you were in a bad mental state just now." Carlos looked at him and suddenly felt his turbulent emotions calm down. In the few memories he had, Lanto was the one who saved him. He believed in Lanto, perhaps more than he believed in himself. "I think I did have a nightmare, but I feel much better now." After calming down, he felt one of his eyes was sore and swollen, as if a blood vessel had been compressed during his sleep. It's a bit hard to see things clearly. He subconsciously rubbed his left eye and blinked one eye. He and Lanto were so close that they could smell each other's scent with every breath. If he just moved forward a little, he could get close to each other. Carlos actually didn't want to get that close rationally, as he was afraid that he would have some inappropriate reaction again. But emotionally, he couldn't help but get close to Lanto. Maybe he was the only person he was familiar with now, and Lanto's concern for him was so obvious that he could even detect when he was having a nightmare and his mood was a little off. No one would hate such concern. "Lanto, Carlos was suddenly stunned. He seemed to see double. Table, glass, candlesticks, teacups, and a blurry person with a string of golden beads on his wrist. He seemed to be sitting at the table, facing him. "What's wrong?" Carlos froze in the middle of his words, and Lanto asked. In fact, he came in to see Carlos because when Carlos fell asleep, his soul, which had been stable, suddenly fluctuated violently and even felt like it was about to be pulled out. He had no choice but to wake Carlos up and use more magic to stabilize his soul. Is this body not suitable for Carlos' soul? It shouldn't be so easily affected by the magic of the church. Carlos couldn't answer immediately. There seemed to be two worlds in his vision. One half was Lanto and the other half was an unknown room. A pair of hands approached him. Carlos saw that the glass cover covering him was removed. Was it this position before? The other party almost muttered to himself. Carlos was shocked. He remembered that in order to see the door clearly, he had leaned on the glass cover, which was very different from his original action. This was indeed a dream or an illusion. It was too real and even operated according to logic. Carlos could hardly tell what was real and what was fake. His heart was beating fast. He looked straight at Lanto, as if to confirm that he had really called his name. Under the candlelight, he could see that his pupils were dilated. It was clear that his nerves were stretched to the extreme. The hugeness and smallness formed a sharp contrast. He was completely unable to resist. He also felt that Lanto gently put the back of his hand on his forehead, soothing his spirit with magic. He was held in his arms and hugged. Carlos couldn't breathe and could only gasp for air over and over again, using more oxygen to calm his nerves. It should have been an illusion, but why did his body really feel like someone was pinching him? There was no distance between them. The fingertips were pressed against his waist, and even the body temperature was so vivid and real. This was not good for Carlos. Reflected on the real body, it was like the most sensitive belly of the entire succubus was pressed against by a large and hot thing, and kneaded repeatedly. He felt uncomfortable, as if he had turned into a fermented dough, starting to get hot from the inside out. His lower back was also hot, and even his tail was raised. "It's okay, it's just a nightmare." In the end, it was Lanto's voice that drowned out all that. He did not speculate what Carlos had experienced, but only thought that the recent events had caused Carlos' soul and body to have problems running in, spiritual conflicts, frequent nightmares, and mental fragility. Carlos was held in his arms obediently, and he could only sense his confused mood from his overly intense heartbeat and the trembling of his breathing when they were leaning on each other. Lanto had never seen Carlos so pitiful, not even when he had just been resurrected. His mind began to become confused, and the candlestick in his hand trembled slightly, causing the wax to drip onto Carlos' back. The succubus shuddered. It was hot. "Sorry." Lanto also knew that it was not a good idea to hold the fire like this. He still had to hold Carlos to comfort him. It would be terrible if the quilt was burned. "Does it hurt?" I have to put it aside. Don't leave. Carlos suddenly pulled him, and the pain made him more awake. His senses were pulled more here, and only his waist could still feel a little pressure. He felt that he had found hope, and there was a little desire in his eyes, a little undetectable expectation. I am too confused now, as if I was affected by something. But you can help me. Only you can help me. Lanto's heart moved. This was what he had been longing for. He was willing to do whatever Carlos asked him to do. Lanto. Carlos hesitated for a moment, but still chose to speak out. Pain seems to keep me awake. Can you do it like before? Lanto. What? He thought Carlos found the hug soothing. Carlos pointed at the candlestick. His eyes were particularly firm. When the wax burned me, I was much more sober. Can you try again? Anything else is fine, just pain. As long as it hurts. Right here. It doesn't matter if you hurt me. Carlos closed his eyes and gave all his trust to Lanto. I don't want to get into chaos. Please. Lanto could feel the change in Carlos. Become vulnerable and ask for help. He just leaned on him. His breathing, heartbeat, body temperature, and slight tremors were all so thrilling. The dark red eyes with dilated pupils, open to the extreme, were clear as water and seemed to be scooped up and treasured in the palm of one's hand. Lanto had seen some roses made of crystal, more beautiful and precious than dried flowers preserved by magic, but also more fragile. He placed his hand on Carlos's slender white neck, just like pinching a piece of the stalk of a crystal rose. Only then did Lanto truly feel that this person, everything about him, was under his control. Some people, when seeing beautiful and fragile things, will have a strong desire to protect them and will naturally sympathize with the weak and cherish the beautiful things. However, some people are just the opposite. For such people, the darkest desires are always aroused the most when they see fragile things. There's nothing like the thrill of having complete control over something. In particular, the other party took the initiative to pull him in an even more uncontrollable direction. Lanto was in a trance for several seconds, his fingertips caressing the delicate skin on Carlos' neck, and the candlestick in his right hand was steady. He suddenly reached down to peel off the wax that had solidified on Carlos' body. The succubus's skin was already thin, and the wax fell on the waist, flowing naturally in a small strip along the curve of the skin. Lanto's nails stuck to the top layer and squeezed in, tearing the wax from top to bottom. Like peeling the skin off a plump cherry, tiny crumbs fell on the base of his tail, and Lanto wiped them off. He brushed off the things that fell on the bed. His tone was extremely gentle, but his eyes were fixed on the pink skin. Carlos, you had a nightmare. Wake up. Carlos held him in such a dependent manner that it didn't make sense, and he couldn't imagine what had forced Carlos to turn to him for help. It's unlikely to be just a nightmare. Carlos was in a normal mood after waking up. It was only after I spoke to him for a few words that he seemed to see or think of something and suddenly felt something was wrong. Even if Carlos' soul was flawed and cursed, such a disease was beyond his expectation. Tell me, what did you see? He tried to lower his voice as much as possible, pretending to be a reliable person and patient. But no matter how he hypnotized himself, he couldn't ignore the smooth touch in his hands. No matter how absurd your dreams are, they are not as good as holding the reality in your arms. Carlos was still breathing nervously. When Lanto touched him, his mind tensed up and his attention was briefly focused on this. But Lanto soon stopped, and he slipped into an unknown nightmare again. Hallucinations. Carlos tried his best to find reason, but the feeling of being rubbed and pinched was too terrible. He wanted to find something else to stimulate himself to get rid of the hallucination. It seems that someone is really touching me. Lanto raised his eyebrows. The books in his house are not just decorations. Lanto is indeed very knowledgeable about various magic and curses, and can even be said to be a contemporary master. Carlos's reaction immediately reminded him of several evil black magics, all of which could bind a person's senses to objects, so that when torturing someone, he would not hurt them and could show the pain to the fullest extent. However, they all required personal items as triggers, and blood and hair were best. But he was sure that with him around, no one could use dark magic on Carlos. So, maybe the other extreme. There are also categories in light magic that can do this. Lanto touched Carlos' back and comforted him gently. He asked a few more details and confirmed that Carlos saw the scene in the church. He felt relieved and knew who was casting the spell on the other side. Don't be afraid. He smiled gently, his black hair hanging on his forehead, and his handsome and beautiful features were hard to tell in the night. I will take care of it. You take a rest first. Thank you. Carlos' voice was weak. You helped me a lot. He did feel better. The hallucinations did not last, and soon he could no longer feel the squeezing and playing from the unknown source. Carlos breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that everything was just a dream. Only then did he finally wake up. He was no longer lying in Lanto's arms. He stood up with a bit of apology on his face. I'm sorry. I seemed to be controlled by some emotions for a moment. Nothing. Lanto still said nothing like a perfect friend. Carlos paused. In fact, he felt something was wrong. The midnight visit of Nibelungen and Arvid, his strange familiarity with them, and Lanto's inexplicable kindness to him. He just had a nightmare and definitely didn't make any big noise. But Lanto actually noticed it and came over to comfort him. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Although the man was wearing pajamas and looked a bit lazy after taking a bath, his hair was neat, his pajamas were smooth and wrinkle-free, and his body was always cool and warm, not like someone who had heard the noise and ran out of bed. Carlos couldn't help but think, Lanto didn't sleep? He didn't know that Lanto really didn't want to sleep. I finally managed to trick Carlos back home. Even though we had spent so many years together day and night, what could a ghostly dead soul do? Now that we were using a physical body for the first time, we could feel each other's breathing, heartbeat, and life just by sitting face to face. Lanto claims that he is not a normal person, but sometimes he feels that he is too dark. He just came to Carlos in the middle of the night, and while he was sleeping, he felt his presence over and over again, as if to confirm that everything was real and not a dream. If Carlos didn't wake up, he might have watched it all night without realizing it. Carlos was unaware of these thoughts. He half knelt in the bed, without pajamas on, and the cool air reminded him of the bad memories before going to bed, and he felt lost. Lanto. He hesitated. I seem to be a very despicable species. Carlos chose his words. It seems that my control over my body is not very good. If that happens again in the future, your things will be dirty. You helped me so much, but I caused you trouble. I will wash the things I dirty myself. That's not dirty. Lanto was shocked by Carlos's overly pragmatic idea and was speechless for a long time. There is no difference between species. You are just too tired. Maybe you can try to face your own body. It's not inferior. It's a normal physiological reaction. Carlos looked at Lanto, and after a while, he suddenly said, Is staying up late a normal physiological reaction? No. Lanto felt guilty for some reason. Take a rest. Carlos didn't think much about it and stepped back a little to the other side of the bed. He took the candlestick from Lanto's hand, blew it out, and put it aside. He then pulled Lanto back and laid down, wrapped the soft quilt around his slightly cold body, and covered himself with a corner of the quilt. He may have a habit of taking care of others in his nature, even though he knew that Lanto was older than him. I hope you don't feel crowded. Carlos rubbed Lanto's hand and took the initiative to warm it up. I know. You are very tired. Lanto knew Carlos's keen sense of smell in some things. He was indeed tired. The dead soul merged into his body, used countless magic to deceive the angels, fought with avid Nibelungen, and even found time to trick the red dragon during the day. He did too many things that day. It was just the excitement of being with Carlos that kept him from resting. A little tired, but not that tired. Lanto relaxed. Although he and Carlos were lying in the same bed, they were not that close to each other, and Carlos gave him as much space as possible. As always, his thoughts went back to a long time ago, and he became more and more clear-headed. Carlos, however, did not have the habit of staying up late, and he went to bed when he needed to. In fact, because the nightmare consumed his mind, he fell asleep faster than usual. The hands holding Lanto's fingers soon loosened, and his breathing became stable. So Lanto sighed softly. Forget it. He had made up a lie in the first place, and he would tell Carlos his current identity after it was exposed. After a good sleep, Carlos felt much better, but still a little weak and listless. He smiled at Lanto, first asked where the two guests, Nibelungen and Arvid, were going, and then declined the breakfast prepared by Lanto. Arvid left last night, and Nibelungen is in the guest room and will leave this morning. Why? You start missing others in one night. Lanto probed Carlos' memory. It's just that I feel they are very familiar, and Carlos' expression was slightly shy. He put down the book in his hand. I'm a little hungry. Lanto froze. Carlos had lost his previous memories, and too many things had been tampered with. Even Lanto had not expected what kind of choice Carlos would make based on his current cognition. Or rather, everyone thought that Carlos would only be Carlos, the knight far away in the sky. Are you hungry? His expression seemed to be saying something impossible. How could you? Carlos didn't know why Lanto reacted so violently. He chose his words carefully. You said that people should accept their desires and make peace with themselves? Besides, I am a succubus? I just can't remember the past. Lanto stopped there, like a handsome pottery statue. He was only wearing pajamas in the morning and had not yet changed into formal clothes. His eyes were light in color, so they looked only black and white and particularly stiff. He didn't know that the bullet he fired last night hit him between the eyebrows. Why look for someone else? His voice was low, and it was rare that he did not hide his displeasure. So the gentle nobleman tore off his disguise, revealing a cold look like a venomous snake. But his expression and mouth were still curved as usual, and his voice became softer. Is there something I didn't do well enough? Carlos still felt embarrassed when talking about this topic with others. I didn't say I wanted to eat. I was just a little hungry. You are very good. Lanto looked at him reluctantly, as if asking Carlos to face his problem. So the unskilled succubus scratched her cheek and lowered her head. But your holy light is too strong and poisonous. Lanto couldn't help it. His face turned red and blue, and all his energy training skills disappeared. He really didn't know what to say, and finally he could only hold the coffee, look at the mirror in the room, and retrain his expression management. Then he became angrier and angrier, and said quickly and softly in an annoyed tone, practicing holy light will not allow that thing to be stained with holy light. Carlos. Huh? What's that? He heard it clearly. Lanto. Yes, aren't you hungry? Carlos was even more surprised, and closed the succubus research book in his hand that had been read many times. This was Lanto's collection of books. He just started reading it this morning, and he hasn't finished the first volume yet. I just read the general introduction of the creature succubus. Doesn't the book say that succubus mainly feed on magic power? Blood and other liquids rich in magic power are fine. Do you have magic power? The young noble was silent. Carlos didn't see the back, so he didn't know that succubi have no dietary restrictions. Eating magic power is the best, but there is not so much magic power in the human world, and it is not easy to find excellent prey in the demon world. They can't starve to death when they have no magic power. So gradually, the new era succubi have learned how to eat the essence of living things, using a moment of pleasure to exchange for food. That's why a succubus is called a succubus. Regardless, Lanto didn't like Carlos's idea. So you just want to find them to replenish your magic power? You just met them for the first time. Carlos held the book and opened his eyes wide. But you really can't do it. Lanto couldn't help it. He walked over, took the book from Carlos's arms, and said calmly, but succubi don't necessarily need to eat magic. Huh? Do you want to know? Of course. Come closer. Carlos leaned over and saw Lanto opening the yellowed book and turning to a certain page with a picture on it. It was obviously hand-drawn with a pen, and even though it was old, one could tell that the craftsmanship was very good. But the pattern. Carlos' face suddenly turned red. This page analyzes the physiological structure of the succubus in detail, especially the meaningless heart pattern on his belly, and is full of ideas on how to open it, how to fill it, and how to use it to create alluring spiritual magic. Lanto calmly drank his coffee. Turn another page. When it comes to the food of the succubus, it is painted vividly with just a few strokes. Why do you put such books in your living room? Carlos finally couldn't help it and was completely embarrassed. He shook his head and walked away from Lanto. If it weren't for the sharp corners on his forehead, he would definitely hit his head against the wall twice to clear out the dirty things. Normal research books. There are also books of other races on the shelf, which are not dirty things. He had so many books and collections that normal people would only think he was a wealthy and knowledgeable magician or pharmacist. Nobles always like to make friends with such people. Falsifying memory is not a simple matter, and people can never make up a perfect story for themselves, so Lanto just planted some seeds in Carlos, naturally misleading Carlos and making him think that he was just a magician who lived in the capital and was granted a title. Lanto finished his breakfast slowly, a few slices of toasted bread with butter, an egg and mashed potatoes, plus a cup of coffee. He woke up earlier than Carlos and dealt with the Nibelungen affairs early. Whether it was Arvid, the Red Dragon, or the Nibelungen, they were all already strong enough to not be interested in ordinary food. But he was different. He would still spend a lot of time on these foods when he was a human. Eating always makes people happy. There was a cup of scalded milk on the table. Carlos. Carlos was the kind of person who would respond no matter what if someone called him. Although he was clearing the redundant images in his brain, he also readjusted his mood and looked at Lanto. "What's the matter? How long have you not eaten?" Carlos was silent for a moment. "I haven't eaten anything since I can remember." He has no interest in human food, which is tasteless to him. He can only drink some water and eat a few snacks every day. It seems that if you think in this way, it is natural for him to be weak. The sunlight shines through the gauze, making the wooden windowsill warm, while the bookshelves and medicines are always in the shade. Carlos's finger touched the sunlight and then withdrew. Sunshine sickness. He couldn't even go out normally. "You should eat something." Lanto approached him from behind and hugged him. Carlos couldn't touch the sun for too long, but he could, so he just basked in the sun, which inadvertently wrapped Carlos in warmth. Carlos' heart moved slightly. He liked the dry and comfortable smell of his fur after the sun had permed it, and he also liked the lingering warmth that did not hurt him. He looked down at the windowsill and the slight reflection of the glass, casting the shadows of two people. Carlos was a little confused. He had a very absurd idea, but he didn't have the courage to confirm his guess. "I don't really want to eat." Carlos shook his head. "I'm not that hungry." Lanto sighed softly, knowing that Carlos still couldn't accept many things about the succubus. "I won't be home today and may come back very late. I've put a new umbrella for you at the door, soaked in potions, to block the sun and rain. Wear thicker clothes. You won't have too many problems if you go out for a while, but you still have to be careful." Lanto leaned on Carlos' neck, breathing restrainedly, his ice-blue eyes filled with the light from the window. "Very beautiful. I don't know where I can ask Lily. Lily is the head maid of the yard. She is well-trained and never does anything unnecessary." Lanto thought that he might be best at saying and doing things against his will. It was like he clearly wanted to lock Carlos up forever, but he still picked out some unimportant freedoms and handed them over to him personally. Carlos was indeed happy. Afternoon. Almost everyone in the capital knew that an angel had descended yesterday, and countless people rushed to the church, wanting to bathe in the holy light. The church entertained them as usual, but most of the clergy did not know the real situation, and the few who knew did not dare to say that the angel would stay in the world for a while, and he would stay in the kingdom as a human. The belief in the God of Light spreads throughout the entire continent. No matter if it is humans or elves, dwarves, and other races on land, everyone under the sun believes in the God of Light simply because the God of Light really exists. In that distant heaven, those indescribable transcendent beings would occasionally glance at the human world. Naturally, no one wanted to make the angel feel uncomfortable. The cardinal smiled bitterly for a while, and thought of the entire temple of light that had been running wildly since yesterday, and couldn't help but clear his cough a few times. But he didn't intend to give up this opportunity, so he paused for a while and began to urge people to decorate the hall, take out the pre-prepared things, and prepare to preach. Only, he also didn't know where the angel was at the moment. "Aren't you going to participate in the sermon?" Standing in the center of all the noise, in the extremely solemn, calm, majestic, and magnificent palace, the young man in platinum classical robes sat on the chair. When he leaned over slightly to look at the angel, there was a bit of indescribable compassion in his eyes, making him more like a god than a fairy. Antine had no expression on his face. Even though the person sitting above was the most powerful person on the continent, even though everyone, including some angels he knew, believed that the ruler of the kingdom was not only smart and compassionate, but also a natural saint. Your Majesty. He had already conveyed the meaning of the God of Light, and now was private time. Please allow me to use the medicine from the treasury. The king's expression did not change. He continued to smile. Of course, everything in this palace can be dedicated to the God of Light at any time. The angel couldn't tell his tone and only stated calmly, Carlos' soul is still in this world. There was silence for a while. Really? The young man said calmly, Master Antine, what do you or the kingdom of God behind you want to do to Carlos, my former teacher? Antine, take him to serve in the kingdom of God. The young king finally showed some expression. He smiled, and his smile was like the white orchids planted in the palace, clean and shy, not like a man who had been at the top of power for 7 or 8 years and sat firmly. Do you know Carlos's opinion? The angel was slightly startled by what he said. Carlos was dead after all. Lord Antine, you are really confident. The king paused, as if he wanted to mock something, but he held back. Of course, it would be great if the teacher could go to the kingdom of God, but the premise is, can you find his soul? The Temple of Light has done so much over the years, but it has not achieved any results. The young human propped up his chin, a smile on his lips. Sometimes he felt that the creatures in the sky were all very magical, so confident, so arrogant. How could the great angels understand the human mind? He would not even care about the origin of faith. Maybe they thought that the creatures on earth should naturally believe in the God of Light. How could anyone not believe in light? Therefore, he did not understand why the church in the royal capital would distribute gifts to the residents, offer free prayers, and strengthen their faith today. But he would not point it out. As the ruler of the kingdom recognized by God, he had to be polite to the angels and the temple on the surface. But the angels now have to live as humans for a while, so they must abide by their secular rules and respect him as their king. Well, angel, since you are willing to bring it up, I think there must be new progress. Antine didn't think too much and said directly, yes. He was not shy about sharing his discovery with the king. After all, everyone knew that the king had a good relationship with the Paladins in the past. It was his idea to leave the crystal coffin behind against everyone's opinion, and there was no doubt that the king would support him in finding Carlos' soul. Of course, Antine didn't think she needed to keep those so-called secret techniques and treasures secret for the temple. He is a true angel, extremely bright, and willing to selflessly share everything he has learned and known. So he simply talked about those complicated magics and some research on the soul, some of which were areas that only gods could reach. But Antine just spoke like a job introduction, not caring whether the king could understand him. Gods are always like this. A little knowledge that they inadvertently reveal can make humans savor it for a long time. If the people in the temple or those who practiced magic in this royal capital heard this knowledge, they would probably have been ecstatic. But the king's expression remained calm, and he just nodded. Antine finally finished speaking, and looking at the human's expression, she knew that her things were not understood, and not everyone had the talent to practice magic. The angel briefly pitied the human. Out of respect for the king, he showed his work. This is proof that Carlos's soul still exists. He took out a small glass cover, inside which was a delicate and lifelike little man. The king finally showed some expression. Oh, can I see it? He seemed to have finally become interested in those wonderful magics, and took the initiative to walk down from the throne, wanting to see the little man more clearly. However, when he took 2 steps closer, the lively little man actually came to life. It stretched out its hand from the transparent glass cover, pressed it against the glass, and actively moved closer to the king's seat. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Antine looked puzzled. Ah, it's the power of the temple. The young king also stopped there. It's really amazing magic. This sentence is a step, but the angel is not human and will only speak the truth directly. This villain will only react to Carlos's breath. His golden eyes are extremely clear. Even the suspicion and doubt are pure. The young king smiled again. He was born very well, almost perfectly fitting the image of the Son of God in those portraits, with high brow bones and thin lips, and at the same time, his features were sharp like stone carvings and had elegant curves, noble and melancholy. A pair of ice blue eyes met Antine's. Really? Carlos was walking in the royal city, holding an umbrella. It was not as lively as before. It seemed that everyone went to the square in front of the church, wanting to bask in the blessings. Carlos liked this kind of quietness. His face was slightly red under the shadow of the black umbrella, but it was not due to sun disease, but just shyness. He was still wearing a skirt. He wanted to go out, but he had to hide his horns and tail, and also to prevent himself from getting sunburned. After all the trouble, he found that a skirt was the most convenient. In public, wearing a skirt, Carlos always felt that he would be discovered. So he was very careful with every step he took, and unexpectedly he looked a little bit like a lady, looking shy and gentle. Carlos was so embarrassed after walking for a while. Moreover, because the weather was clear, without rain or snow, and the sun was not very scorching, the most delicate aristocratic girl on the street did not hold a heavy black umbrella like him, so he naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by. This made Carlos more and more nervous. It was early spring, but he felt like he had walked into summer. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out for a walk. Carlos thought regretfully. He just didn't want to stay in the small yard. After walking a few steps, Carlos turned into a fruit shop. There were not many people inside. Only a lazy middle-aged woman yawning and watching over the situation in the shop. It was also a coincidence that both the customers and the owner of the shop had gone to church. What do you want to buy? The capital was prosperous, and fruits in other places could only be sold in stalls on the street. The shops here were called palace fruits and actually opened stores for the servants of the nobles to purchase. Carlos pinched his throat. Let me take a look first. He had a little money on him, which was given to him by the head maid. Money was needed everywhere in the capital, and the tip for the carriage was also a sum of money. Carlos kept all this in mind, and since he was out, he also bought something for Lanto. He remembered that at the dinner table, Lanto liked seasonal fruits very much. Carlos had no interest in these things now, and the loss of his memory made him forget what kind of person he was before. He just relied on instinct to carefully select things in the store for a while. A box of fresh raspberries. The price hurt Carlos. If he spends a little more money now, it will be to add to the favors he owes. He will have to pay the money back to Lanto in the future, even though Lanto seems to be very rich and doesn't care about the little money he spends. After buying the fruits, Carlos held his umbrella and went to another place in the capital. That's another street. Unlike the sunny, prosperous, and bright streets, the tall buildings blocked the sunlight, and the stone brick road surface was cold. There were only a few pedestrians outside, and there was no one here at all. The houses were also weird and strange, and it was obvious that there were no native residents. Only occasionally a few strange people came out of the various houses, leading horses, and no one knew where they were going. Carlos stopped in front of a house and looked up. Continental Adventurers Association headquarters. He tensed for no reason. As a succubus, it was actually very risky for Carlos to come here. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, the people of the Adventurers Association were responsible for dealing with all kinds of out-of-control monsters and the escaped demons. Although people rarely took the initiative to report some succubi doing business, if they were pulled out in the open, they would definitely be arrested. But Carlos thought about it. If he wanted to have his own income, he had to find a job. Most jobs would expose his identity, and the money he would get would be very little. Only the Adventurers Association had a low threshold, freedom of action, and a flexible salary. There is no basic salary. It all depends on the commission based on the tasks. Carlos turned around and glanced at the opposite side. It was another magnificent but somewhat dark house with a sign that read Continental Magic Potion Research and Development Association. There were far fewer people coming in and out than the Adventurers Association. He deduced that Lanto was a member of the Potions Guild and held a very high position. Unlike the adventurers, those who could enter the Magic Potion Association and were willing to come to work or stay locally from time to time could get a generous basic salary. Correspondingly, their assessment was also extremely complicated, and only a small number of people were recruited each year. Especially in the capital, I'm afraid that the pharmacists would have to fight hard to get in. The two sides were driving face to face, which made people feel a sense of confrontation for no reason. Carlos closed his umbrella. Well, he should choose to be an adventurer. He had prepared all the materials and was very careful in preparing for the interview. In the morning, he even asked the maid to ask some specific questions. He owed Lanto too much, and he had to find a way to repay the money in favors. Hello. Carlos lowered his voice and said, clearly. The steward at the door responded lazily, turn left and go to the second door inside. Carlos did not dislike the other party's attitude, but took the things seriously and prepared to go, and then look for things to do. Generally speaking, such an adventure certificate can be used everywhere on the continent. The king may not be able to find work, but there must be simple tasks in the small towns and villages outside. These were what the head maid Lily told him after Carlos insisted on coming to the Adventurers Guild. Carlos was grateful to the very pragmatic head maid. He walked in nervously, knowing that he would have to verify his identity, but he didn't know whether the fake identity Lanto had created for him would pass. This affected his future life. It would be terrible if he was discovered to be a succubus on the spot. There were people queuing in front of him. Carlos stood there for a while, and when it was his turn, his palms were wet. He produced various proofs, then waited nervously. The middle-aged man in charge of these matters had no idea how many documents he had to read every day. He was in a very high position in this place, so he didn't even look up at Carlos. He flipped through 2 pages of the document and then raised his head with a startled look. His hand holding the letter of recommendation trembled slightly. You. He actually spoke a honorific. Carlos became increasingly nervous. What? No, it's okay. Carlos looked at the middle-aged man, who was looking at the letter of recommendation in his hand. The letter was naturally written by Lanto, and the paper used was from his family's collection, and was even fumigated with spices and stamped at the end. The middle-aged man was not stupid, and after calming down, he immediately became alert and studied it carefully, confirming that everything on it was real and there was no possibility of forgery. Sweating profusely, Carlos felt that the other party was really conscientious and even examined the recommendation letter in such detail. It was worthy of being the Adventurers Association at the foot of the palace. After a while, the middle-aged man wiped his sweat, turned around, and found a brand new document from a large cabinet behind him. Please put your fingerprint on it. It's finally done. Carlos took the document and read the contract carefully. It contains some simple introductions. The Adventurers Association did not impose many restrictions on the adventurers, and there were not even any performance requirements. Turning the page, it is time to pay attention. This. Carlos frowned. Guaranteed salary? The middle-aged man was wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Looking at Carlos's expression, that dazed look really reminded him of those innocent nobles who were well-fed. He didn't know what the owner of the letter of introduction was thinking, but he probably didn't want the other party to know. The middle-aged man was also a smart man. He immediately thought of a reason. An angel descended yesterday. The association's director was very happy and will give out a lot of benefits in the next 2 days. Oh, Carlos was skeptical. There was nothing wrong with other aspects, but the guaranteed salary seemed really good, as if they were giving him money without any hesitation, which confused him. It's over. Carlos walked out of the building carrying some things from the Adventurers Association. There seemed to be more people. The sermon in front of the church has ended. No living angels were seen, but many things were given. Residents began to go home one after another, talking about this matter in low voices on the way. Many people took free milk and eggs in their hands, with smiles in their eyes, and their faith in the holy light became more solid. Carlos wanted to call a carriage, but after standing on the side of the road with an umbrella for a long time, there was no empty carriage. All the coachmen today had gone to the church to pick up passengers. He had no choice but to walk for a while by himself, waiting for fewer people, and perhaps he could find a vacant carriage. Sorry, but he still bumped into someone accidentally. Carlos was pushed forward by the collision, and the umbrella in his hand was pushed forward. The bag he was holding was almost spilled. He looked up and found that the other person was also holding an umbrella, also a black umbrella. The umbrella was quite large, covering the man's face. Carlos could only see his broad shoulders and a pale neck. He looked just like him, with an inexplicable sick air. Carlos couldn't help but feel a little sympathy, and felt even more sorry for accidentally bumping into someone. "It's okay," the person on the other side said in a low voice, but his face was still invisible. He squatted down, stretched out a pale hand, and picked up a red fruit that had fallen into the dust on the roadside. "Raspberry?" Carlos then realized that some of the stuff had spilled out of the bag he was holding. He looked carefully, and luckily only 1 or 2 pieces had fallen out. The raspberries were fragile, and after rolling on the ground, they were already leaking juice. Carlos saw that the small red fruits he dropped had stained the other person's hands, so he held the umbrella in one hand and found a clean handkerchief in the other hand and handed it to him. The other party didn't answer. "Why are you holding an umbrella?" he asked. "I'm allergic to ultraviolet rays." Carlos had already made up his mind. "What about you?" "Same." Hearing this answer, the other party finally smiled, and the atmosphere became lively. As the umbrella was lifted, Carlos saw the other party's face. It was a person whose age was hard to tell, with plum-red eyes. It was hard to tell what was good about his appearance, but it reminded people of some characters in oil paintings, with a heavy and lingering charm. Although standing in the bustling city, there was always a layer of membrane between him and here. Carlos was very keenly aware of his peculiarity. "It seems that we are destined to meet, beautiful lady." He smiled and looked Carlos over. "Just came out of the Adventurers Guild?" "Yes." "Mind walking with me for a while?" Carlos wasn't a real noble girl, so of course she didn't mind. It was inconvenient for the two of them to hold 2 umbrellas, so he took the initiative to invite the other party to stand under his umbrella. The umbrella was wide enough to block the sun for the two of them. "From your accent, aren't you from the capital?" As they chatted, Carlos found that he and the other party were indeed very compatible, as they were both allergic to the sun. So he asked, "Yes." A cheerful voice floated over from the other side of the umbrella. "I came to visit an old friend." Carlos didn't even have to guess. "Paladin?" "Yes." "It's a pity to see him lying there all alone." Carlos agreed with him. "Yes, I always feel that this is not good." Now his memory was completely covered up, and he completely separated himself from the Paladin Carlos. He only felt that he was a little succubus with the same name as the other party. "Oh?" Carlos' words were a new statement. Most people in this capital felt that it was an honor to visit the Paladin and present a flower, so the umbrella stopped for a moment, took the big black umbrella, and raised it higher, but still blocked the sun steadily. "Why is it not good?" "I think if I were that knight, I would definitely not want to lie there." Carlos didn't know why, but he just didn't like it. Maybe it would be better to be buried 6 feet under. "Ha ha ha." Carlos heard the laughter and couldn't help but look over. He found that the young man under the umbrella had narrow eyes and an extremely pale face when he laughed, and he had a more sinister temperament. "I don't think that's good either." In order to avoid the crowds on the main road and to get less sunlight, the two of them had turned into a deserted alley without knowing when. The cold wind was pushed through the alley and blew in my face. The umbrella didn't move at all. Carlos felt a little cold. The young man's voice lingered in the wind for a long time. "I hope that night can stand up again. That would be interesting." With a puff, the umbrella was folded. The 2 plum-red eyes stared at Carlos, and gradually an indescribable desire surged up. He smiled. "I originally thought that no one else could arouse my appetite except him. Today is fate. You smell very good." When he praised someone, it sounded like he was giving that person the highest honor. Carlos stepped back, his back against the wall, his eyes fixed on the young man's mouth. The 2 fangs were slowly protruding. "Vampire?" Carlos was stunned and almost didn't react. However, his shoulders were grabbed by a pair of hard and cold hands and pressed tightly against the wall. It was a remote alley, and even if he wanted to call for help, no one could come so quickly. Besides, Carlos could feel the power of the vampire in front of him. If he dragged someone else in, they would probably be bitten to death. "Why did you choose me?" His face was pale and his eyelashes were trembling, as if he was frightened out of his wits. However, he was still thinking rapidly in his mind. Vampires hate sunlight, and this is the capital city with rich holy light. His power must be severely suppressed, and he definitely does not want to be discovered by the church. Vampires are considered a type of demon, and Carlos himself is a demon, so he knows very well what kind of lethality there is against vampires. If he wants to live, he must escape into the sunlight. The guards of the royal capital are very strong, and the people in the church are also very strong. If we can find Lanto, it will be enough. Carlos was shocked when he felt a strong, aggressive breath on his neck. This vampire who appeared in the capital seemed to be enjoying his food, and the fear of his prey was also a rare delicacy. Besides, he hadn't eaten anything indulgently for a long time. You smell good. Carlos shuddered. It was not a good feeling to be someone else's prey, but what frightened him even more was the next sentence. How about becoming a member of our vampire clan? His chin was pinched, and the other party's fingertips were placed on the corner of his lips, pinching hard, and the cheek flesh there sank. Carlos couldn't help but want to turn his head, but turning his head would expose his neck. He thought the vampire in front of him was very strange. They hate holy light even more than demons, and rarely appear near churches. Moreover, vampires like to call themselves blood clans, and they are particularly particular about respect for superiors and bloodline inheritance. It is not possible to transform a new vampire by biting anyone at random. This guy can say such things. Either he is a high-ranking vampire with pure bloodline, or crazy. Becoming a vampire. Carlos couldn't help asking, you mean the first embrace? Yes. For some reason, the vampire's attitude was very good and proud. Remember my name, Suleiman der Lund. When you are reborn, this will also be your surname. You can call me Father. Carlos thought to himself that he didn't need a name or a father, but this last name seemed familiar. Carlos was confused for a moment and couldn't remember where he had seen it. When Carlos found that no matter how much he delayed, the fangs were still uncontrollably approaching his neck, he finally gave up resisting. The power gap is too great, and resistance is futile. He took a shallow breath. If you ask others what kind of person Carlos is, you might get a variety of answers. There are always a few things that never change. For example, he is a very strong person. For example, he is a very good person. Those who are familiar with Carlos know that his strength comes from his innate talent for affinity with the holy light, his strong physique, his skilled swordsmanship, and his indescribable fighting instinct. Unfortunately, Carlos's memory has disappeared and his body has been replaced, so he may not be able to gain the holy light. But the intuition is still there. In the morning, he flipped through the books related to Succubus. Although he was extremely shy, he still read all the records very honestly. Just that one time was enough for him to roughly learn the special magic that only succubi can use. Carlos had a little bit of magic power in his body, not much, but it was cultivated with great difficulty. Now he used it all without making a sound. His body was burning, and the red color of the demon in his eyes became brighter and brighter, which made him look more and more attractive, like a small animal that was forced into a desperate situation but would not bite. Suleiman just felt that the little guy in front of him smelled more and more fragrant. The hat fell to the ground, revealing a pair of small horns on Carlos's forehead. When they were walking together just now, Suleiman had already seen that Carlos was not a human. But it didn't matter. Anyone who liked him could become his blood captive. Unfortunately, the demon he met today seemed unaware of the enormous power behind his surname. He didn't react at all and looked particularly confused. It makes people like it more. He did not intend to make this little succubus a blood captive, but decided seriously to share some of his own blood. As the fourth-generation ancestor of the extremely powerful blood clan, he had almost never lacked food. He was even very picky about food and only ate food that was destined for him. In addition, due to the clan's rules in recent years, Suleiman had not tasted wild food for a long time. It happened that today he had finally accomplished a great event related to the clan. In his excitement, he felt that he should leave a little gift for this beautiful king. Suleiman bit down. Hiss. Of course it hurt. Carlos's eyes twitched twice, and he raised his hands to struggle, but his arms were lifted high and firmly pressed against the wall. The blood flowed out bit by bit, but the wonderful feeling poured in bit by bit. Before he knew it, he had lost the strength to resist. The poison of the vampires. Anyone bitten usually dies in happiness, as the vampire's toxins will slowly spread into the blood vessels, paralyzing the muscles and relaxing the mind. Just like those terrible, addictive drugs, They bring supreme happiness. Some people are bitten, but fortunately do not die. But they will be defeated by this kind of happiness that cannot be erased, and even beg the vampires to take him in as a blood servant. Carlos' face also turned an unhealthy red. The pain of blood loss mixed with this unfamiliar pleasure, and he couldn't help but moan twice. His hands dropped down and pressed against the wall behind him. His voice was soft and a little shy, and he stopped right after he spoke, extremely restrained. Suleiman sincerely thought this little succubus was very cute. He loosened his grip slightly, licked his lips, and looked at the succubus whose mind had been washed away by the poison and whose eyes were hazy. "What's your name?" Kali. The ribbon around Carlos' neck had been opened. "At midnight, you will be completely transformed into a vampire. Come find me then." Suleiman did not say how to find him. Anyway, there is an unspeakable connection between close vampires, not to mention the offspring he personally transformed. He was full, and even though he had a smile on his face and liked the succubus very much, he had no intention of taking him away immediately. The little tail could no longer be hidden, and it coiled up and rubbed against Suleiman's arm. Suleiman thought his eyes were really beautiful, not seductive, but very alluring. The tail was also limp. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He didn't finish. Carlos finally stretched out his right hand from behind his back. At some point, he forcibly removed the stone bricks from the wall, pinched the bricks with 5 fingers, and slammed it down hard. There is no such thing as a sweet succubus. Under the severe pain, the charm magic that Carlos had used with all his strength was naturally useless, so when Suleiman raised his head again, he had less filter for the succubus in front of him. However, without that soft-hearted emotion, he admired her even more. Interesting. Suleiman licked his lips. He was a little embarrassed. Brick and stone debris fell from his forehead, but his eyes were particularly cold, and there was a little red blood at the corner of his lips. "The vampire's toxin has no effect on you?" Carlos didn't say anything. He knew that this little trick couldn't kill a vampire, so he could only remain silent. "Wait, I don't know what you think. You are a good demon. You don't have much magic power, but you are good at charm." Suleiman's voice turned cold. "You are smart and patient, but you shouldn't provoke me." Carlos couldn't say that he had just started learning the magic related to succubus this morning. He breathed hard. Suleiman made a wrong judgment. He was not immune to the poison of the vampires. He could only rely on his will to endure, and continue to endure. "Mr. Suleiman, I have no idea of becoming a vampire. I am just an ordinary succubus. I don't want to be exposed in the capital." Carlos picked up his umbrella and pointed at Suleiman. "I am not your blood servant. It is wrong to bite people randomly, but I really want to," Carlos said calmly. "I didn't hide my magic power. The soldiers from the royal capital will be here soon. Even if they catch you first?" Suleiman laughed softly. Carlos nodded. "Little succubus, you don't know how sweet you look right now." Carlos was a little embarrassed now. His legs were too weak, but he didn't want to show his weakness, so he could only lean against the wall, grabbing the gap between the bricks with both hands. "I'm afraid those humans can't resist the aura emanating from you. Don't underestimate humans. You're not human." Suleiman mocked him. "Don't resist. The longer you resist, the more your sanity will collapse. It's rare to see such an interesting succubus like you. It would be bad if you become an idiot." Carlos thought for every word he said. He was breathing heavily and enduring. But perhaps he had too much to endure, and the vampire's toxins suddenly brought out the succubus physique that he had been suppressing. The two conflicted and merged, and the more Carlos used the succubus's magic, the less he could maintain his rationality and restraint as before. He had no intention of seducing anyone, but when he frowned, he unconsciously became a little charming. Will it be serious? Give up resistance. The succubus seemed to be genuinely shaken, but the next second, a clear long sword pierced through Suleiman's body and nailed him to the wall. Carlos was grabbed by a hand and pulled out. Finally, he saw someone. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and reminded them softly, "Be careful." The head-maid nodded solemnly. She never said anything extra, but just pulled out a silver dagger that vaguely looked like a cross. There were faint footsteps of soldiers from the capital. "Excuse me." Carlos sat in the carriage with a black umbrella beside him. The headmaid sat opposite him. Normally, she would not ride in the carriage together, but at this moment she felt extremely guilty for not protecting Carlos. She had only gone to deal with the Adventurers Association, and when she came to her senses, she became like this. And no one can stop an adult high-ranking vampire, even if he is injured, when he decides to escape. Carlos was silent. He felt that he should be nervous, but the reality was that he was not nervous at all, as if what had just happened was a very normal thing. In Carlos's current impression, he was just an ordinary weak succubus. So he didn't understand why he didn't react to such a terrible thing, but just watched the headmaid treat his wounds blankly. "You have been following me, right?" Carlos thought for a while. "Is the attitude of the Adventurers Association towards me also your thoughts, Lanto?" Lily was silent for a while. Then she said sullenly, "It's my fault that I failed to protect you." She was treating Carlos's wound briefly. In addition to the bite, Carlos also had many small wounds on his hands, all caused by the sharpness of the bricks and stones under extreme force. The fingers are connected to the heart, and the pain is very painful. Now that he relaxed and looked at the blood on his fingertips, Carlos's thoughts were in a mess. The manor is not in the royal capital, but in the suburbs near the city. He estimated the distance and felt that they were almost outside the city. Carlos suddenly grabbed Lily's sleeve and said seriously, "Kill me." Lily was startled. "What?" "The vampire injected his blood into my body." Carlos' eyes turned red and he said firmly, "I will be transformed into a new vampire within a day, and I may not be able to control myself when I'm hungry. The master will have a way." Lily breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Carlos was thinking about something. The headmaid's hand was holding the sword, and her palm was already wet. She had always acted like an emotionless doll, but only she knew how difficult it was to see Carlos again. Even if Carlos became a vampire, she was willing to donate all her blood, and there was no need to worry about Carlos's self-control. Carlos could see that she was determined. That's where his suspicions came from. Lanto, Lily. They were too good to him. It was not as simple as picking him up by chance. Carlos was easily deceived, but that was based on trust. Now he realized something, but he was still unwilling to think about it. Why? Who is he? Once I become a vampire, it won't be easy for me to die. Carlos was depressed. I don't want to be sealed in a coffin with Mithril. No. The headmaid comforted him. You will definitely have no problem. Carlos didn't know that because of the problem of this vampire, the entire capital was in a terrible state of martial law. He was wrapped in a thick blanket, his hands were bandaged, and the wound on the side of his neck was exposed, waiting for professionals to treat it. Lanto's face was very bad. How can you say such a thing? Carlos again suggested killing him. Lanto was angry, and Carlos could sense that anger. And it was obvious that Lanto was in a hurry to go home because he was injured. This made Carlos feel that something was wrong. The little succubus was in a heavy mood. Even her tail drooped down, and she looked listless. Can't you think about yourself? The cold medicine rubbed on Carlos' neck, causing a stinging pain. Perhaps because he was in a bad mood, Lanto was too heavy-handed, unscrewing the cap of a bottle of medicine with one hand, and almost forcing Carlos to drink it, fearing that he would say something like killing him again. Carlos tilted his head back and gulped down the drink for a long time. Finally, he choked, pushed the bottle away and coughed for a long time. His thin shoulders trembled from coughing. Carlos was in a low mood, but he would not refute. He just curled his pale lips, lowered his eyebrows, and stared at his fingers. The pale white medicine rolled down the corner of his lips, and he tilted his head to wipe it. Only then did a very light red appear on his face, from coughing. Sorry. So Carlos didn't say a word, and Lanto apologized. My tone was bad. But don't say that. You won't die. You're just a fourth-generation vampire. In a place where Carlos couldn't see, Lanto's eyebrows briefly revealed a little bit of hostility. He will definitely be killed. Carlos was still unhappy. Lanto helped wipe the medicine from the corner of his lips, but he was thinking in his heart. Carlos had never been so petty before. Maybe it was because his memory was sealed, which changed his personality. but he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Sometimes he also hoped that Carlos could express his emotions more freely. Carlos curled up in the blanket, and Lanto hugged him through the blanket, and the two of them snuggled for a while. "Thank you," Carlos whispered. "I know you care about me very much. If Lily hadn't been with me, I might have died." Lanto said nothing. This was what he should do. But Carlos raised his eyes. His increasingly red eyes were filled with an indescribable sadness. "My memory. My amnesia. Do you know about my past?" Lanto's heart trembled. He thought Carlos would find out, but he didn't expect to find out so early. The angel's problem has not been solved yet. At least for the time being, the magic cannot be solved. He said seriously, "I don't know those things. I care about you only because I regard you as a friend." Carlos shook his head. "I can feel it. When you look at me, when Lily looks at me, it seems that you are looking at another shadow through me. I think I may be a little like him, but there must be some differences from him, right? Because of him, you will take in a succubus like me at all costs. Otherwise, it would be impossible to shelter the demons under the foot of the king's capital." Carlos caught the slight change in Lanto's eyes, and he felt that he had guessed right. You are wrong to do this," Carlos said seriously. "It is wrong to find a substitute. You should give these love and resources to the person you really like. This is very unfair to him. You can't make that mistake." Lanto. He really had a hard time explaining this. "You are not anyone. You are just you." Lanto pondered. "We just care about you." Carlos didn't believe it. So Lanto sighed, held Carlos' face, and gently kissed the corner of his lips, and then separated. He kissed with restraint, but the thick and indissoluble emotion was transmitted to him, burning him. Carlos' pupils trembled. "How could you? You said I was making a mistake." Lanto looked at the flustered Carlos and felt that he was finally no longer in that depressed mood and probably no longer wanted to end his life. He finally relaxed and smiled. "It's all wrong. So why not make the same mistake over and over again?" Up in confusion. After 3 seconds, he finally realized what had happened. His entire tail was stretched straight and his eyes were blank. He only wanted to push Lanto away and jump off the bed. As a result, he forgot that he had lost too much blood. He felt dizzy when he stood up. In addition, he was too excited. His vision suddenly went dark, and he fell back heavily. Heartbeat quickens. Carlos grabbed Lanto's arm, breathing rapidly, and before he could calm down, he said anxiously, "How could you do this? It's immoral to find a substitute." "Who said I found a substitute?" Lanto sometimes couldn't understand Carlos's train of thought. "I don't know where you saw this statement. Did a servant at home say it?" Carlos was afraid that Lanto would punish those innocent servants, so he explained hurriedly, "No, it's just what I thought. I didn't treat you as a substitute." Lanto said seriously, "Don't let your imagination run wild. You see, I live in the royal city. You can ask every servant in the garden. Oh, they are all my own people. Maybe you can ask the people around me. Everyone can prove that I have always been a loner. I only picked up a little succubus like you." Carlos hesitated for a moment. Of course, he didn't want to doubt Lanto's motives, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't understand Lanto's thoughts. Maybe he was born with a low sense of worthiness, always feeling that he didn't deserve a lot of things. If he didn't think Lanto and Lily were good people, he would even suspect that his memory was also because of these two people's problems who can say it's not. "You need to rest," Lanto continued. "The vampire's toxins will affect your spirit. Of course, don't worry too much. I am confident that I can completely remove the toxins." He suddenly picked up the tool on the table and made a small cut in the palm of his hand. The blood vessels on his hands were dense, and soon a drop of blood oozed out. He could hardly smell the smell of blood. "Let me do a small experiment. Do you feel any discomfort now?" Carlos stared at the drop of red, his expression touched. "You shouldn't hurt yourself." He felt around on the table. Lily had prepared some hot towels to treat his wound. They were cold now, but there were still a lot of clean and used towels. Carlos took one, grabbed Lanto's hand, and wiped it clean. He had no desire for blood. This made Carlos feel more at ease, but he still felt that Lanto was taking too much risk. "What if the toxins in my body are not completely cleared and I bite you?" He spoke in a very soft voice and his hands moved very lightly, so it didn't sound like a reproach, but rather like a grumble to someone close, which made people feel soft-hearted. Lanto looked down and saw Carlos with his eyes downcast, his feather-like eyelashes covered, thick and curled. The tail of his eye was originally slightly upturned, but now it drooped a little and was red. It was clearly a pitiful expression, but you could see a little bit of temptation, making people want to bully him again. He knew that Carlos didn't mean to put on this expression, but the succubus's physique was becoming more and more integrated, and it was revealed in the details. If you bite, you bite. With a tiny holy light magic, the wound on Lanto's palm healed. He looked at Carlos and asked casually, "Did you use the magic of the succubus today?" "Yeah." Carlos didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "I used a little simple mental magic, but it's useless for a high-ranking vampire." "Lanto, maybe you are not using magic correctly? This should be your first day, right?" Carlos nodded. "Let me take a look." Lanto said naturally, "Although I practice holy light magic, I can also learn about other magics by analogy." Carlos believed in Lanto. He could manipulate the holy light magic to a terrifying degree. He must be an incredible magic genius. It would not be bad for him to exchange magic with such a person. This was indeed the first time for Carlos to learn this kind of enchanting magic. He had only a little bit of magic in his body. If other people's magic was a stream, then his was probably just the dripping rain, pitifully little. But at least it's not like before when there was nothing at all. Magic power flowed through his lower abdomen, weaving hidden patterns. Most charm magics did not have strong magic fluctuations, and the main focus was on concealment. Although it was only the second time he used it, Carlos was already proficient in it and completed the construction of the magic silently. He smiled at Lanto and said, "I don't have enough magic power to do anything." As expected, Lanto didn't react. Carlos thought it was just a normal exchange of magic, or even a request for advice, and he didn't notice that when he lowered his head, Lanto's eyes suddenly darkened. "Wait for me to remove the holy light magic on me." After thinking about it, Lanto withdrew all the self-defense measures he used subconsciously. He was in a good mood, and of course he knew that Carlos didn't have much magical power, so he didn't think that the other party could control his mind with a little charm magic. Lanto just wanted Carlos to get more familiar with his current body. Although Carlos seemed to accept it before, he always showed a little resistance. Now that he has lost his memory, he has really begun to accept the body of the succubus. She even began to use her succubus talents on her own initiative. It still doesn't work. Carlos shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. Do and always use yourself as an experiment." He relaxed and lay down like a kitten, his tail wagging from time to time. Although the emergency treatment was over, there were still some troubles to be done in order to completely remove the vampire toxins. Especially due to Carlos' physical condition, he was completely unable to use the most appropriate holy light magic during the treatment and could only prepare some potions. Naturally, I didn't have anything like this prepared at home, but fortunately, I had enough ingredients and could mix it on the spot. Gradually, all kinds of bottles and jars, a lot of strange things, were piled up on the table. Carlos wanted to help, but he picked up a horn of something unknown and tried to grind it into powder for Lanto. But within 2 seconds, his hands started to turn red and allergic, so he had to give up. The horn of the black rhino looks smooth, but it has a lot of fine hairs on it, which can easily cause itching after contact. Lanto explained, "It's not poisonous, but many of these things can't be touched. You should rest, and I'll do it." "Okay." Carlos just watched Lanto do those things, his tail swaying gently on the side. He liked this moment when he didn't have to do anything. His mind was free. After calming down, he felt a little itchy at the corner of his lips. Carlos was stunned for a moment and suddenly remembered the scene of Lanto kissing him before. He originally wanted to ask about this, but ended up being fooled. However, Lanto was concentrating on preparing the potion, so it would be a bad idea to disturb him. Carlos secretly observed for a while and didn't see anything wrong, but he felt that the corner of his lips that was touched was getting hotter and hotter. The heat seemed to spread to his face. Carlos touched his cheek with the back of his hand. It was burning. Not long. Lanto handed over a stack of pink potions, which had just been prepared and smelled of sour fruit. Drink it. It was a small ceramic dish. Carlos was in a daze, and when Lanto handed it to him, he didn't think much about it. He dipped his tongue into the dish and rolled up the potion like a cat. A little bitter, but the taste is okay, he thought blankly. Then he quickly realized that this was not a good idea and was too rude. Carlos did not dare to look at Lanto, and could only hope that no one had seen his stupid behavior. People tend to act clumsily when they are embarrassed, and he wanted to forget what had just happened. So he drank the potion in the dish in a hurry. Carlos held Lanto's wrist, tilted the dish slightly, put his lips on the edge, tilted his head back, and gulped it all down. After all, the plate is not suitable for drinking liquids. Lanto did not expect Carlos to move so quickly. Carlos pulled his right hand, and a few drops splashed on his left hand that was stretched out at the same time. Carlos was only concerned with following Lanto's instructions to drink it up. When he saw a few drops of light pink medicine on the back of Lanto's hand, his brain suddenly shut down. He leaned over, swept his tongue over it, and licked it off quickly, leaving only a soft, warm, dreamlike touch. Drink it all, he reported quickly. Lanto was as stiff as a log, and for a moment he even forgot to take back the plate he was holding. He lowered his eyes and felt that the light watermarks on the back of his hand were becoming more and more glaring. It would be a lie to say there was no reaction. He felt as if something had scratched his heart, as if he had been entangled by vines, tightened, and deprived of freedom. But he did not feel uncomfortable. He only felt that the empty space was being filled up little by little, and everywhere was the joy of the new life of tender green branches. He also felt as if something was being punctured one after another, snapping, like 1,000 ripe raspberries piled on the ground and suddenly stirred into jam. The feeling was so complicated that he, like Carlos, was speechless. After a long while, Lanto slowly withdrew his hand. There's no need to drink so quickly. If you have any reaction later, you have to say it out loud. Carlos hummed and lowered his head. Carlos realized what he had just done, but he was too embarrassed to say it. His face flushed, and he could only curl himself up in the sofa, almost burying himself in it. He didn't dare to look at it at all. If the soul had a body, then Carlos's soul was probably bubbling at this moment, boiling with too much heat. It must be because he was bitten by a vampire today, and his head is not clear anymore. He thought sullenly, pulling at his tail to stay calm. The tip of my tongue feels a little dry and numb. Carlos was extremely ashamed when he said this. Is this a normal reaction? Lanto's Adam's apple moved slightly, but his voice remained calm. Oh, of course, there is a little blackberry in this medicine, and numbness is a normal reaction. Okay. Carlos paused for a moment. Even though he was about to melt, he still didn't forget what Lanto had done and the strange words he had said. Why did you suddenly touch me here before? He pointed to the corner of his lips. Lanto didn't feel like he was being punished at all, and said calmly, You are just imagining nonsense. This is a punishment. Punish? Carlos felt that the shame he felt now was indeed a punishment. He was always able to find his mistakes quickly, so he apologized again. Well, I shouldn't have guessed your thoughts, He suddenly closed his mouth, and the tip of his tongue was numb, and he almost bit it. Not only the tip of his tongue, but also his lips that had been touched by the medicine were very numb. He licked his lips, trying to confirm that his senses were still there. But for some reason, the more he licked, the more numb he felt, leaving him at a loss. Ugh, Lanto. My tongue is numb. Is this really a weakness? Even his speech became slurred. Carlos was confused and reached out to touch it. Don't move. Lanto stopped him. It is indeed a normal reaction, but your reaction seems a bit too strong. Maybe the dosage I used is too high? I have never prescribed medicine for a succubus before. Open it, and let me see. Carlos opened his mouth obediently, and the tip of his red tongue lay obediently in his mouth. Apart from the reddish color due to the stimulation of the drug, there was no problem at all. It's probably because your body's reaction is too strong. Just wait 10 minutes. Is it fully anesthetized? Carlos nodded slightly. He closed his mouth and felt it again. He felt something was wrong with his body. It was itchy. From the shame to the blushing, the temperature rose and never subsided. Carlos did not dare to ignore these details and told him the detailed feelings again. Lanto raised an eyebrow. He understood a little. After all, healing requires energy. The medicine he gave could suppress and neutralize the vampire toxins in Carlos' body, but it could not replenish the blood and magic power lost today. The healing process made Carlos weaker. The succubus body was urging him to eat quickly. It's not a side effect of any drug. He looked at Carlos. The succubus was worried about his physical condition. There was a hint of red at the corner of her eyes, which made her look pitiful. Her eyes showed her complete trust in him, as if she would do whatever he said. Lanto felt that his self-control had slipped. When he looked at Carlos, he always thought of many things. Why miss such a good opportunity? His voice deepened a little, and he spoke in a doctor's tone, very seriously. I know there are some ways to relieve it, but it requires physical contact between us. Would you resist? Carlos shook his head. You have helped me a lot. It's just to remove the toxins. I can accept the pain, but if it will hurt you, forget it. Of course not. Lanto said softly. Come closer. He pressed the corner of Carlos' lips. From here to here, it's numb? Is the root of your tongue uncomfortable? A little. Lanto asked Carlos to speak, and he picked up a test tube beside him. This is a potion that requires holy light magic to catalyze. I will help you. Don't be too nervous. This is all for treatment. He took a sip, then suddenly held Carlos down and kissed him without warning, feeding him the medicine before he could react. Their tongues touched briefly, and he deliberately pressed the surface of Carlos' tongue to make him swallow. Coo. Carlos drank it subconsciously, but was so shocked that he didn't care about the liquid overflowing from the corners of his lips. He stood up and said, Is this really okay? Isn't this too much of a sacrifice? Lanto smiled and said, Do you care? I'm fine. Carlos answered hesitantly. I don't care. I prepared so many potions. For me, this is just a treatment process to help you. Lanto said casually. In fact, he had never been a doctor for anyone. No one was worth his time and effort to treat. Feel it. Is it better than before? It seemed to be true. Carlos felt it and found that the corners of his lips and the tip of his tongue were no longer numb. But there was still a lingering heat in his body, which was very annoying. He had taken off his coat when he curled up just now, but he was still hot and sweat was dripping from the tip of his nose. The treatment is effective, right? Carlos nodded. Go on, then. Carlos sat blankly, nodded blankly, and accepted the treatment blankly. He felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. The side effects seemed to be a little lighter. The medicine Lanto brought over had no taste, color, or smell. It tasted like ordinary water. Maybe it was something special, and the effective thing was holy light magic. Yes, maybe the action just now was to allow the drug catalyzed by the holy light magic to take effect safely on him, Carlos thought. When he was in a daze, he looked like a beautiful doll. His pale face was full of pink. He was in a state of turmoil, but also very well behaved. Lanto said that it would be useful, so he suppressed his desire to escape and even took the initiative to stick out his tongue, saying in a trembling voice, Let's finish it quickly. But Lanto was not as anxious as he was the first time. In a place where Carlos could not see, his eyes showed a little cunning of conspiracy. He took another sip of water and carried out the action of feeding medicine very slowly. The lips were hot and soft, softer than he had imagined. Carlos cooperated and opened himself awkwardly without any struggle. Lanto quietly used a little magic power to cross over. He didn't want Carlos to discover his magic power for the time being, so he had to use this little trick to divert Carlos' attention. Carlos felt indescribably comfortable when his dry body suddenly encountered the unfamiliar magic power. He opened his eyes, and his red eyes were full of doubts about himself. He couldn't understand why he felt comfortable in such a serious medicine-feeding scene. He was even a little reluctant to end it, and had to exert great effort to suppress the greed he felt when drinking the medicine. He wanted more. When their lips parted, Carlos felt that he had no strength left and fell limply into Lanto's arms. Lanto wanted to put him back on the sofa. Don't. Carlos closed his eyes, and it was so hard to hold back that his lower eyelids turned red. Hold me, please. Just hold me for a while. Carlos looked at Lanto's expression and finally confirmed that this person seemed to be really controlled by his low-level charm magic. He was slightly confused. The first is that he didn't expect his magic to be so successful. The second is that he didn't expect Lanto's mental defense to be so weak. This shouldn't be the case, right? But Lanto sat there, looking dazed, showing that he was completely controlled. Lanto? Now even calling him out loud couldn't bring him back to his senses. Carlos was silent. The essence of charm magic is to arouse people's fantasy. It does not require you to have good conditions. You just need to let the other party immerse themselves in the imaginary world. As the saying goes, lying to yourself is the best lie. Advanced charm magic is like this, making everyone fall into the trap they have woven. But Carlos did not guide Lanto to imagine anything. He just made some preparations. Could it be that just him sitting here was enough to trigger those fantasies? It was unlikely. He couldn't figure it out. Maybe he really is talented in this kind of magic? Carlos thought about it and decided to remove the magic from Lanto. He himself didn't know what Lanto had imagined, but because his magic was a great success, Lanto, who had been tricked, was now completely opened up in front of him. If he was more capable and had more evil intentions, he could take this opportunity to ask any questions he wanted to know. Even control the other person's body and use it for your own benefit. Even asking the other person to commit suicide would be fine, but this kind of painful thing would easily make the charm magic ineffective. Carlos did not intend to take advantage of the situation. On the contrary, he was very worried that Lanto would be in danger. Unfortunately, he had only learned how to cast a charm spell in the morning and had no idea how to remove it. He first squeezed Lanto's hand, trying to use the touch to awaken his mind, but it didn't work. He moved closer and called a few times, but it still didn't work. I had to take some clean water and a towel to wipe the other person's face. They were all too gentle and had no effect at all. Carlos could even feel that he had made the charm magic connect deeply, and he could vaguely feel the resonance in Lanto's soul. Carlos. Well, he was really curious now about what kind of illusion Lanto had fallen into. He didn't dare to move. He felt that Lanto must be very tired standing there stiffly, so he wanted to carry him to the sofa. However, as soon as he hugged the person, he felt a drastic change in Lanto's spiritual world. Strong emotions emerged: joy, ecstasy, and indescribable happiness. Carlos was confused. He respected privacy and did not want to explore Lanto's spiritual world. However, when he touched Lanto's body, he inevitably heard some of his thoughts. I really want to eat you, Carlos. Carlos stared for a moment. Lanto closed his eyes. He was naturally very handsome. Sometimes Carlos felt that he couldn't tell Lanto's age. He could be 20 or even older. He fit his imagination of some mysterious potion experts very well. He was cold and calm, with a faint smell of spices lingering around him. Perhaps because of the magic, the originally cold person became a little warm and more like a living person. Carlos curled up on the sofa, thinking about countermeasures. In fact, the book about Succubus that he read in the morning was still next to the sofa, very close. Carlos turned around, knelt on the sofa, straightened up, and found the book on the bookshelf. After flipping through it, I found that it only recorded how to cast spells, but there was no way to actively dispel magic. Carlos took a deep breath. Maybe there is only one way pain. Although he didn't want to do that, if he didn't wake up Lanto, he was afraid that his mediocre skills would cause some indelible impact on Lanto's spiritual world. After all, physical injuries are always easier to heal, but mental injuries are different. Carlos had already made up his mind that no matter what kind of impact this magic experiment had on Lanto, he would take responsibility. I'm sorry. Fortunately, things had not reached the worst point. Lantua? Hearing the voice behind him, Carlos turned around and saw that Lanto had opened his eyes. He was a little happy. At least he didn't need to use some stimulating methods to break the magic. Are you awake? Carlos's last words disappeared in the air. He saw Lanto's eyes. Those cold blue eyes were very different from before. They were like a wild animal, filled with unstoppable desire. He was startled for a moment and subconsciously stepped back a little, leaning against the sofa. Lanto? Could he still be immersed in hallucinations? Carlos even remained kneeling on the sofa, his back facing Lanto, with bandages wrapped around his fingers, unable to bear much force, so he could only press part of his palm against the sofa ridge. He changed into a home robe. The fabric was thin and slim-fitting, and when he twisted his waist, he could see the fabric being stretched straight, the folds fitting his body, the curves of his muscles and the softness of the fabric combined together. Her waist looked so thin, as if it would break if I gripped it. Lanto's thoughts were a little dazed. In the illusion caused by the charm magic, he seemed to have touched many things, and those soft and tight feelings still vaguely remained on his body, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. If possible, he really hoped that those were not fake. Unfortunately, it was too beautiful, so beautiful that it was fake. He knew what it was the first time he touched it. He knew he should withdraw intellectually, but he chose to comply emotionally and willingly swallowed the poison of honey which was not that poisonous. Carlos. Lanto smiled suddenly, and at that moment, all the abnormality in him suddenly disappeared, without a trace, and he became the considerate and gentle person again. Don't worry, I'm sober now. Carlos was a little suspicious. Your name? Lantual. 1 + 1? 2. Lanto rubbed his eyebrows. I just fell into an illusion. I'm not stupid. He saw Carlos's hesitant look and knew that he was thinking a lot of strange things. Rare side effects like mental damage won't appear so easily. Carlos' tail swayed from left to right, and he was obviously still thinking. He didn't know that his current movements were particularly like a large cat that was caught by its owner while rummaging through the cabinets, especially the slender tail that slid across the sofa from time to time, carelessly. Even Lanto walked over and didn't notice it. Lanto put his hands on Carlos' shoulders and picked up the dazed succubus. Carlos hardly resisted these physical contacts. He accepted them very naturally. After sitting down on the sofa, he pulled Lanto and touched his forehead. Lanto was unusually obedient and allowed him to check. The temperature is a little high. The two were very close to each other. Lanto closed his eyes tiredly and hugged Carlos. He murmured softly, so softly that no one could hear. It's hotter elsewhere. Carlos. May I ask, did you feel anything just now? Carlos asked seriously. I think there are some problems with my magic that I didn't even notice. I'm sorry for the impact on you. Let's not experiment with magic in this way next time. Lanto paused. No, there is nothing wrong with your magic. But you. This shows that you were too successful. Lanto changed the subject so forcefully for the first time. He said in a sullen voice, sounding depressed and restrained, Don't ask, I have to take a shower. Carlos said oh and stood up as well. He looked at Lanto with clear eyes. It's just like a kitten that's worried that someone will drown in the bathroom, so it keeps scratching at the door to watch. Lanto. That was the annoying thing about Carlos, always insisting on taking care of others at certain times, even when he didn't need to. This made him feel somewhat familiar. Reality was probably not as beautiful as in dreams, but it was always more comfortable. Lanto stood up. With that incident, Carlos' negative emotions caused by the attack almost disappeared. Of course, Carlos didn't really want to watch Lanto take a shower. He just waited outside the door. He had treated his wounds and taken the necessary medicine. Carlos was a person who could not sit still, and he did not think that lying down would help him recover faster, so he just walked around the room. In fact, he always felt that life was unreal and had a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. His memory was blank, his body was weak, and the people around him were either very silent or perfect like mannequins, which was always illogical until now. Carlos could feel that other people cared about him. When he encountered danger, he seemed to finally see the imperfections of others, not good enough, but real enough. Carlos preferred this kind of life. He walked slowly in the room, making almost no sound. Lanto had dispersed all the servants, leaving him alone, so Carlos could freely expose the horns and tail of the succubus without deliberately suppressing the movement of the tail, and just swung it around casually. The sun had already set outside the window, and the afterglow was warm and cozy. He pulled the curtains and thought about his future life. He didn't feel any rejection at all, as if his body was more adapted to his current life than his mind. A life with someone to take care of it. Somehow, Carlos paused. There was a voice in his body. He was a little unfamiliar with such a quiet and enjoyable life. It seemed that he had never been exposed to such a life before. There was no basis, but Carlos guessed that maybe he used to like adventure more and rarely stayed in one place. He still wanted to regain his memory, but not in such a hurry. Carlos walked slowly to the first floor, where there was a full-length dressing mirror with silver-plated corners. When socializing, noblemen often need to dress up in an elaborate and complicated way, but Lanto doesn't seem to like this. Carlos didn't find too many extravagant clothes and accessories at home, but there were a lot of books and magic materials. He couldn't remember, but he probably didn't like this kind of thing. Carlos moved closer and looked at himself in the mirror, but he still felt that his face was a little strange. He attributed this to his amnesia. Lanto's coat was still on the sofa in the living room, and everything showed signs of haste. Carlos was slightly touched. He was resting on the second floor at that time, and Lanto almost ran up. The servants had all left, and no one had packed up their things. Carlos couldn't sit still, so he walked over and planned to tidy up his coat and hang it up. But when he picked up the clothes, something rolled out. Carlos took it easily. He was stunned. His movements were hesitant. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a transparent glass cover, wrapped in silk, with a corner exposed. Inside the glass was a delicate little man, very strange, yet strangely familiar. Carlos was extremely sensitive to the flow of magic power, and he could fully sense that this little thing and himself were inextricably linked. At this moment, the inexplicable curse and those strange feelings I suffered the day before seemed to have a source. Thousands of threads are all gathered together. He subconsciously touched his face, his heart pounding so hard that it almost burst out of his throat. Why? Why is this thing here with Lanto? And why did Lanto help him deal with it privately? Then why didn't Lanto mention this just now? Carlos covered his forehead, a little confused. He really didn't know Lanto well enough, and they were just getting along with each other based on trust. The intense emotion slowly calmed down. Carlos wasn't one to struggle alone. He tidied up the things on the sofa and hung up his coat. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully picked up the glass bottle. Wild thoughts will never lead to any results, so I should just ask Lanto in person. Carlos walked extremely slowly with his tail hanging down. He dropped his eyes. If things are worse than he imagined, then what should he do? There are traces of holy light on the little doll. That is not ordinary. Lanto is the kind of person who can use holy light and use it very well. Carlos lowered his eyes and thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why. After all, he has lost his memory now and lives in Lanto's house. Why would the other party do this to him? It is not like he doesn't. Lanto? Carlos knocked on the bathroom door. His expression seemed calm, not like he had discovered a secret, but his voice sounded a little tired. After all, he was injured, so his tone was lazy and lacked strength. What's the matter? Lanto's voice was a little hazy through the door. It sounded normal, aside from the fact that he had been in the bathroom for more than 20 minutes. Are you okay? Of course I'm not really drowning in there. Lanto chuckled, as if teasing Carlos's excessive worry. It will be fine soon. Oh, Carlos responded calmly. I have something to say. Why is it so urgent? I'm still taking a shower. Why don't you go and rest for a while? You must be tired today. Yes, I am a little tired. Carlos smiled softly, and then said crisply, I want to leave. He didn't say much. They couldn't see each other through the door, but the world suddenly became quiet. Carlos's light breathing could almost be heard. He seemed to have made this decision suddenly and decided to put it into practice. I'm sorry to make this decision suddenly, but I'm here to say goodbye. Lanto could almost hear Carlos pause, then turn around. I have really made up my mind. Wait. Without thinking too much, Lanto raised his voice and stopped Carlos. I could even hear something being knocked over in the bathroom. Why are you in such a hurry? Carlos stared at the bathroom door. He actually didn't take 2 steps, he just turned around. But Lanto looked panicked. Carlos lowered his eyes, and there was an indescribable emotion flowing in his red eyes. Even though Lanto's voice sounded so impatient, he still didn't open the bathroom door immediately. Is there anything that he can't see? You were injured today. Lanto persuaded in a serious voice, carefully guessing Carlos's thoughts. Even if you want to leave, it's not too late to heal your wounds before leaving. Besides, did I make you feel uncomfortable? I don't think you are a burden, and it's not your fault that you encountered a vampire today. There's no need to blame yourself. I've made up my mind. Carlos said, I'm sorry. He turned around firmly, without any regrets, and decided to leave. Carlos's observation skills have always been very good, and he can control his emotions better than he thought. Carlos thought about it and thought that maybe as a succubus, he was also good at observing people's expressions. So he acted like a sulky person, but in his heart he was extremely calm. He knew that Lanto was probably doing something that could not be seen by others. It was too risky to open the door and observe rashly, so the sound became the only clue that could be used. For some reason, even though Carlos felt that he did not know Lanto, he still felt that Lanto must be a person who was extremely good at acting, and the kind of person who would quietly cover up everything even if he committed a crime. Only now, when Lanto was really a little flustered, could he find the flaw. The door was violently pushed open. He covered the towel with one hand and pressed his forehead with the other. His slightly curly black hair was wet and stuck to his skin. Water drops slid down his face and flowed through his smoky blue eyes that were full of distress. It was unclear whether it was sweat or water. Unlike traditional potion masters, Lanto has many signs of training, which are more obvious when he takes off his clothes. His beautiful muscles are undulating, and there are lines representing strength everywhere. However, his skin is like that of a woman, delicate and soft, perfect to the extreme. The steam rising from the water could not hide the helplessness on Lanto's face. Unhappy, Carlos's gaze naturally went towards the half-open bathroom, but unfortunately there was too much heat and he couldn't see clearly. But he did hear a strange sound that did not belong to Lanto. The little succubus didn't show anything on her face. She just said, I didn't think about leaving today. I just decided today. He spoke slowly, word by word. Even after losing his memory, some things were still engraved in his body, such as the lazy and light rhythm of his pronunciation, which was praised by some people and criticized by others. That was something Carlos had received many years of night education, and it was engraved in his bones. Lanto then realized that he was serious. Just why? Lanto asked himself, I think I know Carlos. I know that today's vampire will make Carlos a little worried. After all, this night used to be like this. He didn't like to cause trouble to others because of his own problems. But this was not enough for him to leave. There must be something else more important. As he was thinking quickly, he suddenly caught Carlos's eyes. Clear and peaceful, not belonging to that succubus who is ignorant of everything. How familiar he was with this look. In his distant memory, he had seen it countless times before. Carlos, as a knight, looked at other people with this look. It was eroded by time, but without too many emotions. It was peaceful and insightful, as if it was compassionate, but also as if it was not. His heart skipped a beat, and he showed a rare panic. Do you remember? Carlos blinked. Silence, and then silence. Lanto knew he had said the wrong thing. Carlos didn't remember it at all, but it was too late. Carlos seemed to understand something. Remember? So you really know my past but didn't tell me. Did you also mess with my memory? He originally wanted to try other things. It was a pleasant surprise. It is probably very easy to build a good relationship with Carlos. He naturally trusts everyone, which seems cheap, but it is also very easy to destroy such trust. Carlos is willing to trust others, which is the tolerance he gives to others, and he can take it back at any time. So Lanto immediately felt Carlos' attitude and became distant. I guess that you might lie to me. Carlos tilted his head, and his lavender hair fell along the curve of the succubus's horns. I just didn't expect it to be so much. He took out the small doll and threw it to Lanto. Lanto took over. This is not me. I know. Carlos would not lose his mind and misunderstand others. The power of the holy light above is completely different from yours. You secretly solved the problem that bothered me. Yes. Lanto stared at Carlos. I have never hurt you. And you are protecting me. Carlos took over his words. But deception and concealment do exist. And it seems to be a serious deception and concealment. Carlos took a deep breath and looked at the bathroom again. The fog was still there. It was strangely obvious. Lanto's attitude towards him, towards other races, and towards holy light, all of which he had been unwilling to explore before, were in his heart and he had never forgotten them. Carlos' voice became softer and softer, a question, but still with a positive attitude. You are related to monsters? Lanto, are you human? This question was really bold, but Lanto didn't get angry. He just shook his head slowly and laughed. I won't tell you the answer directly. Since I have discovered something, I will just guess. You don't want to let me go. Carlos' tail barely twitched, showing his seriousness. If I must leave, what will you do? Do something with my memory again, or use more drastic means? He seemed to be testing the waters of a small animal on the edge of danger, taking one step deep and one step shallow, bold and cautious. I admire you, Carlos. Lanto clapped his hands, causing the towel to slide down a little, revealing the skin from the waist down, which clearly had strange patterns on it, wriggling as if it had life. But I really don't want to hurt you, so I just want to keep you here, and you'll know why later. Does this mean imprisonment? Carlos asked directly. If you think so. Okay. Carlos lowered his eyes. The window on the second floor opened at some point, and the cold wind lifted the curtains, disturbing the environment. Carlos did not struggle, as he was weak and could not beat Lanto. So he had to think of other ways. White feathers fell by the window. Carlos didn't like that kind of power. He felt burned when he got just a little closer, but he still raised his head and smiled at Lanto. Before going upstairs and knocking on the door, he had already found some mysterious power in the puppet, thus sending a signal for the puppet's owner to come over. He didn't know who would come or what would happen, but it's better than doing nothing. So, in the delicate confrontation, the angel landed on the windowsill. Succubus, why is there a succubus here? And you? Why is it here? Angel. Carlos wanted to dodge the holy light that was coming towards him, but he had no time to react and was caught in the angel's hands. No matter what, any demons encountered in the royal city should be captured. Rolling around with a succubus? Lanto, forgive me, I obviously can't touch this succubus. Antine was too lazy to pay attention to the human sophistry. He carried the succubus who was unable to struggle. I will report this matter to the king and the church, and you will be punished accordingly. He did not catch Lanto directly. As an angel, he could not interfere too much in human affairs, so he still had to follow the process. The only thing that is not that complicated is capturing the demons. Carlos still didn't resist. It was bad luck anyway. Being taken to the church by an angel or being trapped by Lanto was no different to him. However, when he looked at Lanto, he heard a secret voice, encrypted by magic. Like a veil or fog, like an illusion, it poured into his ears. Carlos, when we were together, I always wanted to tame you. But the result was always the opposite. It's really interesting. Lanto's sanity had been restored, and Carlos could even hear his unreliable tail tone. Is this the suspect's confession? Carlos wondered. After being exposed, he simply revealed his true colors, just wanting him to be a pet or something. Have we ever been together before? He tried to ask. No answer was received. The magic of holy light fell on him, and the angel spread its wings. The demons should be sent to the place of punishment. It was thrown roughly. Carlos stumbled into the water and watched the last of the light disappear as the door closed. He was thrown into a completely dark basement. It wasn't the angels who handled all this. The angels were very busy, and after discovering that Carlos was just a little succubus with extremely weak magic power, they lost some interest and handed it over to professional church staff. After all, in the dark places of the capital, there are always people who like to raise some weak, beautiful, and dangerous species. Just an ordinary little succubus, not enough to be a threat. So Carlos was soon thrown into this cold place used for torture or purification. The cold water flowed over my ankles and then my calves. Carlos didn't have any special emotions. He didn't even move. His wrist just hung there. His slender wrist bone was clamped by a wide iron ring. It was not known whether it was rust or blood from friction, but there were a few deep red marks on his pale wrist. There is damp and cold air in the nose. It was not unfamiliar to him. nor was it disgusting. Instead, it made his brain clearer. When he was caught by the angel, the holy light power emanating from the angel's body went through him thoroughly. It was more uncomfortable than any punishment, and his whole body was burning. It also seemed to have burned away some traces of magic. When Carlos regained consciousness, many places in his memory that were obscured by the fog became clear. He almost wanted to reach out and slap himself. Unfortunately, I was caught. It is precisely because of the recovery of his memory that Carlos is in a delicate mood now. Carlos was very familiar with this place and this method. Although he had never supported such punishment, the conflict between humans and demons had been irreconcilable over the past few decades. Hatred would be vented in some fierce ways, such as some simple torture. The church would also make such forms public to ease the anger of the people. He knew exactly what kind of pain he would suffer next. But that's it. Carlos thought calmly. Fortunately, it was only considered a small succubus that sneaked into the royal city. If it was discovered that it was the fallen reincarnation of a paladin, it would be even worse. Even he himself would feel that this would not be good for the image of the Church of Light. He smiled self-deprecatingly. As the water spread, he recalled the absurd things that happened a few days ago. He lost his memory and began to think like a real succubus. Carlos had to think about one thing: whether his personality and behavior patterns were derived from past memories or from his body's instincts. After all, when he was a pure little succubus, he seemed really silly. He even began to actively learn the magic of succubus, understand the habits of succubus, and try to make himself a succubus that fits the image. Carlos' face darkened, and he didn't want to think about himself in the past few days. It's really not like him. His thoughts paused for a moment, then started working again. In fact, being caught by the temple was good. His life in the previous life almost started in the temple. It was good to become a demon in this life and ended in the temple. Familiar pain is always better than unfamiliar pain, and it is easier to accept. The vague, distant sound seemed to come from outer space. After soaking in the water for too long, Carlos almost lost his normal sense of temperature. He could only hear the rustling sound of the chains moving, the sound of water dripping, and the cold wind in the basement seemed to warm up. He didn't open his eyes, too tired to have the strength. Maybe it was because he had given up on himself. Carlos was not motivated. He still felt that if others had to pay a lot for his resurrection, it was completely unnecessary. He had little desire to live. On the contrary, he was now living more for others. The chain loosened. He lost his balance and naturally fell down. Perhaps he was mistaken for unconscious. Carlos heard footsteps. The expected pain of falling to the ground did not come, and he seemed to fall into someone's arms. It was called an embrace, but the contact was very restrained, and he probably only touched the other person's arm. Carlos's thinking was already very slow, and he just felt that this touch was really hot. His body subconsciously showed the behavior of avoiding, but he was limited by fatigue and could not move. He closed his eyes and curled up a little like a kitten. Why? Someone was speaking, with a hint of anger. This is not in compliance. Carlos thought, what's wrong with this? It's been like this for decades. Once the demons are caught, they are tortured several times. Could it be that this person doesn't understand this kind of thing at all? But he was really very tired, and he was only able to stay awake with a little vigilance instinct, never daring to lose his mind. He could only hear the conversations of others vaguely, sometimes intermittently. For a moment, he lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I felt that some kind of holy light magic that caused the succubus pain was surrounding me and shining on my whole body. The strands of holy light naturally conflicted with the blood of the demons, and were more torturous than criminal law. No matter how patient Carlos was, he could not hold back the sobs in his throat. He squeezed out the last bit of strength in his body and stretched out his hand to block the holy light. How could it be blocked? Cleaning magic. How could he understand the language at this time? Carlos felt like he was about to dissolve in the holy light. He slapped the other person's hand away. His vision was blurry, and physiological tears rolled out first. Warm tears fell from his eyes and slid across his face. Carlos was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this to happen. After a brief pause, He raised his hands to cover his face and buried his head in his knees. The person who performed the cleansing magic had to change the underlying logic of the magic and remove the holy light. The principle of magic is always the same, but the driving force is different. In human cognition, holy light is naturally the most suitable and pure power. Many people cannot cultivate their own holy light in their lifetime and can only borrow from the great God of light. This is the source of power for most people in the Temple of Light. Carlos was one of the few people who could use holy light on his own before, which was also a proof of holy light's favor to him. The next level is the magical power cultivated by normal humans. Most people are reluctant to call this magic power, believing that magic power is something only demons possess. Then comes the power that flows in the blood of the demons. According to Carlos's own judgment, the power of the demons is as strong as the magic driven by holy light. Of course, this is just his personal judgment. Most humans can never accept it. The mainstream still believes that magic is the root of temptation and depravity and the cause of various bad emotions. Anyway, most bad things can always find a reason related to the demons. Furthermore, the reason for the fall in reality is mostly because humans have gone to extremes in their research on magic. Carlos was not so resistant to the cleaning magic driven by ordinary power. He just had a little psychological shadow and began to subconsciously dodge when other magic came around. It was an ordinary levitation magic, and because of his struggle, it could not be realized. The caster seemed to consider it for a moment, then gave up on using magic. Instead, he moved closer, squatted down, and grabbed his arm. Carlos's reaction was almost instinctive. He was panting, his brows knitted together, and his face was abnormally flushed. His hair was wet. Most of the water from the basement had been removed by the cleaning magic, and now it was all sweat. He didn't know what had happened, and his body was almost left with only pain. Antine was a little confused and didn't know what to say. He only knew that the church was familiar with the process of dealing with demons, but he had no idea that such inhumane methods would be used. Water torture was absolutely cruel and violated the principles of holy light. The succubus arms were very thin and light, like holding a handful of bones, or a ball of fluffy snow that seemed like it would melt in the next second. He didn't want to interfere with the temple's treatment of the demons, but he was a little worried, so he came to take a look, only to find that they were carrying out a completely inhumane and severe punishment on this succubus that had lost any ability to resist. This was completely against the rules. Antine had killed many demons, but he never supported this kind of meaningless venting. For such a useless demon, it is completely possible to use the simplest and most painless method to directly deal with it. Even if punishment is used, it should have a purpose, to torture out information. What is the use of such pure torture? Antine felt a little dissatisfied. Could it be that the humans in the temple, who seemed to have absolute faith in the holy light, would actually do such a thing? Antine shook her head, but was somewhat dissatisfied with herself. He might not be fully awake, otherwise why would he help a succubus? Although he said he would personally examine the captured little succubus, he simply didn't want to let those humans torture him again. He didn't think he was bewitched by a succubus, but he felt that he should have the most basic humanitarian care, especially since the human race and the demon race had not fought for more than 10 years. For the current situation, peace is more important. Antine sighed, as if she had convinced herself, and put one hand through the succubus's armpit and picked him up. The succubus didn't react at first. Perhaps she was unconscious. But before Antine could take a few steps, the person in her arms suddenly struggled weakly, and the slender tail was raised weakly, and then fell down. The pale lips stammered a few words. Antine didn't hear clearly, so she leaned over and said, "What? It hurts." An angel is an angel. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, his body was still made of pure holy light. When Carlos came into contact with him, it was like a burning pain. Even though Antine rarely touched him, it hurt so much. It was not only painful, but also mixed with an indescribable pain and heat. Earlier in the dungeon, the extremely cold water aroused his body's instinctive desire to survive. It can be said that he had used all means, and the most suitable way to resist the cold was undoubtedly to mobilize magic power, but he had very little magic power, so he could only mobilize the power in his blood. The bloodline of the succubus. That's all. Able to deceive yourself into getting hot. But it was different now. He had escaped from such an extremely cold environment, and the heat that erupted had nowhere to go. It could only be suppressed in his body, turning into another kind of pain. Carlos was vaguely aware of the changes in his body. He didn't want to think about it, and he was too lazy to accept it. He vaguely felt that the person holding him was a familiar person, so he relaxed and grumbled for a while. It hurts. He suppressed his voice. His voice was hoarse, and it was rare for him to show any unhappiness. But he also had some inappropriate expectations. Why not just purify me directly? For the demons, purification means death. Antine paused, not knowing how to face it. After thinking for a while, he finally maintained a serious tone. You haven't been tortured yet. After a long silence, Antine almost thought that the succubus had fainted again. You guys. Somehow, Carlos thought of Lanto, Avid, and the Red Dragon, and the various strange changes that had occurred in the 10 years since his death. He suddenly felt helpless. What's wrong with you guys? The demon's physical recovery ability far exceeds that of humans. Carlos woke up feeling fine, not even having a fever, just feeling tired. Carlos was the type who had trouble falling asleep and couldn't pretend. He was awake when he woke up. He opened his eyes and suddenly found that he had changed into a new set of clothes, pure white and clean. If he remembered correctly, it was the uniform issued by the temple. Haven't worn it for a long time. I'm all a little uncomfortable. The pure white clothes fit him perfectly. The fabric had a unique aroma of the temple, all from the relaxing herbs, and it smelled noble and soft. Carlos' face showed a little nostalgia. He breathed shallowly, but felt repelled by the faint holy light contained in the spices. You're awake. Yeah. Carlos turned his head. He had the habit of looking directly at the other person when he spoke. When he woke up, he realized that there was another person in the room. This was normal. After all, he was a succubus, and it was impossible for him to be left alone. He could also feel the heavy chains on his body. With his current strength, there was no way he could break free. You saved me, Carlos said nonchalantly, trying not to look directly into Antine's eyes. Angels look very much like humans, but they are not. They are closer to the realm of gods and can easily do many things that humans cannot do, such as reading emotions for judgment. Are you from the church? Why are you helping me? He knew Antine better than ordinary people and knew that he was almost a machine driven by holy light. Kindness and mercy were only the characteristics of the god of light, and they rarely appeared in angels. Do you want to ask something? Carlos was still not very good at lying. His heart began to beat faster, and his speech became slower and weaker, with the word guilty written on his face. The angel was silent for no apparent reason. He really felt that the succubus in front of him. Very weird. The appearance of demons in the capital is a big deal. But God loves the world, and the world does not include demons. Demons have no human rights. Before Carlos woke up, Antine simply read Carlos' soul. His original intention was to do a routine job and confirm whether there was any other conspiracy behind this demon. But the moment his soul was penetrated by the holy light, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Something that has been used many times. Antine had never seen a soul that was so compatible with the holy light. It didn't look like a demon's soul, but more like the clergy of the temple who had been baptized by the holy light many times. It was so broken, full of holes, barely surviving, leaving only a little broken light blue arc. Considering the physical condition of this demon, it could be described as tenacious. Originally, it should have been a very beautiful soul. He had only seen such a clear blue on people of noble character, and it reminded him of his old friends. Antine frowned deeply. She didn't like the word demons and holy light to be combined. The contrast between that person and this succubus was even stronger. He almost had some human-like emotional fluctuations. He glanced casually at the succubus in front of him and couldn't tell what emotion it was. Carlos had no idea what Antine was thinking. Since he didn't get an answer, he lowered his head and fiddled with the chains on his body. There were metal rings on his wrists and ankles, which were very short and could only move in bed. The outside of the iron ring seemed to be rusty, and there was blood stains left by some poor person, which looked particularly hideous on the white wrists. He was thinking about Lanto. His memory had recovered a lot, and he was thinking about these things to pass the time in the dungeon. He soon thought of Lanto, the dead soul who followed him in the past, and seemed to be the current court alchemist. He looked very young, and Carlos did not question his achievements, but he could never understand why the other party came to him. Maybe his resurrection was also led by him. Why? Carlos thought for a long time, but he could not find Lanto or anyone similar to Lanto in his memory. But he was almost certain that the other party had something to ask of him, something to expect from him, which meant that they must have had a bond at some point. This is becoming more and more confusing. Carlos slowly adjusted the overly wide cuffs until the chain was hidden. As soon as he looked up, his eyes met Antine's. The angel was still the same as before, never understanding emotions, staring at his face with a pair of golden eyes, not considering at all that most people couldn't handle such a gaze. "Are you a succubus?" Antine asked. "Yes." Carlos answered casually while he was in a daze. He didn't know why the other party asked such a basic question. He thought the horns and tail of a succubus were obvious enough. But he regretted it immediately. You understand the language of God." Antine stared at him. If looks could kill, Carlos would have been cut open by a knife by now. Carlos couldn't help but step back a little. His skin felt burning, as the overpowering holy light energy escaped, giving him a burning sensation. "I believed in the God of light for a while." Carlos mumbled for a while, unable to find a suitable reason for himself. "I was curious about the common language, so I learned a little bit, just a little bit." Antine's expression was rare, but at this moment there was still an indescribable distortion. The common language of the kingdom of God is not something that any believer can learn. Carlos saw that Antine's eyes became increasingly cold, as if he was looking at a dead creature. He was used to such hostility and was not afraid. Carlos paused for a moment and did not choose to lie, but slowly told some of the things that had happened. "The God of light is very kind. In fact, I have seen some other demon believers, but they are relatively rare. God loves the world, but does not love single people, and naturally does not hate single people." Carlos did not know that when he said these words, the corners of his eyes drooped slightly, with a bit of fatigue and helplessness that penetrated time. But this face was too young and tender, with a bit of natural succubus style, so there are always some things that are not tolerated in the corner. For example, like me? The end of the voice ended with a question. Carlos smiled lazily and felt that the things he remembered were long ago, and time had buried everything. He ended the topic. "I have no faith now." Antine was silent again. He felt that this was irrational, as belief was only 0 or 1. Assuming that the demons could believe in the God of light, he did not understand why they could throw themselves into the arms of the God of light and then break away from it. But it seemed as if another flame was burning in her heart. A completely unfamiliar feeling. Antine suddenly felt curious. It was like an abyss that tempted people to fall unconsciously. Everyone knew it was dangerous, but when standing on the edge, they did feel excited. Antine knew many cases of fall, most of which started with curiosity. The words of the demons cannot be trusted. This is a truth he has known since he can remember. But the succubus in front of him seemed to be different. Antine frowned slightly. He found himself willing to listen to his half-truths. Carlos fiddled with the chain, pressed it against the bed, and hooked it to an empty water cup on the bedside. He touched the rim of the cup, but there was nothing inside. So he had to raise his head and look at Antine. "Excuse me." The cup flew out. "There is also a kettle filled with water." Antine disdained to embarrass others in such a small matter. He controlled the kettle and poured water into the cup. The clear sound of water was particularly obvious in the room. At that moment, Carlos curled up uncontrollably. An indescribable fear engulfed him, and his pupils instantly dilated. Ouch! He clenched his teeth. His muscles kept contracting and trembling. His fingers were flexed, and the blue veins on the back of his white hands were particularly obvious, and even the iron chain made a rattling sound. Carlos curled up on the bed, shaking his head slightly in a confused manner, like a kitten drenched in rain. Antine paused. He didn't understand why the little succubus, who seemed so lazy just now, suddenly showed extreme pain and fear. He reached out his hand, trying to figure out what was going on. But he couldn't do it because the little succubus raised her head and glanced at him briefly. It was not a sober look, but a sudden burst of torture that seemed to overwhelm his reason. But it also forced out something from the deeper part of his soul, piercing through the lazy and gentle surface, revealing the straight and hard inside that could hurt others. Unlike a succubus, which only reminds people of a ferocious, trapped beast, Carlos rarely makes decisions and always gives people the illusion that he is willing to do whatever he wants. But once he made a decision, no one could change it. He closed his eyes tightly and regained his sanity. Sorry, I might be a little afraid of the sound of water now. Calm, restrained, and even indifferent to his own pain. It shouldn't be a problem. He forced himself to relax, as if he didn't want to reveal his vulnerable side anymore. Carlos didn't think he would become afraid of water just because of the water dungeon, so it was probably because his fragile constitution had started to suffer from some kind of illness. Considering the previous fear of light and wind, it was estimated that it would heal on its own after a while. I hope so. Carlos took a small breath and frowned his handsome eyebrows. He was worried that he had hydrophobia, but he should have never been bitten by anything strange except that vampire. There can't be any virus in vampires. Hydrophobia is a terminal illness. A gentle hand rested on his shoulder, and strength flowed. Antine stated the judgment she had made before. Your soul is flawed, and you will experience more pain and illness. Carlos, yeah. Was it done by the person who raised you? Carlos thought of the dead souls, Lanto, and some things from earlier times. Maybe. Carlos, would you like to hear my story? He paused. That may not be true. Antine made a move that was not very angelic. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Carlos very ostentatiously, as if allowing him to start making up stories. Carlos cleared his throat. Wearing church clothes reminded him of something in the past, something he thought he had forgotten. I first came into contact with the faith of the God of Light when I was about 10 years old. He is an orphan. The people in the temple said that he would become a very useful person in the future. Everyone respected the God of Light and the Temple of Light. As a reserve knight, they would also become part of the light in the future. Carlos thought at that time, that's great. There is no teenager who doesn't like a dazzling and bright future. At that time, he was wearing the white clothes that the temple gave to every young man. It was a standard. Carlos was tall and thin, and there was no clothes that fit him, so he could only wear a smaller one, and his white and slender calves were always exposed. The temple would check their manners and would never allow any mud on their white clothes. Carlos was born in a small mountain village. He grew up wild and was always more active, so he was often punished. But soon, he discovered the advantages of short clothes. It was easier to pull up the trouser legs, and they dried faster. He could sneak out on rainy days, barefoot, wearing only minimal clothing, running around on the wet grass, and then pick fresh mushrooms and wild fruits to give to his friends. Friend. Carlos suddenly became dazed. This is a really strange word. Paladins have no friends. You are a very talented child. You are rare in 100 years, no, 1,000 years. Carlos blinked and looked at the cardinal in front of him. Are you proud of me, teacher? His teacher did not answer. Instead, his old eyes revealed a heaviness that young people could not understand. Even the red clothes on his body did not look so bright. Carlos, you will become a very dazzling person in the future. Carlos looked at his teacher, not knowing why he suddenly said this. You cannot have shortcomings. You cannot have weaknesses. You must become a perfect person. You must become someone who is useful to the light. Carlos didn't understand. Although he was still young at that time, he had already received many commendations. There were always people praising his extraordinary talent for cultivation and envying his position. Although he was very young, he had already become a member of the Paladins. How bright and beautiful. They said he would become the perfect knight in time. At that time, Carlos was training in swordsmanship. He was riding on a horse, skillfully using his strength to overturn his opponent, and the tip of his sword landed on his opponent's chest just right. The sunlight set off the crystal sweat, and his light-colored hair made him look particularly dazzling. Carlos heard the applause, but he had no other expression, no joy. Fate seemed to have given him too many gifts for his background. Carlos naturally couldn't tell the truth to Antine. Those things will not be recorded. From the moment he became a symbol of the Temple of Light, his past was completely erased, and in his place appeared a brand new Carlos. The orphan from the small mountain village is not qualified. He will be born, and can only be born into a wealthy, religious aristocratic family. He is familiar with all etiquette, noble and beautiful, just like a porcelain cat in a glass bottle. Although he was supposed to play the role of a griffin, my teacher, Carlos could no longer remember his face. He tried very hard to recall, but could only vaguely recall an old and reliable face. It seemed that every cardinal looked like this. He said that the God of Light is tolerant and selflessly shares light and warmth. We need to respect and love him. Antine and the succubus looked at each other and found that at this moment, the little succubus's eyes were incredibly pious. It was as if faith had really been engraved into his body. But you are a demon. Oh, Carlos came out of his memories, yes. Maybe this is the reason why I lost faith. I found that what I believed in was a beautiful illusion woven from lies. Antine would never agree. Holy light is never a lie. Of course not, but what about the others? Carlos said calmly, I can't accept that I am the lie itself. You should know. The temple is different from the gods themselves. Then my teacher died. After that, many things happened that I never thought of. I realized that my teacher was a rare good person. He protected me. Antine thought about it, and felt that a person in the temple who could adopt and teach a module should not be called a good person, but a saint. He caught a little loophole in the little succubus's words, but his innate ability to read emotions told him that what the succubus said was true, and that those things really happened at a certain time. Can you tell me the name of your teacher? Antine thought about checking. I don't remember. Carlos replied, part of my memory has been erased. Memory cleansing is not a good thing. Antine immediately thought of the succubus's broken soul, but he rejected the idea. Such a disordered soul would not be like this after a memory cleansing, unless it happened many times. They expect a perfect work, and it is impossible for humans, living humans, to be perfect. There is only deception, disguise, and lies wrapped in another lie until the true nature can no longer be seen. Carlos is one of their creations. At that time, the demons had just opened the passage between the two worlds and were shocked by the fertility of the human world. So the war started. Perhaps because they were born in a place with a very bad geographical environment. Everyone in the demon tribe can cultivate magic power, and a low-level demon can destroy an entire village. And people have realized that. Humans can also cultivate magic. Holy light tests one's talent, but magic is different. As long as one is not afraid of death and ignores those unpredictable side effects, anyone can become powerful. At that time, no one knew how many people were bewitched by the power and chose to absorb the magic power, and then degenerated into one low-level monster after another. The human body could not withstand the aggressive magic power like the demons. Faced with internal and external troubles, humanity is almost defeated by its own people. The dignity of the temple was greatly challenged, and even many small sects emerged, causing people to turn against the God of Light. Carlos had seen many such tragedies. If the God of Light did not exist, if magic had no effect on people, perhaps he would have joined those organizations and rebelled. Unfortunately, there is no if. The temple was already in a mess, but they never showed the mess to outsiders. They still maintained high expenses as in previous years, and they still had to have decorative facades like the Paladin order. Even Carlos, who was pushed out, only realized much later that the temple had no other choice. Someone must stand up to represent the temple, represent the God of Light they need, and explain to people the power of holy light. Carlos also felt a little happy when he first learned about this. Who doesn't like being a hero? Holding a sword and saving the world is a heroic plot that every young man has fantasized about. Carlos was no exception. He was only 18 years old at that time, and his talent was first-rate. The old bishop of the temple could not surpass him in the power of holy light. His swordsmanship was also excellent. He was lucky enough to be the leader of the knights once. He has reason to be proud. Carlos thought that he deserved to be chosen as a hero, but soon, he found that things were not what he thought. The temple does not need a growing teenager. They need a person who is already a complete hero and can be thrown out as a hero. Although Carlos is very talented, it takes too long to wait for him to grow up. Moreover, there have been cases of geniuses being ruined since ancient times. No one can guarantee that Carlos will be obedient and strong enough when he is needed in the future. They need a miracle, a phenomenon. Living people are not needed. A group of young knights who wanted to learn the holy light and protect the people were selected based not on talent but appearance. Perhaps the temple had been preparing to create a facade a long time ago, but no one expected that the situation would deteriorate so quickly. Carlos then thought of Arvid. It seemed that with the appearance of an Avid, the war broke out in full swing and the temple had to speed up the advancement of its plan. But he didn't hate Arvid that much. Maybe he hated him before. When he had no way to resist everything, he began to hate all external factors and put his hatred on the demons. If the demons hadn't invaded, how could he have encountered everything that happened later? But later, he saw the tragic situation of the demon world and knew that this war was not entirely provoked by them. So he began to hate the temple and the omnipotent holy light. If he hadn't believed in the temple, he wouldn't. If the holy light is really so powerful, why can't it save everyone? But these are nothing more than escape. He was still soft-hearted, and he still wanted to put an end to all the chaos. Even though he was wrapped in lies, he chose to burn his soul and gain more powerful strength instead of just being a vase. Even if he knew. They took advantage of his mentality and pushed him to go further, making it impossible for him to turn back. Carlos had seen war-torn places, ruined villages, and crying children. In the end, nothing was left. The world swept by war was left with only numbness. Sometimes he stretched out his hand, but couldn't catch anything. Some of the young men who were traveling with him fell, some gave up, and some persisted and died on the front line. They themselves are not very talented and have nothing good except their strong faith. Carlos became the only choice. "I will listen to you," the young man said. His golden eyelashes cast a fragile shadow under his eyes when he lowered his eyes. He held the sword, but it was so thin. "As long as it can help everyone, as long as this can end, I can do anything." How did those people answer him? That would be the best. "Don't be too nervous, kid. You will become a perfect person." If you think about it, he didn't get any promises from the beginning. Many unspeakable magics were used on him, forcing him to grow. It seemed that many important things were washed away, and his emotions seemed to become stable and calm enough. It was difficult for him to do things as emotionally as he did when he was a teenager, and he rarely felt hatred. There cannot be any shortcomings, and there cannot be any preferences. Partiality will create profitable weaknesses, so you must cut off all emotions and love, and if it cannot be erased, then erase the memory. Later, my hometown was destroyed, and the new files lay quietly in the temple, like another person. He has no past, only the future. Hopeful, victorious. A bright future. Maybe they used those things to make me more obedient. Carlos said to Antine, "I don't think they really want to train a succubus. They just want me to do something." He made up a story to tell Antine. He replaced himself with a succubus, and the effect was almost the same. "So did you escape?" Antine asked. "Yes." Carlos blinked. Antine knew it was a lie. Of course he didn't run away. He did everything he could, better than the temple expected, even better than expected, and ended the war ahead of time. It seemed like he really saved the world. The price is a broken soul and a life that cannot continue. Saints, only dead people can become saints. Only when you die will you truly have no shortcomings. Of course, there was no need to do anything to him. Carlos didn't have much time to live at that time. He had overdrawn too much of his life. There were a few times when he achieved the revelation that had long been lost in the records. He communicated with the God of Light and prayed that the true holy light could be poured into his body. So I briefly touched upon some extremely high realms. Soul. He saw people as souls. There are souls in this world, and the souls of every life have their own colors. Perhaps they are the essence of a person. Carlos saw many colors intertwined together, some clear and some turbid. but he did not feel disgusted. Complexity is the essence of life. After the body dies, the soul will enter reincarnation, and new life will be born in the sun. An extremely pure soul has the opportunity to go to the kingdom of God and enjoy a carefree life. The kingdom of God was not a lie. Carlos had indeed seen it at that time. It was so beautiful, without harm or pain, without desire, because everything could be satisfied. It seemed that he was only a little bit away from entering the holy land of milk and honey. A voice said he could come in and stay forever. At that time, he was also moved, but it was just a slight heartbeat. Carlos saw his own soul, pure blue, only blue. After removing all the impurities, it was so clean that it was scary, clear and transparent, dazzling enough to make everyone, even the angels, ignore the many holes in his soul. He suddenly felt very mocking. If it takes this level to reach the kingdom of God, then is a person still a person? The warm voice said, "No, it's just you." Being recognized by the Supreme Being, Carlos might have been ecstatic before, but now he had no joy at all. He used the power of holy light very calmly, without greed, and did not tell anyone about this story, just continuing to be the perfect Carlos. He wants to rest. After a long time, he finally got the rest he wanted, a peaceful death, until he was pulled out and resurrected. Carlos thought, why bother? His usefulness had already been fully exploited. Even his image after death was naturally that of a saint in the plan. The temple stood on this land, unmoved, and had been like this for thousands of years. What is buried, let it go. It can't be that he was resurrected because he discovered something and thought he could become the leader of the villains and take revenge on the temple. Carlos had no desire to stir up a conflict. He just hoped that this peace could last a little longer. He was tired enough and could no longer be as idealistic and full of fighting spirit as he was when he was young. If possible, he wants to die painlessly. If not, he wants to spend his life in an ordinary place. Be a useless person. You don't seem to react to some of the things I said. Carlos suddenly said, you are willing to listen to me so much because you have discovered that the temple and the God of Light are not the same, and you can't even communicate this with others. But I am different. I am a captured demon. Maybe I will be executed soon. Anyway, I will die. It doesn't matter if I say or listen to some nonsense. Antine looked up suddenly. The little succubus curled up at the head of the bed, hugging her knees, looking at him softly with her light red eyes, as if the sharp words just now did not come from his mouth. Succubi are very sensitive to emotions. Antine suddenly remembered this. Indeed, he did have some dissatisfaction with the current state of the temple. He vaguely remembered that he had come to the human world many years ago. The temple he saw at that time was fulfilling its duties, saving people and spreading the faith of the God of Light to every corner of the earth. It was not like the current organization that took advantage of someone's reputation to make a lot of money. He was only a little dissatisfied at first, but soon, Antine discovered more darkness buried under the water. Many things that went against the light, and even things that were so excessive that they were no different from those of the demons. He got angry once, and the temple handled it very quickly, immediately resolving the issues he had found out, including those people. So there was no follow-up to the matter, as if cutting off those tender shoots in the sun would make the continuous roots underneath disappear. He's not stupid. But when he asked the God of Light for his opinion, all he got was silence. The kingdom of God needs the existence of a temple in the human world to spread faith to wild places. Moreover, the temple controls almost all knowledge and technology from ancient times to the present, and the human world needs such a big tree to protect them. Antine was only given the right to trim the branches. He rejected this. You're smart. Antine knocked on the iron railing at the foot of the bed. It's a good story, but unfortunately I won't let you out. Carlos just smiled. His tail was wrapped around his arm like a thin chain, and the tip of the bright red tail occasionally slapped his white wrist. He was radiating heat in waves, which made his face look a little beautifully flushed, as if he had drunk alcohol, and his eyes were also filled with a soft water color. Speaking also became difficult. Antine looked unhappy. Carlos thought of his overly upright and rule-abiding character, and it made sense. If Antine knew what the temple had done, she would only get angrier. But now, he wanted to make Antine even angrier, at least not stay in this room. But what should he say to make Antine leave? Your Excellency, Carlos couldn't help but gasp when he spoke, and his last tone trembled uncontrollably. I haven't been to the temple for a long time, and I can't be exposed to sunlight. I have been living in a place isolated from the world. The capital has been so lively recently. What happened? To commemorate an important person, Antine replied. Carlos then appropriately showed a very puzzled expression. If he was indeed a captive succubus and so young, it was very likely that he did not know the legendary Paladin. So he said, I've heard a little bit about that, but I think that Carlos is just that. Before he finished speaking, he felt a very piercing gaze cast at him, which could almost kill the weak demon. This gaze was full of murderous intent and emotion, making Antine look less like a law enforcement machine and more like an emotional human. What did you say? Antine stared at the ignorant succubus. You don't know Carlos at all. Maybe. Carlos continued to pretend that he didn't care, but that's a very boring story, too cliché. More like someone made it up to trick children. I heard. The power of the holy light strangled his neck, preventing him from continuing to speak. For a moment, Carlos even thought he was going to be free. He hasn't even started to expose his own dark secrets yet. I originally wanted to talk about the literature about Carlos selling hooks. Antine let go, her golden eyes burning, and she retracted her emotional movements. He's only been gone for 10 years. Carlos heard the angel whisper. Has the human world treated him like this? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Carlos. The angel slammed the door and left. Regardless, Carlos has achieved his goal. He breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed a little, closed his eyes, curled up on the bed and panted. The succubus physique that had been suppressed for a long time finally broke out. He felt hot and damp. Every inch of his skin seemed to have turned into cotton, existing and not existing. He wanted to touch and be hugged tightly. If Antine stayed longer, he might have pounced on her by pulling the chain. There was no quilt on the simple bed, only an overly white sheet. Carlos unconsciously grabbed the cloth and crumpled it in his palm. Sweat quickly soaked his clothes, revealing a faint pink color. His elbows and knees were an even brighter crimson color, as if water would come out if pinched lightly. It's uncomfortable, an indescribable discomfort. Carlos heard the sound of chains shaking, and it took him a while to realize that it was because he was shaking unconsciously, and his legs were rubbing against the sheets, pulling on the chains. The ding-dong sound is annoying. Carlos bit the chain impatiently and rolled over. He closed his eyes and suddenly pulled the chain and bit it hard. The door was suddenly pushed open again. The light fell into the room, forming a slanting white line that just covered the little succubus on the bed. Carlos looked up in confusion and instinctively raised his guard to regain his sanity. But he was in so much pain that even when he opened his eyes, his pupils were dilated, his lips were red, and his sharp fangs were biting the thin chain. He stared at Antine, who had returned. He struggled so hard on the bed that he didn't notice that he had almost tied himself up. His clothes were crumpled, and the pure white clothes were stained with rust and patches of color. The cloth around his waist was pulled up, and an iron chain was pulled across his chest and pressed against the strange lines on his lower abdomen, leaving red marks on his soft skin and bitten in the middle. Then the lower end also stretched quietly. The chain was originally very short, so Carlos could only curl up his legs, press the chain with his other leg, and pull the chain with both hands. In a mess, Antine saw that the little succubus's legs had been tightly tightened by the chain. A clean file rolled to the ground. You. Antine didn't know what to say for a moment. Are you trying to bite off the chain and escape? Carlos. He loosened his grip, but couldn't help moaning and groaning, a small part of which was pain, and a large part of which was shame. And he found that he had wrapped himself too tightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to untie himself. Carlos subconsciously closed his eyes again, and then opened them again, feeling that his soul had secretly ascended to heaven without his knowledge, or had shamefully fled to Hades. Anyway, don't stay awake here any longer. Ouch. He struggled in vain. and the rusty chains rubbed his body so hard that he finally let go of his reason and vaguely found the direction of Antine. It hurts. He shook his thighs to show the knotted chains, and when he bent his waist, he could see the tail that had been entangled with the chains at some point. The heart-shaped tail tip trembled in a very aggrieved manner, swinging repeatedly, wrapping himself tighter. Originally, the clothes he was wearing were meant to be worn by people, and there was no space for the tail, so after a few twists and turns, the tail almost tore the fabric off. The base of his tail turned red. "Help me, please?" Carlos didn't even dare to open his eyes to take a look. But when I closed my eyes, my senses became more acute, and the slightest pull could cause a huge reaction. He felt Antine approaching, stretched out his hand to grab a chain, as if trying to pull it out. As a result, the tail behind him hurt badly. Carlos's breathing trembled, and he groaned. "It hurts." The chain was melted. The twisting movement suddenly loosened. Carlos took a small breath, grabbed the bed sheet, and buried his face. It's so embarrassing. Even the attack of the succubus's physique was temporarily suppressed. "Why are you back again?" Carlos opened his wet eyes and glanced at Antine. There was a slight complaint in his voice, but more of it was a soft and weak hum. Each ending sound seemed to have a small hook, gently scratching people's hearts. Antine's breath caught. He put his things on the bed, raised his chin slightly with a straight face. "I think it is necessary to clarify something." Carlos forced himself to look at it rationally and found that those files were very familiar and seemed to be related to him. The bottom was already burning hot, and now the brain was also burning. Carlos made a painful sound, feeling so uncomfortable for the first time. "I don't want to hear about a dead person anymore, you." Antine finally realized that something was wrong. The magic power of the little succubus was surging irregularly, which looked like a sign of human beings degenerating into low-level monsters. "What's going on?" The curled-up little succubus just uttered one word in a trembling voice: "Hungry." He suddenly jumped up from the bed and threw himself on Antine. The chain had been melted in order to untie the entangled things just now. It looked like a good opportunity to escape, but Carlos did not think too much about it. He looked at Antine's arm intently, breathing rapidly. The unspeakable instinct was urging him to do something, but the restrained part of his character pulled him not to do it. Finally, he just breathed. "Lock me up," Carlos said. "Use a thicker chain? Or throw me into any confinement room, or purify me." "Are you in heat?" Antine paused for a moment and said with some surprise. He rarely saw succubus, let alone this kind of thing. In fact, Antine couldn't imagine that there was a creature that was born with such a low-level physiological stage, which seemed to be useless except for torturing itself. The little succubus didn't say anything, just grabbed his sleeves and curled up. After a while, Antine realized that the succubus was crying silently. He was fighting his instinct. "I can't do anything," Carlos murmured. Why? He had become a succubus, but he couldn't even follow his instincts and blaspheme the gods. He had to surrender. Yes, if he surrendered, he wouldn't feel bad. As a succubus, he was born to do these things. No one would blame him, but he just didn't want to. There was no reason. He just didn't want to. He suddenly prayed in a flurry, using a familiar yet unfamiliar language. "Calm down." In the chaos, a warm and familiar voice said, "You can do it. Woo." When I woke up again, I didn't know what time it was. Carlos found himself in an unfamiliar room, covered with a thin blanket. He tilted his head, but didn't bump into anything. The horns on his forehead seemed to be hidden by magic. As he breathed in, he smelled a familiar scent. This room was obviously prepared by the temple for distinguished guests. Come to think of it, only Antine would live here. But humans never understand the needs of angels. Angels don't need to sleep, don't need to eat, and don't like those fancy antique decorations. So there is almost no breath of life in the room. Even the quilt, it seems to be unfolded for the first time. The heat in my body disappeared, and I felt much more comfortable. But Carlos was in a bad mood. The door was gently pushed open, and Antine walked in carrying something. He rarely had any expression on his face, but Carlos could see that he was awkward at the moment. It was as if he was forced to do something he was unwilling to do. Carlos thought of that voice and suddenly laughed at himself. Really interesting. He suddenly felt less guilty, and he curled up in the quilt with only his head sticking out. He raised his upper body to look at Antine. "What did you bring?" "To remove the smell of the demon on you," Antine replied. "The temple will not tolerate a demon here." Oh. Carlos did not resist much and let Antine feed him those things. Not very tasty. He looked a little listless and a little tired, not physically, but more mentally. Perhaps humans are really short-lived creatures, Carlos thought. Otherwise, why would he be so tired after living for such a short time? Even if his soul was placed into the body of a young succubus, it would not stop the weariness at his core. Antine was an angel who followed the rules. She would temporarily rescue him because the temple violated the rules and used punishment, but she would never pull him out of prison. Moreover, she prepared so many things, treating him like a guest, unless he received any orders. But who in this world can command an angel? Only. Carlos felt more and more tired when he thought of this. He looked at Antine, but he couldn't say more to her. He just said slowly and hoarsely, "I don't know what you want, but I am a succubus. If you want me to repay you, then I can." "No need." Antine paused. "I don't need a succubus." "Really?" Carlos still said slowly, "I thought you would need me. After all, I have also stayed in the temple for some time and know some very important things. If you want to know, maybe I can tell you where those things are." Antine turned her head and her eyes fell on Carlos' face. When the little succubus was unconscious, he had carefully looked at her face, but even though he could almost see through her, he did not find anything special. This is just a little succubus with mixed bloodline and mottled soul. He didn't understand why that person would give him such instructions. "You are investigating something, right? The temple hides those things very well. Even if you are very powerful, you can't find clues in the serial lies." Carlos sighed, "But I can help you. If those things are still in their original place." For a long time, he finally heard the answer. "Okay." After removing the demon mark on his body, Carlos completely turned into a handsome and weak young man. He put on the clothes of the people in the temple. His eyes were a soft brown. When he lowered his eyes slightly, he looked more pious than all the believers. No one would doubt his identity. After all, he has been performing this set for many years. Antine remained silent, allowing Carlos to lead him to an unknown place. They seemed to have stood together a long time ago, but now that they were standing together for the second time, they were thinking about completely different things in their hearts. Carlos held up a small candlestick, letting the weak light illuminate the narrow secret passage. Antine did not ask him how he knew the secret here, and he was too lazy to tell it. In fact, he himself did not know that after so many years, he still remembered everything so clearly. "It's here." He stopped in front of a door. "It's here, maybe inside. You can see something you want." He leaned against the door tiredly. Walking here had made him think of many bad things. But he stretched out his tone and looked deeply into Antine's eyes. "Promise me, after seeing those things, don't be too angry." For the first time, Antine discovered that every time the little succubus looked at him, it seemed as if she knew him. She wasn't looking at him as a human being, but at the more real him. "Aren't you going in?" "I don't dare." Carlos responded honestly, "Just let me stand here." He watched the angel open the door and walk into the room that might have let him go. Then he left without looking back. If the things inside have not been moved away, then Antine will definitely stay for a while. This was probably the only time he could leave. Carlos was breathing rapidly. He was not in good physical condition, but he had a good memory and could move freely in the winding secret passages deep in the temple. The real trouble is that if he goes forward, he will definitely meet people inside the temple, and it will be bad if he is discovered then. The candle flame trembled slightly. His hands were steady and only trembled a little when he walked very fast. Take a deep breath, he could knock someone out, disguise himself as him, and walk out of here. Carlos squatted in the corner and started doing some bad things he had never done before, including squatting in the corner and listening to the people coming and going next door in a very unfamiliar way, thinking about what kind of person would be easier to disguise and then escape. Amid the sound of footsteps, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming towards him. Carlos held his breath, blew out the lamp in his hand, and hid himself in the darkness of the corner as much as possible. The footsteps are getting closer. Then there was a slight pause. Carlos knew he was discovered. Well, I can do it myself from now on. He heard a familiar voice say, You don't have to follow me. But, why, you still don't trust me? Do you think I will betray you? I have done so much. Do you still need to worry about me? Yes, sir. Then only that one voice remained. Carlos didn't hear his approaching footsteps, but he knew the other party was waiting for him. He was a little bored, huddled in the darkness, and took a step forward with difficulty. Lantua. In the silence, Carlos was the first to call out his name. His face was tense, and the candlelight in Lanto's hand only illuminated a small part of his face, revealing a bit of determination and rebellion in the softness. Carlos paused for a long time before saying the next sentence. Only a few words, but it seemed to be the limit of what he could do. Don't move. He lowered his eyes and walked over. Just stand there. People who have always followed the rules can only take a small step when they rebel for the first time. The black-haired young man raised his eyebrows and held up the candle in his hand, somewhat unable to believe the current situation. You are here? Lanto made a half-surprised expression. I came here to find you. Carlos tilted his head and looked back. It was an empty corridor with few people coming. He believed that they were looking for something else, especially the group of people from the temple who followed Lanto. So why did Lanto come here? He knew his identity and his past, and he might know more. The people from the temple did a lot to him, and it must be very difficult for Lanto to revive him. So why resurrect? What use is there to him in his existence? Did you come here to take something away, just like in the temple back then, to better control him in various ways? Anyway, Carlos was too lazy to think about it. Give me a hug. He leaned gently into the other person's arms, with a temperament that it didn't matter whether he was hugged or not. But no one would refuse. Lanto subconsciously held Carlos in his arms, and carefully held his neck with his right hand, like a cage for a slender cat. The warm, soft, familiar body trembled gently in his arms, and he could capture every heartbeat and every breath. He finally realized it belatedly. Carlos is afraid. The hug lasted only a short while. Just to confirm whether Lanto was a real person, Carlos took the initiative to break away from his embrace after feeling the other's breath and temperature. What's wrong? Lanto asked softly. Carlos did not answer, but turned his head to avoid the candlelight that was about to burn his hair. I want to get out of here, he said. Lanto stared for a while. Carlos had obviously encountered something, but now was not a good time to talk. Even if he wanted to comfort him, he had to go out and talk about it. But Lanto couldn't help but look at Carlos' face, trying to find some traces of emotional fluctuations in those gentle red eyes. He even began to distrust his own feelings. After all, he knew Carlos very well, including the superficial aspects and some unknown things. If the Fanatic fan club could give him a test, he would be able to get at least 99 points. So he knew very well that Carlos rarely showed fear. This person is probably only afraid of things that have nothing to do with him, such as the fact that he may not be able to successfully help others this time. No matter how you look at it, Carlos is probably a gentle person, with fewer mood swings than others, and he is almost never seen with negative emotions. There are external factors that influence this, but there is also the influence of its own character. Carlos is probably essentially a person who hardly cares about the outside world, once he has his own goals. So he probably wouldn't mind who his bed partner was. Lanto thought wrongly for a moment. Follow me. He also extinguished the candle, and the corridor was suddenly dark. There was not even a window here. In the dark and quiet environment, Lanto couldn't help but turn back to look in the direction of Carlos. He always felt that if he wasn't paying attention, Carlos would run away somewhere else. Disturbed. There is also some secret happiness. After a long time in the darkness, it was as if they were the only two people left in the world, snuggling together. Are you familiar with this place? Carlos suddenly asked. Something like that. Oh. Then there was no sound again. Lanto tried to grab Carlos' wrist. He noticed that there was a mark of injury on his wrist, so he moved down a little and pinched Carlos' palm. What happened to your wrist? It's the chain that rubbed it. It will heal itself in a while. A very light healing spell was immediately used on his wrist, and a warm temperature spread from the palm of his hand. Carlos lowered his eyes, said nothing, and let Lanto pinch his palm. He just wanted to leave here, far away. Lanto. It's strange to say, when he met him before, he couldn't tell Lanto's age. He just felt that this person was very mysterious. Maybe he was a dead soul that had lived for thousands of years. But now, he suddenly felt that Lanto might. Very young. Would you sit here for a while? Lanto hurriedly came out of the secret passage of the temple, but he couldn't leave immediately. He would be the focus of many people in the temple, and he had driven everyone else away. If he left rashly, he would definitely be noticed. In the sunlight, he found that Carlos was wearing very little. When he was curled up in the chair, his white and thin legs were crossed, which was particularly eye-catching. Lanto had no choice but to take off his outer robe and put it on him carefully, his voice almost pleading. Don't leave here. Okay. Carlos just answered casually. Looks like agreed. Lanto did not leave immediately. He finally squatted down and held Carlos's cold hand. Although I don't know what happened, don't worry too much. I will help you. Oh, the little succubus was still looking at the void ahead. In the cold morning air, the white mist he exhaled softened his facial features, and his soft white hair hung down in front of his forehead. He always made people feel that he was easy to approach, and it was the same when hugging him. He would not actively refuse, but it was also difficult for him to approach on his own. Carlos folded his hands together, touched the sunlight, and instantly retracted them. It reminds me of a cat that is stressed and refuses to communicate. Lanto quickly rushed back to the original place and finished what he had planned. He needed a good identity to gain benefits, so while working as a court potion master, he also worked secretly for the people in the temple. Through this, he came into contact with many incredible secrets. Sometimes he felt that his heart had already turned cold, that he could coldly plan dirty things, and that he could find the clues he needed from the horrible past. But today, when he saw Carlos, he suddenly lost his composure. The blood seemed to be burning. How much have those people done in the past? Why did Carlos become so stressed out as soon as he entered the temple? Lanto strode into his room. There were many different factions inside the temple, and the one he came into contact with was the deepest and dirtiest part. He had done a lot to get to this position. After taking what he needed, Lanto pushed open the door and walked deeper into the secret passage. If I remember correctly, Carlos seemed to have brought the messenger from the kingdom of God here. The other party did not conceal his aura, and Lanto could feel the extremely strong and fluctuating holy light energy from a distance. He raised his eyebrows and knew which room the other party was in. I also know why the other party is so fluctuating. That was all he knew when he first learned about those things. Lanto did not stay for long. He was not interested in the chaos that would break out in the temple. He just wanted to go to the innermost part and take away some utensils containing fragments, and then take Carlos away from outside. Although I don't know whether Carlos will stay there obediently. Behind him, in the old archive room, the holy light was tangled together in a disorderly manner, almost turning black. The pure white wings stretched out uncontrollably, and Antine knelt on the ground. In front of her were ordinary documents, recording one experiment after another. The words were cold, and the person who recorded all this seemed quite indifferent, but Antine could almost see the cruelty, the silent, unspeakable past. Anger grew from the bottom of his heart, almost piercing through his body. He had never thought that under the light, there was such a dark corner. How dare they? Doesn't that being know? No, he is omniscient. He knows. Otherwise he wouldn't have given guidance and let the succubus bring him here. The angel's wings trembled, and the thing they believed in was shaking in the collapse. Blackness wrapped around his wings, entangled with the pure light. No one knows what will happen in the end. Carlos still sat there obediently. When Lanto returned, he found that he was taking his hands out from under his clothes. His fingertips were shining white in the sun, like green onions. Perhaps because they had been covered for too long, the ends were slightly pink, reminiscent of cherry blossoms in spring. Let's go. The little succubus raised her head and said He did not resist Lanto's hand and let him lead him forward. The sun had risen, and the sunlight was shining on the ground, so dazzling that he felt dizzy, perhaps because he had not recovered from the sun disease. Carlos followed Lanto in a daze for a while, and when Lanto stopped, he bumped into his back. His fingers were clenched tightly, and Lanto's expression had never been so serious. "Carlos, what happened?" Carlos rested his forehead against his back. "I don't know," he said. "Do you think I'm different from what you thought I was?" Carlos said in a weak voice, hesitant, weak, and totally unlike him. "After all, it was you who resurrected me? You must have wanted to do something." "No," Lanto interrupted him. "I'm just worried about you." Carlos raised his face listlessly, unmoved by what Lanto said. "Do you have an umbrella?" "No." But Lanto shook out his clothes to block out the sunlight, trying to make the uneasy person feel a little more comfortable. "He is still looking at me." In silence, Carlos suddenly said, "I'm dead, and he won't look at me. So why resurrect me?" He called him Lanto. "You may be called Lanto. I'm tired. It really feels like stress." Lanto thought. He had never seen Carlos like this before. His eyes were half open, and he was clearly motionless. His voice was also very steady, but there was a sense of uncertainty and fragmentation. "But this is more like living." Lanto reached out his hand and pressed under the eyelids of the little succubus, pinching this rare fragility. He rubbed the thin skin with his fingertips, and it turned red. He should have felt distressed, but a dark thought surged in his heart. He wanted Carlos to maintain a sense of vulnerability and wanted to be relied on by such a person, even if it was just a little bit. Carlos moved a little. It was hard to tell whether he was willing or unwilling. He raised his eyes slightly and looked into Lanto's eyes, as if he could cry at any time. But they both knew it would never happen. "It hurts." Carlos squeaked something vaguely and slapped Lanto's hand away. He became his usual self again, silent and docile. His wrist was exposed to the sun, with distinct joints and a bright red mark, which was a bit painful. He noticed Lanto's gaze and put his hand back into his sleeve, leaving only a curled finger. "Wait a minute." He grabbed the coat Lanto had given him, took it off and held it aside. He wiped it clean and used the remaining magic to remove the traces. He then put on his coat again so that his clothes would not be dirty. "Let's go." He trotted back, and everything was so clean and neat. "Why do you want to resurrect me?" Carlos thought about this question for a long time, but ultimately did not ask. After changing his body, his personality would probably change. For example, he would be more emotional and lazy now. The feeling of not being full always accompanies him, every day, and his body spontaneously chooses some more energy-saving lifestyles, such as talking less, thinking less, and staying quietly. Lanto became more talkative and took the initiative to explain some things. "I am currently a court potion master, mainly serving the king, and of course, the temple." "Yes. The dead soul talking to you is me. It is a strange magic that can strip away part of a person's soul." Lanto held Carlos' hand. "Your soul is very fragile. I am a little worried, so I observe you in this way." This is to acknowledge that Carlos' resurrection has something to do with him. Carlos finally moved and asked calmly, "You want to revive me?" "Yes, I do. You can lie to me." Carlos said gloomily, "I will believe it, or you can use a memory magic on me, which is safer." Lanto clenched his hands. "No, I want to. And there are other people who want to. Want you." Carlos felt something more complicated as expected. His resurrection was not a personal act, but was controlled by someone else. He didn't like it, but he didn't care. In fact, it is normal. There is no such thing as a prophet. He must want to do something after being resurrected. Carlos also thinks it is normal, but he really can't muster the motivation to do something. I don't know you," Carlos stated. "Maybe I am someone you helped casually. You have done many things. Maybe you have forgotten them long ago." "No, I remember. I remember all of them. So I am sure that I don't know you." "How can someone remember everything?" Carlos seemed to see his confusion. "Because there is nothing to remember in life, so I remember them. Maybe I am someone you have indirectly helped, and the impact you have made is much greater than you think." "Yeah." Carlos had no interest in continuing to talk. He lowered his eyes. If Lanto was the person he helped, then he would have become a paladin by then. A warm, perfect, and ever-powerful image. It's normal to like that kind of Carlos. But unfortunately, he is not that kind of person. Let's get back to your story. Lanto brought up the topic. I know that person is an angel, a messenger from the kingdom of God, and he seems to know you. What happened between you two? Why were you like that just now? Who was watching? You guessed the answer. Carlos glanced at the sun. Lanto. Oh, not to be mentioned. In order to gain more powerful strength, Carlos had performed the highest level of ritual in the temple, directing the power of the kingdom of God directly to himself. That was the supreme gift, and in a world where everyone was equal under the gods, he seemed to be the particularly lucky child. Before him and after him, the temple and fanatical believers had tried countless times, but only Carlos was favored by that person. Perhaps only Carlos knew what he had gained after receiving such favor. Gaze. An indescribable gaze. Just like a humble little ant who only wants to make his home under the shade of a tree, his protective shell is uncovered again and again by an irresistible existence, which observes him all the time. Maybe there was some affection mixed in, but it was not the affection he could bear. For a moment, Carlos had clearly felt the invitation from above, the alluring world where nothing was wrong and every wish would be fulfilled. And a gentle hand. Hold him and promise him, then become a part of him. Carlos once thought that those gazes and invitations should disappear after he gave up all his power. Moreover, he died once and became a succubus with inferior bloodline, which was very dirty to the gods. Why? There should be no use to him anymore. He thought silently, gradually felt sleepy, and closed his eyes unconsciously. Compared to that situation, being pushed around and forced to move by people in the human world is not a bad thing. He was half asleep and half awake, and felt himself being picked up. He smelled the familiar smell of plants. It was Lanto's manner. The shadows from the leaves fell on his face. Carlos opened his eyes briefly and reached out to pick up a fallen leaf from Lanto's shoulder. He heard Lanto's heartbeat quicken because of his movements, and his breathing paused. So Carlos thought, what would he like? What else would you hate? Indeed, no matter what, he has never done anything bad and is always clean. Even when he was awake, Carlos still hesitated for a long time. When Lanto went upstairs, he found Carlos sitting by the bed. It was only a little distance away from the sunlight. Its long legs were folded up, and its tail, which had already appeared, was coiled around its legs, quietly sticking to its thighs. He tilted his face, and a small piece of light was reflected from the window, falling in front of his eyes. It was obviously warm sunlight, but it looked like a cold white plum blossom. A roll of goose yellow blanket was spread softly on one side of the sofa. The carpet was a calm water gray. Everything looked like a sealed painting, and the only bright color in the painting fell on Carlos' eyes. As the magic flowed through his body, the brown in his eyes became lighter, becoming clearer and redder, a dark red. It was hard to tell whether he looked more like him or less like him. He had no habits when thinking. He would just be extremely quiet and motionless. Even his little tail that would sway subconsciously was dead silent. This was a habit he had developed a long time ago. In order to be as perfect a puppet as possible, he needed to hide all his thoughts and personal habits and not let anyone catch and exploit them, whether they were his own people or enemies. If he keeps his mind blank, no one can tell what he is thinking about. Lanto almost couldn't bear to break the scene. The words he was about to say remained on the tip of his tongue. He stood quietly at the door and suddenly didn't want to move forward with his plan anymore. It wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to just keep everything as it is now. You see him sitting here, like he belongs here, like he already owns him. Carlos had already spotted Lanto. He turned his head, and the still picture moved. Lanto. Yeah. Silence continued to flow. Carlos's tail was raised to a point. He stretched his body, and then changed to a more comfortable position to nestle in the sofa, unconsciously a little lazy, but also very restrained. He kept looking into Lanto's eyes. He wouldn't speak unless Lanto spoke. So Lanto broke the silence and asked softly, Carlos, what are you thinking about? Carlos changed his posture again and curled up one of his legs. He stared at the tip of his tail. Lanto thought that he would agree to anything Carlos proposed at this moment. I'm thinking. Carlos read word by word without looking at Lanto the whole time. Can I fulfill the duties of a succubus? What? It was too abrupt, and Lanto didn't understand. Oh, that is. Carlos slowly raised his face, revealing a beautiful and slender neck. His breath trembled slightly, and his voice seemed to be filled with the shaky moonlight in the sky and the shadow of white plum blossoms in the water, which were far away and ethereal. When he fell, he inexplicably spread a charming and bewitching cold red, which lingered for a long time. Find someone to do it with. The black-haired young man looked solemn. Why? Just a simple thought. The little succubus lowered her tail. Dirty me. Can you do it? No. Lanto had never found speaking so difficult. The temptation is within reach, but in the end you can only refuse it. The black-haired young man stood there, feeling the air stagnant. He was sure that Carlos had not used any magic that a succubus would use, and that he had not lost his mind. But when he stretched out his hand to pull Carlos up, he found that his palms were already sweaty. Dryness at the root of the tongue. He grabbed Carlos' wrist, which had very thin bones and soft skin and flesh. Each finger was placed quietly, with not much flesh on the knuckles. Only the palm felt soft and a little warm. When you hold it in the palm of your hand, it always gives you the illusion that it can be squeezed by anyone. But when he tried hard, he still couldn't pull Carlos up. He didn't get any resistance, but he didn't succeed either. It's such a light and soft little succubus. Not happy. He seemed to have never seen this kind of emotion in Carlos. Even if it was so mild, his temper was only a little bit, like a cat scratch, and it had no lethality at all. There were still scratches on Carlos' hands, which had faded to a circle of red marks. However, the scratch on his ankle was much more serious, with the skin broken and the flesh exposed. Blood was spurting out in a circle, and there were scratches up to 5 centimeters long. It has been processed once, but it still makes people feel sad when they see it. Lanto squatted down and looked at Carlos, who was sitting. Calm down. Hearing this, Carlos had an instinctive reaction. His fingers twitched and a sour and nauseous feeling rose in his stomach. Don't hurt yourself to retaliate against something you don't like. Lanto said seriously, of course, I'm not saying that doing it with me is a way to hurt you, but you don't want to do it now, right? And will you really do it? It's not about whether you can, but whether you will. Lanto asked simply. Carlos. He drooped like a cat, sliding off the sofa and landing on the carpet, holding his tail. The aqua-gray carpet made his skin look cold and white. Carlos poked his fingers into the soft cashmere, puffed up his cheeks a little, and whispered very, very quietly. Then you can also dirty my brain and my spirit. Lanto was greatly surprised, wondering when Carlos knew about the deep play of Brain X and Divine X. The next second, he heard Carlos say, like talking about something like that, selling ditch. Lanto. Well, it sounds like that's the worst book Carlos has ever read. So he started to gossip. You know the court magicians Lilacia and Chinchi, right? Yes, they were already famous more than 10 years ago. Lilacia is known as the best female magician. She became the chief court magician in her 40s. She is elegant and intellectual. Chinchi gives people the impression of an elderly and kind grandfather, as if he will always be like this no matter how long it has been. Layla has secretly raised more than a dozen monks, and they have been partying every night. However, the first 2 were replaced by 2 dancers. It seems that she has changed her taste in all aspects. Chinchi likes her nieces very much, and she also likes to adopt girls, understand? Carlos was lying on the carpet. His expression was genuinely bewildered. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. Party every night? Do monks need to learn to sing now? That's great. Before they only needed to practice martial arts. Lanto. So Carlos doesn't know how to do it. Regardless, Carlos seemed to be in a much better mood. He had only some minor injuries and could walk without any problem, but Lanto still didn't let him go downstairs by himself. Instead, he picked him up gently like a cat and placed him in front of the dining table. The red heart-shaped tail swayed slowly behind him. Carlos propped up his face and said, I'm not very hungry. I am hungry. Lanto answered bluntly. Maintaining 3 meals a day is a hassle. I have already missed lunch. Only afternoon tea is available now. The headmaid Lily prepared everything silently. There were 3 choices for afternoon tea: black tea, wine, and coffee. There was a basket of desserts, full of the aroma of burnt and crispy baking, served on a silver tray, very delicate. He did a good job of hiding his fear as the liquid poured down, concentrating on the snack. Carlos was not going to force himself to eat anything. He didn't like wasting food. He had lived in the war for at least 10 years and had seen too many people who had to eat grass roots and tree barks because of hunger, so he lived a very frugal life. Half of the milk in his cup of black tea washed away the taste of the tea, leaving only a softer taste and a tea aroma mixed with milk. I don't seem to have anything I particularly like. Carlos suddenly asked, "Do you think I don't have any hobbies and am rather boring?" "Why do you think so?" Lanto was eating afternoon tea as lunch. "It's just boring." Because even though Lanto has disguised himself heavily, he will show his preferences in small details of life. He will give priority to afternoon tea snacks with berries, and he particularly prefers rosy berries in them, and he likes crispy mille-feuille. But Carlos wouldn't. He treated all food equally, eating whatever was available, and the same went for other things. It's like a beautiful blank sheet of paper with nothing on it. Only by tearing it into pieces and soaking it in water, you may find that the beautiful and flawless white is just a thick layer of powder brushed on, covering up the original color underneath. In his previous life, his only relatively fixed habit was drinking a glass of milk every night. Carlos smiled softly. When he lost his memory, Lanto wanted to bring him milk to drink. So Lanto must have been someone who had close contact with him for a long time. He doesn't like milk, but humans who are completely biased towards love are too fake. So some people specially set up some harmless little details for him, which is also a deliberate small flaw. After all, it was a time of war, and there were countless people who wanted to plot against him. Leaving behind some habits specifically could guide those people in this direction. It's better to be prepared. It is also easy to screen people. Those who can discover this little habit and make use of it usually affect the people around him or even himself. Carlos thought about it and became cheerful. His tail moved back and forth. He looked at Lanto and realized that he really liked living humans more than some sophisticated-looking machines. It's a pity for Antine. He didn't want to hurt Antine. As one of the few humans who had some contact with this angel, Carlos knew that Antine was completely unaware. Antine didn't care about humans, so he had never noticed anything under the sun before coming to the world. He was like a molded, perfect existence, with justice and loyalty as his composition. So he sincerely wanted to become a colleague of Carlos from the beginning to the end, understood God's preference for Carlos, and wondered why they did not meet in the kingdom of God. Carlos didn't hate him. He even liked Antine very much. Unlike him, Antine really liked her job. And angels seemed to be like this, born with pure beauty. Maybe this was a racial trait. If Antine never knew, then he would still be the stable angel. But Carlos was so scared at that time. He could feel the subtle gaze from behind Antine that he had never noticed. He wanted to leave, more than ever before, so he could only stimulate Antine in a more intense way. Hopefully. He's okay. What are you thinking about? When Carlos remained silent, Lanto noticed that a faint smile first appeared on his face, then it became increasingly blank, and finally nothing was left. He now knew that this blankness was not a good thing. It often meant that Carlos was in a bad mood. Thinking. Carlos's empty voice fell. He supported the table, stood up in a posture with little force on his ankle, and limped to a position closer to Lanto. You. There was a long gap between these three words, but it was still enough to make one's heart leap for joy. Are you the fruit that was plucked from the palace? Carlos picked up a red fruit. It was a very rare plant that was hard to survive. It had little edible value, but it looked like an 8-sided ruby, crystal clear. If I remember correctly, it was only kept in the palace. Carlos looked worried. Have we been discovered? Will we go to jail? Lanto. Not really. I'm not that destitute yet. Take a rest. He lowered his eyes to hide his expression, and the subtle feeling of inhumanity briefly returned to him. In the afternoon, I will take you to the palace to meet someone. The royal palace. It's his grave. Carlos's eyebrows twitched. There were some things he deliberately didn't ask because he didn't want to touch on them again until now. Who is the current king? The old king is dead. The old king had many children, but many died young. Even more died during the war. Many became ordinary nobles or married far away. So in the end, only a few become famous. The eldest princess, Psyche, was born with strong empathy and healing abilities. She was bright and beautiful, and no one would hate her. Before Carlos passed away, she married to a distant country. Tupac, a prince who died gloriously in battle, could have escaped, but chose to stay in the desperate situation. But it was a pity that he fell short. The heir, Ider, was a gentleman with a good reputation. Originally, everyone thought of him as a poet with a literary style, until he made great contributions during the war years, and was very down-to-earth and willing to live and eat with the people. Yasin. Strangeness. Carlos tilted his head. He had no special impression of the crown prince. During the years he was alive, Prince Yasin seemed to have done nothing. How old was he then? Carlos's expression was indeed a bit confused, so Lanto's mood also sank for no reason. He asked vaguely for the first time, "Do you have any impression of him?" "A little." "A little?" "Yes, of course, only a little." At that time, Carlos was already 30 years old and seemed to have reached the end of his life. He had no energy at all. Only on the surface did he still maintain a little bit of the glamour of a knight, but his insides had already rotted away. Before a flower withers, its roots are often completely rotten, but no one will notice it. So Carlos was always sick at that time, big and small, as if he had to pay back all the strength he had used over the years. What was more serious was his mental state, which was declining faster than the thin, early cherry blossom gray of Haru eye. There was a small problem in this. He began to have trouble recognizing faces. After a certain period of time, he suddenly felt that all people in this world were the same. He was too lazy to identify every face, whether it was a smile or a cry, a lie or true love, and just dealt with it on the surface, and it didn't matter if he was deceived. Noble, humble, ordinary, talented, all like that. He could give the same smile to everyone. So it was natural that he didn't remember anyone. Anyway, being cheated at least shows that he still has value. Carlos's memory of the last 2 years of his life was shockingly few, as if they had passed in the blink of an eye, and the people he came into contact with at that time had no impression of him. Prince Yasin. How old was he at that time? Lanto stared at Carlos for a while, as if he wanted to say something, but then he took it back. After a moment, he took the initiative to explain. Prince Yasin is the 17th child of the previous king. When you left, he was only 10 years old. The old man died when he was 17. The first thing Carlos noticed was that Lanto had no respect for either of them. The second thing he noticed was that the old king had lived a very, very long time. What about the other princes and princesses? Didn't they inherit? There was no rule in this kingdom that only men could inherit the crown, so Carlos asked. After all, before Prince Yasin, there were many outstanding people. Who knows? Lanto lowered his head, holding the last small dessert in his hand. The fragile raspberries broke at the touch, and bright juice like blood flowed out. The result is that Prince Yasin won the throne. It sounds like a cruel and heavy topic. Carlos did not ask any further questions. He finally drank a little black tea symbolically, took the clothes handed to him by the maid and put them on. Go back to the old place. The appearance of the palace has not changed much compared to many years ago. Lanto was the court potion master and seemed to have some power here. Carlos saw the respect from others. He quickly lowered his head and stopped observing the surrounding environment. The maid, Lily, was also brought in. While Lanto was socializing with other people, Lily sat aside and looked at Carlos. "How are your legs and feet?" "Yes." Lily carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on Carlos's clothes. She was not a very pretty girl. Her features were always calm and gentle, but Carlos would occasionally find her looking at him, a look that was hard to describe, spanning too many complexities. He had not wanted to explore before, but today he suddenly became curious. "Have we known each other before?" "We haven't met, Master Carlos." "All right." But Carlos knew that the other party should know him. How strange. Lily looked like she was only in her teens, and Carlos could sense that she didn't have any special energy. She was just an ordinary girl. But a man like Lanto was willing to share the secret of his resurrection with her. Obviously, the relationship between the master and servant was not familiar to a certain extent. What built the trust between the two of them? Carlos thought casually. To him, both Lily and Lanto were young people, but Carlos had long felt that he could no longer keep up with the times of young people. He looked around casually and could vaguely make out some familiar things, such as the marble carvings that had existed a long time ago, and the reddish-brown bloodstains in the corners of the carvings that could not be washed off no matter how hard he tried. It was left behind by a poor royal family member when he was executed. She had a little talent for cultivation, so the blood that flowed out could not be washed away. Carlos remembered her screams, the scratches left by her fingertips on the wet soil of the garden as she was dragged away, and the look in her eyes asking for help. Did she think he could save her? Now all those traces have disappeared, leaving only a tiny bit of eye-catching bloodstain, which is almost the same color as the soil. Carlos lowered his eyes. He couldn't actually remember the princess's face. He only remembered that she had a pair of blue eyes. "Sir, are you nervous?" Lily saw Carlos's expression and thought that he was nervous about the audience later. She reached out and straightened Carlos' clothes. "The current king is a very gentle and good person. Nothing will happen." "Yes." Carlos pulled his hat to hide the pointy horns. "The demons have entered the palace. If he is discovered, he will die here again." The young king was a very busy man. Socializing, socializing, socializing. It seems to be repetitive, hypocritical, and smiling, but it has to be done. The king does not have the power of the entire country. Here, there are also the House of Lords and the House of Commons. But he is not a complete mascot either. At least, in this small area of the royal city, he has absolute power and 10,000 guards. Carlos briefly learned about the young man's reputation and found that there was almost no negative comment about him. Some people thought that the king was too busy and did not take good care of his body, so he was sick all year round and needed to rest from time to time. He also did not spend a lot of money to build a manor for recuperation. Almost a perfect person. Carlos thought about himself. He didn't think about it any further. The room was empty. Lily had already left. He was asked to stay here and wait alone for the person he needed to meet. Carlos sat by the window after he came in. He didn't touch the snacks on the table and didn't even look around. Before the tea got completely cold, he finally saw someone. There was a slight sound of a door being pushed open. Carlos turned his head and first saw Lanto, then saw the young man with light-colored hair. The color was too light, not so much platinum as a not-so-complete white. His skin was also very white, and his eyes were a lustrous, warm glass color, which made the young man look like a god who had walked out of a classical painting. He had a good figure, but not too slender. His movements were the elegance of a superior, stretching freely within the rules. When he opened the door, it was like a ray of sunlight gently pouring into the room. He should be the kind of person who can grab all attention when he appears. Carlos vaguely guessed the other person's identity, but did not look at him. Instead, he looked over his shoulder at Lanto, who was more familiar to him. Lanto stopped at the door and didn't come in. The door closed, so Carlos could only look back. He stood up and bowed slightly as an apology for not greeting her in time. Lanto said that the young man could help him. Carlos thought about it and chose to trust him, but without any expectations. He still felt that the best way to solve the problem was for him to return to the cemetery and sleep forever, never waking up again. He lowered his head and waited for the young man who was in a higher position to speak, but I didn't hear any sound for a long time. Carlos found it a bit strange. After all, the other party didn't look like the kind of person who would make the atmosphere dull. Carlos looked up. He quickly lowered his head again. Carlos was not good at dealing with some things, such as other people's tears. He struggled to think about why the other person was so excited. Do they know each other? Carlos. The young man's voice trembled. Is it you? He shed a few tears, just a little bit, and the tears wet his eyelashes, making his classically beautiful face look a little fragile. It was the same when the tears flowed, without any sense of embarrassment, which only made people feel more distressed. Carlos tilted his head slightly. The distance between them narrowed. Carlos still stood in front of the window, tilting his head slightly, looking at the young man with an expression that seemed to be touched, and asked with a pitiful look, "I can't believe it. This is true. Can I? Can I touch you?" "Yes." Carlos reached out his hand and turned the touch into a hug. He felt the other person's heartbeat, breathing, and temperature. He heard the other person talk about the past, about himself, in a perfectly trembling voice. "Stop." Carlos suddenly interrupted him. His voice was tired, and he was too lazy to maintain his superficial dignity. He slid down without any strength, with his chin resting on the stranger's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Carlos shook his head gently. He couldn't speak, or rather, he had so many things to say that his brain began to feel dizzy and nauseous. How annoying, he thought in his heart. This kind of forcing oneself to act like another perfect person erases the most fundamental characteristics of a life. Let him think of himself. Carlos pushed away the embrace, with an indescribable emotion surging in his red eyes. "You really don't hate yourself like this?" The young man, or rather the boy who was trying his best to pretend to be a young man, still had a fake, indelible smile on his face. Acting? I don't know. He was probably in his teens. To Carlos, this age was too young, even too far away. He couldn't remember what a normal teenager should be like. But even if he grew up in a palace, he wouldn't become a walking fake puppet. How bad? The boy paused. "I have been learning from my idol." Carlos had a bad feeling. "Your idol is?" Gained the boy's steady gaze. Carlos. Really not a good person to learn from. "Your Majesty." Carlos picked up the few respectful words in his mind. He thought about a lot of things, some of which should not be said in his position, but he didn't want the young man to repeat the same mistakes. But another part of his body became lazy, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself by saying a few more words. So in the end, he simply said, "At least there are only two of us now. You can try not to be so nervous." The young king smiled and said, "You don't have to use honorifics." Carlos hesitated. The man in front of him was theoretically one of the most powerful people in the country. Not using honorifics was a bit against his years of education, but this seemed to be in order. Would it be considered disobeying the king if he didn't obey? After a moment of moderation, he said, "Yes, Your Highness." Yashin's expression changed, as if he remembered something. Unfortunately, Carlos did not look at him, but lowered his head and slowly retreated to the edge of the chair. Ever since he heard the name Yasin, Carlos has been recalling everything about it, but unfortunately he only has a vague impression of him, a little prince who was not very favored. When I saw Yashin himself, I felt a sense of disharmony again, very unfamiliar blonde hair. Then there was the growing sense of disharmony. The vague memories from the past were gradually replaced by the impressions of the present. Carlos stopped thinking about it. After all, it was normal for a person to have secrets, not to mention a prince or a king. However, Yashin took the initiative to speak. "You were my teacher in the past." Carlos tilted his head in confusion. Teacher?" It seems that he did spend some time with several princes, and the old king ordered him to teach other princes, but rather than serious teaching, it was more like a royal facade to show the friendly relationship between himself and the paladins and the order. Carlos didn't have the habit of perfunctory work, but he didn't have much motivation. In his memory, he just taught the princes some very ordinary swordsmanship, and there was almost no communication at other times. He had his own residence in the palace, which was specially arranged for him by the old king. It was an extremely secluded place with few servants. On the one hand, Carlos doesn't like the feeling of being served, and on the other hand, Carlos really doesn't like being monitored. So Carlos didn't remember having any special interactions with any of the princes. Yashin added, "I have always regarded you as my role model." Carlos raised his eyes, wanting to say something but stopping himself. This was really not a good thing. His life was too painful. After studying, I understood some things. I don't know if it was because Carlos told him not to act anymore. Yashin really didn't show that fake disguised expression now, but in contrast, his expression at this moment was blank, as if he didn't know what attitude he should take now. "I am very grateful to you." The two of them sat down by the window. The palace seemed quieter than anywhere else. Almost only the sound of the wind and birds could be heard. Heavy clouds pressed down on the horizon, which seemed to be a sign of an impending storm. "Everything is available except refreshments." Carlos listened to Yashin say something. It seems to be related to memory, but he can't remember it at all. After a while, the young king talked about the current topic. Carlos finally became interested and listened carefully to what Yassin said about the recent events. In fact, he didn't care much, but Carlos hoped for peace after all. He hoped that Yassin would be a good administrator and at least not let the people of the kingdom suffer anymore. Finally, Yassin talked about some things about the temple and vaguely revealed that he knew some secrets of the past. Maybe I can solve your problem. It's already late today. Carlos paused. Thank you very much for your help, Your Highness. Yashin looked at him. You are not the same as before, Carlos. Carlos stood up. He really didn't like meaningless socializing like today. Even though the person in front of him was a powerful person whom he absolutely couldn't afford to offend, and who seemed to have a good impression of him, what did these things have to do with him? Pushing the door open and going out might make Yashin unhappy, but Carlos rarely considered other people's preferences. He flattened the corners of his clothes and took 2 steps towards the door. Boom thunder followed by the sound of raindrops. The rainstorm descended on the ground without any warning. The gray clouds had filled the world without anyone knowing when. The rain fell without reservation, crushing the leaves in the garden and leaving a layer of white outlines on the outlines of all things. Carlos' pupils dilated. The sound of water, endless water. He was almost suffocated by the pressure, and the uncontrollable fear reaction filled every corner of his body, and it was so strong that his body was completely stiff, and he couldn't move a single step. Is he going to go home in such heavy rain? It's raining, Carlos. Yashin's voice came from behind, lightly crawling on Carlos' shoulder like a snake. The young man who took off his disguise finally revealed a little of his temperament in the long conversation, which was like a predator, a terrifying aura. Stay here for a while. Carlos touched his palms, which were almost soaked. He turned his head away. The uncontrollable fear made his heart beat faster and his breathing quickened. Fortunately, his thinking was not affected for the time being. He looked at Yashin, and the imperfect, gloomy expression on his handsome face made him look like a living person. And he looked a little familiar. Carlos suddenly had an idea. I seem to remember you. It seemed to be a rainy night as well. Carlos doesn't hate rain. His work would not be suspended because of the rain, but most people would become lazy because of the rainy days, so his work would also be reduced. So Carlos would sometimes sit under the eaves on rainy days. Of course, he would sit alone and stare blankly, and blankly again. Do something meaningless. But that day, when he was counting the lightning in the sky, he suddenly saw something in the corner of the wall. It was very small and hidden, but when the light of lightning shone through it, one could still see that it was a human figure. Who? Carlos was very alert. Although he was in the palace, who knew what those assassins would do to kill him? He had encountered too many bizarre assassinations over the years. It could be said that they were the culmination of the imagination of humans and demons. There was nothing that could not be done. It is not impossible to sneak into the palace and carry out assassination. So Carlos grasped the hilt of the sword and walked over on the rain-soaked soil. He saw a small black mass, a child who was nearly unconscious. Carlos turned his body over with his sword, and the mud and water soaked the child's clothes, but also let Carlos see the scars under the cloth. Carlos hesitated for a moment. He was a little worried that this was a self-torture trick until he saw the other party's amulet. It looks very familiar. It is only available to people in the palace and is distributed uniformly during the new year. Since it was unlikely that there would be a strange child living in the palace, this person was probably a prince. A prince fainted in his garden during a rainstorm. A question mark slowly shook above Carlos' head. He dragged the little prince back to his room, wiped the rain off him, and didn't go to find his mother right away. There were too many children in the palace. The old king had many concubines, and they were willing to have children. So Carlos remembered that there were more than 20 children alive. He couldn't remember who was who. I can only roughly feel that this prince is not very favored. Carlos looked at the hideous scars on the other person's body, took out the medicine he had prepared, first wiped the wound with a clean towel, then washed his hands, melted the ointment with his fingertips, and applied it. The black-haired child was very quiet, and only the high fever on his body proved that he was still alive. Carlos had a headache because he was not good at getting along with children, especially such a quiet, seriously ill, and seemingly well-behaved child. The antipyretic medicine was also simply stirred and boiled on the side. Carlos had never been seriously ill. He was born with a good constitution and was protected by the gods. Except for the past 2 years, he had never been sick. He sat aside, sniffing the smell of medicine in the air, and was rarely in a daze, forgetting to observe the patient on the bed. The young prince woke up. Carlos felt 2 piercing gazes, so he lowered his head and looked at the child. It was not a pleasant gaze. The eyes were a gentle misty blue, but the background was quite dark, as if 2 fires were condensed in them, staring at Carlos intently. So fierce. Carlos thought. Don't move, I'll apply medicine on you. Carlos softened his voice and said gently, What's your name? Yasin. Carlos remembered the name. But wasn't that a kid with black hair and blue eyes? Carlos looked at the current king. He was a very good-looking boy, but his hair was light and his eyes were also light. He reminded him of the old king, not the wolf-like kid back then. A huge amount of doubt overwhelmed Carlos, almost making him forget the sound of rain. If I remember correctly, that child didn't look like a prince at all. He was more gloomy than other children of the same age, and he had a reason to be gloomy. Later, Carlos specifically learned that Yasin's mother's bloodline was not very good, and it seemed that she had some foreign bloodline under the sun. There are not only humans, but also fairies, elves, dwarves, giants, and all kinds of mixed blood. The royal family naturally disliked this kind of mixed-race child. Other royal family members, even servants, were very critical of the mother and son, especially after Yasin's mother died. Carlos could guess what would happen to such a prince. He paid a little more attention to him later, but Carlos was in trouble at that time and had no energy to save others. You. He panted slightly and woke up a little from the fear of the voice. Looking at Yasin's eyes, he finally felt that he and the child had a little bit of similarity. Was your hair this color when you were a child? Yasin's eyes darkened, not knowing whether it was because Carlos had completely forgotten him or because Carlos had finally remembered him. After a moment, he smiled calmly. I dyed my hair. People like this color more. Oh, that seems to make sense. Carlos sat back down. He liked to challenge himself, but he really didn't want to go home in such a rainy day. Before he could find a place to hide from the rain and soundproof, he might have been driven crazy by the noise. I'm sorry, I didn't think of you before. Carlos was also very calm. You are very different from before. Yasin asked. What's the difference? Hair color, eye color, height, body shape, even personality. Carlos still remembers a little bit of Yasin when he was a child. No matter how he looked at it, he was nothing like the young man he is now with a sunny and gentle smile. It was really too weird. Could it be that a person really becomes a completely different person when he grows up? Carlos suddenly thought of himself and remembered that Yasin said he was his role model. Then they fell silent. Some children only learn bad things. There was a time when Yasin disliked Carlos when he was a child. His mother was a woman of fairy blood, beautiful to the point of enchanting beauty, with a pair of blue eyes that would move anyone, and hair as black as the night. The old king was also attracted to her for a while, and took the woman back to his country, promising her wealth and jewels, until others discovered his mother's lineage. It's all over. The blood of goblins is dirty, and the royal family cannot have such a child. Even though he was already born at that time, he was almost snatched away and thrown from a tall building to his death. His mother went crazy because of this incident and no longer had the beautiful face that was as lively and wild as before. The farce was stopped by the old king's intervention. The king decided to spare his life, and naturally no one stopped him. But this does not mean that he can enjoy noble education and a comfortable life like other princes. Little Yasin could only stay in a cold room, a place without sunlight, holding his mother's hands, silently waiting for something. His mother always looked at the door, looking at someone who would never appear here. He could not understand such emotions, and only felt that instead of expecting others, it would be better to find a way out by himself. If the palace doesn't welcome them, then they should leave. What a naive idea this is. After all, He still has royal blood flowing in his body, so he will be bound to this place for the rest of his life, entangled with this dark corner. So Yasin began to listen to the servants' stories from the outside world. He learned to lower his presence without any instruction, so that the talkative servants would not notice him. Sometimes he would also listen to the adult prince's stories about interesting things, magnificent things that seemed to happen in another world. In these stories, one name appears frequently: Carlos, Paladin Carlos. Somehow, Yasin was not interested in this name and story that sounded so sunny. He even felt a little disgusted. He didn't know where his disgust came from, but he felt that Carlos must be the kind of fake person he hated the most. Same thing when I saw him. The other royal families came forward enthusiastically to praise him, and even his father in the bloodline smiled. The little prince just felt that they were all hypocritical. So he found out that the porridge he drank was poisoned, and struggled to overturn the food and the servants who surrounded him. The people who were clearly trying to kill him now turned around and scolded him for not knowing etiquette, and even took out the so-called tools that could make people obedient. Yasin didn't feel fear. He just felt angry. He was angry that those people had dealt with him in such a fair and open way. Did his father also agree to it? Maybe it was because he had some goblin blood. His physique was very good, and he was a skinny little kid, so it was not difficult for him to get through the gaps between adults. But it was inevitable that he would get beaten a few times. Yasin fell and rolled all the way, and finally got into the rain curtain during the heavy rain. The garden was a little eerie at night, as if every plant had claws deep inside, trying to catch him back into the cage. Yasin gritted his teeth and ran all the way. After making so many circles, he ended up in a place he didn't even know. He climbed over the wall. The last thing he felt was the wet, cold soil, and the rotten branches and flowers lying in the soil together. He reached out and grabbed a handful of mud and water, forcing a gasp out of his lungs. Then I lost my memory. When I woke up again, I saw a face that was so familiar yet a little strange. Carlos. But he was very different from the previous Carlos. This Carlos didn't have the bright armor and cape, nor did he have the expression that was as bright as the sun. He was only wearing a thin inner garment, and the fabric on his shoulders was the color of his skin, wet by the rain, and he hadn't had time to change his clothes. To be fair, Carlos has a lot of muscles, which are well trained, so he can't be called thin. But when people think of him, they always think of that perfect look. So compared with his current relaxed look in private, this young man really feels a little thin and pale. "Are you okay?" Carlos asked. Yasin didn't answer. He was still a child, not very good at hiding his emotions, and at this time he was a little willful and didn't want to talk to someone he hated. Only then did he notice that his clothes had been taken off, and those messy wounds were exposed to the air without reservation. The burning pain of the wounds and the coolness of the ointment mixed together, which was very irritating. Yasin wanted to sit down a little, and subconsciously wanted to find a safe corner here, but he didn't have any strength at all. "You have a fever." Carlos' voice was very calm, and his expression was also calm, as if he was not surprised at all that a royal family member would be injured in the palace. "There are still many external injuries. I am applying medicine to you." "No. If you don't apply medicine, the wound will get inflamed. I have seen many people die in the rain." Carlos was not very good at comforting children. He just stated the facts, and it will become very ugly. The child shrank back inside. He secretly looked at Carlos and felt that this person seemed different from the one in the story. Not so bright? How could a truly perfect person say such words to scare a child? His head was dizzy and his whole body was hot. He felt that he must have hallucinated. Before he died, he could still see the people he hated and said strange things. God is really unfair to him. Carlos could see that the child was a little confused again. He reached out his hand, pulled the little prince over, and continued to apply the medicine. But even though he moved quickly, he was still careful not to let the child feel too much pain. Carlos couldn't remember how many people he had applied medicine to. If there was a competition, he would definitely be among the top 3 in the kingdom. After everything was over, I started to pack up my things. Rainwater, mud, blood, and potion that had gotten on the child as he struggled. Carlos tilted his head, silently took off his clothes, and wiped his body with the extra hot towel. When he turned around, the child was staring at him darkly again. His head was so sleepy that he had to keep his eyes open. "Where do you live?" Carlos asked. "I'll take you home." He was not in the habit of living with others. After all, everyone he stayed with seemed to be dead, and maybe staying away would be better for others. The child did not answer. Carlos thought the other party didn't hear clearly, so he continued. After a while, he finally heard the child's voice, hoarse with fever. "I don't know. It was raining heavily outside. I had already escaped from the chaos, and now who knew where I lived?" Carlos was silent for a while, then squatted down, as if thinking about something very important. So he said, "Then you can sleep here, and I will take you back during the day." He stood up, put away the medicine, and placed a bowl of hot tea with sugar beside the bed. He thought the child might like sweets. Then he put on his coat and continued to sit under the eaves. Yashin didn't fall asleep. He couldn't fall asleep quickly in a strange place, even though he was exhausted. He tossed and turned in bed, and he could feel that the food Carlos fed him was not poisonous. The pain in his wounds soon subsided, but he still had a slight fever. Hateful. He gritted his teeth and simply didn't believe that there would be anyone in this world who would help him for no reason. It must be used to confuse him. He had seen one of his mother's personal servants. On the surface, he was gentle and kind to him, but secretly he often informed other people who wanted to torture him and received a lot of money from them. At this time, Carlos must have gone out to inform those people. Yashin struggled to sit up from the bed, but found that he had no clothes on, and the clothes he was wearing were almost rotten. The only intact thing was a pair of pants. Carlos put it by the stove to dry. Even if you were fleeing, you cannot be without clothes. Yashin looked around and found that there seemed to be only Carlos's clothes here, so he grabbed the adult's clothes, put them on himself, and moved quietly towards the door. He didn't know that his actions were already making quite a lot of noise. Carlos still sat by the rain. He was wearing a coat. After recuperating in the palace, his rarely trimmed hair had grown a little long, covering his eyebrows. When he lowered his head, people could not see his eyes clearly. There was nothing else around him. No holy sword that he always carried in the stories. No books, no magic scrolls, and no snacks or tea. Yashin looked at him and suddenly thought of some old people who were about to die. Why did he think like that? No matter how he looked at it, Carlos was the most powerful person he had ever seen. And it seems that he is different from other adults. He did not see himself in Carlos' eyes. Other adults would ignore him, but it was a very contemptuous disregard, which came from his appearance and bloodline. They deliberately ignored him and deliberately showed him the ridicule and prejudice, as if this could prove that their pure human bloodline was noble. It seems like he is ignoring me, but in fact, there are malicious gazes everywhere. Carlos didn't see him in his eyes. He really didn't see him. He seemed to be unable to see the abnormality or suffering in him. He had no disgust and no false pity. Such a blank look reminded people of some inorganic things, but Yassin felt inexplicably relaxed. Carlos' eyes were pure sky blue, clear and transparent, which was different from his gloomy deep blue with thick mist. People always praised Carlos' eyes as being like a mirror, containing all the beautiful things in the world and reflecting all the evil and filth. But when Yassin looked closely, he found that Carlos' eyes were not clean, but blank. The depths of those beautiful eyes seemed to contain nothing, as if he was just an empty shell. As he thought about it, Yassin even began to doubt his own bloodline. Could it be that the bloodline of a fairy would make people have many dark thoughts? Otherwise, how could he imagine that the Paladin was a puppet? "Are you going to leave?" Carlos suddenly spoke, and turned his neck a little, looking at Yassin, who was in the corner, wondering what he was thinking. Yashin said nothing. "The umbrella is over there. There is only one. If you take it, remember to return it later." Yashin was still staring at Carlos' face. Carlos didn't understand what was going on, so he held his chin up and looked at him. No, the child seemed to be born to rebel. He held his chin up, proudly and awkwardly holding Carlos' clothes. "I want to sleep here." He went back. Carlos couldn't understand the child. He slumped in his chair lazily, curled up like a cat. How many years can he live? Carlos really didn't remember anyone at that time. He basically divided human beings into the living and the dead, and then into women, men, children, adults, and the elderly, and ignored the rest. The next morning, he woke up Yashin, who had not slept well, and changed the medicine again. No one will blame you if you stay overnight at my place. Carlos thought about the many rules of the palace, such as not being able to go out at will, not being able to stay overnight in other places without permission, etc. Fortunately, he had some privileges here, and even the king would not bother him. Yasin said nothing. Carlos had no idea how popular he was. He thought coldly. If others knew that a rascal like him had spent a night at Carlos's place and received a little different treatment, he would definitely suffer more severe torture than before. He could imagine the jealous looks in those people's eyes. Somehow, Yasin suddenly felt a little happy. It seems like I accidentally got something that others couldn't get. Carlos took the little prince's hand and led him to where he lived. He looked around and felt that this residence did not look like a room for a princess and a prince. No one took care of the garden, and there were fallen leaves piled up at the door. There were not even a few servants. After a while, a man with a lazy look came out. Lord Carlos? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Your Highness Yasin? Why are you here? It was the servant who always told on others. Yasin looked at the admiration and fear in his eyes, and suddenly had a different thought. I got lost, and Master Carlos helped me. He spoke crisply, with black hair hanging softly on his fair face. He looked very well behaved, more like a beautiful angel than a little monster. He deliberately raised his hand to show the bandage under his clothes. I was injured by the thorns in the garden. Is that so? The servant didn't know what he was thinking, and his hand hanging by his side was shaking slightly. Everyone can see the scars on Yasin's body. Yashin was very satisfied with his reaction. He glanced at Carlos secretly again, but he still didn't react. The little prince felt a little lost. He didn't control himself well last night and showed that dark expression, like a little devil. Now he behaved completely differently. He didn't believe that Carlos couldn't see his bad intentions, but he seemed to be ignored by Carlos. Yashin listened to the adult's brief greetings, all meaningless. Carlos finally let go of his hand and let Yashin go back to his place. Yashin was a little reluctant. He knew that this place was just a vortex of cannibalism for him. Once he went back, it would be a new torture. His eyes darkened as he thought of his already insane mother. They said that mixed bloods were like this, that the conflict of blood would drive the mind to extremes, and that madness was normal. But Yasin didn't think it was the fault of blood, because before everything started, his mother was such a gentle person. It was obviously those people who drove him crazy. Yasin stood in the shadow of the house, watching Carlos say goodbye and leave. For the first time, he felt how unfree he was in the palace. It was as if there were invisible threads everywhere, restricting everyone's actions. Yasin thought coldly. When will he be free? It seems that he will never be free when he grows up. Even as powerful as Carlos, he seems to have not gained freedom. Is it his destiny to grow up as a waste in this place, and then watch one of his brothers become the new king, a new yet old rule maker, and then become a victim of the rules? He felt like he was sinking into a quagmire, dying a slow death. Master Carlos, why are you back again? The servant's voice suddenly rose. Yasin looked up suddenly. As expected, Carlos returned. The paladin glanced at them and lowered his eyes. His Highness Yasin's wound seems to be quite serious. Apply this medicine twice a day. Don't get it wet. When he raised his eyes, he casually glanced at their faces. I hope your Highness will recover soon. Yes, yes. The servant responded hesitantly. After that, Yashin never suffered any physical torture again. He could also rest assured to hold up Carlos' banner. After all, who knew when this paladin would come to take a look at the little prince? If he found new wounds on his body, he would never be able to wash them away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Yasin began to take the initiative to get to know Carlos. Find out about his life now. He had a hunch that Carlos would become an important helper to him. Upon hearing that Carlos was invited to be the prince's swordsmanship teacher, Yasin, who had never participated in these group activities before, squeezed over for the first time. The paladin, who had taken off his armor, was holding his sword and standing in the morning sun. His golden hair was tucked behind his ears, and there was a little sweat on his forehead from warming up. Yashin noticed a large scar under his bangs, and he could recall the thrilling experience at that time. And Carlos looked bored. He swung his sword, not to kill, nor to protect, but just to show off his swordsmanship to these bored royals. Yasin looked around and didn't find anyone who was studying seriously. Even he himself was paying more attention to Carlos. If his hard work was ignored like this, he would be very angry. But Carlos didn't. Yashin couldn't find any negative emotions in Carlos. The man in the sunshine had a soul as transparent as light, and he was familiar with wielding the sword that had accompanied him for more than 10 years. It's really beautiful. The princesses didn't have to learn swordsmanship, but they came out to watch anyway. Yes, it's really beautiful. Carlos seemed to have a strange attraction. When he stood there, people's eyes would involuntarily flow to him. Everyone praised Carlos as the one favored by the god of light and called him the little sun on earth. But Yasin felt that at this moment, Carlos was more like a mirror that reflected light. It looked radiant, but in fact, there was nothing. After the demonstration, everyone gathered around and asked irrelevant questions. For the children trapped in the palace, those adventure stories were too attractive. Carlos did not get impatient, just sitting in the middle, listening to the children's questions and correcting their mistakes. Yasin sat in the outer circle and also looked at Carlos silently. Life in the palace taught him not to rob openly, but to wait for his turn. So Yashin waited until the show was almost over before he found a chance and went over to ask Carlos. Then he made a desperate discovery. Carlos, don't remember him. Yashin. Carlos never thought about how much influence he had on a child. So he really didn't understand why Yashin wanted to learn from him. Is he some kind of model human being? And they don't learn the good things, but only learn the bad things. As he listened to Yasin slowly talking about the past, he felt a little more relaxed. Perhaps he had finally distinguished the little king of today from the old king of the past. Carlos actually still doesn't like to recognize people. In addition, the room is soundproofed, so the sound of rain gradually disappears. There is even a small charcoal heater under the table. The scent of aromatherapy fills the room, making people feel warm and peaceful. Carlos sat down very calmly, holding a cup of hot tea, sometimes nodding and asking for more details. He seemed to have accepted the current situation. But only when Carlos lowered his head to look at the fireplace. His red eyes, hidden by his long eyelashes, revealed a subtle emotion, the soundproofing magic that had been set up in the room a long time ago. The fireplace, the incense that could soothe the demon's physique, and the snacks he would occasionally want to eat. All of his weaknesses and preferences have been thoroughly investigated. Lanto seems to be the little king's man, Carlos thought. But something was not right. He felt that the relationship between Lanto and Yasin was closer than that between a monarch and his subjects. Accomplice? The back of his hand was suddenly touched. Carlos raised his head and smelled a little fragrance at the tip of his nose. Warm. Alcoholic. Want a drink? Carlos hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. In his previous life, he had never drunk much alcohol, as alcohol would affect one's judgment. And there were also rules in the temple that alcohol was not allowed. For this reason, he didn't even have to go out for social events or attend those disgusting social gatherings of the nobility. He had hardly eaten anything in his life, and naturally had never touched alcohol. Carlos had seen drunkards in the alleys, lying in the streets in such a miserable state, unable to get up, or being supported by relatives and friends, mumbling some unrealistic things. Alcohol always seems to bring out the most shameful side of a person. It removes the constraints of reason on the self. Sometimes Carlos felt pity for those people, and sometimes he felt a little bit of envy. He had no opportunity to indulge himself in this way. Now he is just a little succubus, so he doesn't have to worry about those strange things anymore. Coupled with that unspeakable gaze, Carlos is planning to do something that the temple would never let him do before. Alcohol can be counted as one of them. He picked up the wine glass, looked at the clear wine inside, and drank it in one gulp. Cough, cough, cough. I was choked. The wine didn't taste very pungent, and even had a light fragrance. Who knew it would be so spicy after drinking it? Carlos didn't understand, and drank most of the glass in one breath, almost drinking it as water. A clean towel was handed to him, and Carlos took it and wiped his face with a rather frustrated look. He usually drank the most water, followed by tea and coffee, and never touched anything stimulating. In addition, every part of this body was new, and his tongue was sensitive, so he was immediately filled with the feeling of alcohol. After coming to his senses, Carlos took another sip and found that alcohol didn't seem to be a very delicious thing. Why was it so addictive? Yashin was used to drinking. He had been doing it for social events as long as he could remember. When he finished sipping, he realized that Carlos' face had begun to turn red. The little succubus seemed to be completely intolerant of alcohol, and the alcohol immediately went to his face, staining his entire face with a drunken pink color that could be pinched to make water come out. "Is this your first time drinking?" Carlos nodded. "First time. What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yasin looked down at his wine glass and saw his own pupils in the reflection of the liquid, with a flash of desire in them. He swallowed the liquid in one gulp, letting the fire of desire burn his throat. "Do you think, am I qualified to be a king?" he suddenly asked. Is he a good king? Carlos always felt that he was not qualified to comment on this issue. He was not important. He was almost dead. Even if he was resurrected, he would still be a demon. Even in the constitution of the kingdom, creatures like him had no human rights. But looking at Yasin's eyes, he thought about it seriously. "Is that right?" Carlos replied. "As long as the kingdom remains stable, the relationship with neighbors is peaceful, and the people live a good life, then he is a good king. For a king in a peacetime, it would be good enough as long as he could continue this rare peace." He felt a little dizzy, but still took a sip of wine and didn't want to continue the topic. However, Yashin did not let him go and continued. "It has been 15 years of peace. I am very lucky and have hardly been exposed to the cruelty of war. But do you know, those nobles who are members of parliament, those nobles who have not changed despite the changes in the royal family." He suddenly paused, a hint of impatience showing on his handsome face. "They feel that this peace has lasted too long. If we were to say who was the biggest beneficiary of the human-demon war, it would definitely be the Temple of Light. In a turbulent world, despair spread infinitely, and most people could only seek shelter. In this situation, if you don't find some spiritual support for yourself, you may lose all motivation to live." The temple, which was originally somewhat unstable, thus completely established its foothold on the continent and became almost the only religion in all human countries, with believers everywhere. The second beneficiary should be this kingdom. As the place that fully supported the temple from the beginning, the old king received the most rewards. In the troubled times, many small countries simply could not hold on. But this kingdom slowly turned from a fragile small country into the largest kingdom on the continent. It has been nearly 20 years now, but to Carlos, those bloody events seem like yesterday. But most people have forgotten it. So much so that they began to miss the huge profits during the chaos in the years of expansion. Since the kingdom is already the largest country, why can't the human race be unified and become the only country? Or, why can't humans own the lands of the elves living in the west, the dwarves living in the south, and the giants in the north? Desire is a snowball that will only get bigger and bigger. The person standing on the top of the mountain never notices how many innocent people lose their lives when the snowball rolls down. Carlos hated that. It was one of the few things he liked and disliked. "What about you?" He sat up a little straighter, his eyes widened, staring at Yashin's expression with his red eyes, trying to read the young king's heart from this face. If it weren't for his flushed face and soft tail, it would definitely make people feel an indescribable sense of oppression. "What do you think?" "Me?" Yashin smiled. "I don't have that desire." He was also looking at Carlos. It was really beautiful. What he was thinking was completely different from what Carlos was thinking. Now they were so close that it seemed that he only needed to lower his head slightly to touch Carlos' face. What would it feel like? Would it be hot or soft? Would Carlos have any other expressions? He wanted to see him change from his emotionless look to serious, angry, or even disgusted. Carlos felt that Yashin no longer answered seriously, so he was really a little angry. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, he began to lose control of his expression. When he was angry, his cheeks puffed up a little, the tip of his tail straightened, and his little peach heart tapped on the chair, which was very cute. I want to hear your thoughts. He emphasized again. This is indeed my idea. Yashin stared at Carlos without missing a beat, memorizing all his little movements. His whole soul was divided into two halves. One half was answering Carlos' questions without desire, and the other half was immersed in unspeakable emotions, allowing himself to fall. I have no interest in the throne. I have never said this to anyone else. Carlos had a very strange expression on his face. He looked up at Yasin drunkenly, then lay down again. Yashin thought for a moment that he had some kind of illness again. Carlos was a very patient person, both in the past and now. Sometimes when he was enduring to the limit, he would not show any pain, but a blank expression. He bent down anxiously and touched Carlos' forehead, but the little succubus just snorted, buried the lower half of her face in her arms, revealing a pair of big eyes, looking at Yasin's fingers in a daze. Everyone is fine. Just drunk. Too bad. Carlos mumbled, then stopped talking, his face blank, as if he had stopped thinking. Only the tail was still wagging, showing the owner's confused mood. The alcohol made the little succubus warm and soft, and the tip of its tail became scalding hot, so it had to stick it on the cold table to cool down. But it was restless and couldn't stick to the table for a long time, so it just slapped it against the table, slapping it in front of the little succubus's face. It's almost like the tail is teasing its owner. What's so bad? Yasin asked nervously, his chin resting on his hand. It was also the first time he saw Carlos show such an expression. It's just. The little succubus raised his tail, very bad. If he said he had no interest in the throne, where did the other princes go? It seemed that most of them died, and some were exiled to remote places to get a piece of land. The old king had so many children, and he didn't believe that it was an easy thing to ascend to the throne. Yasin looks clean now, but who knows how many people he has killed behind the scenes. And there is Lanto. He always feels that Lanto is weird. Antine mentioned a little bit of information. Now putting them together, he can vaguely guess the direction. Such an intimate relationship. It must be a knife. He was a clean, untainted person, with black gloves and a sharp knife that could get rid of many people he didn't need. Carlos had no evidence, just a wild guess. He had been in these places before and had been used as a knife by others. He was too sensitive to such a subtle person. If I were to work properly in the palace, I wouldn't have the free time that Lanto has. What is the temple doing now? Is it still swindling people and using people's suffering to deceive people's faith? Why did they cancel the Paladin order? Is it because they can't find a suitable tool? Or is it because he has created enough benefits for them and there is no need to create a better person to overthrow him? How much money did he make for the temple? Now that he is resurrected, can he charge a little bit of patent fees and copyright fees? I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, but Carlos, who rarely thought before, began to think randomly. He was very smart and liked to think, but he gradually realized that his thinking was useless and could not change the reality at all. So he was too lazy to think about those things. Now, after getting drunk, I completely forgot to turn on the provincial flow mode. The little succubus's tail swung back and forth, occasionally uttering a few outrageous words, quickly and jumpily. Yasin listened quietly and nervously. He was quiet because he didn't dare disturb Carlos, and he was nervous not because of the secrets, but because he was afraid that Carlos would wake up from his drunken state, so that he would not be able to continue to see his true state. Sometimes he would respond, "The temple. You don't like it. I don't like it either." He was also saying something extremely treasonous. The temple didn't look for other tools because I am the most suitable candidate. It's a pity that I have no interest in this son of light. Carlos squinted his eyes and was very cooperative. Every time Yashin said something, he would just say I don't know if you heard it. Yasin watched and became more courageous. He stretched out his hand and rubbed the top of the succubus's head. You have touched me like this before. Carlos. He flicked his tail and looked like he didn't like the touch. I don't like it either. Carlos. He looked like he was about to fall asleep, his expression peaceful and beautiful. Yasin lowered his eyes and said nothing. If Carlos is willing to become a god, there will be many people who will spontaneously believe in him. No matter if it is the perfect Carlos that was created, or the more real and moving Carlos now. In the past, he had only tried to figure out Carlos's thoughts and experiences, but only after he was resurrected did he truly come into contact with him. Yashin suddenly realized that Carlos seemed to have been wearing 2 layers of disguise. The first level is the perfect personality forcibly created by the temple. No one would hate such a person, especially in a desperate situation. Everyone hopes that there will be a powerful and absolutely altruistic knight who will appear from the light and save everyone. After dropping this disguise, what remains is just a person consumed and almost crushed by the country, an empty shell. Whenever he thought of Carlos like that, he would hate everything in the temple even more. But now he discovered that Carlos was also a disguise. Carlos's original character. I am a sunny, cheerful person who is willing to lend a hand to others. In the end, I can't even keep these things, and I force myself to become desireless. The little succubus looked like she was completely drunk. He buried himself and curled up into a ball, a very insecure posture. The tip of his tail stopped moving, and only his rosy cheeks proved that he was sleeping peacefully. Yashin picked him up and gently placed him on the couch. The tip of his tail wrapped around Yashin's arm smoothly, like a vine eager to absorb nutrients. Yashin patted his tail, showing no interest at all. He didn't intend to disturb Carlos's rest, but found a place by the bed and sat down quietly. Had Carlos seen him the same way, long ago? Probably not. For a while, Yashin went to watch Carlos practice swordplay and teach every day. The princes all had their own swords, which were one of the few symbols of their status. The old king had so many children that when Yassin was still a child, his eldest brother had already grown up, holding his own sword and going to the front line of the war. Many princes admired that kind of life and hoped that they could also have great fame in the future. Yassin was not interested in that. He didn't like his sword and never touched it. That was the only thing he had that belonged to his father, the power given by his father. But Carlos practiced swordplay in the garden every day, interacted with other princes, taught and corrected them all equally. In order to meet Carlos more often, Yassin also started to find an ordinary long sword and imitated him bit by bit. His skills are not that good. Not everyone has the talent for swordplay. This way, I will have more opportunities to be taught by Carlos. Yassin didn't know what he was thinking. He still felt that he didn't like Carlos and didn't like that kind of perfect doll. Investigating Carlos, studying Carlos' preferences, and getting close to him were all for his own purposes. He began to look forward to every morning. As long as the weather wasn't too bad, he could always find Carlos. Day after day, many royal families have discovered this. At first, the mornings in the palace were always very lively, and everyone was eager to see Carlos and admire his sword practice. As time went by, some people began to get impatient with this boring daily morning class. They didn't expect to learn anything, they just wanted to talk to the legendary hero. But Carlos always seemed to have trouble remembering them, and each communication became more perfunctory than the last. After 3 months, the only one who got up early every morning, except for those who were really interested in swordsmanship, was Yassin, and he quite reasonably became the one with the worst swordsmanship among those people. The one who left a deep impression on me was the princess, Succubus. She took it more seriously than the princes, but she didn't have her own sword. The other servants didn't want the princess to touch something so dangerous. Sometimes she had to borrow Carlos' sword to communicate. This made Yassin and others very concerned. But soon, all the dissatisfaction with the princess turned into admiration. The king had many more sons than daughters, and even more daughters who died young. Succubus was the only one who grew up, and she rightfully had the title of the eldest princess. She was only 19 years old this year, slim and elegant. Unlike Yassin, who was abandoned in a corner of the palace, the eldest princess was busy and had a lot of social activities. It seemed that she always had endless things to do. But she still chose to practice swordsmanship every morning, even though it was not her mandatory morning class. Sometimes she could even be seen practicing with some of the women's tools, embroidering a handkerchief numbly while staring intently at Carlos's movements. Without using the power of holy light and relying only on the physical strength of young boys and girls, those princes who were almost adults were unable to defeat Succubus. Everyone would call her sister from the bottom of their hearts. Yasin is no exception, but he cared more about Carlos at that time, and wanted Carlos to stop being perfunctory and socializing every day, and at least remember him. So sometimes he would ask for leave from Psycheer. Psycheer's eyes were very strange, and she said as a matter of course, "It's normal for Carlos to remember me. I'm the only girl among you." Yasin. That's right. But he felt there was another reason. After a while, he finally found out. Psycheer was going to get married. They were going to a faraway country, which was said to be very desolate, full of mountains, and not even 1/3 the size of their country. And it didn't make sense. He had always heard that the king loved the princess and had raised her to be a nearly perfect girl. So why did he suddenly and ruthlessly throw her away? He had never received the king's love, so he didn't know that love might not always be mixed with sincerity. It's just an exchange of power. The princess's mother's family was very powerful and was an aristocratic family with a longer history than the royal family. Since Psycheer became the eldest princess, they had become more and more arrogant, and a quarter of the parliamentarians were under their control. And Carlos was the one chosen to escort the princess. Young Yasin did not understand everything yet. He asked, "You are going to marry far away and become a princess. Why do you still want to learn swordsmanship here?" Psycheer raised her eyes and looked at Yasin coldly. She perfectly inherited the good looks of her parents, with a fair face, light golden hair and green eyes, and was as beautiful as a noble cat. "Why can't I learn? Why, do you also think that women can't touch these things?" She suddenly leaned forward, her expression showing extreme mockery. If your weak mother could be stronger and didn't need to rely on others to survive, wouldn't she have been taken in as a trophy and become a servant and finally trapped here forever? Yasin's expression changed. From this moment on, he completely understood Psycheer. "I'll tell you another secret." The adult woman saw farther and more than Yasin. She smiled brightly, letting the wind blow her hair. "Maybe I will never have a chance to rebel against our father in my lifetime, but killing another king should be no problem." Yasin frowned. "You want to kill your future lover?" "No, he is just a husband." Psycheer tied her hair again with a hairband. "He is not really a lover." She walked away with her ponytail swinging. Because of what happened at that time, Yasin still has a good impression of Psycheer, but there was also a strange feeling. Countless times when he thought back to the past, picking up those memories and savoring them over and over again, he would think of the day when Carlos accompanied the princess to marry far away. He saw a long-lost relaxation on Carlos' face. "Finally I can go out. Carlos probably doesn't want to come back. I want to leave here, too," Yasin thought. "Doesn't Carlos have any attachment to this place?" Yasin thought again. He didn't know what he was expecting. Was he expecting Carlos to be reluctant to leave him? As he was thinking, Yasin didn't notice that the little succubus's tail had wrapped around him again. He moved his eyes, looked at the restless tail, and made a quiet gesture with his fingers. Carlos. Putting aside the warm disguise, he always looked down slightly when he looked at things, with dark eyes, gloomy and dangerous. "I have a secret that I haven't told you yet. Of course my hair color is not dyed." Yasin had a strange smile on his face, which seemed like a mockery. "After all, I was chosen to be the son of light, so I must be perfect in every way. It's just that I was born with fairy blood in my body. How can I do what they ask?" So the people in the temple performed a blood purification ceremony for me. I have always acted like I want that, and have performed for countless years to show everyone my desire for pure human blood. But I just want to borrow their purification ceremony. After all, the year you died, I had already entered. There was a sudden knock on the door. "I heard from the servants that you were here." A familiar female voice said, "Why? Don't you want to see me?" Yasin. He stood up slowly, put on his perfect appearance again, covered Carlos on the bed with a quilt, and covered the horns and tail on his head. What a hassle. If there was anything he still found troublesome, this must be one of them. Silk. He pushed open the door and looked at Silk, who was now the queen. His sister was finally widowed and lived happily in a distant country. "I told you, that's impossible." Psycheer is now in her 30s, but she still looks as young and beautiful as a girl in her 20s. This beauty has even become more attractive as time has gone by. However, for some reason, at this moment, There was an indescribable anger in those green cat eyes. How many years have you been dragging me down? The queen was very angry. She slammed the doorframe and dragged Yashin back to the room. If I don't come back from the north, are you going to never respond? The young king looked toward the ceiling. Amen. I've said it so many times, Saikir said angrily. That holy sword is clearly the legacy left to me by Carlos. He wrote a suicide note. Yassin glanced at Carlos's position and found that the little succubus was still very quiet, sleeping soundly after drinking. But Saikir also noticed this, and her voice suddenly stopped and became very faint. Who was in the room? She glanced over and saw a slender white wrist hanging softly from the quilt on the couch. Although she couldn't see the face, she could feel that this was definitely a beauty. Saikir. From what she had observed during the few days she had been here, Yassin looked almost nothing like he did when he was little. He was completely covered in disguise. She knew that he had been cruel to her before, and that he certainly didn't want to be a puppet of the Temple of Light. But Saikir hadn't figured out Yassin's plan. Regardless, Saikir had always felt that Yassin should be. There shouldn't be that kind of desire. Except to Carlos. You. Yassin calmly tidied his clothes and secretly skipped the topic of the holy sword. Sister, why can't I have some fun like you? Saikir coughed and said, Let's talk outside. The room became quiet. For a long time, Carlos, lying on the bed, opened one eye, his tail hanging motionless. He sighed slowly. What did Yashin do the year he died? Saikir has grown so big now, Carlos thought. He had an even deeper impression of Saikir. On the way to send the princess to marry far away, he could hear Saikir talking almost every day. Saikir always talks a lot, and only acts quiet in front of people she is not very familiar with, and what Saikir wants to say is too rebellious in the eyes of others, and is totally not what a princess should have. In that more chaotic era, the status of princesses actually declined further, and even if they were talented enough, they would become a tool for marriage. Saikir always told Carlos this. Carlos would never tell anyone about this. And Carlos would listen carefully, looking dazed and uninterested in everything. But Saikir knew that he was listening and thinking seriously, but he never showed it. Sometimes Saikir felt that she was a little selfish, and it was unhealthy to speak out some of her thoughts, such as wanting to get rid of her husband and then find a dozen handsome male lovers. Saikir really needs an audience. Sometimes she would say something strange, but sometimes she would say something serious and feasible. She was also nervous. Marry someone, or marry far away, to a completely unfamiliar country, with so many interests on her shoulders. Sometimes the princess felt that she was just an unimportant decoration, and it didn't matter whether she was alive or not. In fact, Saikir thought that it might be better if she died, so that her country would have a reason to send troops to start a war. Maybe those who facilitated this thought so. Her journey to marry far away was not smooth, and she had encountered more than one assassination attempt on the way. At first, she thought they were Carlos' enemies, but later, Saikir found a special sachet in the bodies of those people. It was a flower that was only produced in her country. This is their own people, but now they wanted to kill her. Saikir's heart grew colder day by day. At the same time, she also learned one thing. It turned out that Carlos came out to accompany her not because of the king's wish, but because he took the initiative to ask her out. This retired paladin had been paying attention to her situation, and he might have guessed that this marriage far away would not be too safe, so he took the initiative to ask to accompany her. Saikir felt mixed emotions. Carlos said nothing. She sat in the car and had almost arrived at the center of this strange country. Looking into the distance, she saw the castle where she would live in the future. A strong sense of fear surged in her heart. She felt like a butterfly caught in a spider web with broken wings, or she had never flown and had been in this web since she was born. Now it was finally time to close the web. She began to lose her breath. Her fingers grasped the expensive silk on the side. Her knuckles with precious gemstone rings turned white, and her nails almost pinched her palms to bleed. She made so many plans, and repeatedly comforted herself that marrying would allow her to get away from her original family. But she still lied to herself. She didn't want to be like this. Why should she sit here and keep thinking about how to deal with a strange man in the future? Your Highness, Saikir. She suddenly heard the sound of knocking on the carriage. We will arrive at our destination soon. Yeah, Carlos said. Want to go out for a walk? Just the two of us. So on the last night before the destination, in the quiet midnight, the 19-year-old princess took off her gorgeous dress, put on a white pajamas, walked barefoot across the stream, and followed Carlos to an unfamiliar open space. Her emerald eyes sparkled, reflecting the stars. Your Highness. Carlos picked up a branch. You haven't learned a part of the swordplay you practiced before. Psyche. Okay. Carlos demonstrated it again and again, explaining all the details clearly, and the princess watched it very carefully. In the end, Carlos taught him some sword techniques that he could hardly use. The two of them rested on the grass. You have great talent. It would be a pity if you don't learn, Carlos said. I know. Thinking of this, the princess felt sad. She learned all these, but there was no use for them. I don't like these techniques being used to kill people, Carlos said again. Yeah. The princess lowered her head, feeling a little guilty. Yes, Carlos was a good man from the beginning to the end. He spent his whole life saving others and never pointed his sword at his own people. And what about her? From the beginning, she learned these things just to deal with the people who stood in her way. Her own people. Psyche felt that compared with people like Carlos, she was just a dark insect in the midnight. Carlos was also looking at the stars. There is no sun, no moon, only stars. The power of the god of light was at its weakest in a month. If you want to use it to kill people, Carlos said slowly, your power is not enough. You can't swing the sword fast enough, and the blood will stain you. You won't be able to escape fast enough. Psyche looked up suddenly. But it was over. The words just now were like an absurd dream. The eternally bright Paladin was tempting her to do something she shouldn't do. I haven't given you a wedding gift yet, Carlos said. Your Highness, what do you like? I don't know. I don't seem to have anything I like. Or rather, her true preferences had never been allowed. You can teach me swordsmanship, which is already the best gift. Okay. The stars were moving, and dew began to form on the grass, which was icy and cool. But neither of them felt cold. I might. Carlos started, then stopped. He was actually more timid than Psyche. Psyche dared to tell him things that could not be said, but he never dared to share his secrets. What? Psyche hugged her knees. If I say that I want a gift, it is that you can be freer than before and say what you want freely. Is it a bit too much? No. Carlos still did not have much emotion. He seemed to have no way to dig out the fluctuations in his body. His surface was still normal, but his inside had long become a scarred stone. So he said, I'm probably going to die soon. Psyche stood up, or rather, jumped up. What? Well, I won't live long. Carlos stated the facts calmly, maybe a year, or maybe 2 years. This should be the last time we meet. So, if you still want any gifts, you can ask for them. You are the most talented swordsman I have ever seen. Although I don't have much property, I have saved some things in general. After I die, they will most likely be taken away by the temple. But maybe I can write some notes. If you want, you can take them and ask for them from the temple later. His words were interrupted by Psyche's scream. The princess no longer acted like a lady, and she didn't need honorifics. Her eyes were red. Carlos, how can you say that? How can you? How can you? She talked about her own death in such a calm tone, and then divided her inheritance as if nothing had happened. Can you tell me why? I don't believe it. You are only 26 years old. It's hard to say. Carlos was silent. Anyway, I am really going to die. Your father knows it, and the people in the temple know it too. He had no interest in his inheritance, so it would be just right to make use of it and share it with those in need. He asked Psyche again what she wanted, but the princess remained silent. She buried her face in her eyes and tears rolled down her cheeks. Carlos was also silent. I don't know how much time passed, but the sky was already starting to turn white, and Carlos finally stood up and stretched his body. We should go back. Psyche froze for a long time, and finally stood up. Have you told anyone else about this? She asked. Not yet. Carlos said. You told me a lot of secrets. I think we should exchange secrets equally. Psyche paused, her voice hoarse, and she swore in the morning sun that she would always remember what Carlos taught her. Then she said, I have thought of a gift. Carlos. Huh? I want your sword. The princess lowered her eyes, very nervous. A knight's sword is always with him. It is a very important thing. She knew that this request was too much. I have never had my own sword. Don't worry, I won't do anything to let you down with that sword. Okay, I will write a will. In black and white. Sikir's eyes were not kind. Why don't you give it to me? Yasin was silent and calm, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, like an illiterate who couldn't read words. Although he knew very well that it was really Carlos' handwriting. Sister. He didn't really mean it when he said sister, but it looked like a brother and sister with deep affection. You also know that Carlos's things were taken away by the people in the temple. Do you think I don't know? His sword was taken back by you. Sikir crossed her arms. Now of course she has her own sword, and a house full of various famous works, and can also invite different teachers to teach. She still works hard in training every day, and beneath the expensive silk, her arms are visibly muscular. Yasin, at first glance, was a man who didn't practice swordsmanship. His mind was full of magic, magic, and magic. It's a waste to keep Carlos's sword with you. People like you can't even maintain it properly. Sikir said, if I had known this, I wouldn't have said those things to Carlos back then. What did you say? Yasin had never heard of this. Go back. Okay. After walking for a while, wait. Sikir called Carlos that. The kid who practiced swords with me, a brother I didn't know very well. You know him, right? She remembered the way he looked at Carlos, and her sense of responsibility as a sister occasionally emerged. He doesn't know the news yet, right? He doesn't know. Carlos replied, no one knows the exact date of my death. The word death was too harsh, and Sikir took a breath. He likes you very much, I think. Sikir knew a little about Yasin's past, and knew that the child had never been loved by anyone, and like her, he was not suitable to grow up in the palace. And he has been bullied by others. The palace is actually not very big. It has been many years since it was built, and the capital has been so well developed that there is no room for expansion around it, not to mention the palace located in the middle. So the palace is not big as a whole, and each room is not big. But people always have a lot of awe and fear towards this place, so everything starts to become tortuous and bottomless. In fact, I am rarely quiet, and there are always things to deal with. I am your sister. Sikir's expression was cold. It's okay to fool others with dyeing your hair, but isn't it a bit too casual to fool me? Do you think that if you get rid of everyone who has seen your childhood and knows your bloodline, there will be no trace left? How can you slander me? Yasin leaned forward with a smile. Obviously, some people took the initiative to help me so that I can sit in this position. I have never issued such cruel orders. It doesn't matter. It's not like I haven't seen power struggles before. Just don't touch things that cannot be moved. They seem to be talking about something very cruel. But in front of them were exquisite refreshments, and the fragrance of flowers was sweet and charming. The rainstorm blocked the world outside the pavilion. The princess hasn't been chosen yet. Sikir seemed to want to say something, but stopped. She knew too well that marriages in the royal family were not free, and she didn't intend to use this to irritate Yasin. Why? Do you like to keep pets now? Yasin's expression remained unchanged. Don't you like it? I also want to ask you how to raise it. I just didn't expect. Sikir showed a just right puzzled expression. I thought that those who accepted the conditions of the temple would lose their desires. They all knew who Sikir was talking about. Indeed, Yasin lowered his eyes and accepted the temple's baptism and control of his soul. He really had no interest at all. For a long time, he became neither hateful nor loving. If not, he would really lose his personality. The thought of Carlos has become an anchor point in his personality. No more chatting. Yasin stood up. That's my little pet. Sikir thought that this man was quite possessive. Carlos found that his alcohol tolerance was not bad. He would feel a little dizzy, but definitely not drunk immediately. His body seemed to have a strong metabolism, and after lying on the bed for a while, the burning sensation was gone completely. Carlos sat up. He didn't know how long Yasin would be out, but lying there was a waste of time. His face was a little red, not pretending, because he was really ashamed he had just drunk to act out the drunkard in his mind, which felt like lying, and it was really against his purpose in life. so he could only speak vaguely, and his toes curled up when he spoke. I don't want to do this again next time. The little succubus stepped on the ground twice to get rid of the shame. He took a deep breath, walked to the small table by the window, and found the small incense burner under the table. The smell of burning incense continued to come out. Carlos opened the lid of the incense burner, took out some ash from it, and put it on the tip of his nose. After a while, he was convinced that this incense could indeed suppress the magical reaction in his body. Just smelling a little bit of it made him feel peaceful. I don't know why there is such a thing in the palace, specially prepared for him. However, the ashes in this incense burner have been accumulating for a long time. Even if we count from the day he was resurrected, it is impossible that so much ashes have been burned. There is only one possibility. There is someone else who needs this incense to suppress something. Carlos lowered his eyes, the shadow making his expression look very gloomy. Lanto? Or? He closed the incense burner. The heavy rain was still falling, and he had no way to go out. Carlos sighed. From the moment he entered the room, he felt something was wrong. How could a soft couch be installed in a hidden corner of a place normally used for chatting? Unless someone would rest here, unless someone was sure that he would rest here. Considering that he was actually a succubus, Carlos wondered if Lanto was going to give him to someone in the palace. He was a little shocked when he saw Yasin. Could it be that the current king secretly likes this? I have grown up. While Carlos was daydreaming, he heard the noise outside again. There was a magic silencer in his room, so the only sounds that could be heard were very loud and close. You seem to know him very well. When he died. It's because someone is such a loser. I told you to give me the sword quickly. You haven't learned those sword techniques. With a bang, the door was pushed open. Do you have the guts to fight me? Do you look like a lady now? Carlos. He stared at the two people who came in, his eyes wide open, very innocent. Carlos felt that he should be under the bed or under the table. In any case, he should not see the brother and sister pulling each other's hair, especially the sword that they seemed to have been fighting for many years. It's not a rare sword. It's just a uniformly issued one by the temple, and it looks better. He got used to it and didn't change his sword later. If you say that thing is a holy sword, even the god of light would have to cover his eyes. In fact, if Psychier and Yasin really wanted them, he could tell them where to wholesale the swords, and it would not be a problem to get a dozen or 20 of them. The little succubus wagged its tail numbly. The two people who suddenly entered the room had already discovered him. Yasin was the first to notice that Carlos was not in bed. He looked around the room anxiously and finally found Carlos at the edge of the table. It's too eye-catching. Carlos had a pale complexion from not seeing the sun for years. He hugged his legs, his round toes sunk into the carpet. His knees were pink, just like a bunch of ripe peaches that could be squeezed to produce juice at any time. Half of his face was buried in his legs, and the upper half of his face was a red that was so drunk that it seemed to melt, spreading all the way to the end of his eyes. His red eyes were even more blurred and soft, and it was obvious that he was not awake yet. Why are you sleeping here? Yasin's voice suddenly softened. Psychier couldn't help but look at him again. This guy, his voice was not like this when we were quarreling just now, and he changed too quickly when he saw his little lover. I'd like to see what kind of person he is. She turned around and was also stunned. Succubus? Psychier's green cat eyes opened wide. You keep a succubus in the palace? Sure. Yasin regretted quarreling with Psychier. He should have given the holy sword to the temple and let Psychier cause trouble for the temple. Anyway, Carlos himself is already on his side, so those souvenir items are really nothing. He thought so. But if he really had to give the things to Psychier, Yasin would definitely not be willing to do so. It's just a succubus. He looked unfriendly. Let's talk somewhere else. Psychier did not move, but looked at the little succubus by the window in surprise. Some strange force urged her not to leave and to take a closer look. Her intuition was always accurate. Have you considered the danger of being discovered by the temple? Psychier glanced at him, her attention still on the little succubus. She lowered her voice and almost shouted, It's not easy to deal with over there. You know, you can't tell anyone about this. Yasin lowered her eyes. Sister, there are only 2 of us left in such a huge palace. There are fewer and fewer people who remember the real us. Maybe in 2 years, you will be the only one who remembers what I looked like when I was a child. His voice was soft and pleasant, and his face, as handsome as a classical painting, showed a hint of youthfulness, which made people feel soft-hearted, just like a lost puppy. So, let us work together, sister. You only call me sister when you need help. The quarrel was about to continue. Carlos sniffed the scent of incense, wiped the ashes off his fingers, and then looked up blankly. Your Highness, why did I fall asleep? As he spoke, he curled up a little further inside. It seemed that because the door was not closed properly, the sound of rain poured in. At the same time, a strong feeling of shame surged into his heart, making his face red, making him look like he was acting even more realistically. A little succubus who knows nothing. Yasin closed the door immediately. Carlos raised his head slightly and looked at the siblings in the room. He was also observing this old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He still remembered a little bit of how Psyche looked when she got married. The girl looked strong, but she was definitely not feeling well. Although she thought she was disguising herself well, everyone could see it. It's different now. The girl has grown up and is now a complete queen, except when she quarrels with Yasin. Yasin has also changed a lot. The world will still function well without him, and it seems to be functioning well. You really like this succubus. Psyche didn't look at Carlos carefully. She was not surprised by the little interests of the nobles, but was surprised that Yasin would be curious about such things. She was very sensitive and easily noticed that this room in the entire palace was abnormal. Psyche knew that Yasin had other restrooms, and even a place specially used for vacation. But look at this place, with its elaborately decorated ornaments, a cabinet full of rare gadgets and wine, and a soft bed in the corner. It looks like a place to hide a beautiful woman. You can't have a princess, but you can have a lover. She suddenly felt that Yasin had become normal. Knowing that this guy had followed Carlos's old path and became a puppet of the temple, she was very worried that he had also been brainwashed by those things. Although Psyche did not miss or appreciate her country, she would never want this kingdom to fall under the control of the temple. Now seeing that Yasin still secretly keeps a lover, it means that the control of the temple is not too strong. Good. Psyche walked to the window and saw the remaining wine that had not been finished. The aroma of the wine baked by the warm stove spread, leaving a hazy mark on the cold glass, making the little succubus beside her look even more innocent. She naturally saw that the succubus was observing her, but Psyche was too lazy to pay attention to this creature. The wine is quite good. She complained slightly. You didn't even treat me with this kind of thing. The next second, she poured herself a glass of wine. Oh, there's something. Psyche glanced at the little succubus and decided to make some trouble for Yasin. Why are there some drugs in this wine? Do you need drugs to make your lover surrender? Yasin really felt a headache. What drugs? Carlos still had that dazed expression. Your Highness, what did you give me to drink? Psyche, stop talking. This is not something you should get involved in. But Carlos had heard it. He stood up shakily and actually leaned a little towards Psyche. He didn't say anything, but his eyes revealed a kind of pain and vigilance that was hard to describe. The corners of his eyes were red, and his eyebrows drooped a little, and he looked very aggrieved. Your Highness. He moved a little further away from Yasin, staggering, obviously not yet recovered from the effects of the alcohol. Yasin rubbed his forehead. He didn't like seeing Carlos's distrustful look, but now that Psyche was there, he had no way to explain it if Psyche knew that Carlos was resurrected by him, let alone how to explain it to her. His good sister would definitely snatch Carlos from him. Forget it. In the end, he didn't pull Carlos over directly, but just said softly, those medicines are just to make you feel more comfortable, and so are the incense. You know, I just want to relieve your discomfort. Things seemed to be getting confusing. Carlos still stood there dully, not saying a word. In fact, he was almost recalling all the stories he had seen in this life and the previous one. What did those poor little people who were betrayed by their lovers think? How did they react? Should he cry now? Or should he rush out immediately, open the door, and never look back? Although he felt that he would never be Yasin's lover, Psyche should think so. Moreover, He understood Psycheer's point of view. If there was such a room in the palace, which was decorated with the owner's emotions, it was either used for treasures or to keep a lover. He had seen it before. I didn't expect Yasin to grow up too. Carlos brainstormed for a while, but in the end he couldn't perform it. He just lowered his head and took a shallow breath. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and his hazy eyes became clear. I want to leave. Carlos made his request tentatively. He felt that he was acting, and acting very poorly, but the two people present could hear the trembling in his voice, like a glazed tile swaying in the wind and rain. No one knew when it would break. The pretty little tail was no longer swaying, hanging down around the ground in disappointment, and even the bright red color was stained with shadows. It looked so pitiful. Lightning flashed outside the window, and the pale light suppressed the warm candlelight in the room for a moment, making the faces of the three people pale. Time seemed to pass very slowly at this moment. Carlos could even clearly see Yasin's lips move, but he didn't say anything. He just took half a step forward and then stepped back. He wanted to hug the little succubus who was about to break into pieces, but he couldn't do that, at least not at this moment. Is the heavy rain outside the window okay? Yasin finally said. I'll let Lanto take you back. Carlos tilted his head. He didn't expect Yasin to actually agree. I'll just put some cotton in my ears. He looked down at the carpet. I won't die anyway. TSK. Psycheer interrupted them. Don't flirt in front of me. She sat down and looked at the heavy rain outside the window, but she remembered a heavy rain many years ago. At that time, nothing had happened yet. She didn't know she was going to be married off, nor did she know that the idol she worshipped was just a fantasy made up of lies. She was simple, innocent, and even a little stupid. She saw the chaos on the rainy night and saw Yasin being chased into the rain, but she felt that they would not go too far and it was impossible for them to commit a murder in the palace. Meddling in other people's affairs would bring a lot of trouble to herself, and the little princess did not want to ruin her own image. It wasn't until she found out what happened that night that she realized Yasin almost died. If she hadn't intervened, maybe things wouldn't have been so bad. She could clearly see the hatred in the child's eyes. Psycheer wanted to make amends, so she investigated why others wanted Yasin to die and found the blood of the fairy in his body. So she tried to tell her father about this and let him stop all this absurdity. As the eldest princess, the old king had always been very good to Psycheer, and some of the things she got were even better than many princes. There was no doubt that she was very favored, and the king would almost meet all her wishes. But when the young princess walked into the old king's bedroom and told him about the cruel incident in the garden, the old king rejected her for the first time with cold words. If he dies, he dies. He said, a prince who died like this is not worthy of being my heir. That bloodline is indeed a little impure. Is he supposed to die like this? She opened her eyes wide in surprise. You can let Yasin leave, give him a small fief, and let him and his mother go far away. Isn't that good? My dear little cat. The old king touched Psycheer's head and looked at the pair of green eyes that were as flexible as a cat. You are too naive. The world is changing dramatically, and countless lives are dying every day. Everyone in the palace is too bored and needs a way to vent. By the way, you are already 17 years old this year, and it's time to get married. Psycheer didn't remember what was said afterwards. She only knew that when she came out of the bedroom, she saw sparkling puddles everywhere on the marble steps after the continuous heavy rain. She saw her own face in the dirty water. It was pale. Now Yasin's face is quite pale. There is such a favorite, this little succubus. Psycheer didn't think this succubus was stunningly beautiful. Although her eyes looked pretty good, her hair was a pale purple color that was almost gray, not the purest white of her bloodline. Her skin wasn't very delicate, and she only had a tiny bit of weak magic power. She looked very ordinary. There was just something strangely familiar about it. Her intuition urged her to take a closer look at the little succubus. How strange. She watched the little succubus cover her ears, push open the door, and disappear. Are you happy? Yasin's expression was cold. It's okay. Psycheer played with the glass half filled with wine. When you give me the food, I will leave. You have been waiting here? Carlos looked at Lanto with a little surprise. The man was holding a huge black umbrella. Everything was quiet under the rain, and everyone stopped working. And he was standing in the hazy rain, stepping on the soil mixed with flower petals, as quiet as a big, freshly grown black mushroom. I said Carlos still looked at him with a look of surprise. Then Lanto saw that Carlos's ears were filled with cotton and strips of cloth, and he was trying to block out the sound of rain. Obviously, there is no way to communicate. All he could do was grab the little succubus's wrist, pull the person under the umbrella, and then take him back to the carriage that had been waiting for a long time. The magic of silence activates. Carlos was finally able to get them all out. There were too many things stuffed in his ears. After taking them out, he still felt that there were some foreign objects in them, so he shook his head in pain, like a kitten that had been soaked in the rain and fluffed out its fur. When he opened his mouth, his voice was still a little uncontrollable. Why are you waiting there all the time? Waiting for you to come back. I thought His Highness Yashin had told you that I was going to won't go back. Lanto gave Carlos a deep look. He knew that Carlos was smart, but he didn't expect that he was so smart that he had already figured out that he and Yashin had a close relationship so quickly. He didn't answer immediately, but took out a clean towel and wiped Carlos' wet hair. The towel made Carlos' head hairy. When he shook it and wiped it, even his voice was shaken away. Lanto, I don't know. Lanto finally answered, I just want to wait there. All right. Carlos accepted the answer. He almost ran out of the palace, only holding a coat to cover the horns on his head and the tail behind him. He was afraid of being discovered, but fortunately all the servants disappeared inexplicably, and he didn't bump into anyone else at all. Because of this, he didn't notice that the rain almost soaked him to the skin. The fabric felt cold and sticky against my body. Carlos took off his jacket and almost curled up into a ball. He closed his eyes and leaned slightly towards Lanto. I almost only touched it a little bit, and it couldn't be any lighter. If Lanto hadn't been sure that the carriage was running very smoothly, he almost thought the wheels hit something, causing Carlos to lose his balance and hit his arms. Carlos is the kind of person who pays great attention to social distance and will never take the initiative to get close to others. Lanto was a little at a loss for a moment. He lowered his head and looked at Carlos in his arms. The little succubus's hair was still a little wet, and her body was very cold. She took off her clothes until only the innermost shirt was left, and the color of her skin could be clearly seen. The tip of the nose is very red, and the lips are moist and a little red. It's so cold, Carlos said with a sigh. Can I hug you for a while? Carlos was like a wet kitten, anxious to find a place to dry himself. His body was very cold, his hands and feet were cold, and it took a while for him to feel warm again. The alternation of cold and heat can easily cause a cold, and it can also make people feel bad. Carlos' eyelids became heavier, and he almost fell asleep. He could vaguely hear the sound of his heartbeat, a steady, almost unchanging thump. Carlos moved a little so that he could hear it more clearly. The soundproofing magic was not that strong, at least not enough for a succubus, so he had to rely on something else to divert his attention. Lanto's fingers froze in midair. I want to let go, but I dare not. He hugged Carlos so tightly that the cloth on his body was also soaked by the rain, sticky, and the heat was transmitted through the two pieces of cloth. If possible, he hoped that time would never move forward at this moment, just holding like this. When we arrived at our destination, Carlos was almost asleep. His breath was hot, and there was a hint of alcohol on his body. He walked limply, as if he was about to sink into the cotton in the next second. The familiar bed where he had slept for a few days, the soft cloth covering him. Carlos vaguely felt someone unbuttoning his clothes and pulling away the cloth that was sticky on his skin. He did not struggle or cooperate, but was pulled up and changed into a clean set of clothes. Carlos felt that he was still quite sober. He just didn't want to move. The tip of his tongue felt numb. Don't go. When Lanto was about to leave, Carlos grabbed the quilt and lifted it a little. He didn't know why he was so lazy at the moment. He didn't even want to open his eyes and sit up. The most he could do was to grab a corner of the quilt with his fingers. Carlos thought he was talking loudly, but in reality, the person trapped in the quilt just made a sound that was almost whimpering. Stay. There was a rustling sound of fabric, and after a moment, Carlos felt a corner of the bed sink. Well, I'm not leaving. Carlos groped forward again until he touched a part of Lanto. Then he curled up in peace and snuggled into the quilt. But I still don't want to rest. There was nothing in his mind. It was a mess. Everything was mixed together, popping up and then drowning. Carlos was not stupid. His mind worked very fast, but he was never willing to think too much. He was too afraid of pain. Sometimes the more he understood his situation, the more he could feel the pain of not being able to struggle out. If he were 20 years younger, he would definitely feel that even if it was painful, he had to know that he didn't want to be an ignorant person. But now he is old, at least mentally, and can no longer find the courage of his youth. Carlos breathed hard, trying to make himself forget the result of his thinking. "CA and sleep?" Lanto's voice. Carlos nodded slightly and poked half of his head out from under the quilt. He had been in there for too long, and his face turned red. "I can't sleep. I'm so tired." He lay on his side, and when he lowered his head, he could easily see the white and delicate back of his neck. The soft hair was standing on his skin with sweat, which made him look even more pitiful. Lanto looked at him as if he was looking at a beautiful doll sealed in a crystal ball. He wanted to keep it carefully, but also wanted to hold it in his palm, watching the little doll being marked with his own marks. "There is a way." He suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Lightning flashed outside the window, and Lanto found that his palms were sweaty. He grabbed Carlos' fingers and squeezed them in his palms. It seemed that he was out of control, but Lanto didn't intend to stop himself. "The heavy rain will isolate everything. Let me help you." After figuring it out, Lanto suddenly smiled. He lowered his head, brushed aside Carlos's hair, and gently kissed the confused little succubus on the forehead. "You'll fall asleep in a while." He reached under the quilt and propped up his newly changed pajamas. Carlos still looked up blankly and trustingly, as if he didn't realize anything. A few clear tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He wiped them away, but he didn't know why he was crying. So strange. His waist arched uncontrollably, and the lines on his abdomen were terribly hot. He trembled and only remembered that he bit something, and then he had no memory. Even so, Carlos didn't sleep well. After all, he was never used to sleeping with another person. Many times, he felt that Lanto was about to leave, and he would wake up suddenly, grab the other's wrist, and force him down. Carlos had no memory of when he fell asleep. "When I woke up, I felt as if I was in another world. The sun was shining brightly, and through the window lattice, I could almost see the tiny dust particles floating in the air. Everything was so peaceful and tranquil. The rainstorm was like an old dream that could not be washed away, leaving some moisture on the painted glass. A rose that had stretched too long was about to climb onto the window, and drops of unevaporated water hung on the bud that was about to open. Carlos stared at the drop of water for a long time. "I have no clothes on. I took them all off last night." He didn't feel any particular shame, so he just stood up and saw a small mirror not far away, which reflected his current appearance. No matter how many times he tried, he still couldn't accept this pair of little horns and tail. Lanto was not here, but Carlos could hear very faint sounds and guessed that he was in the next room. He lowered his head to look at the bed, and slowly sat back down. Nothing happened. He was indeed not a skilled succubus. He couldn't do anything. Even the most basic seduction was so unfamiliar. The book said to act vulnerable, to have a sense of dependence, to have inadvertent physical contact. He did all of that, but still nothing happened. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Carlos felt a little frustrated. He was really not good at this and didn't know how to get rid of the god's attention. He wanted to do something bad to dirty himself, but the other party didn't seem to buy it at all and was very reserved. He curled up in the bed. The first feeling after waking up was that his waist was sore and his thighs were tired, just like he had run around the temple 10 times in the morning and then practiced a few sword techniques. Carlos suddenly felt that the protagonists selling hooks in those storybooks were very pitiful, because physical work like this was really hard to do. "I'm so tired." As he thought about it, Carlos suddenly had some images and sounds in his head. After sweating, his body felt more sensitive, and he could hardly stand the friction of any fabric. He seemed to remember his own voice, temperature, smell, and indescribable feelings all came to his mind one by one. Well, Carlos felt that this was the worst thing he had ever done. He fell into a long overdue post-event emptiness, even though nothing serious had actually happened. Are you awake? Yeah. There's breakfast on the table. Eat a little. Lanto was putting on a pair of black diapers, and Carlos stared at his fingers for a while, not wanting to think about more things. I know you don't need to eat much, but if you only consume without eating, your body will become weaker. Are you going out? I have work. The palace? Okay. Carlos shook his tail. I wish you good luck. Lanto stood there for a while, as if he was putting his homework back, but soon he calmed down and turned to clean up other things. Remember to eat breakfast. Well, Carlos answered slowly. It consumed a little magic power. But you didn't give me any food. Lanto suddenly turned around, with shock evident in his misty blue eyes. His jawline suddenly tensed up, and the buttons on his collar seemed to tighten, making him uncomfortable. The dark blue fabric, decorated with gold embroidery, was tightly attached to the skin of his throat, so Carlos could clearly see Lanto's Adam's apple move. Don't talk nonsense. The little succubus looked like she didn't understand anything. Lanto left. Carlos guessed that it was Yashin who was looking for him. He lazily dressed and went downstairs. Sure enough, there was a warm breakfast on the table, with milk, bread, and jam. The head maid stood aside meekly and laid a napkin for Carlos. Carlos picked up a piece of bread and took a bite. One of the most important teachings of the temple is to keep clean. Take a bath every day to keep the body clean. Fast regularly to keep the body clean. Purify the mind to keep the heart clean. And finally restrain all desires to keep the soul clean. Carlos doesn't like these very much, but he has made it a habit. He endured his body's resistance and took a bite of the bland bread. Ms. Lily, Carlos suddenly asked as the head maid was packing up, do you know Skull? Lily paused and said, it's a very remote place in the kingdom. What happened? Nothing, that was my hometown. Carlos observed Lily's reaction. Then it was massacred by the demons. He saw Lily tremble, and the sound of the knife and fork knocking on the porcelain plate was particularly obvious. The pretty girl turned around. No, that's... What? Nothing. Lily returned to her normal appearance. Sir Carlos, there is nothing to do today. Do you need to read? Or do you need to go out for exercise? I have prepared the corresponding items. Okay. Carlos thought Lily must be a pure human. It's so rare. After the resurrection, I feel like I haven't seen many real people. He didn't want to go out, so he told Lily that he wanted to rest alone for a while and find the unfinished book on the analysis of succubus races. It seemed like a not very serious book, but Carlos read it very seriously, holding it until noon. He suddenly looked up and hid from the midday sun. And the sound of the window. Dad Ada. Carlos had been staring at the book. He suddenly looked up. His eyes were vague for a moment, and then they came together after a while. He first saw a hand, and then the person outside the window. Why did he climb the window? He thought. Avid. Carlos walked over and saw that the demon was not as embarrassed as he had imagined. He was almost sitting on the windowsill, his face still as arrogant and indifferent as before. Only his fingers were tapping gently. Long time no see. Why are you sitting here? It has been a long time since I last saw Avid. Carlos could only roughly guess that he and Nibelungen were sent to do something that had to be done, so they left temporarily. But he really didn't expect to see Arvid at this time. The window opened, and he leaned forward and looked out. Arvid had not changed at all since a long time ago. The lifespan of demons was always very long. Whether they were separated for a few days or 10 years, it seemed like a blink of an eye. Carlos noticed that Arvid had revealed half of his original form, brown wings with golden glow spread behind him, with sharp claws at the end of the wings, which were now quietly folded. 2 sharp horns twisted in strange shapes flashed tiny lights in the sun, and a tail with scales attached to it hung down. The sunlight seemed to have no effect on harming a demon like him. The surging magic power overflowed, creating a small, cold, and gloomy environment around him that made Carlos feel very comfortable. Did you fly here? Carlos leaned forward a little more. I'm sorry, this house doesn't belong to me. I'm not qualified to invite you in, but I can come out. He turned over, landed lightly on the narrow windowsill, and sat down. Arvid looked at Carlos in surprise, as if he was seeing the little succubus for the first time. You seem a little different. He looked at Carlos, and it was still difficult to connect him with the person from many years ago. After all, this little succubus was weak and sickly, with little flesh on his body, as if he could break its waist if he reached out his hand. Carlos seemed to be in good spirits, sitting on the windowsill, leaning against the wall, swinging his legs. His hair and eyes were brighter than before, less gloomy and gray. I want to look for something. The window was very crowded, barely enough for 2 people to sit, so Arvid could only fold his wings. He opened his palm, and there were a few transparent crystals in his palm. Pure magic crystals. Carlos recognized them and knew that this kind of thing often grew in extremely dangerous craters full of magical power. In that kind of place, even demons born from flames would be hurt by the overly pure energy. Carlos tilted his head to look at Arvid and realized that he didn't fold his wings and tail immediately because he couldn't do it. Injured. The small stones were suddenly stuffed into his palm. Carlos didn't want to take them, but his fingers were forced to close. Arvid's palm wrapped around his fingers, and magic flowed, forcibly stimulating the power in the stones. Carlos swallowed. I'm so hungry. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. The desire for magic power overwhelmed his reason, and he almost bent over, as if he was pulled down by something invisible. But in just a moment, Carlos picked up his reason and said with difficulty, "Why do you have to use this on me? Your soul is very unstable and needs more magic power." Carlos said, "Oh, Lanto said that?" Arvid didn't say anything, and Carlos could see that he was very tired. It must have taken a lot of effort to find something like this, and it was bound to be a treasure guarded by someone else. Carlos was reluctant to absorb the magic power after absorbing a little bit. He was extremely restrained, just like he would only indulge himself once at night. He tilted his head and scratched the back of Arvid's hand with the fingers of his other hand, prompting him to let go. "That's enough, Lord Arvid. You don't have to do so much." Carlos shook his calves. "Do you think I'm a baby bird that needs to be fed?" "Arvid." "Little bird. Then keep those gems." Finally, Arvid turned his head away indifferently. "Don't talk nonsense." Carlos didn't take his threat at all. He moved closer to the window and stroked the ivy and trumpet creepers climbing on the wall. If he were a bird, he would be a beautiful bird that could not fly. He was not in a good mood, but the fullness of magic made him feel lazy and comfortable. The window was located in a place where the sunlight was not strong. Carlos squinted his eyes and breathed in the fragrance of plants. He felt that the subtle restraint he had felt for the past few days was also weakened. "What's wrong with your neck?" Carlos suddenly heard Arvid's voice. His voice was tired and relaxed just now, but now it suddenly became cold and gloomy. "Turn around, let me see." "Huh." Before Carlos could react, his wrist was grabbed. He was now sitting by the window, not daring to move, with a puzzled expression. "What are you talking about?" Carlos couldn't see that behind his ears and the back of his neck, where the skin should have been pale and delicate, there were several continuous purple marks. Noticing Arvid's gaze, Carlos touched it and said, "It might be a mosquito. The vegetation here is lush, so it's normal to have a lot of insects." "Arvid." His expression was as ugly as the green leaves beside him. "Mosquito bite? Who would believe it? How could a mosquito be willing to bite a demon?" He wanted to ask something, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He left without saying goodbye, and he did not ask Carlos for anything before leaving. Carlos was now a succubus, and it was very normal for a succubus to eat. If he didn't eat at all, he thought Carlos would starve to death. But why? Why look for someone else? Why not him? "Next time," Arvid said with a cold face. "Next time, if you are hungry, come to me." Carlos responded slowly. He began to think that what Arvid said was a little strange. He didn't do anything last night. Although he wanted to be a little depraved, he couldn't do it. Maybe it's not a mosquito bite? It's just a few bites. Arvid couldn't help himself and crushed a corner of the windowsill. Carlos saw his tail swinging back and forth angrily, sending out several sparks and scorching the surrounding vines. "You're not going to fight Lanto, are you?" Carlos said. "Don't go. He's in the palace now, and he won't fight you alone. You'll be beaten by the soldiers of the entire royal city." Arvid took it all as a sign of concern. His expression lightened up a bit, and he heard Carlos ask, "Can you tell me what the demon world is like now?" Being stared at by the golden eyes, Carlos moved his eyes away unnaturally and looked higher. "I want to know. The demon world and the human world are completely different worlds. There is no smooth passage between the two sides until now, especially the protracted war many years ago, which blocked the original major passages. To this day, most humans still regard the demons in the demon world and the fallen monsters as the same creatures. In fact, the demons were probably not called the demons. At that time, it was the first time that creatures from another world that could use magic power were seen, and a war broke out. The temple then advocated calling them all the demons, deliberately confusing them with monsters. Carlos thought about the past and felt a slight headache again. He leaned back and accidentally pressed down on Arvid's arm. He was startled and moved forward, barely avoiding falling down. Arvid brought him back. Carlos looked at the ground with lingering fear. Falling from the third floor would not kill anyone, but there was a rose patch below, full of thorns, and it would definitely be painful if he fell into it. He was so frightened that he ignored the arm of Arvid leaning on him. He also did not notice that the demon's body stiffened for a while, with its fingers hanging empty, and it took a while before it carefully stuck to his back. Carlos did not resist, and even sat back a little to prevent himself from falling again. The demon world is now. In order to divert Carlos' attention and keep this posture longer, Arvid took the initiative to speak. The demon world is better now than before. Many demons did die back then, but like humans, demons have a weak socialization system. Everyone lives their own life, and no one mourns for their companions. Cold-blooded, emotionless, and putting bloodline first, these are their characteristics. However, the war at least promoted some things. Some demons began to find that forming an organization would be better than before, and the management of the city was better than that of the scattered demon individuals. Some places have begun to consciously imitate the human system and establish their own city-states. Some things are still quite confusing. The demons do not acknowledge the inheritance of bloodlines like humans do. They talk about bloodline, but more about strength. Whoever is stronger has better bloodline, just like Arvid's family was just ordinary before him, and after him, there were no individuals with pure magic power. The lifespan of demons depends on the purity of their power. Low-level demons are born and die every day, and 1 or 2 years is their lifetime, while high-level demons can live for thousands of years until their bodies completely decay. The current Demon King has lived for 1,200 years and is at the end of his life. He has not left the Demon King's palace for a long time. Almost all demons are waiting for his death and then electing a new king. At this point, Arvid raised his chin and said he would also participate in the selection of the new king. Carlos, be careful. He had seen the Demon King 10 years ago and did not think he was weak. Even if demons would age, 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Carlos always felt that the other party would not fall to this point all of a sudden. Carlos listened carefully to the affairs of the demon world for a while. Arvid almost only knew about the major events. A high-level demon like him rarely paid attention to trivial matters and would spend more time on purifying his own power. His thoughts drifted away, drifting to someone who had left early in the morning. Arvid, Carlos suddenly asked, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Arvid also stopped. He could tell that Carlos already knew that he knew he was him. He couldn't judge. He even felt that people like Carlos should not be used, and there was no need to use him to evaluate them. "I am useless now." Carlos had a little smile on his face. He stared at the clouds in the corner of the sky, watching it being torn apart by the wind, and finally nothing was left. "I have no power, no gods, favor, and I am not familiar with this world now. Even as a demon, I am a very poor bloodline. Living, it seems that I don't have too many wishes, and I can't help others' dreams." "Why do you think so?" Arvid frowned. "I didn't come to you because you were useful, but before, you came to me repeatedly because I could fight with you." "That was in the past." Carlos smiled again. "Don't you have any desire for me now? I feel that this body of mine is still of some use, such as dealing with the desires of others." Arvid's face was a little stunned, and turned pink after a moment. "What are you talking about? I just think it's unlikely that there would be kindness without reason in the world. Carlos stretched out his hand, wanting to catch a piece of wind or a wisp of cloud. I think I understand why he wants to resurrect me. Arvid, tell me, is there anyone in this world who can remain sane after falling into a monster? On the day he regained his memory, he smelled an unusual yet familiar scent. Now thinking about it, it was clearly the smell of a monster. How could there be a monster in Lanto's house? Or in the bathroom where Lanto was? Monsters can't be made into potions. He had thought about a lot of things in the past 2 days, and after ruling out some unlikely possibilities, the only remaining guess was that Lanto had fallen. But it was not obvious. Is that what you want to ask? The blush on Arvid's face faded a little, and he became cold again. When you sat with me, did you just want to ask other people? Carlos was at a loss. What else? Arvid's mood calmed down immediately because Carlos said, I kind of want to settle down in the demon world. He lowered his eyes, his face showing a look of boredom and fatigue. I originally thought that since I was resurrected, I would definitely come back to see the sun in the human world. Now it's like this, it seems meaningless. He stretched out his hand and peeked at the sunlight through his fingers. Anyway, no matter how much time has passed, the sun is still here. Arvid only heard the first few words. Go and settle in the demon world. This is great, it couldn't be better. If Carlos is willing to go to the demon world, he can now find a suitable passage without risks and then prepare a residence for the succubus. He has great power in the demon world, and as long as Carlos is willing, he can build a few castles for people to live in at any time. He was so overwhelmed by the surprise that he didn't notice Carlos's strange mood or his increasing force. Carlos felt Arvid's hand on his lower back. He was silent for a moment, leaned back a little, and slipped back into the room like a fish. He didn't have much physical strength, but he was very flexible. With the memory of his previous life, he had no problem doing some difficult moves. Arvid saw that his waist was almost bent, and the fabric was pulled up, and he could clearly see the fingerprints and faint lines on the waist. Carlos rolled lightly on the floor, climbed up, and lay on the windowsill to look up at Arvid. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Arvid. Arvid. The arrogant demon was flattered, loosened his grip, and fell down immediately. Carlos leaned against the window and watched for a while, and found that Arvid had cast an invisibility spell on himself and left. His power is very low now, and he can't see through this kind of high-level magic. The magic power absorbed from the magic crystal could not be immediately converted into his own power. Carlos went downstairs and digested it. He felt that the subtle hunger he had felt for the past few days disappeared. Lily. He found the head maid. Can I go out? Where are you going? The palace. Carlos smiled. He took the trouble to bring me back yesterday. I'll go and wait for him today. Lily's expression was blank for a moment, as if she had never expected Carlos to say this. She remembered Lanto's order, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. I'll go prepare the carriage. Noble families all have their own carriages, but according to Carlos's observation, Lanto did not keep too many servants at home. There was a carriage, but the driver did not live here, and only one was hired, and he followed Lanto. This place was remote, and it would take at least half an hour to find a new and reliable carriage. He had half an hour to think about what to do next. No one was home, and Carlos sighed again. He was reluctant to believe his own guess, but the matter was before him, and he had to think about it. Lanto really doesn't seem to be a human being. He had killed too many monsters and was familiar with their scents. He also knew that some high-level monsters could evolve a strange wisdom, disguise themselves, and then hunt. He didn't know why Lanto had the smell of monsters and thought of how he could split his soul before. The reason why Carlos believed that it was a real dead soul was because the soul was broken and didn't look like a new thing. A normal person's soul could never be like this, especially since Lanto could use the power of holy light. The holy light only favors pure souls. He originally thought that the dead soul was Lanto's disguise, but after seeing Yasin, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it all night, he realized that the reason he felt that Lanto and Yasin had a close relationship was not because of the atmosphere, but because of the light power in Yasin, which was very similar to what Lanto had used before. Most people certainly would not be able to perceive such a subtle difference, but Carlos once had the blessing of God that no one else had. and he was very familiar with it. After thinking in this direction, he quickly recalled the similarities between the power fluctuations of the two of them. This is absolutely impossible. Even twin brothers cannot have such similar power fluctuations. Unless Yasin lends his power to Lanto. Carlos thought of the current Yasin, who looked like the son of light, but was still. Never mind, the old king was not much better. It seemed that anyone who sat in this position would be distorted by power and become someone else. He was originally quite moved by seeing Psycheer. The girl from the past has become the queen now. She has grown a lot. He also sighed that the young prince has also grown up. Except for him, everyone seems to be changing for the better. But now he feels that he might as well not see her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remembered Yasin's appearance as a child. I also wouldn't remember that Lanto's eyebrows and eyes seemed to be very similar to Yasin when he was a child. What kind of magic did this person use on himself? Carlos' tail slapped on the chair, making a snapping sound. He rarely felt unhappy, and he didn't feel anything when he was injured, but he didn't like others to take risks and get hurt. Especially that kind of dangerous magic. He had suffered enough in the past. It would be bad for others to repeat the same mistakes. Lord Carlos. Lily came back. Are you going out now? The sun is shining. Let's go out. Carlos immediately retracted his tail. Lily couldn't feel the magical fluctuations from Carlos. She was a completely ordinary person. She thought it was normal for Carlos to be able to restrain his tail after all. Carlos could do anything. Have you been to Skull? It would take at least half an hour for the carriage to reach the palace. Lily didn't know what order she had received, but she stayed with Carlos and sat in the carriage together. But she was always very silent, even motionless, sitting upright, as if it was some serious meeting time. In order to ease the atmosphere, Carlos could only take the initiative to bring up the topic. That's my hometown. Yes. Lily responded calmly. I know. Carlos. He didn't want to recall his surroundings being sold everywhere, and the only past he had left might have been dug out and framed. It was a very remote little valley. When talking about their hometown, everyone's expression would soften. The weather was always cool. The winter was long, and in spring, wildflowers would bloom all over the mountains. I actually can't remember it clearly. It seems like I left for a long time. Later, I wanted to go back and take a look, but found that it had been destroyed by the demons. He noticed that Lily's fingers were clenched, and the material of her skirt was wrinkled. Found it before. He had mentioned this place just to talk to someone about his hometown, but Lily's reaction was much greater than he had expected. Carlos knew that Lily had a kind of admiration for him, but this kind of feeling would never be extended to a place name, especially a place name that was blurred to the point of almost non-existence in the Paladin story. It can only be that Lily herself is related to Skull. Lily seemed to be less than 20 years old this year, and she should have been only 5 years old when Skull was destroyed by the demons. Carlos stared at his fingertips and decided to say something else. If I could go back earlier, would those tragedies have been avoided? When I returned to my hometown, I only saw continuous fires, collapsed houses, blood spreading from the ruins and slowly drying up. I killed those demons, but did not find anyone alive. Not even one. Will the snow continue to fall? Are there still flowers blooming on the burned mountain? Carlos' voice was very soft, as if he was only asking himself, I couldn't save them. Is there still a place for me in the cabin at the foot of the mountain? No. Lily grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands and almost stood up in the narrow carriage. You didn't do anything wrong. She seemed to have made up her mind suddenly and looked at Carlos with her deer-like brown eyes. The fire will not last for 15 years. It will snow every year. The mountain flowers will bloom the next year, and the trees will grow back. Everyone. The villagers. Actually, didn't all die in the fire. She lowered her head. Once, there was a couple who had a daughter. Her cousin happened to come to visit during those days, but she went to town because she was sick. Lily said word by word, hatred, regret, fear, and the smell of blood almost came out of her lips and teeth. She slept drowsily for a few days, but when she woke up, she was told that her home was gone. My parents are gone, and my cousin is dead. The demons destroyed the entire village. It's natural to hate the demons. But why were the playmates who went to town with us also found dead under the claws? She seemed to be remembering the nightmare she had for many years, and she no longer concealed it, and even changed the person's name to I. Why are you targeting the people in our small village? Can the demons smell the scent on us? But why did they let me go? Could it be because someone is comparing the names of the people on the list? Because my cousin came to my house, the number of people and the age match, so she stopped talking. All her emotions gathered and turned into a burning fire, lighting up her eyes. Is it really the work of the demons? Carlos, I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault at all. Lily jumped up in a hurry. You didn't do anything wrong. It's all their fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have targeted that place. Carlos smiled weakly. I know. It's my problem after all. Lily must hate those people very much, Carlos thought. That's why Lanto dared to tell Lily his identity. At that time, I had already realized that something was wrong. But there was no other way. I could only deceive myself and put my hatred on the demons. Carlos said, after killing all the demons nearby, I went back there. The people in the temple had collected all the bones and sang songs of comfort in front of the continuous graves. This matter spread, and there was mourning everywhere. They have earned a good reputation. Lily almost screamed. Carlos added, actually, I thought at that time, why not end it, in my own life, so that maybe similar tragedies will not happen. But I stood there for a long time and still didn't do it. Maybe I was too cowardly. No, you may be able to save more people, Lily answered earnestly, and you have already broken free from the shackles of those people and will not be controlled by them anymore. Carlos lowered his eyes, his sadness making him look particularly fragile, as if he could be blown away by the wind. I really want to help, but will I really make things worse? Is there anything I can help you with? Look at what these people are trying to control him to do. At the last moment, Lily hesitated. She replied, we will have our revenge. You don't have to do much. Carlos nodded. We have arrived at the palace. He got off the car, and Lily paid the fare and asked the driver to go back early. After all, Lanto's original driver was here, so there was no need to take 2 cars to go back. Carlos looked around and found more than one carriage. They were not conspicuous getting off in front of the palace, as nobles came and went every day. Do you want to go in and wait? Lily asked. Obviously, as Lanto's maid, she had some privileges. No, we'll stay here. Lily hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to report to Lanto, but she didn't dare to leave Carlos. Ever since Carlos went out by himself and was bitten by a vampire last time, they didn't dare to let Carlos go out alone. Who knows if there will be some ignorant creature coming again. Maybe it will take a long time. It's okay. There's nothing to do anyway. Just wait a while. Outside the palace, it was deserted. No one dared to open a shop near here. There were only silent servants of noble families and expensive carriages. Carlos found the carriage of the Lanto family among them. The driver also knew them. After a moment of hesitation, he got on the carriage naturally and packed the things for the two. He has always been silent, and Carlos has no way to dig out any clues from him. He even had some respect for someone who could raise a loyal servant, but this admiration was soon washed away by an indescribable disgust. Carlos hated this kind of relationship. Regardless of whether Lily wanted revenge herself, Lanto must have taken advantage of her thoughts. Lily was a pure human, but she knew secrets that she was unlikely to be exposed to. It's called an opportunity for revenge, but isn't this just dragging people into a whirlpool? And, from Carlos' own experience, once the gap in status is too great, even emotions like hatred can be manipulated. If someone wants them to hate, they will hate. He remembered being taught when he was a child that his country would respect the voice of the people and encourage everyone to put forward their own suggestions. Although they did not agree with them, they must respect them. Carlos also had this idea when he joined the temple. He never lied and always spoke his mind. And after a long time, I still didn't learn how to be tactful. I only understood silence. If you don't want your voice to be manipulated, you have to remain silent. Carlos looked at her, his mind flying back to the past. If there were still people alive in that small village, he would be happy indeed. This was one of his few regrets. But human memory can also be tampered with. What if Lily was not from that village at all? As long as some people wanted to, They could easily create such a person, and even the person involved would believe it. Carlos had experienced this. Time passed by minute, and even Lily, who was always calm, became a little impatient. The carriage was spacious, but it was still just a carriage. The air was stuffy inside, and it was very uncomfortable. Even the expensive spices smelled flat and unpleasant. She stretched out a hand, opened the curtain, and looked at a corner of the sky to count the time. They have been waiting here for at least 3 hours. There's no need to come so early. Lily knew that her master rarely went into the palace, but every time he went in, he would not come out until it was completely dark. She didn't know much about Lanto, but he had helped her with many things, especially in the past, and she believed that they must be on the same side. Revenge for myself, revenge for Carlos. She spent many years chewing on hatred. Master Carlos, Lily asked carefully again, maybe we have to wait for a long time. Why don't we go in and wait? The master has his own lounge in the palace. Speaking of the lounge, Carlos recalled the drinking incident that day. No need. It seems someone is coming. Sure enough, after a while, someone stood outside the carriage respectfully. Sir, Lord Lanto invites you in. Lily looked at Carlos. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. Carlos didn't like being served by servants, but he was almost used to it. Sometimes, after playing the role for a long time, he would feel that he was born like those nobles. After all, he had paid so much, so he deserved to be served. Human desires are nothing more than this. The servants who came looked at him secretly. He was a man close to the current king and was almost promoted by the young king. Many nobles had to respect his status. He was also quite smart and never asked unnecessary questions. But curiosity was definitely there. The young king had almost no closeness with people of his generation, except for the relationship between the monarch and his subjects. Many people wanted to get involved with him, but unfortunately they were all rejected by Yasin with a smile. How does that sentence go? It was the first time he saw his master care so much about someone. His Highness Yasin hasn't smiled like that for a long time. It's really scary, the servant thought. The last time he saw His Highness Yasin smile was when some people were about to be finished. The beautiful boy, who was almost godlike, stood on a high seat, showing a perfect, impeccable smile, and lightly issued an order that would lead to terrible consequences. It makes people feel like falling into an ice cellar. That was the first time he saw the dark corner behind the layers of hazy disguise. After they met several more times, he knew very well that His Highness was not the kind of person as the public said, but he always kept his mouth shut. Only occasionally in his dreams at midnight did he worry whether he would be dealt with. As well, he could only work harder to be a useful person. So the servant naturally thought that His Highness asked this person to come in because he wanted to relieve his stress again. The handsome young man got out of the car. The servant felt that this face was unfamiliar. He had hardly seen it before, and he couldn't tell which noble family it belonged to. The lavender hair and the dark red eyes made him feel a little uneasy. But when he looked into each other's eyes, he completely dispelled this uneasiness. He was even afraid of his sudden disappearance of vigilance. He seemed to have seen such gentle and harmless eyes on Yashin many times, but he knew that Yashin's eyes were a disguise. But what about this young man? Why did he feel that this man's eyes were sincere? There was no reason for this trust. The servant was terrified, thinking he was bewitched by a spell. He did not dare to look up and focused on leading the way. With mixed feelings in his heart, the servant walked very fast all the way. When he arrived at the destination, he was sweating all over. He noticed that the young man behind him hardly looked around and had no curiosity about this place, which was different from other people who entered the palace. He actually knew that this was the young man's second time entering the palace, and they didn't meet last time. This made the servant even more panicked. It was obvious that the young man was a big shot that he couldn't even approach at his level. He might have come to the palace many times in private, or he might even look down on this small palace. Please come in. Please wait here for a while. Okay, thank you. I dare not. The servant bowed his head. Just then, he smelled a very strange, dark fragrance that flashed by. He was stunned for a moment. It seemed to come out of the young man. He subconsciously moved closer in that direction, but the young man had already entered the room. He shouldn't have crossed the line. The servant felt a little lost for no reason. Carlos looked at the room he had just been to yesterday and didn't want to say anything. It was still a scent of incense, which made him feel calm and peaceful. But Carlos had enough magic power today, and he had no desire for hunger at all. There was nothing to suppress his hunger, so he just felt a subtle sense of boredom. As soon as he entered, someone came in. Huh. Carlos looked at the young man with light hair. Don't you have work? It's over. Yashin answered quickly. Carlos, you don't have to wait outside for someone. It's so tiring to wait for so long. How can waiting for someone be tiring? Carlos opened his eyes wide, and the ominous red color was made to look innocent by him. Where's Lanto? Is his work over too? Yashin's expression was very subtle, just like Arvid this morning. Do you care about him more? Why? Is he? What did he do better? Impossible. Lanto had obviously lied to Carlos and did such a bad thing as tampering with his memory. With Carlos's personality, it was impossible for him to have any good feelings towards him. Why on earth? He looked at the purple mark on Carlos' collar and felt the pain on his back teeth. Obviously he and Lanto. Why? Carlos seemed to be unable to sense any emotion and still asked, is his job hard? I was drunk yesterday and can't remember much of what happened after I fell asleep. Thanks to him for sending me back. Yashin. Carlos. Yashin noticed something was wrong. Are you teasing me on purpose? What? Well, he didn't believe Carlos would do such a thing either. This person would blush even if he told a lie. Carlos secretly gave himself some cold magic and hid it very well to ensure that his face would not turn red. Then recall what the Succubus manual says step by step. He has a good memory, is proficient in memorizing texts, and coupled with his ordinary image, it is quite difficult for people to spot him when he is acting. So as he became more and more concerned about Lanto, Yashin's expression became worse and worse. Finally, Carlos saw Yashin take a step forward, pushed him to the wall, and held his hand. Carlos, why do you care so much about Lanto? He showed a sad expression. He is not as good as you think. Yashin has a good-looking face and is taller than Carlos. But when he speaks, he frowns slightly and has a very low attitude, like a small animal gently wrapping around him, rubbing the tip of his nose and cheeks. It's almost impossible to ignore his aggression. Carlos stepped back a little, but he was stuck and couldn't escape. Well, but since he resurrected me, he can at least be considered my benefactor. Yashin, didn't you notice? The young man finally broke through. I asked him to do these things, and it's not all his fault. I also did a lot, not to mention. Yassin decided to tell the story word by word. He has been a demon. After speaking, he carefully looked at Carlos's face. Sure enough, when it came to being a demon, Carlos' face didn't look good. He has always hated monsters the most. Those are creatures that cannot control their desires and can even abandon their dignity as humans. Strictly speaking, people who have fallen into monsters have voluntarily given up their human reason to pursue simple stimulation. He looked down upon those monsters. I feel sorry for those monsters too. The irrational monster will do many unreasonable things in order to satisfy his desires. They will forget their relatives, friends, and all feelings, just for their own little desire. During the war years, Carlos had to deal with many such monsters. He showed a little at a loss. How could Lanto awe him? You noticed it, right? Yassin still said in a pitiful tone, I made a deal with him, and I can suppress him with the power of holy light, the demonization in him, but there is no way, it will still break down sometimes. The day you were taken away by Antine, he couldn't save you because he fell into the demonization. Carlos pursed his lips, not knowing how to act, so he could only say nothing. However, when he was not speaking, he had a pale face, and the side light made his frown visibly obvious. His lips were pursed into a straight line, and he looked like his worldview had collapsed. I want to meet him. Carlos' voice paused. He was a little uncomfortable being squeezed. Such close contact actually made him a little at a loss. He just looked at Yassin's face and stretched out his hand to push a few times. He failed to push, which only made the other person's body temperature more obvious. Is that okay? Of course, Yassin hugged Carlos hard. I can let him tell you personally. Do we want to meet others in this way? Yashin also opened his eyes wide and put on an innocent expression that was very similar to Carlos. Isn't it possible? Eventually, Carlos got out of that position, but his body seemed a little too fragile. He was hugged hard for a while, and after letting go, a circle of red slowly appeared on his arm, and traces slowly appeared on all the places he had been in contact with. It makes people want to make more traces again and again, until they all take their own shape. Carlos was really a little embarrassed. He suddenly realized that Yashin was much younger than him. Although he was taller than him, he could even feel the strong muscles on his body when they were close to each other. He did not look like a weak and beautiful boy at all, but he is still much younger than me. Carlos didn't have such clear feelings when facing Lanto. After all, Lanto's age seemed to be a mystery. Even if he knew deep down that he was young, at least he didn't feel that strongly. Carlos really felt numb now. He feels that children in the new era are so scary, and he actually doesn't like to be close to Yashin. He has an abnormal feeling that makes him get close. Carlos is particularly sensitive to such feelings and is worried that he has been enchanted by some kind of magic. He felt that he might have been hit because his body, which was already comfortable because of the abundant magic power, suddenly felt an unbearable sense of hunger. He wanted to add something. Yesterday's nonsense still affected him. He knew some ways to solve the physical discomfort, and he couldn't bear it anymore. Not long after, Lanto came. Every time he is in the same scene with Yashin, he will be extremely silent, barely speaking, and play the role of a dutiful courtier, not even looking at Carlos. Carlos thought to himself, this is completely different from his attitude last night. Last night's attitude, well, it seemed a bit similar to Yashin's now. This thought made Carlos feel a little creepy. He remained silent and shrank a little further into the corner. Unfortunately, both of them focused on him, and it was useless for Carlos to hide wherever he went. You. Yes, I did become a demon once, Lanto said expressionlessly. It's not stable now and needs to be suppressed in many ways. Carlos paused for a moment, a little at a loss, and then began to say his lines strictly according to the instructions in the tutorial. I don't mind. Both people in the room were silent for a moment. What? I don't mind. Until you completely degenerate into a monster. In fact, most people don't have this perseverance. I have never seen anyone who degenerated into a monster and can turn around and become a human again. You saved me. I also want to try and see if I can help you a little bit. It would be fine if others heard this, but Carlos's desire to live was so weak. How could he get the kindness of being resurrected? Lanto's expression was extremely strange. Weird. So weird. But Yasin's expression suddenly darkened, as if a storm was coming. Then for a second, the sky cleared up for no reason, and he said with a smile, Carlos, you always help others for free like this. Carlos tilted his head. That's not the case. He is just observing the relationship between Yashin and Lanto. Carlos had heard of some evil magic that could cut a person's soul into different parts. No, he has a deep memory of that thing, not just hearing about it. As if he had experienced it himself, the temple removed the sentimental part of his soul, leaving behind a bright heart. He felt that Yashin was a bit like this. Carlos almost felt like this was the truth. But he didn't move. Something in his brain was screaming that something was wrong. Something was wrong. He still trusts his intuition, which can always help him avoid some fatal dangers. My resurrection. Carlos asked the two of them. Is it because there is still a part of my soul fragment left in the temple? Yes. Yashin answered all questions. That is the only fragment left. It is not enough to support the activities of a body, so you will have constant symptoms. We will try our best to repair these. If there is no suitable container, I will break away. The soul fragments in the magical environment will be dissipated quickly, or else they will have severe rejection reactions, suffer from many illnesses, and will not live long. Carlos thinks he is the latter. Don't worry, I didn't just pick up a body and use it. Yasin said tactfully, at least there is nothing wrong with this body, except that the race may not be good. Carlos. They are just succubi with low bloodline. Probably because his expression was too uneasy, Yasin took a small step forward and said in a very soft voice, that was specially made by me, using a little My own blood. It may not be good, but it is better than its clean outside. Carlos didn't know what to say for a moment, and his expression went blank. The tips of his eyebrows frowned subconsciously, the corners of his lips drooped, and his eyes were filled with a heavy color. You. He really disagreed. This is almost as difficult as creating a life. The essence of power and miracles are equivalent exchanges. Who knows how much has to be paid? He was still frowning, but he didn't expect that this expression greatly stimulated Yashin. Carlos, do you also think my flesh and blood is dirty? The pupils of those light-colored eyes were dilated, as if they were suddenly choked by a nightmare. Don't dislike me, okay? Carlos was stunned for a moment. Something flashed through his mind, and when he tried to catch it carefully, it fell apart. It seemed like another rainy night, with heavy rain. He left the capital with great fanfare to escort the princess, but returned quietly. The war had come to an end, and the joy of peace should be spread to every corner of the world. Carlos held an umbrella, stepped into the mud, and felt his few remaining lives. He had nothing left. He taught swordsmanship to Psycheer, and it seemed that there was nothing worth leaving behind. He walked very slowly, sometimes brushing past people, and no one realized that he was the legendary Paladin. On the way back to the palace, he heard screaming and crying. Don't. Let her go. Carlos's 5 senses were severely weakened, and his reaction was very slow. It took him a long time to turn his head and look in that direction, then he continued on his way. The price of peace. A country that was once attacked by fairies proposed an agreement to cease fire, reconcile, and fight against the fairies and demons from outside together. But someone leaked the news that there was a fairy in the palace. So the envoy made a temporary request, asking the old king to publicly kill the fairy to show his sincerity. She was just an unimportant woman who had gone crazy. The agreement was hard-won, and no one cared about her life. So on a stormy night, someone broke in and dragged the man out. Carlos didn't go near them, but somehow he passed them. He couldn't see clearly, just that a dark-haired woman was being dragged past, her fingers scratching along the way but unable to leave any marks in the mud. There was a flash of lightning, and he closed his eyes, and when he opened them he noticed that the woman had a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Then there was blood mixed with dirty water. Dirty piece. Carlos didn't know how long he stood there. He seemed to see another figure with black hair and blue eyes. His face was covered with dirty water, new rain mixed with other liquids sliding down his face. It was so small, so inconspicuous in the rain. Why didn't you save her? Screamed. The little black shadow jumped up and pounced on him, trying to grab his sword. Carlos took a step back, not letting him succeed. But the kid didn't give up and pounced on him like crazy, muttering something. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. Old man. All of them must die. Carlos frowned slightly and dodged again. Carlos, why are you dodging? He knelt in the rain and raised his face. Do you think I'm dirty too? Carlos seemed to have received warm rain. Please don't leave. I have nothing but you. You won't leave me, right? You are the only one. You are strong and can't be taken away by others. You will always be with me. Carlos, stay, please. Carlos held the umbrella in vain and lied. I will accompany you. Before his life ran out. His Highness Yashin. The memory became clearer and clearer, and he saw the expression of the child clearly. Carlos looked at Yashin now, and then at Lanto with black hair and blue eyes. His tail shook, forming a question mark. Lanto was silent. Why are you looking at him? Yashin seemed dissatisfied. Carlos. I seem to remember. Your Highness, is your mother's surname Lanto? At that moment, Carlos saw that the pupils of the two people in front of him had shrunk. Lanto's eyes showed a brief shock, but also a sense of inevitability. Yashin's reaction was more intense, and the boy grabbed Carlos' hand. Look at me. Carlos. Carlos' wrist was clenched painfully, but he had no time to care about it at the moment. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yashin. His handsome face was twitching, as if something was about to come out from under his skin. His hair color became lighter and lighter, and his light-colored eyes became bloodshot and then darkened, almost the color of blood. Dark red blood stains rolled down from under his eyes. Please, look at me, he said in a hoarse voice. Carlos stared at the color and obediently shifted his gaze. I have been thinking, are you really Yasin? Of course, you can also say that there is something wrong with my memory, or that practicing holy light has removed all the fairy blood in my body. But you seem to have hardly left the palace, and there are a lot of things that suppress magic power placed in the palace. The most important thing is my intuition. Those things that could not be controlled finally came out. The breath of the monster was stronger than ever before, overwhelming the smell of incense. Carlos saw fangs growing in his mouth, saliva secreted under his tongue, and the tip of his tongue stirred inside. The eyes that had turned into vertical pupils stared at him intently, but he could not speak, and could only make a ha panting sound. Thin tentacles tore through the expensive silk and stretched out from the clothes. There were too many of them, and they were vying for the first place, so they kept entwining and branching, tangling together. Those tentacles were as colorless as he was, with only a little pink close to blood, and even translucent, looking soft and terrifying. Why? He covered one of his eyes, and red blood flowed out from between his fingers, and then nothing else could flow out, leaving only black magic crystals stuck to his face. Why do you want to die? Why do you abandon me? Why do you think I'm not real? Carlos was grabbed by a mass of tentacles. For a moment, he thought he was going to be torn into pieces and eaten by these things. Carlos had seen many poor people die like this, but these things didn't seem to want to hurt him. They just wrapped around him, squeezed him, and rubbed his body temperature over and over again. The ends rubbed against his skin, leaving some monster mucus. Please. He heard the voice of Yasin. Please. He seemed to hear the voice of those small tentacles. Carlos. He might, perhaps, probably, still be eaten. The entanglement of the tentacles made him very uncomfortable. The slime was slippery, and he couldn't grab anything to gain leverage. The security measures in the palace were really good. There was nothing harmful to see. Carlos only found some bottles of wine, which seemed to be treasures. He grabbed a bottle and threw it down, hoping to find a piece of glass to use. In the end, the bottles were just crushed by the tentacles, and he didn't catch anything. Instead, he was covered with a lot of dark and light wine, which was fruit wine, and the mellow aroma made people faint. Squeezing, entanglement, suffocation. Most of his body was wrapped up, and the cold yet warm things were tightly attached to his body, circle after circle, tightly. Carlos did not continue to struggle. He had faced such monsters before, and he had to save his strength to find their core. But the feeling of the tentacles rubbing against his lower back was still uncomfortable. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces of cloth, hanging on one of his arms. The ends of the tentacles kept moving, as if they were trying to find some gaps or holes in the smooth skin, and could only find peace in the dark. Carlos. Wake up. No one responded. All he could see were the tentacles huddled together, messing up the original furnishings in the room, but no sound was made. The tentacles devoured everything, crushing fabrics and glass, but he had no injuries at all except for the red marks from being pressed. Carlos was pushed to a place, and several tentacles wrapped around his calves and lifted him up. He lost his balance and fell backwards on the soft tentacles. Carlos vaguely felt that this was a bed, so his brain was in a mess. He didn't understand the obsession of these tentacles. Finally, during the shove, Carlos saw a more special tentacle. It was darker in color and had some bumps on it. It was not pleasant when it rubbed against him. Carlos tilted his head and poked it with his finger. He felt the touch was strange. The emotions transmitted from these low-level monsters were also very mixed. They were all screaming to get closer to him. It's like crying, and it even makes people feel a little sad. But Carlos had seen all kinds of monsters, and he had no weapon. So he reached out and grabbed the tip of his tail, wrapped the thin tail around it a few times, and strangled it hard. The tip of the tail and the tentacles simultaneously let out some kind of silent wail, as if accusing him of cruelty. The tentacles dispersed. Carlos saw Lanto again. His face was not very good, and there was a strange red in his eyes. When he stared at Carlos, he seemed to be accusing him of cruelty. Sorry, sometimes I can't control myself, and this is what happens when I collapse. He walked over, with a sense of alienation from the world all over his body. After you left, my emotions were not stable enough, and I fell into a part that could only be stripped away. Now it has been dissolved. I used to think that the soul could be divided into pure good and pure evil, but after a long time, I found that the good part would also generate a new malicious intent. Maybe this is my nature. The soul will automatically complete itself. Carlos said, life always thinks about survival. Loss is abnormal, so we pursue completion. There were marks all over his body, with cloth hanging on him in bits and pieces, and beneath his calm tone, his tail was swinging violently. Lanto tried to touch him, but Carlos dodged. Carlos? Lanto called out, but got no response. After a while, he realized that the succubus was angry, and very angry. The tail was already flapping vigorously, mixing with the slime left behind by the monster. The succubus's fangs pressed against her lower lip, and her red eyes stared at Lanto's face. Carlos rarely got angry, so Lanto felt strange seeing him like this. He inexplicably remembered that a long time ago, a group of people surrounded Carlos and asked to learn swordsmanship. Many of them were spoiled aristocratic children who didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Some said they would kill demons in the future, and some said they wanted to perform this for their beloved girls. Everyone just smiled. One day, someone came up with the idea of using what Carlos had taught him to punish the untouchables, and killed the gardener who didn't respect him very much. Carlos was angry. His character was too soft, always making people feel like he was soft raindrops with no lethality. Only that time did everyone realize that he could become a paladin because he was as terrifying as thunder at certain times. Lanto lowered his head, showing a little bit of timidity that he hadn't shown for a long time. Well, I'm sorry. Your Highness, aren't you being a little irresponsible? Carlos frowned. Lanto felt that he hadn't done much. He had fallen into evil for a while, and after regaining his sanity, he cooperated with the temple to wash away the uncontrollable parts. After that, he didn't do much, but he got rid of all the royal families that hindered him, ascended the throne, used the power of the temple to do some research, cut the soul and flesh, and restored the soul and crab meat. After gaining the favor of the gods, he tampered with the memories of most people, making them forget his appearance and free himself. He didn't do anything bad most of the time, just thinking about resurrecting Carlos. But he still bowed his head. Yes, you are now the king of a kingdom. There are countless people who need your responsibility. If you can't control your desires, why do you choose all this? Carlos said calmly, if you can control it and nothing has happened, why did you deliberately indulge yourself just now? If someone finds out, the whole capital and the whole country will be in chaos. Lanto realized that Carlos didn't mind him using his own flesh and blood to resurrect people. Carlos just cared about something else. I can control myself. Under the mess of tentacles, this sentence seemed completely unconvincing. Carlos stood back, his expression cold and indifferent. Only those who knew him well could see the disappointment on his face. He actually didn't mind what Lanto, or Yasin, did, but that was based on the premise that it would not affect others. He liked peace, order, and stability, and didn't like people who acted recklessly because of their personal feelings other people were innocent. I can control myself, and there has never been an accident in these years. Lanto said again, I just want freedom. I want to revive you. I can't use other people as experiments, so I can only use myself. Split, create, try, and then there is such an individual. I didn't think of being irresponsible. I have divided my knowledge, and the only good and clean part of me left to that individual, and there has been no trouble. He hesitated and said, I swear. His soul is becoming more and more like me, which is an accident. But it also made me discover the self-completion of the soul, so I dared to use the fragments in the temple to revive you. Carlos frowned again. He felt that he was indeed old and did not understand the actions of these young people at all. But now Yashin has collapsed. I can fix it again. Lanto said, I will fix him regularly. If you don't like it here, I can also take you away from the capital to a distant place, and he will complete the work of maintaining stability. Carlos. I don't want him to collapse either, but he wants to touch you. Lanto finally raised the corner of his lips and showed an ugly smile. He is cleaner than me. No matter what his soul is like, at least he does lawful and good things. If he must hug you, he should be cleaner than me. But he is dirty now." As he spoke, Lanto's face became expressionless. His misty blue eyes were like 2 drops of ink, emitting inorganic dark light. His emotions were very unstable: joy, relaxation, anger, hatred. Everything mixed together and turned into jumping lines. His eyes fell on Carlos's wrist, which was red from being clenched. "It's dirty. How can I touch you? I'd better destroy it and make a new one." "Don't be angry, okay?" Lanto squatted down and cast a few magic spells, rolling up all the messy things. He found a brand new piece of clothing in the closet, which was the right size for Carlos, and handed it over. "Angry?" Carlos was stunned. He glanced down at his tail. The tip of his tail was tortured by him so much that it was indeed shaking non-stop. He himself didn't even feel it. Maybe it is true. I don't like people lying to me. He took the clothes, but Lanto didn't let go, so the two of them were deadlocked there. "You seem to have said a lot, but if you can completely control the creature you created, then his loss of control and his dissolution are all controlled by you. So it's just that you don't want him to exist anymore. No need to say so much." The black-haired young man finally put away his weak disguise, loosened his clothes, and said with his hands hanging down, "Indeed. Sometimes he really hated Carlos. His intuition was too sharp, so it was hard to lie to him. But Carlos was still easy to deceive. As long as he was willing to believe, he could get away with any lie. So now Carlos just didn't want to believe him. This discovery made Lanto's face gloomy. "You resurrected me. What do you want to do?" Carlos said, "Memory tampering magic is not easy for me to take effect, but if both the soul and the body are made by you, it is indeed much easier. As your achievement, I want to know your purpose." He said it seriously, and Lanto knew that Carlos was worrying about the country and the people again. "Do you want to attack the temple? How many things do you want to touch? Will it affect the current stability? Do you need my identity to do something? Make those things public and provoke everyone's anger?" Carlos thought to himself for a while. He was interrupted by Lanto. "No, I didn't think so much." "Why should I think so much, Carlos? Is there a possibility that I just want to resurrect you? It has nothing to do with anything else. I just want to see you. I don't think you should die at that time. There is no right or wrong in death. My life just burned to the end." Carlos shook his head. "They did so many cruel things. It was others who forced your life to burn." Lanto's voice rose, and suddenly he restrained himself. "But I just want to see you. Why can't you believe in my selfish desires? I have fallen for it." Carlos said sincerely, "It doesn't feel like it." He hadn't put on his clothes yet, and the red marks on his body gradually turned brown and slightly blue, looking like he had just crawled out of the ocean of desire, sober yet confused. Lanto felt a little dizzy. He felt that he hadn't completely cut his soul, and he remembered some things he shouldn't have thought about. The fallen part cannot be cut off and will always grow. He took a breath and laughed briefly. He felt that he could no longer maintain his body shape and degenerate into a low-level monster. The melted tentacles reunited and twisted on the floor. They seemed to be under his control, but Lanto didn't have time to think about anything. He even watched those things wrap around Carlos's calves. "Are you going to find someone to kill me?" Lanto asked. "I'm really not very competent. If you are willing to expose this matter, you can become a hero to the public again." Carlos frowned. He felt that he had doubted too many times today. "No, you are right. I have decided to retaliate against the temple and everyone. This world is unfair to us. Why should we forgive? Of course, I will try my best to maintain stability and not make a mess. It's a pity that the angel who came to the world can't escape." Lanto seemed to be talking and said everything. "I don't like him, and you probably don't like him either. He is a loyal supporter of the God of Light. He doesn't like the temple and won't do anything. He helps the evil. Do our people really need such a God?" Carlos was silent. Antien just didn't know. He knows now, but what did he do? "I gave him time, but nothing happened. You see, he didn't even notice your mental state. He could only see the bright and holy you, and just hope that you would become a part of the kingdom of God. Only I know the truth. Carlos, I understand you. You want to escape from the gaze of God. I can help you. You see, I have almost done it. I can use his power and maintain a half-demon appearance. Lanto laughed. Blasphemy. What an interesting thing. He said a lot, but he still didn't look at Carlos. He didn't dare. There were so many reasons, but he really just wanted to revive Carlos in the beginning, just wanted to see him again. Nothing else mattered. This sounded so stupid. So many manpower and material resources, so many twists and turns, just to meet him again. He didn't want to do anything so stupid. However, during these 10 years, he had to endure the pain of being transformed into a low-level monster and having his soul forcibly divided every day, and he almost survived by relying on the memories of Carlos. Sometimes he wanted to indulge himself and drag the world down with him, but Carlos's disapproving expression would automatically appear in his mind, and he would suddenly become discouraged. Carlos probably wouldn't like it. Please, stay here, just for a while. I'll take care of everything. Carlos felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the large number of tentacles surrounding him. You don't seem to give me any room for choice. If you really understand it, understand the temple. You should know that I hate this kind of control the most. Just this once. Lanto said vaguely. Carlos was entangled by the tentacles again. There was still some wine on his body, which was almost dry and exuded a strong, sweet fragrance. The tentacles licked his skin, cleaning it, or making love with it. He was not very familiar with this kind of thing, but he didn't resist much, just felt unfamiliar. In fact, once you fall to the level of a monster, you can no longer be appeased by satisfying your desires. Unfulfilled thoughts will continue to grow like a snowball, crushing your rationality. Carlos knew that if he gave in a little, it would only make it more difficult for Lanto to clean up his monsters. He still couldn't understand it. Lanto seemed to use him as an anchor, but he shouldn't be worth it. His obsession with him should have only been strengthened in repeated struggles. That way, maybe it can provide some relief. Carlos, you just wanted to see me one more time? What? I'm a succubus now. You made me one. For extremely dangerous magic like this, any mistake would cause major changes. Carlos had reason to believe that when Lanto was performing magic, his thoughts were not simple, so some subtle results occurred. He felt that Lanto seemed to think too highly of him. Carlos slowly approached Lanto, half knelt down like a lowly little succubus, and raised his face obediently. A tentacle scraped his face, causing Carlos to close one eye. Lanto felt as if something was burning and his sanity was crumbling. I wanted to refuse, to push away, but my body was stiff and I couldn't do anything. He saw Carlos pursed his lips, and his pale lips were bitten to look a little red, which reminded him of some autumn honey. He thought of the rainy night last night again. He liked it. He liked the way Carlos could be controlled by him, liked the free people indulging in strange desires, and liked the breath overflowing from his thin lips. So Lanto actually had a little secret expectation, and joy stirred his chaotic heart. I'm not hungry. Carlos thought for a while. I met Avid before coming here, and I ate a lot. The roaring fire destroyed all reason, leaving only anger. Lanto almost lost his voice. What? He couldn't control himself anymore and leaned down, pressing Carlos' shoulders with both hands, his pupils dilated, his breathing hot. What did you eat? He seemed to realize that Carlos' body was full of magic power, so his brain became more dizzy, and the tentacles began to entangle. Carlos held one of the tentacles and rubbed it. Then he twisted Lanto's face and looked at the eyes carefully. Are you rational and sober now? He asked. Rational and sober. Lanto saw scrutiny in Carlos' eyes. He had no doubt that if he showed that he was completely out of control, Carlos would find a way to kill him. No matter what method he used, even if he was just a weak little succubus. Of course, he replied. I'm just a little jealous. He had no problem with Carlos, but he still wanted Arvid to die, the red dragon to die, the Nibelungen who put the ring on the base of Carlos' tail to die, and the puppets he made that were disobedient to him to die. Lanto smiled softly. Follow me. The closet was pushed open, and Carlos discovered that there was another door behind it, which looked a bit old. He had an inexplicable, ominous premonition that if he stayed here for a while longer, he would most likely be locked up in this small dark room. He was too familiar with it. But unlike the small dark room he had experienced in the temple, There was a normal path inside, not gloomy. At the end was a small confessional room with only a wooden bed and a wooden table. Carlos saw strange scratches on the walls and floor and sensed the painful struggle that had taken place here. Lanto took out a bottle, unscrewed the cork, and poured out a gray substance that fell on the floor. His tentacles surged up, and soon a human figure appeared. It's Yashin. Carlos was amazed at this magic. I won't lose control, don't worry about that. Lanto squatted down like a puppy eager to take credit, showing everything about himself. I've told you the secret, and I've endured it. Isn't there any reward? Award? Carlos still thought that young people's ideas were very strange. How old are they? Do they still want rewards from others? However, he seemed to have almost made Lanto lose control of his anger just now. According to the teachings of the Succubus manual, he should appease him. He reached out and touched the top of Lanto's head, his fingers weaving through the black hair. Great. Lanto's breathing paused. After a moment, the corners of his eyes turned red and his voice became hoarse. How many times have you read that book about succubi in the past 2 days? Carlos looked away, but Lanto suddenly half knelt down and kissed the back of Carlos's hand. It was a standard knight's etiquette, and Carlos was very familiar with it. The little succubus was wondering when something warm pressed against her back. The beautiful boy who had just been born hugged him from behind. Carlos was shocked. You are the one controlling him, right? No. Now this is just a body driven by instinct, and the soul fragments have not yet been completely integrated. We just instinctively want to get close to you. Lanto was still half kneeling. This is the confessional. Can you listen to my confession for a while? That being said, Carlos had no chance to refuse. There was a Lanto in front of him, a Yashin behind him, and some tentacles squeezed in between. They didn't seem to move, but Carlos wanted to move. He wanted to escape from this small environment and avoid the rising heat. His own hand was grabbed by Lanto, and the boy's arm was wrapped around his waist, and the limited amount of cloth was completely lost. Carlos' face began to heat up, and the most emotional moment had passed. He began to blame himself in his heart for being undignified and losing all his clothes. He wanted to struggle, but if he moved forward, he would lean against Lanto, and if he moved backward, he would squeeze into Yasin's arms. When moving left and right, you can feel the ends of the tentacles spinning in the bend of your knees. Carlos's calves twitched, and he felt weak for no reason. As he struggled, the tentacles pierced through his armpits and pulled him up, which was extremely embarrassing. Very itchy. Lanto was reciting the things he had done over the years in a fragmented manner, and it sounded like he was sincerely repenting. Carlos had listened to confessions before and knew that he should stay focused at this moment, but his face was burning hot and his head was a mess. Lanto, Carlos shouted, his eyes a little wet. Don't you want to listen to my confession? Lanto asked pitifully. You don't seem to be listening to my confession seriously. Carlos thought, who can listen seriously? Those tentacles kept rubbing against him. The body temperature of the two people was sandwiched around him, and his tail was also caught by something. He turned his head and saw a group of translucent tentacles swallowing up the tip of his tail like slime, completely wrapping it up. The tip of his tail has a sense of touch, and he felt uncomfortable being squeezed and kneaded, and it was getting hotter and hotter. Noticing that he was looking at his tail, Lanto was a little dissatisfied. Carlos jumped in surprise. Lanto, who was half kneeling on the ground, bit his finger without warning, biting it gently, leaving a mark on the knuckle. Carlos didn't dare to move and said timidly, "It is dirty." His fingers seemed to have pressed against the tongue of the other person, which was soft and warm, completely different from the slightly sharp canine teeth, and reminded him of the tentacles wrapped around the tail. A subtle feeling came over him, and his face was so hot that he reached out with his other hand to push Lanto, but he just touched it and couldn't exert any strength at all. The lines on his waist were rubbed, and he immediately struggled like a fish out of water. "Teacher, can you tell me what I just confessed?" Carlos was numbed. For the first time, he felt that his education had failed. Although he had not been Yashin's teacher for a long time, and had only been with him sporadically for 2 years, he still felt that his education had failed. The little prince had not grown into a healthier person at all, and was even more awkward than before. You said? He was silent. He was indeed listening carefully to what Lanto said, but it just didn't enter his mind. Now he thought about it carefully and realized that what he said was all the fantasies he had about him when he was young. It was even more exaggerated than the ditch literature collected by Red Dragon. Lanto spoke very casually, rambling here and there, but every time he mentioned him, he would talk about how a certain point of him attracted him. The more Carlos thought about it, the more dizzy he felt, as if a gaze from years past was coming through him and scratching his body. He's not that good. The filter at Lantoga is several hundred meters thick. Why would he talk for 5 minutes just by looking at his fingers? He used to practice swordplay and held the hilt for too long, so his palms and fingers were covered with rough calluses. The delicate nobles would frown when shaking hands with him, so Carlos would specially prepare gloves to cover the overly sharp parts of his body when he attended the few social gatherings. So when exactly was it? How come he didn't notice that there was a little prince peeking at him while he practiced swordplay, not caring about the swordplay but only caring about the insignificant parts of him? Carlos' voice was a little trembling. He suddenly grabbed Lanto's hair and asked angrily, "So you came here to practice swordplay every day, but you didn't make any progress?" The roots of his hair were tingling, and Lanto snorted. When he raised his eyes, his misty blue eyes were completely muddied by deep desire. Carlos felt that he was about to say something too much, but Lanto just pursed his lips, opened his mouth, and blocked himself. Carlos let out a small ah. He was extremely shocked. Don't. Carlos's eyes widened as his vitals were held in his grasp. His red eyes were covered with mist, and his fingers on Lanto's shoulders curled up uncontrollably. You. His vocabulary was not sufficient to describe the situation. Isn't it something that only succubi would do to serve others? Sincerity. The tip of his tongue moved in his mouth, and Carlos saw a little milk color. He was completely speechless. When the tentacles released him, he slid down with gravity and sat on the floor. As a result, Lanto picked him up and forced him to watch. What sincerity? Carlos covered his face, his tail tied in 3 knots with shame, so that he could not resist those strange tentacles at all. He grabbed those things with his hands, squeezed them in his palms, and still had a little thought in his heart to purify all these things. But at this time, he could only curl up into a ball and pass on the feeling of fear that spread throughout his body. Is this all? Lanto opened his eyes wide. I only confessed a small part. Carlos let out a short, mournful sound from his throat. He wants to leave this world. By the time Lanto relaxed his hold on him and there were no more strange things blocking him from going out, Carlos no longer had the strength to move. He was drowsy on the newly laid soft couch, half curled up, because he no longer had the strength to curl up completely. The lost soul would find a way out and make up for it, and his body seemed to have learned to find a way out on its own. Automatically finding ways to save effort, he had felt his limbs forcibly pulled apart by tentacles too many times. He grabbed the cloth in confusion, and when Lanto came over, he subconsciously shrank to the other side. There was no point in being angry. He had absolutely nothing left, and all he wanted to do was sleep. How long had it been? Carlos had almost lost track of time. There was no sunlight in the room from beginning to end, and the windows were blocked by tentacles. Sometimes he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, as if Lanto wasted time here on purpose. If he could make one yashin, he could make a second. He seemed to be saying he was going to do something when he was confessing. Carlos occasionally worried that Lanto was taking too many risks and the temple would launch a serious counterattack. If things went wrong, they might use a memory disappearing spell to replace the king. Anyway, the temple didn't know who would be the king. They just had to obey. Even if Lanto and Sekir were the only ones left in the royal family, they could easily support another family to become the new king. He was also afraid that the commotion outside would become too big, and innocent people would become weights on the scales, lives would be weighed, and they would die one after another. He felt like his worries had been knocked away several times. It feels so uncomfortable. He was not very vocal, and didn't know how to vent. He was very silent most of the time, and only when he was pushed to the limit would he whimper like a little animal. Addiction, drowning, rebirth. He felt a kind of excessive calmness in the repeated torture, at least at this moment. I'm sorry. Lanto used his fingers to lift his hair and kissed his forehead. I really repent this time. Carlos bit him. It really looks like a puffy kitten. Don't worry, it won't bleed too much. Lanto hugged him and let him bite her. Sekir is the queen now. She is more ambitious than me and has raised a lot of troops a long time ago. I guess she originally wanted to come here for revenge, but she didn't take the initiative to provoke a war because of some old feelings. I promised her something and asked her to help me. The control of the Temple of Light there is not strong, so it is relatively easy to deal with. I will not completely eliminate the power of the temple. Everyone really needs a belief to make themselves feel stable. Even I have my own belief. Carlos's teeth loosened a little, and he found that he had bitten someone and made him bleed. The bright red tooth marks were so obvious. He felt a little sorry, and for some reason, he lowered his head and licked his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, I have no faith. That's why you can become my faith. As for Antine, we didn't find him. He seemed to have disappeared suddenly, and even the people in the temple didn't find out where he went. Maybe he has returned to the kingdom of God. I did something to pollute him. Maybe the kingdom of God will clean up the pollution on him, or it may destroy him directly. But, being that kind of angel, there is no happiness to speak of. Carlos didn't know what he was thinking and responded very slowly. He still didn't dare to look at the sun, afraid of being stared at, although his intuition told him that the indescribable stares were much less now. It was as if something finally felt that he was hopeless and unsuitable to be absorbed. Because the inferior succubus and the low-level monster rolled together. He felt ashamed himself. It's so strange, this way of solving a problem. But it's not too painful, and it's even a little addictive. Carlos has hardly ever sought help from others, and he is negative. If no one pushes him, he may never take the first step. He was really sleepy now. When he relaxed, his sense of smell, vision, hearing, and touch became a mess, as if he had returned to the beginning, the moment of death and the moment of resurrection. This time I feel at ease. In a trance, he felt that he was hugged again, and he was kneaded into a ball. I'm lying to you. I have done many experiments on myself. No matter what, the fusion of soul and body will not cause any symptoms. It's just that this piece of your soul came from a long, long time ago. The temple has deprived you of all your emotions and fears. It is inevitable that there will be deviations when repairing it. How could I not know that your perfection is just a lie piled up by others? You are afraid of the sun because of the unspeakable gaze, afraid of the sound of falling water, because the blood of your relatives has also fallen so sticky, afraid of unfamiliar environments, afraid of pain, afraid of being punished for curiosity, so you just force yourself not to look. But I still think that you are very good and perfect like this. After Lanto finished speaking, he found that Carlos had fallen asleep completely, with the sharp horns pressing against the pillow, tearing a piece of fabric. He picked up a corner of the quilt and covered it, then turned around to find another cushion to protect the horns. Something touched my body. Lanto was stunned. Carlos is still awake? Turning back, he saw the little succubus curled up in the quilt, looking at him with accusing eyes, and said aggrievedly, I am also scared now. Lanto's heart tightened, worried that something might have happened to Carlos again, and he leaned over and asked, Where do you feel uncomfortable? I'm scared of you. Lanto. He accidentally indulged himself. He would definitely not do that next time. He could still control his tentacles from splitting. At least, all 81 tentacles would not come around at the same time. Sorry. I was scared. Carlos shrank back a little. I was scared that you would suddenly disappear. I was scared that these were lies. I was scared that you would be discovered by him halfway through and then possessed by him. Lanto's heart softened at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Carlos was really thinking something very strange. No, he interrupted in time. I'm not lying. I will always be here. As for that, if that really happens, I will crawl back from Hades and kill anyone who stands in my way, even gods. Boom. Thunder in a clear sky. Carlos opened his eyes wide in panic. Lanto's face was not looking good either. Although he didn't like it, he still respected the gods on the surface. After all, There really was a distant kingdom of gods in this world, and they really would pay attention to him. Lanto was almost certain that those words just now were heard by a god who was paying attention to Carlos, and then became angry. If this goes on, he will really kill God. It's okay. It's okay. He will definitely forgive us. Lanto held Carlos' hand. At worst, we can go and confess. Another thunderclap. How stingy. The two thought at the same time. Lanto's expression began to darken. According to Carlos's observation, he might have some rebellious plan in his mind. The little prince had indeed grown up a little. At least now he could control his superficial emotions and quietly make some crazy plans. He didn't want Lanto to mess around, so he held his hand and comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. I read in a book that you can change me into your shape, and then nothing else will work. No? Carlos had an innocent face. Can't you do it? All the intrigues and schemes were gone, and Lanto's brain was filled with an evil succubus named Carlos. The evil succubus groaned. I'm really about to fall asleep. When I wake up, I want to see a detailed report about what you did. Is that okay? You can't lie to me. You said every time you posted it a few days ago that you were just posting it. It was all a lie. You have to prove that you won't lie to me again. Lanto listened, and suddenly a huge surprise came over him. It seemed to have always been there, but it was very far away and difficult to touch. Only when he approached it again and again could he touch it a little bit, without feeling real. But now it suddenly became real. The empty heart cavity, which had been destroyed by the distracting thoughts of countless monsters, beat heavily and was filled again. He realized it belatedly. He raised a free kitten in captivity, and the kitten was willing to go with him as long as he could prove his ability to raise the kitten and his sincerity. I will. His voice trembled. I love you. Yeah. Carlos responded, but vaguely. My soul is not complete yet, and I don't have the ability to love. He reached out his hand in confusion, pressed Lanto's neck, leaned forward, pressed his lips against hers, and nibbled her twice. Compensation. I have to keep compensating. When the kiss ended, Carlos was completely silent and fell into a deep sleep. When we were little, you lied to me and said you would stay with me, but you left on your own. The succubus's tail hooked onto his arm and wrapped around it loosely. So, no matter where Carlos went or what he became, he would find him. Outside the window, the first rain of the afternoon finally fell. Unlike thunder, it was not violent, but quiet and peaceful. However, it still destroyed the newly ripe berries. The muddy water carried the fallen leaves of grass and trees, covering the unspeakable past. The seeds absorb water. Then it sprouts and grows. Bloom new flowers. As long as you are alive, life will find a way out on its own.